Betrayed by his ex-wife, he was reborn 3 months before the apocalypse broke out. This life, he bound the Apocalypse Beauty System. As long as he conquers high-appearance women, he can gain 100-fold attribute stacking. Shen Qingyue, where's my serum? Lin Yuan knelt on the concrete floor, his voice hoarse. The stumps of 3 fingers on his left hand were still oozing blood. That was the price of borrowing serum from the neighboring shelter last month. 2 vials. One was given to Shen Qingyue, who had been scratched by a zombie, and the other was kept for survival. Shen Qingyue, standing in front of him, flicked her hair and didn't respond immediately. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He saw it. Behind Shen Qingyue, her male best friend Lu Feng was holding an empty syringe. You have a strong constitution, hold on a bit longer. Shen Qingyue frowned and finally spoke. I'll send someone to find medicine tomorrow. Hold on. Lin Yuan roared, black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Shen Qingyue, how do you expect me to hold on? Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward, waving his hands. Brother Yuan, it's all my fault for being too weak, causing Qingyue to have to block zombies for me. Shen Qingyue pulled Lu Feng behind her and said, Lin Yuan, what are you shouting at? I am the leader of this shelter, and I have the final say on how to distribute the serum. A Feng has no superpowers, so he needs the serum more than you. As my husband, shouldn't you yield to him? Yield to him? A mouthful of black blood surged from Lin Yuan's throat, splattering onto Shen Qingyue's white down jacket. Without me desperately collecting supplies, without me blocking zombies for you, and this waste would have become zombie food long ago. And now you tell me to yield to him. A sharp pain split his abdomen. The last thing Lin Yuan saw was Shen Qingyue wiping the knife with disgust, turning and walking towards Lu Feng. Announced to the outside that Lin Yuan has turned into a zombie, and I executed him personally. Qingyue, I told you to let Brother Yuan go on his own, but you insisted on coming. You're just too kind. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations from the host. Apocalypse Beauty System loading. Huff. Lin Yuan sat up abruptly, panting heavily. He instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. He grabbed nothing. Then he instinctively assessed the environment. No X-shaped wooden planks covering the windows, no heavy objects blocking the door. White walls, pungent disinfectant, and 4 needle in the back of his hand, cold liquid flowing through his veins. Multiple regions worldwide have experienced abnormal acid rain. Experts say it is harmless. Lin Yuan was stunned for a full half-minute. He looked down at his intact hands. It wasn't until the news channel switched that he confirmed a fact. He had been reborn, back to 3 months before the apocalypse. The memories in his mind began to overlap. It wasn't until the news channel switched that he confirmed a fact. He had been reborn, back to 3 months before the apocalypse. The memories in his mind began to overlap. Yesterday afternoon, he went to deliver documents to Shen Qingyue. The car brakes failed and crashed into a guardrail, causing a mild concussion. He lay in the hospital for a whole night. Holding his slightly throbbing head, Lin Yuan picked up the phone on the bedside. In the pin chat, there was only a message from Shen Qingyue sent half an hour ago. I have a project to discuss, I'll come see you later. Lin Yuan smirked. Project. On this day in his previous life, he lay alone in the hospital for 2 days. After being discharged, he learned that Shen Qingyue had booked an entire nightclub to welcome Lu Feng back from abroad. She even transferred 5 million from the company's account to buy that limited edition watch for Lu Feng. Back then, Lin Yuan was blind and chose to endure. He thought that if he was tolerant enough, Shen Qingyue would eventually settle down. The result was a stab in the abdomen. Shen Qingyue, Lu Feng. Lin Yuan savored these 2 names. Apocalypse Beauty System binding successful. Host Lin Yuan physique 12 normal adult male average is 10 spirit 15 system. In the apocalypse, he had seen monsters that controlled zombie hordes, superpowered individuals who could freeze water out of thin air, and various other bizarre abilities. Now an extra voice in his mind was not the most absurd thing. The host can bind with women whose appearance 85, gain rewards by improving favorability. When favorability reaches certain thresholds, you can obtain attribute feedback, ability synchronization, and other stage rewards. Hearing the word ability, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. In his previous life, although Lin Yuan awakened the C-level physique enhancement, he still felt powerless against higher-level ability users. And now, the system meant, if he could bind those female powerhouses who dominated the apocalypse in his previous life, he would possess countless top-tier abilities. The Ice Empress who froze an entire city. The Valkyrie who tore through zombie hordes barehanded. Knock knock. The door was pushed open and a heavily made-up nurse walked in holding an 4 bottle. The nurse shuffled closer with small steps, her smile forced. The scent of perfume filled his nostrils. Disgust flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In the apocalypse, people who approached too eagerly usually wanted food or your life. Flap. Lin Yuan grabbed the nurse's hand. The nurse's eyelashes fluttered. Mr. Lin, this is a hospital. If someone sees, it's not good. Ding. The target's appearance is less than 85. It is recommended the host seek higher tier beauties. So that's it. Lin Yuan thought the system is a Lucast. Seeing the nurse's autumn water eyes staring at him, Lin Yuan pushed her away. The nurse fell to the floor with a thud, still holding the 4 bottle. She had been ready. After all, he was a wealthy VIP patient and handsome. But Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered with this unqualified tool. In the apocalypse, this kind of cheap flirtation wasn't worth a compressed biscuit. He pulled out the 4 needle from the back of his hand. The bloody needle fell to the floor. He threw off the covers and stepped barefoot to the floor. The cold sensation under his feet gave Lin Yuan a feeling of unreality. He slipped a shirt hanging nearby over his arm with one hand. With his other hand, he picked up the phone, stared at the name Shen Qingwei on the screen, and pressed the dial button. The phone rang for half a minute before being answered. From the earpiece came deafening music and the laughter of men and women. What is it? I'm busy. I happen to have something to tell you. Tomorrow you go on leave for a month. I'll have someone take over your work. Shen Qingyue's voice was impatient. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had listened to her nonsense and went to the US to recuperate. Before he even got over the jet lag, he was called back by the board of directors to put out fires. And then Lin Yuan was blamed by Shen Qingyue for not giving Lu Feng a chance. Get to the central hospital within half an hour. Lin Yuan's tone was flat. The person on the other end was stunned. Shen Qingyue clearly hadn't expected her usual simp husband to dare speak to her in that tone. Lin Yuan, what are you throwing a tantrum about? The doctor said you just have a scratch, just lie in the hospital, can't you be sensible? At that moment, a gentle male voice came through the phone. Qingyue, is that brother Yuan? If he needs you, then go back. My birthday can be celebrated with everyone else. Don't let it affect your marriage. But if you're not here, my heart will feel empty. Shen Qingyue immediately lowered her voice to comfort him. It's okay, a phone today is your day, I'm not going anywhere. Then the earpiece muffled as if she covered the mic. I'm busy, bye. You cannot come. Lin Yuan tapped the railing at the foot of the bed with his fingertips. I will report the 5 million you embezzled from the South City project to the board. The music on the other end quieted. Obviously Shen Qingyue had walked out of the private room. Her voice suddenly pitched higher. You dare threaten me? You believe I can call a board meeting tomorrow and remove you from your position? How dare you speak to the president like that? The company was nominally Shen Qingyue's. She was the president of Business Prodigy, the face of the brand. But in reality, all the company's core business was handled by Lin Yuan, only to be credited to Shen Qingyue's name. So as long as Lin Yuan didn't leave voluntarily, the board could never remove him. You have 29 minutes. Lin Yuan listened to Shen Qingyue's rapid breathing on the other end and directly hung up. He could even imagine her furious face right now. Ding. Target Shen Qingyue appearance 91, favorability -10, current favorability -20. After 3 years of marriage, the initial favorability was actually negative. Lin Yuan's eyelids lifted slightly. Negative is good, he didn't intend to show any mercy anyway. He tossed the phone onto the bed and walked to the restroom, looking at himself in the mirror. He turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face. Cold but real. Mr. Lin. Then what about me? The nurse crouched on the floor holding the bloody needle, staring up blankly. Lin Yuan took out 1,000 yuan from his shirt wallet and threw it on her face. Work. 25 minutes later. Bang. The ward door was kicked open. Shen Qingyue stormed in, her 10-centimeter heels clicking against the floor. A black evening gown traced the contours of her figure, her makeup flawless. In his past life, Lin Yuan would have been captivated. But now all he caught was the sharp sting of men's cologne. Lin Yuan, what exactly are you trying to pull? The moment Shen Qingyue crossed the threshold, her voice climbed with fury. You're hospitalized, not dying. Did you really need me to abandon everything and come here? She whipped her Hermes bag through the air and sent it flying toward Lin Yuan. Do you have any idea how crucial today's project is? Lin Yuan flicked his hand aside. The bag's metal clasp grazed his forearm, leaving a thin sting. The leather bag tumbled to the ground, lipstick and compact scattering everywhere. Lin Yuan glanced down and smoothly ran his fingers along the crease of his trousers. It was a habit he'd formed before executions in his past life. Discussing a project with Lu Feng. Shen Qingyue's expression flickered, but she quickly squared her shoulders and glared at him. You've been following me. A Feng just returned to the country. I naturally have to accompany him. She let out a cold sneer. Must you be so petty, projecting your own filth onto everyone? Shen Qingyue marched to the opposite sofa and sat down, crossing her legs and lifting her chin. You're using company matters to blackmail me just so you can force me back, isn't that right? Fine, I'm here. Satisfied. She locked eyes with Lin Yuan, her tone dripping with disappointment and distaste. Lin Yuan, let me tell you. This behavior of yours is extremely immature. Lin Yuan didn't respond. He pulled open the bedside drawer and retrieved 2 documents the flashy nurse had just printed. He tossed them onto the coffee table. Slap. The papers spread open. Shen Qingyue frowned and picked one up. The next second her pupils contracted sharply. Divorce agreement. Share transfer and asset division agreement. What do you think you're doing? Shen Qingyue looked up abruptly. For 3 years of marriage, Lin Yuan had never dared speak harshly to her. Lin Yuan leaned back against the pillow, fingers interlaced. Literally. Shen Qingyue gripped the documents, crumpling the paper. After a moment, she let out a cold snort, as though she'd finally pieced it together. Lin Yuan, do you really think I can't survive without you? Let me tell you whatever you know, A Feng knows too. At the mention of Lu Feng, her tone softened, noticeably gaining conviction. He just showed me his financing plan. Even directorly said it has more vision than yours did back then. A Feng is right. This company should have replaced your conservatism long ago. You think threatening divorce will make me fold? To Shen Qingyue, Lin Yuan was nothing more than a jealous husband seeking attention. Then great. Lin Yuan gestured toward the agreement on the table. I want 1 billion in cash. All company equity, fixed assets, including the villa we live in. All yours. Sign it, and I'm gone. Shen Qingyue's eyes widened. 1 billion. Are you insane? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Lin Yuan sat up in bed. That's your problem. Of course if you refuse that's fine too. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and pressed speakerphone. The call connected instantly. President Lin, how may I assist you? Lin Yuan looked at Shen Qingyue and spoke into the phone. Old Zhang, prepare to file the lawsuit. I want to apply for property preservation, freeze all joint marital assets, simultaneously initiate divorce proceedings, and request the court to liquidate and auction our shares. Shen Qingyue's complexion gradually turned ashen. You dare. Once litigation began, the company would suffer catastrophic repercussions. Many projects would stall completely. After the 1-month divorce cooling-off period, an auction of his shares would net Lin Yuan over 1.2 billion. And that didn't even include the real estate. The lawyer on the other end hesitated for a moment, then replied immediately. Understood, President Lin. I'll handle it right away. Earliest submission to the court is this afternoon. Wait. Shen Qingyue lunged forward, reaching for the phone. Her high heel caught on a tube of lipstick on the floor, and her ankle twisted. She crashed clumsily against the bed frame. Bang. She was pale with pain, strands of her meticulously arranged hair coming loose. Lin Yuan flipped the phone face down on the bedside table. Think it over before you speak again. Shen Qingyue's chest rose and fell violently, her gaze locked on Lin Yuan. She searched his face for any trace of bravado. There was none. If anything, the coldness in his eyes sent a chill down her spine. Fine, but don't regret this. Today you're the one walking away. Shen Qingyue limped out of the ward and stood in the corridor, frantically making calls. Director Zhang, I'm mortgaging my Xiangshan villa. Disburse the funds immediately. Brotherly, push the bridge loan to the maximum. 3,000 daily interest. Fine, I'll sign. President Wang, don't give me the paperwork routine. I need money now. Lin Yuan leaned back on the bed and listened silently. Shen Qingyue would comply. For the sake of her so-called reputation as a businesswoman, she would hand the money directly to him. Lin Yuan knew Shen Qingyue's nature well. If he sold the shares himself, she as the majority shareholder and his wife would drag him into endless disputes. And Lin Yuan was short on time more than anything. So he set a price that appeared to disadvantage himself, but one Shen Qingyue could grit her teeth and afford. That was the only way to move fast. His phone rang from the hallway. It was Lu Feng. Qingyue, are you done yet? Everyone's waiting for the cake cutting. Don't argue with Brother Yuan. He's in poor health. Besides, he's such a generous man and he wouldn't be upset just because you attended a close friend's birthday, right? Hey Feng, my company's a bit busy. Go ahead and eat without me. Shen Qingyue's voice had softened into something unrecognizable. Half an hour later, she pushed the door open and returned. Her eyes were red, her hair slightly disheveled, yet her back remained straight as a rod. I'll give you the money. But remember this. If you take it, you'll never survive in Jiangqing again. Shen Qingyue dug through her bag, found a pen, and signed both agreements in her name. She pressed so hard the paper nearly tore. Lin Yuan took his copy and reviewed it word by word. Satisfied, he pushed a prepared tablet toward Shen Qingyue. A few minutes later, transfer received, account ending in 6866, 1000000. Current balance 10001383500. Pleasure doing business. Lin Yuan rose, smoothed the wrinkles from his trousers, and turned toward the door. Lin Yuan. Shen Qingyue called after him. Don't come crawling back to me with tears later. Lin Yuan didn't break stride, raising a hand over his shoulder without looking back. I hope you can still be this confident in 3 months. Ding. Target Shen Qingyue, appearance 91. Affection -10. Current affection -30. The corridor was thick with the scent of disinfectant. That nauseating odor which used to make him sick now felt refreshingly clean. 1 billion in cash. The first batch of post-apocalyptic provisions secured. He desperately wanted to turn around and snap her neck right then and there. But he couldn't. The old order hadn't collapsed yet. If the authorities caught wind of it, he'd be unable to move freely. Priority 1, build a doomsday fortress. Priority 2, massive supplies. Priority 3, the most critical step of all. Use the system to intercept those abilited queens before anyone else could. Lin Yuan headed downstairs to complete his discharge paperwork. The lobby was crowded. Waiting in line, hearing the number called, paying, collecting the receipt. The old world's order was still running. Nobody knew. It had only 3 months left. Lin Yuan stood at the back of the queue. Suddenly a man pushed to the front of the window. I know your director. Process mine first. The nurse frowned. It doesn't matter who you know. You still have to wait in line. Are you deaf or something? The man slammed his palm on the counter, his voice growing louder. I'm in a hurry. If you don't serve me first, nobody here gets served. The queue froze instantly. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone. He was also in a hurry. The next second, bang. The man was kicked squarely in the lower back and flew forward, sprawling face first onto the floor. The lobby fell deathly quiet. Bent over the ground, the man grimaced in pain. Who the hell kicked me? Lin Yuan stood behind him, looking down at him from above. Good dogs don't block the path. The man's face flushed crimson. He scrambled up, ready to curse. But the moment he met Lin Yuan's eyes, the filthy words died in his throat. The man's towering 6'3" frame. The emotionless, frigid stare. It was clear as day. If he uttered another word, Lin Yuan would genuinely dismantle his bones. Bystanders dared not intervene, though their eyes carried a hint of satisfaction. Even the nurse exhaled in relief. Lin Yuan paid them no mind. His gaze swept past the man and landed on the honor roll of outstanding physicians on the wall. Inside a glass display case was a 2-inch passport-style photograph. The woman in the photo was breathtakingly beautiful. Behind gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze radiated an icy aloofness that seemed to repel all who approached. Su Muxue, Jiangxing Central Hospital's youngest attending physician in the emergency department. Also a former Life S-class abilitor. The Frost Empress. She had single-handedly frozen tens of thousands of zombies on Jiangxing Bridge. But her pride was unmatched. She refused to pledge allegiance to any faction. In the end, she fought alone and perished exhausted. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. A woman in a white coat strode purposefully forward, a file clutched in her hand. Tall and statuesque. Shoulder-length hair. Exquisitely sculpted features. The moment she appeared, everyone who had been whispering fell silent. Several nurses instinctively parted to let her pass. Cause any more disruption, and I'll refer you to a psychiatric hospital. We can't help you. The man who had cut in shrank back, saying nothing more. Lin Yuan raised his gaze. The woman from the photograph had walked into reality. Su Muxue held the medical record clipboard. Noticing Lin Yuan's blunt gaze, she paid it no mind. She'd seen this kind of man far too often. The VIP3 patient has acute gastroenteritis. The vice president asked me to help him register. Please complete the documentation when you're done. Su Muxue stepped past Lin Yuan and tore a sheet directly from the clipboard, handing it to the nurse. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Lin Yuan made no move to follow. In his past life, countless men had desired Su Muxue, even those willing to live off a woman. But in the end, she would reject them all, some even pierced through by ice arrows. Vice President. Gastroenteritis. Municipal Central Hospital. Several keywords collided in his mind. A news headline that had shaken Jiangxing surfaced from his past life. The mayor's only son, having concealed his medical history, was misdiagnosed with gastroenteritis by the Central Hospital's vice president and died on the spot. Lin Yuan turned his head, watching Su Muxue's tall figure walking away. The mayor's son didn't have ordinary gastroenteritis. He concealed his medical history. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to interfere with the diagnosis? Believe it or not, it's your choice. But if you continue treating this as gastroenteritis with 4 fluids, he will die within half an hour. Having said that, Lin Yuan turned away and paid her no further attention. To catch fish, one must first cast the bait. Su Muxue stood rooted to the spot, her expression unchanged, yet she gripped the medical clipboard tighter. She refused to believe the ramblings of a stranger. But those words, concealed medical history, struck precisely at the most sensitive nerve in emergency medicine. She hesitated only 2 seconds before turning and striding swiftly toward the inpatient ward. The elevator stalled at the 15th floor, refusing to descend. Several elderly men in wheelchairs waiting in line had begun to complain. Su Muxue made a decisive move, pushing open the fire escape door. She sprinted up to the 13th floor in her flat shoes, the hem of her white coat already soaked through with hurried sweat. Gasping for breath, she had just rounded the corridor corner when the patient's in shock. His heart rate's nearly gone. The special nurse's terrified scream echoed from within the ward. The vice president had already left for a meeting after giving his orders. All that remained on site was an intern doctor with considerable connections. Defibrillator. Bring the defibrillator now. The intern's voice trembled. Stop. Su Muxue burst through the ward door with a loud bang, her voice sharp and commanding. The monitor flashed in glaring red light, while a piercing alarm echoed through the room. Lin Yuan's earlier words, die within half an hour, flashed through her mind. Stop all fluid replacement immediately. Absolutely no defibrillation. But the vice president said. The intern was stunned. I'll take responsibility. Push the patient for an enhanced CT scan now. Quick. Su Muxue shouted. 15 minutes later, in the imaging department, several doctors stared at the freshly produced CT scans, their scalp tingling with dread. The vascular intima had already torn, blood surging madly into the false lumen, poised to rupture completely at any moment. If we'd continued the 4 fluids or defibrillation just now, this man would already be dead. The thoracic surgery director wiped away a cold sweat and looked at Su Muxue. Director Su, you have truly remarkable insight. Su Muxue leaned against the corridor wall, her shirt clinging tightly to her back. She said nothing, her mind consumed by that man's cold gaze. 10 minutes later, Su Muxue descended the stairs to the nursing station. Lin Yuan had long since left. What was the name of the man who was discharged earlier? The nurse tapped at her keyboard. Director Su, his name is Lin Yuan. Minor concussion from a car accident. Su Muxue took out her phone and noted down Lin Yuan's number. That man had not only saved the mayor's son, but also indirectly preserved her own career. Who exactly was he? Ding. Target Su Muxue, affection 2, current affection 2. Afternoon in Jiangxing. Lin Yuan drove straight to Jiangxing's most famous old hot pot restaurant. Yesterday's car accident had nearly cost him his life, and the dealership manager was thoroughly frightened. Overnight, they arranged for an identical George Barrett off-road vehicle to be delivered to the hospital as transportation for this valued client. The hot pot restaurant buzzed with lively conversation. Lin Yuan picked up a piece of tripe, rolled it several times in the boiling red oil, and placed it directly into his mouth. Scalding spicy. In the apocalypse, this hot pot meal was worth trading for a beautiful young wife, even if she already had a man. Of course, whether she would betray him was another story entirely. Having survived the end times, Lin Yuan ate with particular ferocity, drawing wary glances from those around him. Between bites, he mentally made a list. The seed with Su Mushue had already been planted. For a woman like the Frost Empress, pushing too hard would only backfire. Next came something more important than women, a fortress. The villa had gone to Shenxingyue, but that location's terrain was poor and the population density too high, completely unsuitable as an apocalypse stronghold. Food, medicines, weapons, energy, water purification systems. The workload was absurdly massive. He couldn't personally oversee every detail. After all, he still needed to intercept those supernatural abilities. Lin Yuan set down his chopsticks and took a sip of sour plum tea. The cool sweetness cut through the spiciness in his mouth. He opened his phone contacts. 3 years of marriage, and his social circle revolved almost entirely around Shenxingyue. Most connections were either based on mutual benefit or entangled with his ex-wife in ways too complex to untangle. If he had to find someone capable yet trustworthy, a petite figure surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Su Xiaowan, his secretary for 2 years. Under 160 centimeters tall, with an innocent youthful face. Timid, socially anxious at work. A single reprimand from a supervisor could leave her picking at her fingers for what seemed like forever. Yet in her work, she exhibited an almost instinctive obedience to Lin Yuan's instructions. More importantly, she had proven herself with her life in her past existence. When the apocalypse had erupted in that previous lifetime, Lin Yuan had been trapped at the company. Everyone had scattered in different directions, but only Su Xiaowan had stayed glued to him. In the end, to cover his retreat, that very girl who would scream at the sight of a cockroach had picked up shards of broken glass and slashed her own wrist, running in the opposite direction. Even then, with tears streaming down her face, she had kept shouting, "President Lin, run quickly." At the memory, something finally stirred in Lin Yuan's eyes. Faint, yes, but undeniably real. He took out his phone and dialed Su Xiaowan's name. The phone rang for a long time before finally being answered. "Hello, President Lin." The background noise was extremely chaotic. Faintly, he could make out words like, "Get out, security, and don't touch me." "Where are you?" "President Lin." I'm at the company." It turned out that 10 minutes prior, Shen Qinghua had returned to the company and taken aim directly at Lin Yuan's people. As Lin Yuan's secretary, Su Xiaowan bore the brunt of it. She was forcibly accused of leaking company secrets and fired on the spot. She was now being dragged out by security, not even allowed to take her personal belongings. Lin Yuan's expression stood in sharp contrast to the steam rising from the hot pot before him. He rose from his seat. Throwing several hundred yuan bills onto the table, he didn't even ask for change. Striding out of the hot pot restaurant. Starshine Group headquarters building. First floor lobby. To facilitate the eviction, all the access gates had been opened. Security Chief Wang Chong stood in the middle of the crowd, his leather shoes polished to a shine, a smug satisfaction playing across his face as he wielded his authority with blatant arrogance. Su Xiaowan was pushed to the ground. She didn't clutch her bag. Instead, she held tightly to a storage box against her chest, containing the project documents Lin Yuan had normally annotated. Employees had gathered around to watch the spectacle. Colleagues who used to call her Sister Lin Yuan were now utterly silent. Some kept their heads down, scrolling through their phones. Others pretended to look elsewhere. A few surreptitiously raised their phones to record the scene. Not a single person stepped forward. Wang Chong sighed, dramatically feigning reluctance. "Secretary Su, we don't wish to make things ugly either. But as you know, Lin Yuan withdrew the funds, leaving everyone uncertain about where this month's salaries will come from. As his #1 lackey, Director Shin, showing mercy by not making you pay compensation is already generous." Su Xiaowan knelt on the floor. The air conditioning's cold draft made her shoulders shiver. Yet both her hands still clutched that storage box desperately. "You're speaking nonsense." Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her voice carried more steel than usual. "President Lin built this company with his own hands. Without him, you'll squander this entire company sooner or later." The lobby fell silent for a moment. Several employees' expressions shifted. The words rang too true. True enough to grate on the nerves. Wang Chong's face darkened as he recalled what Shin Qinghua had instructed him to do. Steeling himself, he approached Su Xiaowan. "Quite loyal, aren't you? What do you think he'll actually come back to save you now? Fine. Let's see how loyal you can stay." The words had barely left his mouth when Wang Chong raised his leather shoe and stamped down hard on the back of Su Xiaowan's hand. "Oh!" Su Xiaowan screamed in pain, tears instantly welling up. The storage box she'd been protecting fell to the ground, documents scattering everywhere. Seeing those documents trampled and soiled, Su Xiaowan's tears fell even more fiercely. She reached to pick them up, but Wang Chong kicked them away with his foot. Director Shin made it clear, non-employees cannot remain in this company. Anyone who dares to help her is opposing the company. Several security guards immediately advanced, roughly grabbing Su Xiaowan's arms and dragging her toward the exit. Su Xiaowan's face turned pale from the pain. Though trembling with fear throughout her body, some unknown force gave her the strength to lower her head and sink her teeth into a security guard's wrist. "Damn it! Are you a dog, or what?" The security guard roared in anger, raising his hand. Crash. A thunderous explosion shattered through the entire lobby. The company lobby's 2-meter-tall tempered glass doors were violently smashed by an off-road vehicle. Countless glass fragments sprayed through the air like a sudden downpour, covering the ground. Hot air surged through the shattered doorway. Everyone in the lobby froze. Amidst the wreckage scattered across the floor, Lin Yuan stepped down from the vehicle, walking over the glass shards. "You dare lay hands on my person?" The several security guards who had been so aggressive a moment before froze in their tracks the instant they met Lin Yuan's gaze. Wang Chong swallowed hard, putting on a brave face as he stepped forward to confront him. Lin Yuan, you're no longer." Thud. Lin Yuan didn't waste a single word and delivered a powerful kick straight at him. Wang Chong was kicked backward, repeatedly crashing into 2 enormous vases before collapsing onto the floor, clutching his stomach and convulsing in pain. Lin Yuan withdrew his foot. A wry sense of self-mockery flickered in his heart. Too weak. In his past life, with his body enhancement ability awakened, that single kick could have shattered 3 of his ribs. Every employee in the crowd shrank back, necks hunched in fear. In the past, President Lin was always the most reasonable among the senior executives. They had never seen such a vicious side of Lin Yuan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yuan stepped over the shattered debris across the floor and came to a halt before Su Xianwan, who sat slumped on the ground. The young woman lifted her face, pale cheeks streaked with damp tears. The black business suit she wore was splattered with dust, and the sheer black stockings on her legs had torn from the earlier scuffle. A faint jasmine fragrance hung in the air, the scent of Su Xianwan's usual shampoo. Lin Yuan bent down and, ignoring the dozens of onlookers, slid one arm beneath her knees before lifting Su Xianwan, weighing barely under 45 kilograms, into his arms. "Ah!" Su Xianwan let out a startled cry. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made her instinctively wrap her arms around Lin Yuan's neck. The moment her palms pressed against the nape of his neck, she felt the taut muscles beneath his skin and the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. An absurd thought crossed her mind. President Lin is already divorced. Does this make me a homewrecker? Lin Yuan turned with her in his arms and walked toward the black off-road vehicle still lodged in the doorway frame. The front of the vehicle bore deep scratches where glass had chipped away its paint, making it look even more menacing. He placed Su Xianwan gently into the passenger seat before circling around to the driver's side. Just before getting into the car, he paused and swept his gaze across the employees in the lobby. "Tell Shen Xinghua. She brought this upon herself." Rumble, rumble. The off-road vehicle reversed out, tires crunching over the scattered glass shards before speeding away. Only then did someone dare to step forward and help Wang Chong, still whimpering on the ground, to his feet. The top-floor executive office. Bang. An expensive coffee mug was smashed violently onto the floor. Dark brown liquid splashed across the tiles. After hearing the secretary's report, Shen Xinghua trembled with rage. "Call the police. Do it right now." Pointing toward the ground floor, she shouted. He deliberately destroyed company property, provoking trouble. She had originally planned to touch up her makeup before going to see Lu Feng and make up for his disrupted birthday party and to vent her frustrations about Lin Yuan's ruthlessness to her male best friend. But that madman Lin Yuan actually drove straight into the company's front door. He did it on purpose. He came here to cause, deliberately preventing her from seeing a phone. Get the security department to pull the surveillance footage from the entrance and send it to the media. I want him ruined. The secretary's hands trembled as she reached for her phone, but before she could dial, the office door was thrown open. The company's legal counsel burst in, drenched in sweat. "President Shun, the board of directors, wants to hold an emergency video conference. Lin Yuan has mass emailed all the directors about your embezzlement of 5 million in company funds to buy a watch. The board is demanding you appear immediately to give an explanation." "What?" Shen Xinghua staggered, her whole body trembling. That bastard Lin Yuan had broken his word. Hadn't they agreed that signing the divorce papers would settle everything? But she still refused to accept defeat, pointing down at the lobby and screaming. "He smashed the company's front door? Arrest him first." President Shun. The legal counsel spoke with difficulty. Just before he arrived, driving property management received an order confirmation. A German security company is shipping us a top-grade armored glass door worth 800,000 yuan, and Lin Yuan has already paid for it. He also registered himself with property management as an authorized demolition worker. The legal counsel's voice grew smaller and smaller. We even have to pay him 500 yuan for the demolition labor according to regulations." Silence. In the vast executive office, only the faint hum of the central air conditioning could be heard. Shen Xinghua felt the room spinning around her. Buy a new door. Register as a demolition worker. Pay him 500 yuan out of pocket. Lin Yuan had calculated every step, perfectly trampling her intelligence into the ground. Shen Xinghua grabbed her phone, desperate to call and hurl the most vicious insults at that bastard Lin Yuan. However, what came through the receiver was a cold, merciless, mechanical female voice. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." She had been blocked. Smash. The latest model smartphone was hurled against the wall, shattering into pieces. On the Jiangxing Ring Highway, inside the off-road vehicle, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Su Xianwan gripped her seatbelt and finally gathered the courage to speak. "President Lin, what about those documents? Where are we going next? Are you starting a business?" Lin Yuan steered with one hand the black off-road vehicle gliding smoothly through traffic, his tone as casual as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. First, Xinhui Group has nothing to do with me anymore. Second, I'm going to build a doomsday bunker. Third, in 3 months global apocalypse will arrive. 3 bombshell revelations dropped in succession. Any normal person hearing apocalypse would immediately suggest Lin Yuan visit a psychiatrist. But Su Xianwan didn't. After a brief mental blank, her mind quickly latched onto the core information most relevant to her from those 3 statements. President Lin doesn't want the company anymore. President Lin wants to build a bunker. As for the apocalypse, for a severe social phobic like her, daily PUA'd, ostracized by colleagues and bullied even by her roommate, the fucking world deserved to be destroyed. Earlier in the lobby, only this man had stood between her and danger, kicking the security captain around like a dog. Su Xianwan's fingers tightened around the torn stocking on her knee as if making a momentous decision. She turned around, ignoring the pain in her knees. Then President Lin, in the doomsday bunker you're building. Could you leave me? The tiniest little room. I don't eat much, I can cook, do laundry, clean. I can handle any kind of work. Looking at the young woman before him, thinking of the scene from his past life, where she had courageously charged into the horde of zombies to cover his escape, Lin Yuan rarely allowed himself a smile. You will be the grand steward of this bunker. Design whatever size room you want for yourself. Before the words had even finished echoing, ding. Target Su Xianwan, appearance 87, favorability 5. Current favorability 35. Favorability has broken through the critical threshold, granting you 50 of the target's base attributes. Target Constitution 8, Spirit 12. Host Lin Yuan. Constitution 16 4. Spirit 21 6. Abnormal power none. Boom. A warm surge exploded from his heart, rushing through his bloodstream to every limb and organ. The drowsiness lingering from the car accident completely vanished. Lin Yuan's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel as he felt the strength surging within him. Later, go to the western suburbs and purchase that Hongfa meat processing plant, along with its underground cold storage facility. Keep the deposit as low as possible and pay the remaining balance however you like. Set it for 3 months from now. Just a moment ago, trembling with anxiety, Su Xianwan's spine instinctively straightened. President Lin, this kind of contract carries enormous risk. But then she remembered the word apocalypse, and her voice gradually faded. Understood. At that moment, the phone Lin Yuan had placed on the center console lit up briefly. It was a text message from an unknown number. The content was brief. I am Su Mushua. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. The Frost Empress had taken the bait. Lin Yuan steered with one hand. 5 tonight, you choose the place. Send. Lock screen. He casually tossed his phone into the storage compartment. He tilted his head to glance at the passenger seat. Su Xianwan was curled up in her seat like a cat just rescued from the rain, her hands tightly wrung together. At the base of her thigh, her black stockings were torn open, a blindingly stark white. The edges were still stained with wet traces of blood. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The apocalypse was fast approaching. When it arrived, physical might would be the sole currency. But before the torrential rain truly came crashing down, decent attire remained the most reliable facade. His people could be afraid. They could be weak. But they could never look wretched. With a roar, the George Patton surged forward, aggressively cutting into the lane. Behind them, the screech of brakes and blaring of horns erupted instantly in unison. 20 minutes later, the underground garage of Jiangqing, Wanxiang City. Su Xianwan stared blankly as Lin Yuan pulled out the car, he still somewhat dazed. Get out. Why yes, President Lin. She shuddered and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt. As she stepped out, she instinctively tugged at the torn stocking at the base of her thigh, attempting to cover it. Yet the more she pulled, the wider the tear became, rendering her even more disheveled. Lin Yuan did not wait for her, walking straight toward the elevator lobby. Not daring to delay, Su Xianwan kept her head low and trotted to keep up. In the ground floor atrium of Wanxiang City, the lights were dazzlingly bright. The scent of luxury perfumes mingled with the aroma of coffee carried everywhere by the cold air. In his past life, this place had been the mass grave of the initial zombie outbreak in Jiangqing. Countless people had been trapped before the revolving doors, screaming and squeezing to escape, only to be torn apart layer by layer by the horde of the undead. Yet now the revolving doors still spun at a leisurely pace. Internet celebrities in crop tops and high heels strolled past Lin Yuan holding cups of milk tea. To ordinary onlookers, this place would seem teeming with goddesses. Yet before Lin Yuan's eyes, system notifications flashed rapidly. Target's beauty score detected 85. Target's beauty score detected 85. Target's beauty score detected 85. One string after another. The system's aesthetic standards practically pronounced a death sentence on 90% of the surgically enhanced faces in the mall. Lin Yuan remained expressionless, casually crossing out several backup names in his mind. Fleshy battle tank, Queen Sumo Princess. He preferred quality over quantity. Leading Su Xianwan, he walked straight toward the Chanel boutique. A gust of cold air greeted them. The sales associate's gaze swept over the tear in Su Xianwan's stocking. Her smile faltered for less than a second before instantly returning to its standard composure. Having worked in this industry for 8 years, she had seen far too many eccentricities of the wealthy. This minor scene was not even an appetizer. However, the gazes of several nearby wealthy socialites had already drifted over. Blushing under their scrutiny, Su Xianwan wished she could sink into the floor. She kept her head low, taking tiny backward steps. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone. There was still a little over an hour left before his dinner with Su Muxua. He raised his hand and pointed to the wall of new autumn arrivals behind the counter. Choose. Having said that, he looked down at the supply data on his phone. Su Xianwan saw the long string of zeros on the price tag. The moment her fingers brushed the fabric, she recoiled as if burned. President Lin. This is too expensive. Her voice grew softer and softer. Maybe. There's a Uniqlo ahead, I could go there instead. Lin Yuan did not even raise his head. He retrieved a solid black metal card from his trench coat pocket and placed it on the counter. With a soft click. It wasn't loud. Yet the sales associate's hand reaching for the clothing rack froze instantly. She recognized that card. It was specifically highlighted in the headquarters' internal training manual. When a cardholder enters the store, do not ask about the budget. To ask is to be dismissed. The professional smile on the sales associate's face instantly shifted to the highest tier of hospitality. She bowed slightly, her tone softening by 3 degrees. Sir, what style are you looking for? Lin Yuan said indifferently. From inside out, change her into a complete outfit that fits her best. She doesn't know how to choose. You do it. The sales associate immediately looked at Su Xianwan, petite, fair-skinned, and timid with a trace of panic lingering in her eyes. For this kind of temperament, the biggest mistake was trying too hard. The simpler and cleaner it was, the more devastating the effect. The sales associate quickly took down a Cornell pink blazer suit, paired it with a white silk inner top, and tore open a fresh package of luxury black stockings. This way, miss. Su Xianwan cast a timid glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan kept his head down, having no intention of explaining. Not daring to utter another word, she gathered the clothes and scurried into the fitting room. 10 minutes later, the fitting room door opened. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button in the boutique. Even Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on Su Xianwan for a brief moment. The Cornell pink blazer accentuated an incredibly slender waist. The brand new black stockings wrapped around her straight legs. A clean adhesive bandage on her knee actually added a touch of vulnerability to her overall appearance. Her timid expression combined with the exquisite professional attire. Purity pushed to the extreme, transformed into a different kind of lethal charm. Su Xianwan looked at herself in the mirror, her fingertips trembling. She had never imagined that she could stand under the lights like this. Not with her head hung low, not being despised, but looking as decent and dignified as an entirely different person. Just then a shrill laugh echoed from outside the door. Well, if it isn't Su Xianwan. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A heavily made-up woman walked in with a swaying gait, her arm linked with a balding, portly man. The woman removed her sunglasses, her gaze sweeping from Su Xianwan's new clothes all the way down to her toes. Her smile was both bitter and venomous. What happened to your leg? Scraped. You're wearing stockings, even with a scrape. If you stain them, you won't be able to return them, you know. You were always so cheap back in college. Why are you still degrading yourself like this after graduation? This is Chanel. You must have taken a wrong turn. There's a Uniqlo around the corner, that's more your speed. Su Xianwan's body stiffened violently. Xiaoya, her class monitor throughout her 4 years of college. She was also the person who took the greatest pleasure in tearing up Su Xianwan's part-time job resumes in public and snatching her financial aid slots. Xiaoya used to say that someone with Su Xianwan's impoverished destiny deserved to crawl in the mud for the rest of her life. Yet now Su Xianwan was wearing an outfit that even Xiaoya herself hesitated to buy, and standing beside her was a man who was younger, handsomer, and far more imposing than her own sugar daddy. Xiaoya's gaze locked onto Su Xianwan's waistline, then swept across Lin Yuan's face, finally landing back on the balding, portly man beside her. The strap of the handbag in her grip was squeezed out of shape. Why? Why should this weak pushover get to turn her life around? Xiaoya reached out to grab Su Xianwan's collar. This fabric TSK. Take it off? I want to try this set on. The sales associate immediately stepped forward. Her smile remained, but her tone was noticeably firmer. I'm sorry, ma'am, but this outfit has already been chosen by this. I told you to strip it off her. Xiaoya's voice shrieked. My man is a VIP of Wanxiang City. He spent 200,000 yuan here last month. The kind who can park in the VIP spaces, do you understand? As she spoke, she exerted force, attempting to drag Su Xianwan over. Su Xianwan instinctively shielded her clothes, her face deathly pale, a sob already creeping into her voice. Please stop pulling, I'll go take it off, alright. The next second, a broad palm pressed down on her shoulder. Steady and powerful, Lin Yuan pulled her behind him. He did not look at Xiaoya. On his phone screen, data on bulk commodity trading continued to scroll. However, this indifference was perceived as weakness in the eyes of the portly businessman. Squinting, his gaze lingered on Su Xianwan's legs clad in black stockings. He casually tossed out a gold bank card. Little girl, what future is there hanging around a pretty boy like this, eh? Come have a meal with me. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. As he spoke, he pinched Xiaoya's buttocks, letting out a greasy laugh. The sales associate looked down at the gold card. Then she looked at the black metal card on the counter. Her gaze turned highly subtle, as if witnessing someone wielding a bronze sword, insisting on challenging a nuclear warhead. Lin Yuan finally spoke. Swipe the card. His voice betrayed no emotion. She will wear this outfit out. Pack up everything else that fits her size. I will have them picked up in a couple of days. The sales associate immediately picked up the black card. Of course, sir. The POS machine read the card. With a beep, receipts began to spit out one after another. Looking at the total, the sales associate's voice rang out with twice the enthusiasm. The total comes to 1,457,000 yuan. Your card, sir? The air fell instantly silent. The smile on the portly businessman's face froze first, before gradually fading away completely. 1.45 million. Swiped just like that. Still unaware of the situation, Zhao Yu shrieked. Honey, why are you dazing off? This pauper must have used a fake card. Quickly tell them to. The portly businessman did not let her finish. His mind buzzed violently, for he had finally recognized Lin Yuan's face. Half an hour ago, the Jiangxing wealthy businessmen's group chat had erupted. A video of an off-road vehicle crashing through the main entrance of the Xinghua Group building had been forwarded over 100 times. In the video, the man standing amidst the ruins, smoking indifferently, was none other than the man before him. The association president had even issued a warning in bold red letters. No one in Jiangxing must ever provoke Lin Yuan. Whoever does will have to pack up and get out of the Jiangxing business circle themselves. Cold sweat instantly drenched the portly businessman's shirt, and yet he had turned around and delivered his own face to be slapped. Honey, say something. Zhao Yu was still screaming. Slap. A fierce backhand struck. Zhao Yu shrieked as she was sent flying crashing into the perfume counter. Glass shattered all over the floor. Clutching her face, her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. You hit me. Shut up. Every fold of fat on the portly businessman's body trembled. You idiot. Are you trying to get me killed? Having said that, ignoring the shattered glass on the floor, he bowed 90 degrees toward Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, I am so sorry. I had no idea it was you. This wretched woman has a foul mouth. She deserved it. I will take her and get out of here right now. His voice trembled, not even daring to raise his head. Zhao Yu was completely dazed by the slap. She wanted to curse, but the moment she opened her mouth, the portly businessman grabbed her hair and dragged her out like a dead dog. Walk. Do you think I've lived too long? Zhao Yu lost one of her high heels and was dragged out of the boutique, her face covered in blood. The woman who had been so arrogant moments ago could not even utter a coherent word now. The boutique fell quiet once more. The sales associate lowered her head to organize the receipts, softening even her breathing. Standing behind Lin Yuan, Su Xianwan looked at the shattered glass all over the floor and then at the tall, cold, and rigid back of the man before her. Her chest tightened with emotion. From college until now, she had been trampled upon by Zhao Yu countless times. Every single time she could only endure it, because she had no money, no backing, and no one who would ever speak up for her. But today, Lin Yuan had not uttered a single insult. He had merely swiped a card, and Zhao Yu was slapped into oblivion by the very backer she relied on. This was power. This was the feeling of being protected from behind. Ding. Target Su Xianwan Beauty 87 Favorability 3. Current Favorability 38. Lin Yuan retrieved the black card and adjusted the cuffs of his trench coat. Now that you're changed, get to work. Su Xianwan's legs instantly tensed. Her pretty face flushed red as she instinctively bowed, speaking as if reporting to a superior. Yes, President Lin. If I mess up the matter with the meat processing plant, I will offer myself to you on the spot. The moment the words left her mouth, Su Xianwan froze on the spot. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Her face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Oh no, why does that sound so much like what Zhao Yu would do? The black off-road vehicle came to a halt in an industrial zone on the western outskirts of the city. The characters Hongfa Meat Processing Plant, painted on a sign with peeling lacquer, appeared weathered under the fading evening sun. The wind carried an unsettling, lingering stench of raw meat. Lin Yuan did not turn off the engine, turning his head towards Su Xianwan in the passenger seat. We can negotiate the price freely, but the final payment must be deferred by 3 months. Remember, from this moment forward, you speak for me. If the sky falls, I'll bear the weight. Su Xianwan stared at Lin Yuan in stunned silence. In the past, when her superiors assigned her tasks, they would warn, if you mess this up, you'll answer to me. It was precisely her compliant nature that led to her assignment as Lin Yuan's secretary. Lin Yuan was far too capable. Every project he completed ultimately received credit under Shun Qingyue's name instead. Under Lin Yuan's leadership, there were few opportunities for merit or promotion, so no one wanted to work under him. Yet now, when Lin Yuan entrusted her with a task, his words were, even if the sky collapses, I'll hold it up. Su Xianwan simply nodded firmly and pushed open the car door. The newly purchased leather shoes still felt stiff and uncomfortable against her feet. She watched as the off-road vehicle turned around and drove away, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Su Xianwan adjusted her Chanel suit and swept her loose hair behind her ears. When she lifted her gaze again, a certain light ignited in her eyes, the unmistakable spark of someone destined to become the great steward of the apocalypse. 1 hour later, in the heart of Jiangxing, an upscale Western restaurant, Lin Yuan pushed open the door. The air hung heavy with the scent of melted butter. A server hurried forward to greet him, but Lin Yuan merely glanced around and walked straight to a window seat. Su Muxue was already there. She had exchanged her white lab coat for a pale blue dress that traced the slender yet graceful lines of her figure. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly styled, and beside her sat an elegant Coach handbag. Sitting quietly, her cool beauty created an aura that kept potential suitors at bay. Have you been waiting long? Lin Yuan took his seat and leaned back with practiced nonchalance. Not too bad. Su Muxue lifted her eyes and offered a polite smile. Mr. Lin, you're recovering from your concussion remarkably quickly. Her tone was clinical, as though assessing a patient's recovery. Ignoring her, Lin Yuan raised his hand to summon the waiter. A filet mignon medium rare. Lin Yuan closed the menu and looked across at the woman opposite him. Dr. Su probably isn't accustomed to eating something this rare. Get her a pasta dish instead. I don't like pasta, Su Muxue said, frowning. High carbohydrates help calm an overactive sympathetic nervous system. Lin Yuan met her gaze directly. Your mind may crave meat, but your stomach needs starch right now. Su Muxue pressed her lips together, but said nothing in protest. I'm curious, she said, leaning forward slightly. Mr. Lin, or should I say Lin the madman who just collected $1 billion in cash. You could have waited another month to secure an additional 20%, perhaps even more. Why such urgency? Lin Yuan unfolded the napkin before him and spoke slowly. Asking such detailed questions while dressed this elegantly. Dr. Su, are you attempting to set me up on a blind date? I'm barely out of my own divorce. The blunt question caught Su Muxue completely off guard. She froze for a full 3 seconds. A blind date. At 28, she had indeed faced relentless pressure from her family to marry, enduring countless so-called elite singles mixers. Yet every man before her had spoken with carefully measured courtesy. But the man sitting across from her, younger than herself, seemed utterly unconcerned with whether she grew angry. Su Muxue forced down the unusual sensation stirring within her, her fingers tightening imperceptibly around the water glass. You jest, Mr. Lin. She steered the conversation back on course, her voice cooling. I came here today to ask only one thing. How did you know that the patient in VIP Ward 3 didn't simply have gastroenteritis? That was the true purpose behind her invitation. The question had plagued her throughout the afternoon. Dr. Su, you've seen countless corpses in the ICU. But have you ever encountered someone who died and then came back to life? Lin Yuan's voice dropped low. Su Muxue sneered coldly. I'm a firm materialist. The steak and pasta arrived shortly after. Lin Yuan paid her words no mind, picking up his knife and fork to cut into the steak on his plate. The silverware struck the porcelain with sharp crystalline clicks. Your right hand shows slight tremor when wielding the knife. Your muscle strength no longer matches your neural control, Su Muxue observed, continuing since Lin Yuan remained silent. More than you need starch, you need a neurology follow-up. Could be aftermath from the car accident. Lin Yuan didn't respond until he'd finished swallowing his beef, then dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Staring into Su Muxue's searching gaze, his expression suddenly turned grave. It has nothing to do with the car accident. I crawled back from hell. Su Muxue's delicate brows knit tightly, her chest rising and falling with barely contained emotion. Lin Yuan returned to cutting another piece of beef. The clinking of knife and fork rang out harshly like a brute unfamiliar with table manners. Watching Su Muxue's expression, wanting to explode but held back by her upbringing, Lin Yuan set down his utensils with a sigh. Dr. Su, if one day you encounter troubles that no scalpel can solve, or if the world ends, you can call my number. With that, he signaled the waiter. Check please. Ding. Target Su Muxue beauty score 90, affinity -2, current affinity 0. Stepping out of the restaurant, Lin Yuan reached into his pocket for a lighter. Before his rebirth, he had been persuaded to quit smoking. Cigarettes were a luxury item. In the early days of the apocalypse, two people might even come to blows over a discarded cigarette, but on the ground. His thumb flicked open the lighter's lid. Click. The metal casing emitted a dull thud in his grip. The entire lighter split down the middle, sharp fragments digging into his palm as the smell of engine oil seeped through his fingers. This was why Lin Yuan had only taken a few bites before leaving. His original plan was to have more conversation with Su Muxue today, hoping to find opportunities to increase her favorability. But he had underestimated the strength amplification from Su Xianwan's 50 attribute bonus. His constitution had surged from 12 to 16, a 50 increase that pushed his strength far beyond ordinary human limits. The problem was that his neural reaction speed and fine motor control over his strength remained at his original level. It was like a 3-year-old child wielding a heavy hammer. The more targets he successfully recruited in the future, the more terrifying the attribute stacking would become, and this problem would grow increasingly severe. He couldn't even wield a knife with precision today while cutting steak. He needed a coach, a top-tier trainer who could help him master this power in the shortest time possible, converting every ounce of strength into lethal force. A figure materialized in his mind. A woman with cropped red hair, drenched athletic wear clinging to her frame, and the ferocious silhouette of her tearing apart mutated beasts with bare hands during the zombie hordes. In his past life, she had been one of Jiangqing's 3 S-rank abilities, renowned alongside the Ice Queen, revered by survivors as the Valkyrie. Qingyumo. Lin Yuan remembered clearly. Before the apocalypse broke out, this future Valkyrie had simply been a gold-tier female instructor at the Aeologi chain gym. A woman desperate to infiltrate high society, making money frantically, and even taking on massive online loans to package herself up. A gold digger. Jiangqing 7:00 p.m. The Aeologi chain gym, a gold-devouring cavern situated beneath high-end office buildings designed specifically to fleece elite white-collar workers. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and entered. He was still wearing the casual clothes from when he was discharged from the hospital, looking entirely out of place among the surrounding men and women who wore expensive sports brands and exuded a mixed scent of protein powder and perfume. Hello, sir. Is this your first time here? We have trial classes here, only $199 per session. The eyes of two male sales representatives clad in tight, quick-drying athletic wear with pectoral muscles seemingly ready to burst through their shirts lit up. They immediately approached from both sides with professional practice smiles. Lin Yuan's gaze did not linger on them for even a second as he walked straight toward the free weights area. Sir, you cannot enter the inner area without a membership card. Seeing Lin Yuan completely ignore him, the taller, muscular salesman's expression darkened. He thrust out a thick arm directly across the middle of the corridor to block him. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him, casually reaching out to sweep his arm aside. The muscular salesman intended to resist, but suddenly felt a force like a raging bull violently surge from Lin Yuan's hand. His 200-pound frame stumbled backward 3 or 4 steps before he fell squarely onto a nearby yoga ball. In that instant, the ambient noise of the entire gym seemed to be placed on mute. Every gaze in the room converged on them. Clutching his arm, the muscular salesman was filled with disbelief. Had he just been instantly defeated in a single move by this seemingly slender guy? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He still could not control his strength with precision. Ignoring the stunned silence around him, his gaze swept through the crowd, locking onto the depths of the free weights area with absolute precision. A woman. Her striking short red hair was damp with sweat clinging to her fair neck. She wore a set of tight black athletic wear which perfectly accentuated her lean, fat-free, yet powerfully explosive curves. Sweat trickled down her deep cleavage, disappearing into the peach-like curve of her hips wrapped tightly in yoga pants. Qin Yuma was kneeling on one knee, her slender, yet strong fingertips pressing against the calf of a plump, wealthy woman. Her voice carried a magnetic charm. Sister Zhang, once we finish this set of stretches, your lines will really stand out. You will definitely be the center of attention at tonight's socialite gathering. Flushed from the massage, the wealthy woman stared with hazy eyes at Qin Yuma's handsome, spirited face, even reaching out to touch her sweat-dampened red hair. Xiao Qin, your skills are so much better than those smelly men. How about tonight? You come over to my place. A trace of disgust flashed deep within Qin Yuma's eyes, but she deftly avoided the hand, her lips curving into a practiced professional smirk. Lin Yuan strode in, followed by several male security guards who had tried to stop him, but were shoved aside. Who allowed you in here? Get out. Qin Yuma stood up abruptly, her phoenix eyes icy cold. She detested men invading her territory the most. The wealthy woman also shrieked. Where did this wild man come from? Security. Is the fortune I spend on membership here just a joke? Lin Yuan didn't even spare a glance at the wealthy woman, coldly uttering a single word, beat it. Instantly, a murderous aura as if crawled from a pile of corpses enveloped the entire area. Terrified into silence, the woman grabbed her bag and scrambled away in a panic. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yuma had a notoriously fiery temper, and this man had just driven away her golden goose. For the next 3 months, I am booking all of your classes. Lin Yuan's tone was flat. My only requirement is that you must be on call whenever needed. Qin Yuma froze for a moment, then laughed out of sheer anger. She had seen too many rich second-generation heirs who thought they could use their money to hunt for women in gyms. I don't take male clients, especially those like you looking for special services. Get lost. Qin Yuma, stop acting. Lin Yuan looked her straight in the eye. Is it not sickening to play the affectionate part for these fat pigs every day just to pay off those loan sharks? Qin Yuma's face turned pale instantly. Her deepest, most shameful secret, the massive debt she had accumulated just to maintain her elegant persona as an independent woman, had been casually exposed by this man. How could he possibly know? What Qin Yuma did not know was that in her past life, after awakening her S-grade ability feral resonance, she had become wild and unrestrained, often holding beautiful women in her arms while recounting her own dark past. These secrets had come directly from her own mouth. Lin Yuan spoke again. I need to see your professional competence. I am hiring a trainer, not an ornament. Aside from her face, what Qin Yuma took the most pride in was her muscle and strength, sculpted through countless drops of sweat, blood, and tears. Yet in this man's mouth, her greatest source of pride had become a mere commodity that needed to be inspected. What is a weakling like you know? I am Aologi's top 10 coach of the year. My student won 3rd place in the Asian Women's Kickboxing Championship last year. Do I need to prove myself to you? Are you even worthy? Qin Yuma crossed her arms, her full bosom appearing even more breathtaking because of the movement. Besides, for my private sessions, it's $500 an hour for women and $500 for men. Want to book me for 3 months? Sure, show me $500 first. Or you can pull down your pants and let everyone see if you even have the balls. She wanted to use this method to humiliate this ignorant fool and make him pay for his insolence. The onlookers erupted into quiet snickers. $5,000 an hour was blatant extortion. Even Olympic-level coaches only charged $3,000 an hour at most. Yet Lin Yuan did not even bat an eye. Payment code. He did not even bother to bargain. The mockery on Qin Yuma's face deepened. She believed Lin Yuan was merely putting on a show trying to salvage some pathetic dignity. Uncrossing her arms, she pulled out her phone with one hand, while keeping her other elbow propped casually on the back of her hand. She held up the payment code with one hand, her fingertips casually scrolling across the screen. The air was filled with a faint scent of shea butter, the lingering fragrance of sweat mixing with lotion. Lin Yuan took out his phone, scanned the screen, and tapped rapidly a few times. The next second, Alipay transaction received 1 million yuan. The crisp electronic notification sounded exceptionally loud in the silent free weights area. The receptionist's hand trembled as she organized documents, sending folders scattering across the floor. The surrounding muscular men stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. As for Qin Yuma, the mockery, playfulness, and disdain on her face, every single expression, froze completely in that instant. She watched as the onlookers stared with eyes burning with envy. Her arms, which had been crossed over her chest, dropped stiffly to her sides, and her phone nearly slipped from her hand onto her foot. 1 million yuan. Just like that. Transferred. In her pursuit to squeeze into high society and buy designer bags and clothes to package herself, she had accumulated hundreds of thousands in online loans across various platforms, a debt that weighed on her like a crushing mountain. And now this man, in a manner bordering on humiliation, had flattened that mountain for her. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system's prompt arrived right on cue. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty, 85 favorability 5. Current favorability 5. Lin Yuan put away his phone and slipped it into his pocket. He took a step forward. The oppressive presence of his 183-centimeter height forced the 172-centimeter Qin Yuma to take a half step back instinctively. Now, any more questions? The extra money should be enough for you to refund your other classes. Qin Yuma swallowed hard. What do you actually want? Her voice trembled for the first time. It is simple. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over her biceps, slightly tensed from exertion, and every muscle poised for action beneath her tight athletic wear. Now take off your clothes. Strip. Strip my clothes. Qin Yuma's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She took a step back, covering the collar of her sports tank top, with one hand, her eyes filled with wariness. Money can buy my classes, but it cannot buy me. Qin Yuma was a famously staunch tomboy in her circle, harboring affection only for soft, cute, and beautiful girls. Watching her look of defiant resolve, Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. What kind of nonsense is running through your head, eh? Go change your clothes and get ready to teach me. I don't want your sweat rubbing off on me. Qin Yuma's expression froze on her face. So, that was what he meant. A wave of shame mingled with the embarrassment of being read like an open book, making her wish she could sink into the floor. Just wait. She squeezed the words through her teeth, turning on her heel and marching swiftly into the locker room. Since you're paying to be tortured, I'm going to run you into the ground today, you arrogant rich playboy. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs. Inside the director's office of the Hongfa meat processing plant, thick smoke swirled in the air. The room was heavy with the distinct, slightly salty odor typical of a fresh meat section. The pot-bellied director Wang Hongfa held his teacup and squinted at the young girl before him, who looked as if she had only recently entered society. Although she wore expensive designer clothes, her slightly trembling hands could not escape the notice of this sly old fox. Young lady, it's not that I, old Wang, am being difficult, but all the equipment in this factory is imported. Furthermore, we are only 5 kilometers away from the highway entrance, meaning large trucks have unrestricted access. There isn't a competitor of similar scale within a 200-kilometer radius. Not to mention my high-standard cold storage spanning thousands of square meters. Its electricity consumption is 15% lower than other factories of the same size, which translates to hundreds of thousands in pure profit annually from electricity savings alone. My final offer is 60 million, not a penny less. He was convinced that Su Xiaonuan was merely a junior assistant sent by some big boss to test the waters, and he was determined to inflate the price. Once he met the actual boss, he could make a token concession of a few $100,000. Is your boss too cowardly to show up? Sending a little girl to chat with me instead? How about this, let's have dinner tonight, and we can discuss the price properly. Had it been the old Su Xiaonuan, she would have been too intimidated to speak in front of such a greasy, obese man who hadn't even offered her a glass of water. But at this moment, the panic in her usually timid eyes had mostly faded. She was representing President Lin now. Instead of bargaining with Wang Hongfa, Su Xiaonuan took out her phone, opened a pre-prepared PDF file, and spoke with a slightly trembling but steady voice. Director Wang, according to industrial and commercial records, your factory has suffered losses for 3 consecutive quarters, and your bank loans of 34 million yuan are entirely overdue. With pork prices plummeting over the past 2 months, your cold storage burns nearly 200,000 yuan in electricity bills every month. Your liquid capital won't even last through next month. If you drag this out for another 6 months, you'll face bankruptcy liquidation. By then, let alone 60 million, you'd be lucky to find anyone willing to take it off your hands for 30 million. The flab on Wang Hongfa's face twitched violently, and the fingers holding his cigarette trembled, dropping ash onto his trousers. Su Xiaonuan gave him no time to react, her aura suddenly intensifying. I will pay you a deposit of 2 million yuan right now. Within 3 days you will dismiss all employees, and I will pay another 8 million yuan as a down payment. The remaining 40 million yuan. Su Xiaonuan paused. will be settled in full 3 months from now along with the electricity bills incurred during this period. The 100+ tons of unsold frozen pork in your cold storage will belong to us. Or I can find another factory. Wang Hongfa slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, the smell of stale smoke blasting from his mouth. You little brat, are you playing games with me? 40 million in 3 months. Why on earth should I trust you? Besides, that pork of mine is worth over $1 million. Su Xianwan met his gaze, her face expressionless. Because your bank is calling in your loans tomorrow, and by next week you won't even be able to pay your workers' wages. Director Wang, my boss, is the only lifeline you can grasp right now. Wang Hongfa slumped back into his chair, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Can you add a little more? Su Xianwan, without a word, picked up her bag and made a move to leave. Wait! Wang Hongfa cried out, deflating like a punctured balloon, completely stripped of his temper. Just 50,000 more. Su Xianwan, already at the door, turned her head slightly to look back at him. You smoked in front of me, so I don't want to give you a single extra penny. Wang Hongfa hastily stubbed out his cigarette, dousing it with tea, his face contorting into a sycophantic smile. 20,000 added to the final payment. Su Xianwan finally nodded. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered even if she added 100 million to the final payment, but Su Xianwan simply found the fat man obnoxious and wanted to annoy him. President Lin had made it abundantly clear what the world would look like in 3 months. She would only tolerate President Lin smoking in her presence. Having signed the contract, Su Xianwan pushed open the heavy iron door leading to the underground cold storage. With a heavy rumble, a blast of icy air rushed over her. Unveiled before her eyes was a colossal underground space capable of holding 2,000 tons of supplies. Rows of shelves stretched up to the towering vaulted ceiling, condensation pipes wound and interlaced, and the exhaust fan units hummed at a low frequency. The entire space resembled a slumbering beast waiting to be fed. Su Xianwan's heart hammered violently. This would be the starting point of President Lin's Doomsday Fortress. She hadn't messed up. Taking out her phone, she snapped a few photos and with trembling fingertips sent the text message. President Lin, mission accomplished. Meanwhile, in the gym's private VIP training room, Qin Yuma had changed into a brand new set of sportswear. Pointing to a specially reinforced heavy sandbag, she said to Lin Yuan, "For warm-up, throw 100 punches at this." However, Lin Yuan merely assumed a casual stance, rolled his wrists, and unleashed a heavy punch. Boom. A terrifying, deafening blast echoed through the enclosed training room. The sandbag flew like a cannonball, hurtling over 3 meters across the room before crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud. Qin Yuma had seen boxing champions and trained ruthless fighters from underground matches. Yet that punch lacked any proper kinetic chain, it was pure raw muscular strength. In other words, this man hadn't even unleashed 50% of his power. Lin Yuan shook his slightly numb wrist and frowned. My strength is growing too rapidly, my body's neural reflexes and muscle control can't keep up at all. He looked at Qin Yuma, who stood frozen like a wooden statue, and spoke in a cold, hard tone. Your task is to teach me how to perfectly control every single muscle in my body, converting every ounce of my strength into the most efficient lethal force. The training officially began. Qin Yuma quickly got into character. Your form is wrong. Tighten your core, drive the movement with your hips and waist, don't just rely on brute force. She had to step in close, using her hands to correct every one of Lin Yuan's movements and feel the engagement of his muscles. Yet every physical contact sent a jolt of panic through her. Lin Yuan's body temperature was as scorching as a furnace, and his overwhelming, intense masculine pheromones continuously bombarded her senses. Qin Yuma was horrified to find herself feeling a sudden dryness in her throat. Ding. Target Qin Yuma beauty rating 85, favorability 2, current favorability 7. Lin Yuan noticed her erratic breathing and teased casually. Coach Qin, your heart is beating rather fast. Be professional. Qin Yuma was filled with shame and anger, yet she couldn't find a single word to refute him. Just then Lin Yuan's phone, which had been set aside, began to ring. It was Su Xianwan. President Lin, I've secured the cold storage. Her voice on the other end held a hint of cheerful eagerness to please, but quickly turned timid again. I was kicked out of the company apartment, and now I have nowhere to go. I wanted to ask, where is our Doomsday Fortress located? I was thinking of renting a place nearby. Only then did Lin Yuan remember that he had given his villa to Shin Qinghua. He too was currently a homeless drifter. Before the Doomsday Fortress was built, he indeed needed a place to settle down. He turned his head, looked at Qin Yuma, who was still panting heavily and drenched in fragrant sweat, and asked abruptly, "Where do you live?" Taken aback by the question, Qin Yuma instinctively blurted out her address, Shiqing District, Rose Garden Estate, Building 3. Lin Yuan nodded and directly commanded Su Xianwan on the other end of the line. Go to Rose Garden Estate, A Building 3, and rent a spacious apartment. For the next few months, the two of us will make do and live together. On the other end of the line, Su Xianwan's brain instantly short-circuited. Live together. Furthermore, she had clearly heard another woman's heavy panting over the phone just now. Was President Lin starting a harem? Su Xianwan's cheeks flushed, so red they looked as if they might bleed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who had hung up the phone, had no idea how much nonsense his loyal secretary was imagining. His gaze locked onto the television on the wall broadcasting the news. Breaking news at approximately 7 o'clock this evening, a rare and highly acidic hailstorm struck the northern district of Jiangqing. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. In his past life, the highly acidic hailstorm had first appeared a month later. Now it had arrived a full 30 days early. He needed to accelerate his plans. 2 hours later, the private VIP training room was in utter ruins. The custom heavy-duty sandbag had been completely blown apart, leaving cotton stuffing scattered all over the floor. Qin Yuma collapsed onto a yoga mat, her clothes thoroughly drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, she glared intensely at the man whose breathing remained perfectly calm and undisturbed. Throughout the 2 hours of high-intensity training, she had unleashed every single one of her hidden techniques. Qin Yuma had attempted to lock Lin Yuan's wrist with a joint submission, only to find it felt like grappling with solid steel. When she delivered a low sweep to the back of his knee, the recoil left her own calf completely numb. Lin Yuan had pinned her shoulder down with just a single hand, keeping her half kneeling on the mat, unable to rise. A shiver, a mixture of dread and an inexplicable fervent thrill, surged up her spine straight to her head. Lin Yuan stretched his shoulders, his joints emitting a series of crisp popping cracks. The seams under the armpits and across the back of his casual clothes had burst during his intense exertions, making him look somewhat comical at this moment. He stepped into the shower room to rinse off. By the time he emerged wrapped in a bath towel, Qin Yuma had already showered and managed to regain some of her strength, leaning against the wall. "Go buy me a few changes of clothes," Lin Yuan spoke as he dried his damp hair with a towel. There was no "please" or "would you mind." It was a pure, unadulterated command. Qin Yuma's fiery temper instinctively flared, tempting her to snap back, summoning her a prestigious gold medal coach to run errands like a mere gopher. But as the words reached her lips, she met Lin Yuan's gaze. Those calm eyes held no emotion whatsoever, yet they seemed to carry a terrifying pressure, as though harboring an ocean of blood and mountains of corpses. She recalled the SMS notification of the 1 million yuan transfer, the ruptured sandbag, and that body possessed of superhuman strength. This fiery-tempered Valkyrie actually squeezed out a few words in a dry, raspy voice. "What size? As a gold medal coach, can you not even estimate a client's physical dimensions by sight?" Lin Yuan said no more, and ignored her, picking up his phone to call Su Xianwan. When the call connected, Su Xianwan was standing at the entrance of the Rose Garden community, the evening breeze making her sweaty body feel a bit cold. Mr. Lin, I walked around, but the real estate agencies are all closed." Her voice carried a hint of helpless panic. Lin Yuan glanced at the wall clock. It was 9:30 in the evening. Frowning, he said, "It's too late. Do you have your ID with you?" "Yes, I have it," Su Xianwan stammered, answering instinctively. "Find a hotel nearby, and send me the address. We'll make do there for the night." The call was abruptly disconnected. Su Xianwan stood frozen in place, clutching her phone. Make do? For the night? At a hotel? The sound of that woman's heavy panting she had heard over the phone this afternoon played on an endless loop in her mind. Mr. Lin had broken ties with his ex-wife and crashed through the company gates for her sake, or so she believed. He had placed unprecedented trust in her, delegating such a monumental task to her care. And now Mr. Lin wanted her to repay him and prove her loyalty in another way. With a sudden rush of blood, Su Xianwan's cheeks flushed so deeply they looked ready to bleed. Was this the price of becoming a trusted confidant? Her mind was a chaotic mess, with scenes from various workplace dramas and palace intrigue shows flashing wildly through her head. She began to walk, taking slow steps toward the hotel not far away. As she passed a 24-hour convenience store, she stopped as if possessed. An absurd thought popped into her head. Even if they were going to do that kind of thing, she should at least be professional about it. Otherwise, an accidental pregnancy might disrupt Mr. Lin's grand plans. Harboring this twisted logic, Su Xianwan rushed into the convenience store, her face burning red. Not daring to look the clerk in the eye, she tremblingly grabbed a box of the most expensive condoms from the shelf. When checking out, she kept her head buried extremely low. "Would you like a bag?" the clerk asked, seeing her flushed and trembling. Su Xianwan instantly nodded, like a chicken pecking for grain, feeling as if she had been caught red-handed. In the gym locker room. Ding. Target: Su Xianwan, beauty 87, favorability 5, current favorability 43. Lin Yuan paused in his movements, a look of bafflement crossing his face. This little girl's favorability was rising without any logical reason. But it didn't matter as long as it was increasing. He needed an obedient and efficient housekeeper for the apocalypse. 10 minutes later, Qin Yuma returned carrying several shopping bags from men's designer brands, tossing them in front of Lin Yuan with a scowl so dark she looked as if someone owed her millions. "Young master, most of the shops were about to close. I had to go to extreme lengths to get these." Lin Yuan glanced over them. Average taste. A vein throbbed at Qin Yuma's temple, but she dared not argue. Lin Yuan changed into the newly purchased black casual clothes and adjusted his collar. He retracted the overwhelming pressure from his earlier training, his gaze turning deep and reserved once more. Without sparing another glance at Qin Yuma, he left the gym. Driving his off-road vehicle, he headed toward the location Su Xianwan had sent. Rose Hotel, first-floor lobby. A woody fragrance drifted through the air. The moment Lin Yuan stepped inside, he spotted Su Xianwan curled up on a sofa in the corner. The little secretary was clutching a canvas bag tightly, her head bowed, and her face buried in her chest. Her body still trembled slightly, looking like a flower waiting to be plucked. Lin Yuan frowned, assuming she was merely nervous about seeing her big boss. He walked straight to the front desk and tapped his knuckles lightly against the marble countertop. 2 executive suites, facing each other. Certainly, sir. Hearing the word, 2, Su Xiaonuan, who had been squeezing her eyes shut in preparation for her impending doom, suddenly snapped her eyes open. 2 rooms. She was completely dumbfounded. In her utter shock and helplessness, the canvas bag she was clutching slipped from her arms and hit the floor with a soft thud. The bag spilled open. The box of condoms she had just bought with a grim determination slid out, gliding a meter across the smooth marble floor, before coming to a steady halt, right at the tip of Lin Yuan's shoe. The golden D logo on the packaging gleamed brilliantly under the light of the hotel's crystal chandelier. The receptionist's hand paused for a fraction of a second as she processed the room cards. Although she maintained a professional smile, her extremely subtle gaze betrayed her gossiping heart. Su Xiaonuan wished she could drop dead on the spot, praying for a bolt of lightning to strike her down. Lin Yuan slowly lowered his head, staring at the incredibly conspicuous little box by his feet, his eyebrows arching slightly. Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his pocket suddenly began to vibrate frantically like an electric shock. Lin Yuan retrieved his phone to see an unfamiliar number on the screen. He swiped to answer. In the next second, Shen Qingyue's exasperated, near-frenzied shriek erupted from the receiver so loud that it could be faintly heard throughout the entire lobby. Lin Yuan, you bastard. What on earth do you want? On the line, Shen Qingyue's frenzied scream pierced the Lin Yuan did not even twitch a brow. He simply lifted the phone from his ear, facing the receiver with a flat, matter-of-fact tone, and uttered 4 words. Serves you right. The words hung in the air as he hung up, and with a flick of his wrist dragged the number onto his blacklist. The whole exchange flowed like water. The hotel lobby was unusually quiet. The receptionist was still absorbed in that phone's hysterical tirade. A mole-looking girl carrying a small umbrella was here to check in. What is this, some plot to torment his ex-girlfriend? Lin Yuan's gaze slid downward, settling on the small, gold-wrapped box at his feet. He did not bend down. With a gentle nudge of his toe, the box that held Su Xiaonuan's brave resolve traced a parabolic arc and landed neatly in the trash can 3 meters away. Put away the scraps in your head. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Xiaonuan, who remained as if petrified, his voice devoid of warmth or anger. Get some sleep. There will be work tomorrow. Su Xiaonuan, as if granted absolution, flushed a crimson tint across her pale cheeks. She almost sprinted to the front desk, muttering through the check-in, not daring to glance at Lin Yuan, yet an inexplicable pang of loss welled up inside her. Shen Qingyue clenched the disconnected phone, her body stiff as a statue. For 3 years, all she needed was to beckon with a finger, and the man she had trampled underfoot would slink back like a dog. But she heard only 4 words: self-inflicted consequences. Oh. Shen Qingyue let out a piercing scream, frightening the nearby cleaning aunt, who snatched back her own old phone and ran away, as if seeing a lunatic. Moments ago, Shen Qingyue had endured the darkest hours of her life. Lin Yuan's car had plowed through the company's front doors, and the board's video conferences followed in rapid succession. Several veterans who usually greeted her with smiles turned hostile, tearing her to shreds. The 3 projects we have with Chengtu, the bank has already issued risk warnings. You embezzled 5 million from company funds to buy a watch for a man. If this leaks, the company's stock will hit the daily limit tomorrow. Hurry and hire a PR team. President Shen, if Lin Yuan were still here, such a crude mistake would never happen. Facing an onslaught of pressure, the proud Shen Qingyue was driven to the brink. Grinding her teeth before all the directors, she signed a betting agreement. She swore that with Lu Feng, a graduate of a world-class business school, by her side, she would stabilize the situation within half a year. The 5 million yuan watch was only a deposit for Lu Feng, this business prodigy. If she failed, she would automatically give up the presidency. This was exactly what Lu Feng had been telling her online for years. His connections and knowledge abroad had already surpassed Lin Yuan. As long as he could take over Lin Yuan's post, he would surely lead Shen Qingyue to greater glories, just as they did in the student council back in their university days. After signing the agreement, she dragged herself to a KTV, exhausted and hungry, hoping to find some solace at Lu Feng's birthday party. Yet when she reached the private room's door, she found it ajar. The murky scent of smoke and cheap perfume tangled with the deafening bass. Before leaving, Shen Qingyue told Lu Feng that there were some company matters to handle, so no one expected her to return. Through the door crack, she witnessed a scene that chilled her to the bone. The refined, gifted of Feng, in her heart, was now holding a provocatively dressed, sultry online celebrity in his arms, his hands roaming over her. They whispered into each other's ears while a few friends kept refilling drinks. Boom. Shen Qingyue's blood began to boil. Wasn't a Feng saying all these years that he had guarded his chastity for her? Besides her, he had no interest in anyone else. They were in a platonic relationship. She wanted to rush in and tear their faces apart. But she couldn't. She had just signed the betting agreement, and her only lifeline now was Lu Feng's talent. She didn't even dare let Lu Feng know what she'd seen. Shen Qingyue, like a clown, crawled into the pitch-black service corridor. She crouched on the floor, using the cleaning aunt's phone to dial the number she believed would always be there for her. What came back was nothing but ruthless ice. She slumped in the icy stairwell, the stench of disinfectant thick in the air. Damn Lin Yuan. This foolish man. Doesn't he know how to bow his head and admit his fault? Ding. Target Xinxinwei looks 91 affection -10, current affection -40. The next morning, Lin Yuan hadn't slept well, waking several times from nightmares. He woke to find himself lying on the hotel's big bed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Buffet restaurant. The open kitchen hissed and crackled, the sharp charred scent of fried bacon's oil cutting through the air. Lin Yuan wore a brand new tracksuit, slicing into the omelette on his plate. Across from him, Su Xianwan wore 2 heavy dark circles, the milk in front of her untouched. Finish breakfast, and then go handle this matter. Lin Yuan pushed a sheet of hotel stationery towards Su Xianwan. It was densely filled with the names and quantities of various supplies. Premium rice, 500 tons. High-gluten flour, 500 tons. Edible oil, various, 500 tons. High-purity bottled drinking water, 1000 cases. Various dehydrated vegetables, jerky, military-grade crackers, self-heating, cans unlimited, as many as needed. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, suture kits, bandages, and other medical supplies, clearing out all stock from pharmacies. Heavy-duty diesel generator sets, 20 units. High-grade diesel, 500 tons. Su Xianwan looked at the list, and a chill ran down her spine. General Lin's several large grain merchants have started pausing orders, citing that acidic hail in the northern district has raised transport risks. Lin Yuan wiped his mouth with a napkin, his tone as calm as discussing afternoon tea. You have the channels of Xinhui Group's former suppliers. Tell them this is an urgent order, the breach penalty set at 10 times. Deposit of 30% to put their guard down, and push the final payment to 3 months later. Perishable food, ship them all to the meatpacking plant. Rent a few ordinary warehouses nearby, store the rest inside. Understood. Su Xianwan immediately cast aside all distractions, her gaze sharpened into focus, treating the list as a military order. Lin Yuan stood up. Leave the matter of materials to you. I must go and take care of the final fortress. Final fortress? Su Xianwan asked. Shijiao Yunding Tiangong. Lin Yuan finished and walked out. Su Xianwan quickly pulled out her phone, searching for information about Yunding Tiangong. The more she read, the paler her face became. She hurried after him, stopping Lin Yuan at the lobby doors. Lin Zong. That place is Jiang family's turf. The entire project isn't for external sale. It's a villa district built by the Jiang family themselves. Lin Yuan's steps did not slow. He did not even turn around. He simply raised a hand and waved, leaving Su Xianwan with only a silhouette. Rules are for the weak. In the western suburbs at the Yunding Tiangong residential area, a black off-road vehicle parked at the viewing platform at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the scene before him. A solitary hilltop surrounded by water on 3 sides, with a single long bridge as its sole access point. The terrain was perilous, easy to defend, but hard to attack. In his past life, Jiangxing's #1 sanctuary had been established right here, relying on this very spot. Relying on just a single A rank awakened and 4 B ranks, it had sustained nearly 1,000 survivors. More importantly, this place was less than 2 kilometers in a straight line from the meat processing plant that Su Xianwan had just acquired. Lin Yuan drove into the sales office, which was decorated as grandly as a palace. A cold, bitter herbal aroma wafted from the long marble counter. A sales manager in a suit with a sharp, efficient demeanor noticed him immediately. Hello, sir. I am the account manager here. Do you have an appointment? His smile was textbook perfect, yet his tone carried a chilling aloofness that kept people at a distance. Ignoring the manager's outstretched hand, Lin Yuan stepped out of the vehicle and walked straight into the sales office. In the center of the soaring, high-ceilinged lobby, a massive crystal chandelier cascaded down like a waterfall. Lin Yuan's gaze landed on the giant sand table model, instantly locking onto the most sprawling and extravagantly designed villa at the mountaintop. Show me Tiangong 1. The curve of the sales manager's lips widened slightly. My apologies, sir, but Yunding Tiangong currently operates on an invitation-only basis. Only those recommended by the Jiang family are eligible to view the properties. He paused. If you do not have an appointment, we cannot arrange a tour for you under our standard procedures. Of course, if you are truly interested, you may register at the front desk, and we will call to notify you once the project officially goes on sale. Lin Yuan finally raised his eyelids to spare him a glance, his finger lightly tapping the glass cover of the sand table. Who is currently in charge of this development? The professional smile on the manager's face deepened. The Yunding Tiangong project is personally managed by our eldest young lady, Jiang Shaowan. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. The precious jewel of the Jiang family, a woman proud to her very bones. She had been arch-rivals with Xinxinwei since childhood, their feud extending from school all the way into the business world. She had even attempted to poach him from the Xinhui group multiple times, offering increasingly lucrative terms each time. Right in front of the manager, Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed a number directly. The manager maintained his professional smile on the side, but his eyes were filled with mockery. What a poser. As if the personal number of the Jiang family's heiress is something someone like you could just have. He's probably just calling customer service to save face, pretending it didn't go through before leaving. However, the phone rang only twice before it was answered. A languid female voice came through the receiver. Oh, if it isn't the great hero of Xinhui Group, the brilliant genius Lin, who walked away with a 1 billion yuan breakup fee. What's the matter? Have you finally come to your senses, left that foolish woman Shen Qingyue, and decided to work for me? Lin Yuan ignored the thorns in her words and cut straight to the point. I want to buy Tiangong 1. On the other end of the line, Jiang Xiaowan was clearly taken aback before letting out a soft chuckle. That desolate crown jewel of a villa sitting on the mountaintop. You do know my father originally reserved that villa for the mayor, right? But that old man found it too remote and took one of our downtown properties instead. Why? Is a homeless man like you planning to buy it to practice cultivation? If you want to buy it, sure. Jiang Xiaowan's tone shifted. Come work for my Jiang family. Not only will I sell you Tiangong 1 to live in, but I can also help you trample Shen Qingyue. How about it? She wanted to leash Lin Yuan, the sharpest hound in the business world, to her side. After all, Lin Yuan's track record was impeccable. After Shen Qingyue's father passed away, he had stabilized the crumbling empire of Xinhui Group. I only do business. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. A 20% down payment wired to you right now. I want the keys today to start renovations. The remaining balance will be settled in 3 months. Jiang Xiaowan burst out laughing, amused and exasperated by Lin Yuan's sheer arrogance. But on second thought, using an otherwise unsellable villa to spite her archrival Shen Qingyue didn't seem like a bad deal at all. Deal? However, you must come sign the contract with me in person. Send me the address. With that, Lin Yuan hung up immediately. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan, beauty 92, favorability 2, current favorability -8. Her favorability actually increased. Did this woman want to devour him? Slipping his phone away, he didn't spare another glance at the dumbfounded sales manager beside him and turned to leave. Half an hour later, at the Jiang family's private club Yunjiang Pavilion. Inside the private room, Jiang Xiaowan, clad in a fiery red dress with her long shapely legs crossed, was observing Lin Yuan with great interest as he pushed the door open and entered. She was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an incredibly aggressive aura. Jiang Xiaowan had intended to use subtle verbal probing to test Lin Yuan's motives for purchasing the villa and his next business moves. But Lin Yuan did not take the bait at all. He simply pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the contract. Then right before Jiang Xiaowan's eyes, he took out his phone to initiate the wire transfer. Your account, ending in 6866, has been debited 500,000 RMB. The money has been transferred, Lin Yuan said, grabbing the keycard and carrying that symbolized ownership of Tiangong 1 from the table. He stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. The entire process took less than a minute. This absolute disregard for her beauty, power, and carefully crafted aura made Jiang Xiaowan feel a rare twinge of frustration for the very first time. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan, beauty 92, favorability 1, current favorability -7. Stop right there. Jiang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and quickly walked over to Lin Yuan's side. As she drew near, the air seemed to ignite. A rich, suffocating scent of roses enveloped him. Before Lin Yuan could react, Jiang Xiaowan raised her phone and snapped a photo of them together. In the photo, Jiang Xiaowan's red lips curled slightly with a disdainful gaze while Lin Yuan stood expressionless, holding the contract and keys. Lin Yuan glanced at her, said nothing, and pushed the door open to leave. He did not care at all about this woman's schemes. He now only wanted to begin constructing his fortress as quickly as possible. Jiang Xiaowan sent the photo she had just taken to her assistant and instructed. Accidentally, leak the news of Lin Yuan purchasing Tiangong 1 to the financial media. Make the headline, former core figure of Xinhui Group starts anew, with full support from the Jiang family. Watching the direction in which Lin Yuan had departed, a playful smile curved her lips. He drove straight to the mountaintop. Tiangong 1 spanned an area of 5,000 square meters, its main structure resembling a modern fortress. What pleased Lin Yuan even more was its independent 3-story underground structure. Originally designed as a private wine cellar, vault, and media room for the ultra-wealthy. Surrounded by steep natural cliffs, it was the perfect foundation for an apocalyptic fortress. Lin Yuan dialed the number of an underground security engineering team leader from his past life's memories, someone who only cared about money and asked no questions. Half an hour later, a group of burly, hardened engineers carrying the scent of dust and gunpowder arrived at the mountaintop with various precision instruments. The bald, muscular man leading them looked at the young man before him and asked in a deep voice, "What's the job, boss?" Without wasting any words, Lin Yuan slammed the renovation blueprints he had drawn overnight onto the coffee table in the living room. For all the walls in the house, pour a half-meter thick layer of C100 high-strength explosion-proof concrete on the inside. Between the concrete layers lay 10mm thick lead plates. Cut off the external power grid. I want independent geothermal and solar power plus 3 rings of high-voltage electric fencing strong enough to roast an elephant. Tear down all the ventilation fans and install only military-grade NBC filtration systems. The bald man stared at the blueprints, tapping his finger on them. With this workload and material requirements, there's no way we can finish in 2 months. Just this half-meter thick C100 concrete alone. Lin Yuan wasted no words, pushing a 50 million yuan check directly in front of him. I only care about results. I will inspect it in 2 months. If you can't do it, you won't be working in the engineering industry ever again. Meanwhile, at the Xinhui Group, In her office, Shen Xingyue was driven to her wits' end by debt-collecting banks and a hostile board of directors. Just as she picked up her phone to make a call, an urgent push notification from the financial media popped up on her screen. Former Xinghua Group core figure Lin Yuan spends $250 million to move into Tiangong, one accompanied personally by the Jiang family's eldest daughter. The accompanying picture was a photo of the two of them together. Boom. Shen Xingyue's head was buzzing. Why? On what grounds? Just as she was burning with a near-mad jealousy, the office door was suddenly flung open. Her assistant stumbled in so panicked that she couldn't even form a coherent sentence. President Shun. Something terrible has happened. Mr. Lu Feng. He used the authorization you previously gave him to take the last $20 million in liquid funds from the company's account and transferred all of it to an offshore account. In the top-floor conference room of Xinghua Group, the atmosphere was colder than the air conditioning could ever make it. Involved the Economic Crime Division. A silver-haired director slammed the documents onto the table and glared at Lu Feng across from him. $20 million transferred to an overseas account without a single approval process. This is blatant embezzlement. Lu Feng's face paled slightly, yet he maintained his composure and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses as he defended himself. Everyone, this was an overseas medical investment introduced by my senior from Ivy League with exceptionally high returns. Don't try to fool us with such nonsense. Another director pointed at the secretary. Call the police. Let him explain those high returns to the authorities. Stop. The double doors of the conference room were thrown open forcefully. Shen Xingyue strode in on high heels, grabbed the secretary's phone away, and positioned herself in front of Lu Feng, shielding him. She fought back the urge to tear that man behind her to pieces. This investment was authorized by me. Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She had no way out now, as she could only bet everything on this man. High risk, high return. If anything goes wrong, I will bear full responsibility. Watching the utterly frantic Shen Xingyue, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. The silver-haired director moved first. He removed his reading glasses, rubbed between his brows, and slowly closed the folder before him. Then several chairs were pushed back almost simultaneously. The veteran board members rose and departed, not a single one glancing at Shen Xingyue. Back when Shen Xingyue's father died, they had wanted to seize Xinghua Group. If it hadn't been for Lin Yuan turning the tide, that foolish woman would have perished countless times over. Now it was time to consider their next move. Shen Xingyue turned to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, this project will be fine, right? Lu Feng smiled, reaching out to take her hand, but she dodged away. Don't worry, Xingyue. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. Want to have lunch together? Shen Xingyue gave him a cold stare and walked away without a word. Though Lu Feng's private life was rather loose, his business acumen should be fine. After all, he had the vast network of Ivy League at his disposal. Shen Xingyue believed those old stubborn men simply couldn't accept new things. She would watch Lu Feng achieve results, then personally slap Lin Yuan's face. This farce soon reached the ears of other factions in Jiangxing. Inside an upscale private SBA club, Jiang Shaowan glanced at the intelligence on her phone, laughing until she trembled. The swell of her chest heaved violently with each laugh. Ivy League. Hee hee. That's absolutely hilarious. She casually tossed another investigative report handed to her by her assistant onto the table. It clearly recorded, Lu Feng's so-called Ivy League was nothing more than a correspondence degree from a third-rate university purchased for $200,000. Shen Xingyue, oh Shen Xingyue. You already knew this pretty boy was a fraud, yet you still swallowed this humiliation and helped him cover his lies. Jiang Shaowan lifted a glass of red wine, swirling it gently, her eyes full of mocking amusement. You don't even need to lift a finger? She can choke herself to death with her own frustration. Back at Cloud Top Heaven Palace in the western suburbs. Rumble. The roar of heavy machinery echoed across the mountaintop. The construction site of Heaven Palace No. 1 had become a massive work site. Hundreds of workers operated in 3 shifts around the clock, pushing forward the fortress renovation plan with relentless cost no object momentum. Lin Yuan stood on the second-floor terrace, overlooking the orderly construction teams below, his brows slightly furrowed. He was stretched too thin. From inspecting blast-proof concrete specifications to measuring lead sheet installation precision and commissioning military-grade 3 defense filtration systems, every link required someone professional and absolutely trustworthy to supervise. Su Xianwan excelled at coordination and procurement, but knew nothing of engineering. Qin Yuma was a top-tier combat instructor, but asking her to read blueprints would be like asking her to punch a sandbag instead. He needed a real supervisor. Someone with military discipline, a profound understanding of defensive structures, and absolute loyalty as an executor. A name surfaced in his mind. Lu Yan. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted to the silent, reticent face from his past life. A demobilized special forces commander, loyal and righteous, possessing willpower forged in steel. More importantly, this person was currently in Jiangxing, guarding the ICU of some hospital without leaving its side, because his daughter was dying. In his past life, Lu Yan had been ambushed and killed by the leader of a small shelter after exchanging everything for an expensive medicinal vial for his daughter, eventually expiring in exhaustion amid a zombie horde. In this lifetime, Lin Yuan would not let such a foolish death occur again. But the question remained, which hospital was Lu Yan at? Lin Yuan immediately tapped into some of his former business contacts attempting to track down Lu Yan's whereabouts. But the responses on the other end were either politely evasive or outright silent. Xingyue, in her capacity as president of Xinhui Group, had completely blacklisted Lin Yuan. Anyone daring to assist him would be treated as an enemy of Xinhui. Standing on the terrace, the evening breeze tugged at his clothes. The current Lu Yan must be guarding the hospital bedside around the clock. Hospital. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered and he thought of that cold, distant figure, Su Mushua. He took out his phone and dialed that number directly. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. From the receiver came Su Mushua's cold, weary voice. Hello. Lin Yuan got straight to the point. Dr. Su helped me look up a patient. A young girl, her father's name is Lu Yan. She's in the ICU of some hospital. On the other end, Su Mushua fell silent, offering no response. Seeing no reply, Lin Yuan increased his offer. In return, I will donate 2 million to your hospital's relief fund. Ding. Target Su Mushua appearance 90 affinity -5. Current affinity -5. Then Su Mushua's emotionless frosty voice drifted slowly from the receiver. Mr. Lin, I am a doctor, not an informant trafficking in patient privacy. Keep your money to buy someone else's conscience. Beep. 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 The line was dead. Lin Yuan looked at his blackened screen, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Moral bottom lines of peacetime, huh? Unfortunately, in 3 months, these would all be worthless. He didn't hesitate and sent Lu Yan's name to a private investigator, though this might take more time. The phone screen lit up again. It was Su Xianwan. President Lin. President Lin. The voice on the other end came trembling with excitement. The 20 heavy-duty diesel generators you wanted. They're all arranged. Where should we send them? Lin Yuan rubbed his brow and replied casually, Heaven Palace No. 1. On the other end, Su Xianwan's excited voice cut off abruptly. A full 5 seconds passed before her sharp intake of breath came through her speech, beginning to stutter. Heaven Palace No. 1. It's really done. She finally understood that President Lin's words, rules are made for the weak, were not mere empty talk. They were a statement of fact. After the brief shock, Su Xianwan's voice grew faint again, trembling with a death-defying tone. President Lin, the Rose Garden apartment has been rented. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, spacious flat. The master bedroom sheets. I've already replaced them with the pure black ones you prefer. Tonight. What time will you be back? Lin Yuan stood on the terrace, gazing down at the bustling construction site below, his voice calm as he issued instructions. Go on over first. By the way, stop by the mall and pick up a few sets of men's clothes, including underwear. Su Xianwan gripped her phone, her cheeks flushing crimson all the way to her ears, her heart pounding like a frantic little drum. Buy underwear. What did President Lin mean by that? He entrusted even such a personal matter to me. Could it be? Has he already classified me as that kind of relationship? That afternoon at the Olivia gym in Jiangxing. Within the VIP training room, heavy breaths mingled with the dull thud of impacts. Qin Yuma, having secured her million-yuan fee, displayed absolute professionalism. She turned down all her clients, transforming completely into a demonic instructor. Lin Yuan delivered a whipping kick to the specially designed foot pad. Qin Yuma braced both arms fiercely against the pad, yet the terrifying force drove her entire body backward, half a meter, her soles scuffing a black trail across the rubber flooring. She shook her numb arms, staring at Lin Yuan before her, who hadn't even bothered to breathe heavily. Her eyes were filled with utter astonishment. From initially shattering the wall guard with a single kick to finally mastering the precision to halt her power exactly on the pad's surface. All accomplished in merely 1 afternoon. That's all for today. Lin Yuan withdrew his leg and glanced at the clock on the wall. He could feel that the surging power within his body was gradually merging with his instincts. A few more training sessions, and he would have it completely under control. Qin Yuma slumped onto the floor with visible relief, chugging mineral water in great gulps. As evening approached, the sunset dyed Jiangxing's streets a blood-red hue. Lin Yuan and Qin Yuma, now in casual attire, shared a taxi to the Maiguan residential compound. Inside the car, Qin Yuma turned her head. Your explosive power. How did you train it? It's fiercer than many heavyweight competitors. Lin Yuan didn't look at her, his gaze fixed out the window. Natural talent. He paused. Your right leg generates about 20% less force than your left. When you kicked that pad just now, your body subconsciously shifted left. Lin Yuan's tone remained flat. An old injury on the inner thigh. Qin Yuma's expression instantly chilled. Some things are none of your business. Lin Yuan didn't press further. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping twice on his knee. The two stepped out of the car. No sooner had they entered the compound gate than a shrill cry and a man's curses shattered the evening calm. Li Hongda, you can't take this money. It's your daughter's tuition for next semester. Beside the landscape strip in Maiguan, a woman clung desperately to a man's leg, weeping heartbreakingly. The woman wore a simple cotton dress, her hair disheveled, yet her features were delicate and her skin possessed a luminous pallor. In her early 30s, she carried a plump, graceful figure, exuding the soft, sheltered temperament of a well-kept lady. The man whose leg she held, face etched with viciousness and sunken eyes, mercilessly kicked her shoulder. Get lost. If I can't pay back tonight, they'll chop my hands off. What do I need that worthless girl's education for anyway? The woman collapsed to the ground from the kick while the man grabbed his canvas bag and turned to leave. Stop it. Qin Yumal, walking slightly ahead, caught sight of the woman's face, and rage surged straight to her crown. Wang Ya, her neighbor. She often gifted homemade side dishes to Qin Yumal. The young woman living alone, kind and gentle by nature, Qin Yumal could scarcely contain herself upon witnessing Wang Ya suffering domestic abuse. She darted forward, intercepting Li Hongda as he attempted to flee. Put the bag down. Eyes bloodshot, Li Hongda snarled like a cornered mad dog. You fucking whore, mind your own business. Get lost. He raised his fist and swung it straight toward Qin Yuma's face. Her gaze turned ice cold. Against a degraded scum like this, drained by booze and women, she simply lifted her leg for a front kick, striking faster than thought, and drove her foot squarely into Li Hongda's abdomen. Li Hongda screamed, toppling backward and crashing heavily onto the concrete. The canvas bag slipped from his grasp and rolled away. Qin Yumal stepped forward, intent on dislocating the trash's arm for good. Don't. Behind her, Wang Ya let out a pained whimper. Qin Yumal froze. Seizing the opening, Li Hongda scrambled to his feet and snarled venomously, You'll pay for this. He fled the compound like a stray dog. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Yuan stood 3 meters away, hands in his pockets. After a year in the apocalypse, he had witnessed scenes 100 times more disgusting than this. Sister, are you alright? Qin Yumal gently brushed the dust from Wang Ya's clothes, her heart aching. Wang Ya clutched her recovered canvas bag tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably as her body continued to shake violently. Thank you, Xiao Qin. If it weren't for you. Wang Ya sobbed out her gratitude in fractured sentences. He's gone mad. He believed his friend's nonsense and tried being a medical distributor. He mortgaged our house behind my back and took out loan shark debts to hoard stock. But then the crackdown hit and all the inventory got stuck. I didn't dare sell it openly. Now the loan sharks come to our door daily to force payment. With compound interest, it's ballooned to 2 million. Lin Yuan, who had already started walking away, paused. Hearing the words medical distributor and crackdown, he halted. Su Xiaonuan was handling procurement, but progress on medicines had been sluggish. Large quantities of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs were strictly controlled. Ordinary channels could barely secure a few boxes. Yet in the apocalypse 3 months hence, when the zombie virus ravaged the world and water sources became poisoned, even a minor scratch could spark a fatal infection. Back then, a single box of amoxicillin was enough to barter for a woman's first night. Lin Yuan withdrew his stepping foot. He turned and walked toward Wang Ya. To Qin Yuma's bewildered stare, he squatted down, meeting the trembling Wang Ya's gaze levelly. The goods your husband hoarded, were they anti-inflammatories and antibiotics? Wang Ya shivered under his piercing look and nodded instinctively. Why, yes. A large batch of foreign trade cephalosporins and amoxicillin. Standing nearby, Qin Yuma's mouth hung slightly open. What was wrong with this bastard? He had ruthlessly pushed her for 4 hours at the gym without a single friendly smile. Now, upon seeing a beautiful, fragile married woman, had his tone changed so drastically. Qin Yuma glanced down at herself. Her pectoral muscles weren't bad either. Suddenly, the screech of 3 tires tearing through the compound's tranquility echoed sharply. 3 gray minivans mounted the landscape strip and blocked the road, trapping the trio. The doors flew open. A dozen tattooed thugs armed with steel pipes and baseball bats spilled out in quick succession. Nearby residents taking an evening stroll screamed in terror and scattered. The responding security guards didn't even dare make a peep. At their lead stood a burly man with a buzz cut and a full-sleeve tiger descending the mountain tattoo covering his right arm. He tapped his palm with the bat, his gaze sliding effortlessly past Lin Yuan and Qin Yuma to fixate shamelessly on Wang Ya's voluptuous figure. He licked his lips and spoke. Where's that kid Li Hongda? Didn't he call us over? The tattooed man pointed his bat at Wang Ya. Wang Ya answered tremulously, I don't know. You're his wife, and you wouldn't know. Debt must be repaid. It's only natural. You can just come to my place first to cover the interest. That kid will show up eventually. The tattooed man spat and waved his hand dismissively. Get her in the van. Wang Ya's face drained of color. She let out a scream and ducked behind Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma's brows knit together, every muscle in her body tensing like a coiled spring. In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap someone? Qin Yuma barked furiously. The tattooed man regarded her as if she were an idiot, letting out a derisive snort. Mind your own business, huh? Take the red-haired one too while we're at it. We could use a few fresh faces. The dozen or so thugs sneered, raising their steel pipes and advancing step by step. Qin Yuma assumed a combat stance, ready to fight. But then a hand rested on her shoulder. Startled, she turned her head. Lin Yuan slowly stepped out from behind her. Stand back. I want to see what this afternoon's training achieved. The tattooed man sneered. Well, a pretty boy trying to play the hero. Lin Yuan wasted no words. He suddenly surged forward, his right leg exploding with power. In just 2 steps, he breached the tattooed man's defensive perimeter. Shooting his right hand forward, he clamped down on the tattooed man's right wrist that held the baseball bat. His fingers tightened, and with a sudden violent twist, crack. The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed with chilling clarity in the night breeze. The tattooed man's right arm twisted into a grotesque angle, and the baseball bat clattered to the ground. Utterly ignoring his contorted facial features, Lin Yuan grabbed his flashy short-sleeve collar with his left hand and hoisted him upward with a single arm. The brute, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was lifted completely off the ground. With a casual toss from Lin Yuan, the massive body turned into a human cannonball, crashing violently into the crowd behind him and instantly knocking down 3 thugs who had just raised their steel pipes. Ding. Target Wang Yi Beauty 88 favorability 2, current favorability 2. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 favorability 2, current favorability 9. Ignoring the prompt in his mind, Lin Yuan charged directly into the crowd. He integrated the exertion techniques he had just learned this afternoon into actual combat, though his movements were still slightly unpolished. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he refrained as much as possible from using the lethal, highly refined killing techniques from the apocalypse. Swinging his left arm, he slammed his fist brutally against a yellow-haired thug's chin. A few blood-stained teeth flew out, and the yellow-haired youth collapsed unconscious onto the ground without even a whimper. Immediately following was a swift side kick. The sole of his sneaker slammed hard into a fat man's chest. The fat man, along with his steel pipes, skidded 4 or 5 meters across the ground before crashing heavily into the door of a minivan. A skinny thug who had been playing dead seized the moment when Lin Yuan turned around. Springing up from the ground, he swung a machete fiercely toward Lin Yuan's back. Go to hell. The hairs on the back of Lin Yuan's neck stood on end. His combat instincts, honed through the apocalypse, combined with his high spiritual power of 21 points, allowed him to clearly perceive the trajectory and landing point of the blade. Evading this feeble slash would be effortless, but doing so would allow the thug in front of him to escape his striking range. So he chose not to dodge. Besides, it was a good opportunity to test the defensive limits of this body. Having suffered countless slashes in the apocalypse, an attack of this magnitude could not possibly inflict a fatal wound. Tensing his muscles, he simultaneously drove his right fist ruthlessly into the face of the thug before him. Rip! Fabric tore as the machete struck Lin Yuan's back. However, there was no gruesome sight of torn flesh. The blade felt as though it had struck tough leather, leaving behind only a faint bloody scratch. The immense recoil almost knocked the machete out of the skinny thug's hand. The sinister grin on his face froze. Is this guy even fucking human? With a backhand elbow strike, Lin Yuan slammed his elbow heavily into the skinny thug's temple. The thug's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply to the ground. From behind, the sound of Qin Yuma drawing a sharp breath could be heard. Having witnessed the entire ambush on Lin Yuan, this Valkyrie hesitated no longer and strode boldly into the fray. Her movements were swift and decisive, a whip kick to the head and knee strike to the abdomen. Complemented by Lin Yuan's absurd absolute strength, the battle was over within a minute. Over a dozen thugs lay groaning on the ground. Clutching his broken arm, the tattooed man broke into a cold sweat. Get lost, Lin Yuan spat out a single word. The thugs scrambled to their feet, piled into the minivan, broke through the residential community's security barrier, and fled in panic. Lin Yuan reached back to touch his spine, his fingertips coming away stained with blood. Flicking away the droplets of blood, he curled his lips in a self-deprecating smile. If he had been facing even a lowest-tier F-class mutant from the apocalypse, just now this slash would have been enough to severely wound him. He had to accelerate his training schedule while securing more attribute points. Just as the crisis was resolved, a figure emerged from the holly bushes behind the green belt. It was Li Hongda. He had been hiding in the back the entire time. These thugs were actually summoned by his phone call after he had suffered a setback earlier. His original intention was to let the tattooed man take the money from Wang Yi himself, and at the same time teach Qin Yuma, this meddlesome woman, a lesson. He hadn't expected another man to show up out of nowhere with nothing better to do. To a desperate gambler eager to recoup his losses, anyone who stood in his way was an obstacle. You two idiots. Who told you to mind your own business? Li Hongda's eyes were bloodshot, spit flying as he ranted. You drove them away. They will definitely kill me tomorrow. You're going to get my entire family killed. Qin Yuma clenched her fists in sheer anger. She had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this utterly shameless. Wang Yi was also filled with disbelief, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Are you insane? They saved me. Shut up, you jinx. Disregarding any marital affection, Li Hongda strode over, grabbed Wang Yi by her hair, and dragged her outward. Moved. You must accompany Brother Long tonight, or I'm a dead man. Wang Yi shrieked in pain, struggling desperately. Lin Yuan had absolutely no interest in listening to this garbage. Raising his right leg, he delivered a straight kick directly to Li Hongda's chest. Thud. Li Hongda's voice cut off abruptly. He flew backward 4 or 5 meters, plunging headfirst into a sorted trash bin by the roadside. The trash bin tipped over, covering him in leftovers and vegetable leaves. Clutching his chest, he curled up on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Yuan retracted his leg, not sparing a single glance at the human-shaped heap in the garbage. Turning his head, he stared down at the trembling Wang Yi, who was slumped on the ground in shock. I want the antibiotics. Wang Yi froze. Clutching her painful scalp, she looked up at this man who resembled a god of slaughter. Come to room 1201 alone tomorrow morning. With that, Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the entrance of Building 3. Qin Yuma glared fiercely at Li Hongda in the garbage pile, before quickly catching up with Lin Yuan. Leaving Wang Yi sitting there alone staring at Lin Yuan's tall, straight back, she tightly clutched the canvas bag in her hands. Rose Garden Community Building 3E Room 1201. This was a luxuriously decorated flat. Su Xiaonuan was indeed dependable in her work. Lin Yuan walked into the living room, took off the torn black casual jacket, and tossed it onto the sofa. His lean muscular upper body was exposed to the air. The bloody gash on his back, about a dozen centimeters long, was still oozing droplets of blood. Qin Yuma knocked and entered carrying a medical kit from her home. Sit still. Her tone was stiff, but her movements were gentle. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the sofa with his back to her. Qin Yuma unscrewed the cap of the iodophore bottle and dipped a cotton swab into the solution. Bear with it. Lin Yuan did not even furrow his brows. Having suffered wounds 100 times worse in his past life, this minor pain felt like nothing more than a mosquito bite. The room was quiet save for the faint sound of the cotton swab rubbing against his skin. Qin Yuma stood behind Lin Yuan, leaning forward slightly. From this angle, she could clearly see Lin Yuan's broad shoulders and solid latissimus dorsi. This Valkyrie, who usually looked down on the muscular men at the gym, felt her throat go dry. Just then, with a click, the apartment door was pushed open. Su Xiaonuan walked in carrying numerous shopping bags and breathing heavily. President Lin, I bought the clothes you wanted in. Brought them. Her voice caught in her throat the moment she saw the scene in the living room. From Su Xiaonuan's perspective, Lin Yuan was sitting shirtless on the sofa, while the woman with the striking red hair and an explosively hot figure was pressed closely against his back. The woman's cheeks were flushed, her breathing shallow, with one hand resting on Lin Yuan's shoulder. This posture, this atmosphere. It was simply beyond words. Workplace gossip about domineering so's, unspoken rules, and group activities erupted in her mind like a volcano. President Lin actually likes this wild style? Did I buy clothes that are too conservative then? Her grip loosened, and several shopping bags fell to the ground with a thud. A few pairs of solid black men's boxer briefs rolled out, lying conspicuously on the floor. Su Xiaonuan's face instantly flushed crimson down to her neck. Her first instinct was not to flee, but to snap her legs together and bow deeply at a 90-degree angle. I'm so sorry, President Lin. I'm interrupting you. I'll go stand guard outside right now. With that, she turned to grab the doorknob. Stop. Lin Yuan's voice drifted from the living room. Su Xiaonuan's legs went weak, nearly causing her to kneel in the entryway. She turned around stiffly, shutting her eyes tightly, with the expression of someone about to be executed. Have you found a warehouse for storing the medicine? Lin Yuan asked. Su Xiaonuan froze, cautiously opening one eye. Only then did she realize that the red-haired woman was fully clothed, holding a cotton swab and gauze. There was a bleeding wound on President Lin's back. So, she was just applying medicine. Su Xiaonuan wished she could sink into the floor. I found one, she stammered. It's an old factory building next to the meat processing plant. We'll sign the contract tomorrow morning. President Lin, what happened to your back? Ding. Target, Su Xiaonuan, beauty, 87, favorability 2, current favorability 46. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Just do your job. He didn't bother to explain. He cared far more about the batch of antibiotics he was going to get his hands on tomorrow. The following morning, Su Xiaonuan had headed out early to sign the lease for the old factory. Lin Yuan was left alone in the spacious open-plan penthouse. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Yuan put down his glass of milk, walked to the foyer, and pulled open the door. Standing outside was Wang Ya. She had changed out of yesterday's cotton loungewear. In its place was a tight black low-cut bodycon dress that looked almost ready to burst, its plunge so deep that a vast expanse of fair skin was on full display. Her legs were clad in black stockings as thin as cicada wings, and she wore a pair of red-bottomed high heels. Her face was heavily made up, and her perfume attempted to mask her inherently wholesome demeanor, yet it could not conceal the humiliation and dead-eyed despair in her gaze. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over her stiff body before passing over her shoulder to glance at the fire exit at the end of the corridor. He stepped aside. Wang Ya walked in with her head bowed, her entire body trembling. Click. The door locked. Wang Ya attempted to force a sycophantic smile. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for yesterday. That's enough. Lin Yuan walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs as he picked up a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table and unscrewed it. No need to act. Your husband is listening right outside the door, isn't he? Wang Ya's hands instantly froze. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her gaze locked onto her tiptoes. I only want the medicine. Sit down, let's talk. Lin Yuan gestured toward the single-seater sofa opposite him. Wang Ya sat down nervously, her hands clutching the hem of her bodycon dress in a tight grip. That batch of export-grade antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs has a market value of 5 million yuan. Wang Ya's voice trembled with a hint of pleading. Mr. Lin, I only want 8 million. 2 million. Lin Yuan interrupted her directly, throwing out a figure. Wang Ya snapped her head up, her eyes rimmed with red. But, Mr. Lin, 2 million doesn't even cover the cost. Her voice carried a desperate plea as she completely abandoned her flirtatious facade, reverting to the helpless mother driven to a dead end. The loan sharks are demanding over 2 million. My daughter's middle school admission fee is still unpaid, and Hongda. This money I will transfer it directly into your personal account. Lin Yuan leaned forward slightly, looking straight into her eyes. Do you honestly think that if you give this money to the gambler outside, he will actually use it to pay off his debts? Wang Ya froze. Her lips trembled slightly, but she could not utter a single word. He won't, Lin Yuan answered for her. He will only think, why not take this money to the gambling table and double it? If he wins, he's the big boss again. If he loses worst-case scenario, he'll just sell you out one more time. Wang Ya's shoulders shook violently. She was not stupid. She was simply accustomed to self-deception, accustomed to acting like an ostrich burying its head in the sand within that dysfunctional family. Lin Yuan leaned back against the sofa, ruthlessly tearing away her final shred of dignity. Your daughter's survival depends on whether you want to continue playing the saint. 2.2 million to buy out that batch of medicine. This money is enough for you to take your daughter, leave Jiangxing, and start over in another city. How you choose is up to you. Wang Ya buried her face in her hands, her suppressed sobs echoing through the empty living room. Was it worth it for a man who treated her as a bargaining chip? Yesterday, it was Brother Long, today it was here. Where would he send her next time? Just as Wang Ya fell into intense conflict, and the scales in her heart began to tip, a piercing mechanical alarm suddenly erupted in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Target Su Xianwan Beauty 87 favorability 4. Current favorability 50. Favorability has surpassed the threshold. Synchronizing target's ability. A-grade spatial ability unawakened. Lin Yuan's expression changed abruptly. What on earth did this girl do so early in the morning? Boom. Lin Yuan's blood seemed to boil at this very moment, his skin turning burning hot and flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ability awakening. Gene rampage. This was an inevitable side effect that accompanied the awakening of a powerful ability. But he clearly had not awakened his own ability yet. He had merely synchronized an unawakened spatial ability, yet it had actually triggered such a violent backlash. Ugh. Lin Yuan let out a suppressed low growl. His hands braced tightly against the solid wood coffee table in front of him. Crack. The hard tabletop was forced to splinter under his grip, several cracks spiderwebbing across it. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. A strong metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, using the sharp pain to forcibly preserve his last shred of sanity. In the air, the subtle, mature fragrance of Wang Ya's body was infinitely amplified at this moment, transforming into the most lethal aphrodisiac. Get out. Lin Yuan squeezed the words through his clenched teeth. Get out. Wang Ya was terrified by Lin Yuan's horrifying appearance. As an experienced woman, she stared at Lin Yuan's bloodshot eyes and his masculine physique, which seemed hot enough to ignite the surrounding air. Had he been drugged with some kind of aphrodisiac? She collapsed onto the wide leather sofa, instinctively wanting to get up and flee. Right at that moment. Buzz. The phone in her bag vibrated. The lock screen lit up. A WeChat message from Li Hongda was displayed clearly on the screen. Get the money quickly. Don't fucking drag your feet. Transfer it to my ICBC account. Staring at this message, Wang Ya's face turned deathly pale. Could the drug have been slipped by that beastly Hongda? The man outside was eagerly urging his own wife to sell her body, even crouching right outside the door waiting to collect the cash. Her daughter's middle school admission fee, over a decade of marital affection, the very last remnants of her dignity. In that man's eyes, everything was merely a number to be converted into chips. The look in Wang Ya's eyes changed. That dead-eyed despair did not vanish, instead it was ignited by something burning with a twisted light. Since you were selling me like a whore, then I will show you exactly how I sell myself. She did not run. She kicked off her high heels, which made two sharp clacks as they hit the floor. Barefoot, she walked toward Lin Yuan step by step. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, his muscles trembling violently from his desperate struggle for self-control. He utterly detested this feeling of losing control over his own body. Wang Ya looked at the burning hot man before her, powerful as a demon god, yet struggling desperately to restrain himself. This was a real man. The one outside the door was nothing but a beast. She reached out her arms and recklessly wrapped them around Lin Yuan's burning neck. Her soft, delicate body pressed against his furnace-like torso. I don't want the money anymore. Wang Ya stood on her tiptoes, her red lips brushing against Lin Yuan's burning earlobe. Sensing this man's overpowering aura that could crush anything, the dead-eyed despair in her eyes was completely ignited by a wild, desperate desire for attachment. Her voice carried a vindictive pleasure and resolve. Take me. Boom. The string of sanity snapped completely. Lin Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pinned her down onto the wide leather sofa. The raging power erupted like a mountain torrent. Rip, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing under unbearable strain. Wang Ya's proud facade of a wholesome woman was ruthlessly shredded at this moment, leaving only tattered rags of clothing and her fair skin trembling violently in the air. MH. Wang Ya gripped the leather cushions of the sofa tightly, her beautiful eyes instantly losing focus. The wide leather sofa began to creak violently under the unbearable weight. Wang Ya's fingernails dug deep into the leather of the sofa, leaving several white scratches. Sweat mingled with her heavy makeup, smudging across her cheeks to create an almost decadent contrasting beauty. Just a wall away outside the door, Li Hongda pressed himself against the cold security door, straining his ears. Vaguely, a trembling, almost uncontrollable sob echoed from inside. The voice was so familiar, yet the strangeness and madness within it were something he had never heard in over a decade of marriage. He pulled out his phone, his thumb hovering over the banking app as he repeatedly refreshed the balance screen, his lips curling upward. There was no anger, only a morbid, impatient anticipation. 2 hours later, the living room was in complete disarray. Torn black stockings and a shredded shirt lay scattered on the floor. Lin Yuan leaned back against the sofa, the violent energy inside him having finally subsided. He turned his head to look at Wang Ye, who was curled up on the other end of the sofa. Tears still hung from the corners of the woman's eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and her fair skin was covered in red marks. There was also a wet patch on the sofa. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette he hadn't smoked in a long time and took a deep drag. The long-forgotten harshness made him cough twice. To him, this was merely an accidental out-of-control release. He didn't care at all. At worst, he could just throw her out the door. After all, with only 2 favorability, she wasn't some powerhouse of the apocalypse and didn't deserve to follow him. However, the dimensional space that Su Xianwan had awakened was a pleasant surprise. This was a highly practical utility ability in the post-apocalyptic era. It possessed no combat capability, but it could store supplies and time within the space did not flow. In his past life, Shen Qingwei possessed this very ability. Ding. Relationship initiated under extreme immoral circumstances. Target Wang Ye Beauty 88 has reached peak emotional volatility. Favorability critical hit 20. Current favorability 22. Favorability has surpassed the threshold. Acquired 50 of the target's base attribute bonus. Target attributes: Physique 8, Spirit 10. Host Lin Yuan. Physique 24. Spirit 26, 5. Ability A-grade dimensional space unawakened. Lin Yuan's fingers holding the cigarette suddenly froze. He stared at the woman beside him in astonishment. It increased. And a critical hit at that. The scene shifts back to 2 hours ago. In an old factory building in the western suburbs of Jiangxing, the smell of engine oil mingled with the musty odor and large patches of paint were peeling off the walls. Su Xianwan sat on a dilapidated sofa, her Cornell pink business suit, so impeccably clean, it was almost glaring utterly out of place amidst the surrounding decay. She pushed the contract to the opposite side. Immediately after a sharp clack sounded, the black metal briefcase on the table popped open. 1 million yuan in cash was neatly arranged on the table, the scent of fresh ink instantly overpowering the musty stench of the factory. The landlord's eyes went wide, his spine bending as if his bones had been removed. President Su, you are truly magnificent. You can use this factory however you please. Not to mention using it as a warehouse. Even if you tear the roof off, it's perfectly fine. Wringing his hands, the landlord swiftly signed his name on the lease agreement, terrified that Su Xianwan might back out. And the remaining balance. Su Xianwan slipped the contract into her bag. She replied indifferently, in 3 months. The smile on the landlord's face froze slightly. Yet looking at the cash on the table, he did not dare ask another question. Stepping out of the factory, she got into the G-Patent SUV, a vehicle exuding a wild, rugged aura. Sitting inside, the cold metallic sensation of the briefcase still lingered on Su Xianwan's palm. The image of the landlord bowing his head to sign the contract replayed continuously in her mind. It turned out that as long as she stood behind President Lin, even someone like her could make others bow down. President Lin. Su Xianwan murmured the name, a pathological fanaticism flashing in her eyes as her hand instinctively reached downward. 10 minutes later, glancing at her phone, she saw it was still early for her scheduled appointment to purchase self-heating hot pots at the next location. Since she happened to be passing by the Mixi Mall, she decided to pick up the full set of professional business, where that President Lin had ordered for her 2 days ago, which cost 1.45 million yuan. President Lin had said she needed to look respectable, so she had to maintain the most flawless poise at all times, never allowing herself to bring shame to him. In the first-floor lobby of the Mixi Mall, the crowd was significantly sparser than usual. On the colossal electronic screen, the midday news was broadcasting on a loop. Recently, flu cases have been surging, with fever clinics in major hospitals operating at full capacity. Experts urge that this flu virus is mutating at an extremely rapid pace, and citizens are advised to minimize outdoor activities. Su Xianwan's footsteps paused slightly. Suddenly, the command from Lin Yuan to hoard antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs at all costs flashed through her mind. Unfortunately, despite her desperate efforts to acquire them, she had only managed to secure goods worth a little over 100,000 yuan. Had President Lin foreseen this all along? A sudden chill crept up her spine. She didn't dare think too deeply about it. Right now her mind held only one absolute rule: Lin Yuan's words were divine decrees. She arrived in front of the Chanel counter. The sales associate who had assisted her 2 days ago recognized her at a glance, immediately abandoning the wealthy lady she was pitching bags to and trotted over in her high heels. Ms. So you're here. The sales associate bowed a full 90 degrees, her smile brighter than the store lights. All the latest seasonal items you ordered have been fully packaged, and our store manager has also prepared an exclusive limited edition gift for you. Please accept it. A bottle of Perrier was served before her. Over a dozen black shopping bags were neatly lined up. The surrounding customers turned their gazes toward her. Admiration, curiosity, and unmistakable envy. Su Xianwan clenched her fingers, suppressing her instinct to shrug her shoulders. She was no longer that minor secretary who was scolded by her supervisor to the point of not daring to look up. She was President Lin's person. The invoice she uttered simply. The sales associate immediately handed over the tablet. Just as Su Xianwan was about to verify it, a sudden commotion broke out outside the boutique. Get out of the way. I want to see her. A woman with disheveled hair broke through the security guard's blockade and stumbled into the boutique. It was Zhao Ye. She had been sitting in the McDonald's across the hall for the past 2 days. Only 2 days ago she had been wearing towering high heels holding her wealthy benefactor's arm, and condescendingly claiming that Su Xianwan didn't deserve to step foot into this store. Su Xianwan, she shrieked. All the customers stopped what they were doing. Su Xianwan frowned and had just turned around when, thud, Zhao Ye's knees slammed onto the floor kneeling directly before her. I was wrong. Xianwan, I was truly wrong. Zhao Ye clung to Su Xianwan's shins, her face a messy blur of tears and mucus. I have a foul mouth. I deserve to die. Please say a word to your boyfriend for me, beg him to spare me. Su Xianwan took a startled step back, pulling her leg free. What kind of madness has possessed you? Zhao Ye crawled forward on her knees, her fingers clawing desperately at the floor tiles. That bastard froze all of my bank cards, and he kicked me out of the villa. He counted all the money he spent on bags and cars for me before his loans. 800,000 yuan. A whopping 800,000. He said if you don't forgive me he will make sure I spend the rest of my life paying off this debt. A dead silence fell over the boutique. Su Xianwan looked down at her. In her heart, there was no ecstatic wild thrill of satisfaction. Instead, it was frighteningly calm. It turned out that Zhao Ye had never been noble. It was just that she herself had been too weak before, so weak that anyone could trample on her. Seeing her silence, Zhao Ye panicked completely. Xianwan, at the class reunion the day after tomorrow, as long as you are willing to forgive me, I will serve you tea and pour you water in front of all our classmates. I will carry your bags. I will be your dog. Be my dog. Su Xianwan suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but it made Zhao Ye freeze completely. Zhao Ye, you've begged the wrong person. First, President Lin is not my boyfriend, he is my boss. Second, Su Xianwan leaned down slightly, looking at Zhao Ye's wretched face. I do not yet have the right to keep a dog. Zhao Ye's face turned deathly pale. Su Xianwan stood up straight and spoke to the sales associate. Have these delivered to my car. She glanced at the floor where Zhao Ye had been kneeling. And mop this spot clean. It's filthy. The sales associate nodded instantly. Of course, miss. Su Xianwan turned and walked away. Behind her came the sound of Zhao Ye's hysterical wailing. Ding. Target, Su Xianwan, charm, 87 favorability, 4, current favorability 50. Favorability has broken through the critical threshold. Synchronizing target's special ability. Rank A ability, dimensional space, unawakened. The scene cuts back to the Rose Garden apartments. A thick, decadent scent of intimacy lingered in the living room. Go wash up. There are clothes of mine in the room, you can make do with them for now. Wang Yi gave a soft, quiet response and dragged her weak legs toward the bathroom. Lin Yuan walked over to the entryway. With his mental strength as high as 26 points, he had long since detected the sound of breathing outside the door, someone crouching there like a rat for the past 2 hours. The smell of cigarette smoke seeped through the gap under the door. Lin Yuan gripped the doorknob and pulled it open abruptly. In the hallway, cigarette butts lay scattered all over the floor. Li Hongda leaned against the corner, his phone screen still resting on the bank account interface. For 2 whole hours he had raised his hand several times to bang on the door, only to force himself to pull it back each time. He had even consoled himself in his heart that as long as he could get this money, what kind of young models couldn't he find? Hearing the door open, Li Hongda snapped his head up. His eyes were bloodshot, his sockets deeply sunken as he lunged forward like a starving dog catching sight of meat. Yet he did not dare cast even a single glance through the crack of the door behind Lin Yuan. He was terrified of seeing his wife disheveled and humiliated, which would pierce his remaining paper-thin pride. He was even more afraid that if he showed any anger, the god of death before him would make sure he didn't get a single penny. Where is the money? Boss Lin, quickly give me the 5 million. Li Hongdao wrung his hands, his voice trembling. Where is the money? Now that you've had your fun, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? He thrust his phone in front of Lin Yuan with the account number already displayed. 5 million, transfer it to this ICBC card. Transfer it now. I need it urgently. Lin Yuan looked down at him. Urgently needing to pay off debts. Li Hongdao swallowed hard, his eyes darting quickly. Yes. Paying off debts. I was just worried those people would come back to trouble Yaya. As he spoke, his voice dropped even lower. Of course. If Boss Lin feels Yaya served you well, we could always discuss things in the future. I'm an open-minded man. As long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated. Lin Yuan finally smiled. There was not a shred of warmth in that smile. I will give you 10 million. However, your wife belongs to me from now on. Li Hongda stared fixedly at Lin Yuan, but he hadn't lost his composure. You just throw around a 10 million yuan offer like that. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Lin Yuan looked at him as though regarding a corpse. That apartment of yours is worth 2.5 million on the open market, still encumbered by usurious loan collateral. I'll pay 10 million to buy it. We'll sign a house purchase contract. Li Hongda was stunned. Sign a contract? 10 million. To buy his rundown apartment. Are you serious? Li Hongda swallowed hard. His mind raced. A signed contract was legally binding, black text on white paper. Even if this kid defaulted after 3 months, he could take the contract to court. Even if he denied it, he could mortgage that 10 million contract through Brother Long for 7 million. This deal was pure profit. Just as Li Hongda was calculating how to maximize his gains, a soft footfall echoed from behind Lin Yuan. Wang Yu walked out barefoot, wearing nothing but Lin Yuan's oversized white shirt. The shirt hem barely covered her upper thighs, her full legs exposed to the air. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and vivid red marks still lingered on her neck and collarbone. Though she bore the marks of disorder, the life-drained grayness that had settled on her face had vanished entirely, replaced by a long-lost flush and radiance of renewal. The moment Li Hongda saw his wife, his expression froze. Lin Yuan didn't turn around, simply picking up his phone and tapping a few times. A sharp beep came from Li Hongda's pocket. He fumbled it out, and when he saw the bank notification confirming a 1 million yuan deposit, his eyes went wide. Lin Yuan spoke coldly. "This million is the deposit. The remaining 9 million will sign a house purchase contract and settle the balance in 3 months. Li Hongda stared fixedly at the string of zeros on the screen, his eyes bloodshot. As his Adam's apple bobbed violently, that nascent sting of humiliation was completely shattered by cold hard cash. Dignity. Wife. None of these mattered against $1 million in cash. He could settle the usurious debts, and once the full 10 million came through, he could make another fortune. Before leaving, he shamelessly leaned past Lin Yuan and called out to Wang Yu inside. "Take good care of President Lin. Don't upset him." With those words, clutching that worthless IOU, he bolted downstairs like a stray dog reborn, never looking back. Silence fell over the corridor. Lin Yuan closed and locked the security door. Wang Yu approached him trembling. "Mr. Lin, it was I who initiated it. Why did you give him 10 million? He doesn't deserve your money." She felt so worthless, having offered herself only to watch her husband walk away with the price of selling his wife. Lin Yuan turned around. He reached out and gripped Wang Yu's chin, forcing her to look up. Lin Yuan's gaze was fiercely possessive as he said word by word, "Remember, anything I've touched no other man deserves even to look at." Wang Yu shivered. Lin Yuan released her, his fingers tracing along her delicate cheek, before he leaned down and whispered near her ear. "If I handed you a knife and asked you to deal with him yourself, would you dare?" Wang Yu stared at Lin Yuan dazedly. She had thought that after today she'd merely become someone's hidden plaything. But now from this man she felt genuine protection and the power to seek revenge. Ding. Target Wang Yu, appearance 88, affinity 2, current affinity 24. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly charged. Wang Yu yielded against Lin Yuan's broad chest, her arms wrapped around his waist, breathing in the masculine presence that made her feel secure. Just then a sharp digital beep came from the apartment door. The lock clicked. Su Xianwan entered cheerfully, carrying 2 bags of high-end Japanese takeout. "President Lin, I'm back." There was a rude person at the entrance. But before she could finish, Su Xianwan froze at the entrance. Her gaze swept past the hallway and locked onto the living room center. Scattered across the floor were torn black stockings and women's clothing. And there, leaning against President Lin like a devoted companion, was a voluptuous woman wearing his shirt. Their eyes met. The takeout bag in Su Xianwan's hand crinkled as it nearly slipped from her grasp. Bitterness surged through her heart. She had imagined so much, even bought protection, ready to sacrifice herself for President Lin at any moment. Yet now, after just running an errand that morning, another woman had appeared in his home. And compared to this woman's mature figure and allure, her own slim, youthful frame seemed inadequate. Su Xianwan's nose tingled with the urge to cry. But within 3 seconds, her ingrained subservience quickly overpowered that meager jealousy. She snapped back to reality. What was she to judge? She was merely a secretary pulled from the mud by President Lin. What right did she have to be jealous? A man like President Lin, could he possibly have only one woman by his side? Her value lay in helping President Lin accomplish everything. Su Xianwan suppressed all her emotions, lowered her head, pretended not to notice the mess on the floor, changed into flat slippers, and respectfully called out, "President Lin." Lin Yuan released Wang Yu, his expression unchanged by the interruption. He walked to the sofa and sat down composed. "This is Wang Yu." Lin Yuan gestured to the woman beside him, then turned to Su Xianwan and issued a direct order. "This afternoon, take her to transfer all the antibiotics to the newly rented warehouse." "Yes." Su Xianwan immediately shifted into post-apocalyptic chief of staff mode. She hurried to the coffee table, pulled out several documents from her bag, and delivered a rapid professional progress report with a crisp voice. "The old factory warehouse has been secured. The contract is here. The balance payment is also due in 3 months. Additionally, regarding the self-heating hot pot and compressed biscuits we're acquiring, I've coordinated with 3 source factories. The first batch of 50 tons will arrive at the warehouse the day after tomorrow. Escort security has also been arranged." Having finished in one breath, Su Xianwan cast a subtle glance at Wang Yu. Wrapped in a shirt, Wang Yu observed this decisive young woman and sharply detected the hostility in her eyes. She touched the red mark on her neck, but said nothing. The 2 women exchanged a silent confrontation. Su Xianwan gritted her teeth and vowed to excel in logistics management, proving she was the most irreplaceable woman by President Lin's side. What could this vase do besides being slightly larger than her? Go change clothes and get to work. Lin Yuan had no interest in such petty jealous games. Wang Yu nodded and returned to her own home to change clothes, still feeling some discomfort walking. Li Hongda, desperate for that 10 million, barely packed anything before swiftly moving out of the residential compound, terrified that Lin Yuan might renege. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Xianwan drove, with Wang Yu now dressed in practical sportswear, to the warehouse to transfer the medications. Inside the spacious apartment, only Lin Yuan remained. Buzz, buzz, the phone tossed on the sofa suddenly vibrated. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, walked over, and picked it up. From the receiver came Su Mushue's cool voice, tinged with apology. Mr. Lin. It's me, Su Mushiwa. The usually aloof, never-smiling director of the city's Central Hospital Emergency Department now sounded less icy, more weary. The person you asked me to investigate. I found them. Through the receiver, Su Mushiwa's voice, stripped of its usual coldness, carried a trace of dry, raspy strain. Lin Yuan leaned back against the sofa, remaining silent. Su Mushiwa paused for a moment before probing. His daughter Lu Cici is suffering from multiple organ failure. She is currently in the ICU of the 2nd Municipal Hospital. She quickened her pace. Did you look for her because you saw a turning point in her condition? For the past few days, Su Mushiwa's mind had been entirely consumed by Lin Yuan's assertion in the hospital corridor. A hidden affliction that even advanced medical instruments failed to detect immediately had been seen through by him at a single glance. His elaborate efforts to find a terminally ill girl whom he had never met before must have been to conquer a medical challenge. As long as she can hold on for 3 months, Lin Yuan said, gazing at the night view of Jiangshang outside the window. I guarantee she will not die. 3 months later, the apocalypse would arrive and superpowers would awaken. The physical reshaping brought about by genetic recombination would be more than enough to remedy any disease known to humanity. A brief silence fell over the other end of the line. Su Mushiwa's grip on the phone tightened slightly. This promise, arrogant to the extreme and an open challenge to modern medicine, carried an inexplicable sense of certainty to her ears. Ding. Target Su Mushiwa Beauty 90 favorability 7, current favorability 2. From negative to positive. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Su Mushiwa's voice regained its crisp efficiency, even carrying a hint of urgency. Lin Yuan gave her his address. In less than 20 minutes, a white Tesla screeched to a halt by the roadside of the residential area. Lin Yuan pulled open the car door and slid into the passenger seat, bringing with him the faint scent of mint tobacco. Su Mushiwa had changed out of her white coat and was wearing an elegant beige trench coat exuding the gentle grace of an intellectual woman. Lu Cici's condition is extremely critical. Su Mushiwa set her hands gripping the steering wheel as her expression grew solemn. Multiple organ failure has triggered severe complications. The equipment at the 2nd Municipal Hospital is too outdated. Their medical facilities simply cannot sustain her for much longer. Lin Yuan leaned against the car window, remaining silent. In his past life, Lu Cici had survived until the outbreak of the apocalypse, even awakening her superpower in the midst of despair. But during the early stages of the apocalypse, medicine was scarce, and her physical foundation was too weak to begin with. This was what ultimately led to Lu Yin being plotted against and killed for medicine. In this lifetime, as long as there was an ample supply of medication, he would secure the ultimate soldier king. They arrived at the 2nd Municipal Hospital. The air was thick with the heavy, stifling odor of cheap disinfectant mixed with excrement. Utilizing her status as the chief of the emergency department at the Central Municipal Hospital, Su Mushiwa directly arranged a meeting with Lu Cici's attending physician. Inside the cramped and dilapidated office, the attending physician looked at the medical records and shook his head helplessly. Director Su, to be completely frank, this child can only hold on for another half a year at most. Furthermore, she could fail to respond to emergency treatment at any moment due to complications. Most critically, the family can barely afford the hospitalization fees anymore. Su Mushiwa furrowed her brows and turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already stood up and walked out of the office, heading straight for the ICU. At the end of the corridor, beneath the dim lighting, a man was crouching in the corner. Wearing a faded old jacket with a face full of stubble and a burly build, he was growling quietly into his phone. You don't want the cornea? What about a kidney? As long as it's cash. Lu Yin, the A-rank superpower user of his past life. Sensing the approaching footsteps, Lu Yin hung up the phone and snapped his head up, the defensiveness and ferocity in his eyes almost instinctual. Who are you? Lin Yuan did not waste words, stopping in front of Lu Yin. I can save your daughter. 6 words without any preamble. Lu Yin sneered. He had already been swindled multiple times by countless fraudsters and so-called miracle drug salesmen. Get lost. Lin Yuan did not budge, staring directly into his eyes. Aside from believing me, do you have any other options right now? Lu Yin shuddered, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. Lin Yuan's words had stripped away his final shred of dignity. Right at that moment. Beep, beep, beep. The monitor inside the ICU suddenly erupted into a piercing shriek. A nurse flung the door open in panic, shouting, "The patient is in ventricular fibrillation. Prepare to defibrillate. Quick!" Lu Yan's face turned deathly pale as he lunged toward the glass window. Su Mushiwa quickly held him back. Don't go in and disrupt the defibrillation. They are administering epinephrine. Going in now will only kill her. She stared through the glass, closely observing the waveform on the monitor with her brows tightly knit. Thud. 200 joules. Clear. The doctor's hoarse, straining shout echoed from inside the ward. The girl's frail body jolted violently on the bed, then fell back heavily. Lu Yin pressed hard against the door, the veins on the back of his hands bulging as if they were about to burst. For 10 agonizing minutes, the lines on the monitor finally resumed a faint, weak fluctuation. Drenched in sweat, the attending physician walked out and took off his mask. The equipment of the 2nd Municipal Hospital has reached its limit. Next time, the probability of saving her is less than 1%. The family should prepare for the worst. Lu Yin did not answer. He just stood there, leaning against the cold wall. looking at Lu Yin and then at Lin Yuan, who remained completely composed. Su Muxue gritted her teeth and made a decision that went against standard protocol. I can help transfer her to the ICU of the Central Municipal Hospital. They have the best extracorporeal circulation equipment in Jiangsheng. At least we can keep her alive. However, Su Muxue paused, her voice heavy with difficulty. Including the imported specialized medicine, the daily cost will be at least 20,000 yuan. Furthermore, a deposit of 500,000 yuan is required before the transfer. Lu Yin snapped his head up. He had dreamed of transferring his daughter to the Central Municipal Hospital with its superior medical conditions, but he had neither the money nor the connections. I will find a way to gather the money. Please transfer Cici over first. Su Muxue did not respond, instead casting a glance at Lin Yuan. Lu Yin followed her gaze and turned around. Wiping his face, his voice was hoarse, but carried the distinct decisiveness of a soldier. What do you need me to do? Or who do you want me to kill? He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. I am building a doomsday fortress, Lin Yuan replied calmly. I need a supervisor who understands defensive fortifications. Lu Yin fell silent for 2 seconds. A supervisor? After his discharge from the military, he indeed led a group of life and death brothers who specialized in taking on such hardcore underground security projects. But for Cici's illness, his brothers had already emptied their life savings. Even if he had to sell his own organs, he did not want to drag his brothers into an unknown abyss. He did not make any immediate promises, maintaining his professional rigor. I can have my brothers visit the site tomorrow to take a look. We do not take on shady jobs. Lin Yuan nodded and turned to Su Muxue. Arrange the transfer. Su Muxue immediately took out her phone to make the call. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Yin and added, regardless of whether you accept my job after seeing the site tomorrow, I will cover all of your daughter's subsequent medical expenses. Turning back after finishing her call, Su Muxue heard Lin Yuan's words and couldn't help but stepped forward, whispering a warning. Lin Yuan, the ICU at the Central Municipal Hospital, along with the daily costs and specialized medicine, could easily run up to over 1 million yuan a month. It was a bottomless pit. Where is the billing department? Lin Yuan interrupted her directly. Su Muxue failed to react for a second. What? I am asking you, where is the billing department of this rundown hospital? We need to settle the outstanding fees before transferring, right? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. 5 minutes later, at the first-floor billing window of the second municipal hospital, yawning, the cashier on duty looked at the payment demand notice handed over by Lu Yin and rolled her eyes impatiently. Lu Cici, right? An outstanding balance of 35,000 plus the emergency resuscitation fee totals 42,000. How would you like to pay? Lin Yuan stepped forward, pulled out an unmarked black card from his pocket, and slid it through the gap in the window. Swipe it. Pre-deposit 10 million yuan into her account first. You handle the transfer procedures yourselves. The cashier's yawn instantly caught in her throat, and she stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a lunatic. How much? Are you drunk? Our POS machine has a single transaction limit. Swipe. Lin Yuan uttered a single word. The cashier shuddered in fear. She picked up the black card, swiped it on the POS machine, and entered the amount of 10 million yuan with trembling hands. Beep. A crisp chime sounded. The POS machine began to whir frantically, spitting out a long receipt with a lengthy string of zeros. The cashier stared at the paper, frozen for a long moment. This was actually real. Lu Yin raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at the receipt. He stood there for 1 second, 2 seconds. Then with a heavy thud, from this day forth, Lu Yan's life belongs to you. Several people queuing up nearby took half a step back in shock. Lin Yuan looked down at him. He didn't say there is no need for this, nor did he say get up. He simply took the receipt from the window and slipped it into his pocket. We will meet at Tiangong, Yihao tomorrow. Lu Yin stood up, his eyes bloodshot, yet his back remained perfectly straight. Half an hour later, a specialized intensive care ambulance arrived, and Lu Cici was successfully transferred. Before leaving with the ambulance, Lu Yin exchanged a look with Lin Yuan, saying nothing. Some things had already been fully expressed in that kneeling gesture. At the main entrance of the second municipal hospital, the night breeze was somewhat chilly. Su Muxue stood on the steps, leaning against a pillar, choosing not to leave first. As Lin Yuan prepared to hail a cab, she suddenly spoke. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stopped and turned his head. Su Muxue looked at him, stripped of her usual coldness, her gaze direct. Are you free the night after tomorrow? Care for a coffee? Su Muxue suggested. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Lu Yan's matter had been settled, ensuring tomorrow's progress on the Tiangong No. 1 project. He nodded. The two walked side by side toward a Starbucks across from the hospital. Pushing open the heavy glass door, a rich coffee aroma, nearly burnt, enveloped them. Su Muxue ordered an Americano, cradling the warm cup in both hands. She looked up, meeting Lin Yuan's gaze directly. I take back what I said to you on the phone. Su Muxue spoke quietly but clearly. An extremely rare complication. You spent 10 million to save her. If I'm not mistaken, to crack this medical mystery. She leaned forward slightly, her tone carrying a newfound respect for a fellow practitioner. Your reverence for life far exceeds that of so-called experts in the Jiangxing medical circle who only value fame and profit. Lin Yuan lifted his latte and took a sip. He regarded the emergency department director before him. This woman's tendency to read between the lines had conveniently spared him the trouble of explanations. You didn't come to me just to apologize. Lin Yuan set down the paper cup, steering the conversation elsewhere. Su Muxue sat straight, her tone shifting to the matter-of-fact manner she used for shift handover reports, as though discussing something unrelated to herself. A week from tonight my family has arranged a blind date. The person has deep ties with our family. I can't get out of it. She gazed into Lin Yuan's eyes. I'd like you to pretend to be my boyfriend and disrupt the meeting. That way my family probably won't pressure me about blind dates for a while. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Why me? Su Muxue began a serious analysis. First, you just got divorced. Your handling of your ex-wife was decisive and ruthless. Using you as a shield won't lead to lingering emotional entanglements. Second, when you swiped that 10 million today, there wasn't a hint of hesitation in your eyes. That kind of disdain for money. It's exactly the kind of madness my family's old salts despise most. Lin Yuan retracted his fingers. Glancing at the system panel showing Su Muxue's 5 affinity, he decided to help. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's favor could be granted. Time and location, send them to my phone. Lin Yuan stood up, tossing the unfinished coffee into the trash. Su Muxue's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. She rose with him, an unusual warmth breaking through her usually frozen demeanor. Thank you. Consider this a favor owed. At the same time, on the top floor of Xinhui Group's conference room, only the low hum of central air conditioning filled the air. The big screen displayed information about frozen overseas accounts. Lu Feng's heavily promoted Ivy League medical project had been confirmed by Interpol as an international pig butchering scam. Before the afternoon market close, Xinhui Group's stock hit the daily limit down. Several silver-haired board elders slammed their palms on the table, pointing at Shen Xingyue in the principal seat and cursing fiercely. This is the business genius you vouched for. Shen Xingyue's eyes were red, and her whole body trembled. She turned her head, staring fixedly at Lu Feng in the video conference. Say something. Didn't you say this project was guaranteed to profit? Shen Xingyue screamed, her carefully done nails cracking from excessive force. The video feed stuttered slightly. Lu Feng was sitting on a sofa in a cafe. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and leisurely lifted a double espresso, the conspicuous Japanese logo on the paper cup clearly announcing that he was no longer in the country. Lu Feng looked at the hysterical Shen Xingyue and snorted dismissively. We're all adults here. Do I really need to remind you that investment carries risks? You fraudster. You drove Lin Yuan away. You ruined the company. Shen Xingyue cried out in despair. Lu Feng handed his bag to his assistant and adjusted his suit cuffs. Shen Xingyue, use your head. The project was your signature. Besides, don't dump every fault on me. Was it me who drove Lin Yuan away? Lu Feng's voice was low. I didn't say a single word to him when I came back this time. If you hadn't been flirting with me behind your husband's back every day, would Lin Yuan have left? The meeting room fell deathly silent. All the directors looked at Shen Xingyue with contempt. You? Shen Xingyue was so furious she saw black, unable to form a complete sentence. Did you really think I'd want a used woman like you who's been married? Lu Feng laughed loudly. He turned and left his assistant, ending the video call amid stunned gazes. Lu Feng had flown overseas on a red-eye flight last night. If it weren't for that woman Shen Xingyue taking a blow for him yesterday, he might not have escaped. Answering this video call today was purely to thank Shen Xingyue. Why did this foolish woman divorce Lin Yuan when things were fine, messing up his plans completely? But it didn't matter. Being able to walk away with those 20 million was enough for him to live lavishly abroad for years. Shen Xingyue slumped in her chair. The words flirtatious and used goods stabbed at her mind like knives, torturing her repeatedly. The legal department director stepped forward and placed a document before Shen Xingyue. Ms. Shen, effective immediately, you are no longer serving as president of Xinhui Group. Shen Xingyue looked at the document before her, then glanced around. The executives who usually flocked around her, calling her President Shen so wise, now all turned their heads away, avoiding her gaze. At the urging of several elders, her former secretary helped Shen Xingyue leave the conference room. Because of the equity pledge cashed out for Lin Yuan, she no longer even had the right to attend board meetings. The rule Shen Xingyue herself had established: no non-employees allowed in the company. The next moment, the company's OA system received a notice. According to relevant provisions of the company's shareholder agreement and the latest board resolution effective immediately, the following position adjustments are made. Ms. Shen Xingyue will no longer serve as company president. Mr. Zhang Jingguo will succeed her as company president, taking full responsibility for the company's strategic planning and operational management. Eventually, the secretary helped the dazed Shen Xingyue to the steps on the first floor of Xinhui building. After perfunctorily apologizing, she hurriedly turned and left. Passing employees stopped and pointed at this once dominant president. Shen Xingyue sat on the cold marble steps. One high heel had fallen off, and her hair was in complete disarray. A light rain fell over Jiangxing in the evening. Shen Xingyue had no idea how she made it back to the Shangshan villa. She pushed open the door, saw a pair of Lin Yuan's old slippers still by the entrance. The living room was empty. No warm light, glowing, no hot water poured on the coffee table. No figure sitting on the sofa waiting for her to come home. Shen Xingyue collapsed onto the wool carpet, covering her face with both hands and wailing. Like a mad woman, she lunged forward and hugged those slippers, breathing in the lingering scent. Why was Lin Yuan so cruel? She and Lu Feng hadn't done anything after all. She cried for a long time. Shen Xingyue took out her phone and dialed her best friend He Man. The call connected. Shen Xingyue tearfully recounted everything that happened tonight, including Lu Feng's betrayal and her expulsion from the company. Xingyue, don't you ever submit. Think about it carefully. Lin Yuan is so smart, could he not see that Lu Feng is a fraud? He deliberately set this trap to teach you a lesson. He Man analyzed matter-of-factly over the phone her logic so tight that even she believed it. If he really didn't love you anymore, why didn't he sell the house? Why not wait a few more months to sell the shares for more money? He's playing hard to get. Men, they all care about face. Shen Xingyue's crying subsided. Playing hard to get. She gripped her phone tightly. Xingyue, you're being foolish. With Lin Yuan's capabilities, if he truly wanted to cut ties with you, would he keep that villa? This is simply him waiting for an out. Shen Xingyue climbed up from the carpet. She wasn't unfamiliar with logic, but at this moment, she desperately needed this lifeline. Right? Lin Yuan was just throwing a tantrum. He loved her so much. How could he truly let go? Shen Xingyue went into the closet and changed into a windbreaker that Lin Yuan favored most, then put on sunglasses to conceal her red, swollen eyes. Lin Yuan had once said she looked cool in sunglasses. The private investigator hired by He Man quickly located Lin Yuan's current address. Shen Xingyue looked at her meticulously prepared reflection in the mirror and lifted her chin. Lin Yuan, since you've gone to such lengths to seek an out, then today I'll show mercy and deliver it to you personally. I hope you understand and stop making unreasonable demands. Rose Garden Apartments. Pushed open the door, a rich aroma of home-cooked food washing over him. The range hood hummed in the kitchen. Su Xiaonuan wore a pink teddy bear apron, and the scallions on the cutting board were chopped with crisp rhythmic taps. Nearby, Wang Ye wore a pure black apron, deftly flipping the ingredients. "Thank you, mister. Lin prefers a milder taste, but perhaps this braised pork has too much soy sauce. Eating too much would be bad for the body." Su Xiaonuan scooped the chopped scallions into a prep dish, her tone sharp. Wang Ye moved without stopping, skillfully frying the dish, her tone gentle. Su Miss has never married and does not understand how to take care of a man. Wang Ye picked up the spice box and added another spoonful of salt. Men burn energy fast and need a heavy infusion of oil and salt to replenish. "I will simmer it until tender, mister. Lin will surely like it." The previous man. "Forget it, mister. Lin is far stronger than him." Lin Yuan closed the door behind him, changed his shoes, and did not even glance at the kitchen. His gaze swept the living room. With 26 points of spiritual power, he keenly detected a girl crouched in the corner of the sofa, looking like a middle school student. The girl wore a worn-out school uniform. She was emaciated with a sharp chin and a pallid complexion from long-term malnutrition. On the arm exposed by the short sleeves were faint dark burn scars. Sensing Lin Yuan's gaze, the girl trembled and shrank. She stood, lowered her head, and hurried to the shoe cabinet, taking out a pair of slippers and neatly placing them at Lin Yuan's feet. Then she quickly retreated back to the dark corner, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Lin Yuan's brows knitted. "Wang Ye." The sizzling from the kitchen stopped abruptly. Wang Ye hurriedly turned off the flame, wiped her hands on her apron, and stepped out. Following Lin Yuan's line of sight, she saw the girl in the corner. Her face turned pale, and she nervously pinched her fingers. Lin Yuan listened as Wang Ye spoke of Li Hongda being gone, but the creditors still prowling the neighborhood. He did not dare bring Tong Tong back, and could only face this with a heavy heart. He was used to treachery and scheming. Wang Ye could offer him certain advantages, and he was willing to spare her a meal. But what is this girl worth? In the apocalypse, carrying a helpless tag-along is like tying a noose around one's own neck. This is not a shelter. Lin Yuan spoke evenly. "Take her away." The air in the living room grew cold, as if the room itself had cooled. Su Xiaonuan stood at the kitchen door holding a scallion-stained knife and dared not draw a breath. Wang Ye swayed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Yuan's steps halted. He looked toward the girl. Could the system be reacting to her? The girl appeared to be about 12 or 13, starvation slim, with nothing developed, yet far from meeting any beauty standard. Then he realized that the system was judging her future beauty potential. "Wait, Li Modong." A chill ran down Lin Yuan's spine. A mutant queen. In the apocalypse, most people become undead, a small portion awaken extraordinary powers. She is a mutant, and Li Modong is among the elite, awakening an SS rank ability that commands countless hordes of the undead. In his past life, if not for her frail body and the sacrifice of several peak powers, she might have evolved into a corpse empress. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on the girl huddled in the corner. To kill or to spare? The Li Modong in the corner suddenly moved. She detected Lin Yuan's killing intent and did not run. Instead, she charged forward, opening her thin arms to shield Wang Ye. She bit her pale lips and faced Lin Yuan's scrutiny, not retreating a step. This was Lin Yuan's first true meeting with the future mutant queen. He stepped forward, looking down at the bone-thin girl. He reached out with his right hand. Li Modong did not dodge, only bravely raised her head. She instinctively prepared to take a slap. A voice in Lin Yuan's heart cried out, "Kill her. She is the one who commands millions of undead. Crushing the threat in its cradle would be the safest course." Lin Yuan's breathing grew heavy. But in the next moment he laughed again. A killer who had slain countless lives, reborn with a beauty system, would fear a girl who had not yet blossomed. What threat could a disaster that has not yet occurred pose? If I could turn this future mutant queen into the sharpest leash in my hand, what then? If the favorability metric cannot reach the threshold, kill them before the apocalypse arrives along with Wang Ye. If you want to stay, you may. From today onward, you will bear Lin's surname. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and laid out his terms: absolute obedience and never betrayal. At the kitchen door, Su Xianwan froze in place. Wang Ye was stunned as well. Change surname. Absolute obedience. Why would he make such a demand of a middle schooler? Li Madong did not answer immediately. She looked up with a calm far beyond her age, fixing her eyes on Lin Yuan and asking in return, "If I agree, will you protect my mother?" Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke, "As long as you all obey. In this world, no one will lay a finger on you." With a thud, Li Madong lowered to her knees before Lin Yuan without the slightest hesitation. "From today, I shall be Lin Madong." Lin Yuan's tense muscles finally relaxed. The future mutant queen, humanity's nightmare, was being preemptively intercepted. "Eat." Lin Yuan slipped into the slippers and walked toward the dining table. Wang Ye looked at her daughter, who had to change her surname, a mingling of emotions in her heart. As long as Tong Tong can live in the sun away from that gambling father, even if it means selling her soul to the devil, she would accept it. Su Xianwan carried the dishes from the kitchen. The knife had vanished from sight. She displayed the professional bearing of a head butler, and with a sweet smile, she helped Li Madong to her feet. "Lin Yuan, since Madong has stayed tomorrow, I will go pay her school sponsorship fees." Lin Yuan nodded. At the table, Su Xianwan served him soup with a careful hand, and Wang Ye naturally dabbed at the spill on the table with a napkin. Li Madong ate nearby, watching her mother's cheeks regain their former color. She silently vowed to study hard to become someone useful under Lin Yuan and to solidify her mother's position. After dinner, Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and pointed toward the master bedroom, telling Wang Ye to go wash up and wait for him. There are some new things to test. Wang Ye's cheeks reddened in an instant. She nodded obediently and turned to the master bedroom. Su Xianwan cleaned up the dishes, feeling a restless tick in her teeth. The system notification line has been removed. Just as Su Xianwan finishes tidying, a loud banging erupts from the apartment door. The sound of high heels slamming the door accompanies it. Su Xianwan frowns, steps to the entryway, and opens the door to reveal Shen Qingwei in a luxurious coat and sunglasses. She coats her face with heavy foundation to hide fatigue, then surveys the apartment with disdain. She orders, "Get out." Shen Qingwei pushes Su Xianwan aside and walks into the living room on her high heels as she did at the company. She removes her sunglasses and disdainfully surveys the home's decor. This place is a wreck, not even a decent sofa. "Lin Yuan, your acting is too convincing." She strides to the center of the living room, tossing a luxury bag onto the coffee table. "Lin Yuan, I know you did all this to pressure me into admitting my fault." She lifts her chin and calls toward the master bedroom. "If you help me resolve the company's troubles, I might consider letting you move back to the villa, and we can start again." A private investigator tells her Lin Yuan has returned. She is certain he plays a game of detachment, perhaps hidden behind the door with a guilty conscience. "Stop throwing tantrums and take what is good. Must I bow and beg you?" Yet the master bedroom door is opened. Lin Yuan steps out with a blank face. His gaze toward Shen Qingwei is like that of someone viewing a clown performing in a circus. Then a woman steps out from behind Lin Yuan. Wang Ye has just finished a bath. She wears only Lin Yuan's t-shirt, the hem barely covering her thighs. In the rush, she forgot to grab a change of clothes and must borrow Lin Yuan's. Her wet hair clings to her shoulders, the neckline open, revealing broad skin and a deep valley. The mature, thoroughly nurtured air of a wife is on full display. Wang Ye stands beside Lin Yuan with a compliant, quiet grace. The scent of bath gel lingers on her, and Shen Qingwei's arrogance stiffens in an instant. Shen Qingwei had always been convinced that Lin Yuan was merely playing hard to get, using those extreme measures to force her to admit her mistake. She had even prepared herself for the moment he would break down in tears and beg for her forgiveness. But now this man whom she believed would eternally belong only to her actually had a woman hidden in his home, a woman with whom he had just shared an intimate tryst. The immense disparity shattered the last remnants of Shen Qingwei's sanity. "Lin Yuan," Shen Qingwei shrieked hysterically. "Have you lost your mind? Just to spite me, you actually brought home some shameless streetwalker." Pointing directly at Wang Ye's nose, her face contorted in rage. "Look at her cheap, provocative appearance. Who knows how many men have slept with her? Aren't you disgusted? Let me tell you, using such cheap, underhanded tricks to disgust me only makes you look pathetic." Wang Ye was completely bewildered. She had absolutely no idea who this trenchcoat-wearing, raving woman screaming like a lunatic before her was. Subjected to such vile and abusive language, Wang Ye's face turned pale, and she instinctively shrank behind Lin Yuan. After all, since Su Xianwan, who was standing at the door, had let her in, she, as a woman merely seeking Lin Yuan's protection, did not dare to say a word. This instinctive movement, however, was perceived by Shen Qingwei as a blatant provocation. "You bitch, how dare you hide?" Shen Qingwei went completely mad. She unleashed all the humiliation she had suffered at the company, her fury at being deceived by Lu Feng, and her current jealousy all at once. The rationality she once took pride in collapsed entirely. Striding forward in her high heels, she raised her hand, poised to slap Wang Ye's pitiful, delicate face. Lin Yuan stood in place, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he was about to backhand Shen Qingwei and send her flying, a small, slender, dark figure lunged out from the guest room opposite them. Bang! Lin Madong rammed her head fiercely into Shen Qingwei's stomach. She did not care who this woman was. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her mother deserved to die. Shen Qingyue let out a shrill scream, forced back several steps by the impact. Her high heel twisted, and she fell heavily onto the floor. Before she could even react, Lin Madong had already pounced on her like a frenzied wolf pup. The two instantly became entangled in a fierce scuffle. Though Lin Madong was thin and weak, years of domestic abuse had instilled a desperate, life-risking ferocity deep within her bones. Ignoring Shen Qingyue's scratching, she opened her mouth and bit down savagely on Shen Qingyue's flailing wrist. Blood began to flow. Let go of me, you little beast. Let go. Shen Qingyue's face contorted in agony as she shrieked repeatedly. She flailed her arm frantically, but she could not shake off this wolf pup that refused to release its prey once it bit down. In a fit of exasperated rage, she raised her other foot, aiming her sharp stiletto heel directly at Lin Madong's stomach. Lin Yuan's eyes turned icy cold. He strode forward. Instead of pulling Lin Madong away, he grabbed a handful of Shen Qingyue's meticulously styled long hair. The action was brutal to the extreme. The excruciating pain radiating from her scalp forced Shen Qingyue to retract her foot. She felt as though her scalp was about to be ripped off entirely. Lin Yuan, you dare hit me? Shen Qingyue shrieked in a pathetic state, her tears and mucus mixing with her foundation. Lin Yuan did not bother wasting words on her. Gripping her hair, he dragged her toward the entryway like a bag of rotting garbage. With a violent swing of his arm, Shen Qingyue was thrown out, crashing heavily onto the corridor outside. Her elbows and knees slammed against the hard tiles, causing her to curl into a ball from the agonizing pain. Lin Yuan simply stared down at her. There was no anger in his eyes, only a profound disgust, as if he were disposing of household waste. If you ever dare to show your face in front of me again, I guarantee you will suffer 10,000 times worse than this. With that, bang, the security door slammed shut, completely shutting out Shen Qingyue's wails. A deathly silence fell over the living room. Wang Ye covered her mouth, her heart still pounding with lingering fear. Lin Madong sat on the floor, Shen Qingyue's blood still smeared on the corner of her mouth. Her chest heaved violently, yet her eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Su Xianwan stood in the entryway, her entire being in a state of extreme excitement. Lin Yuan turned around. He did not comfort anyone, but merely cast a glance at Lin Madong. This wolf pup had passed the test. Ding. Target Su Xianwan Beauty 87 favorability 2, current favorability 52. Ding. Target Wang Ye Beauty 88 favorability 2, current favorability 28. Ding. Target Lin Madong favorability 2, current favorability 7. 3 consecutive system notifications chimed in his mind. Lin Yuan's extreme protectiveness brought an unparalleled sense of security to the 3 women in the room. Mop the floor, Lin Yuan instructed casually before turning around, walking back into the master bedroom and closing the door. As soon as Lin Yuan left, the atmosphere in the living room grew subtle. Su Xianwan first fetched the first aid kit to tend to the scratches on Lin Madong's arms from the earlier scuffle. As the scent of iodophor drifted through the air, Lin Madong bared her teeth in pain. Sister Ye, that crazy woman just now was Mr. Lin's ex-wife, Su Xianwan explained in a flat tone as she packed away the first aid kit. Wang Ye was taken aback. Ex-wife. She had originally assumed she was just some crazy woman pestering Lin Yuan, never expecting her to have such a background. Su Xianwan closed the lid of the first aid kit, stood up, and looked directly into Wang Ye's eyes. Mr. Lin does not like people questioning his actions. The only reason we are standing here is because we are useful. Su Xianwan's voice was not loud, and she shook her head meaningfully. As for Mr. Lin's private matters, we only watch and never ask. Obeying orders is our sole duty. Su Xianwan kept a straight face, though in truth she was also uncertain, having no idea why Mr. Lin had divorced. But as the chief housekeeper, personally designated by Mr. Lin, she had to establish the rules before this newcomer. She could absolutely not let herself be outshone. Wang Ye was a clever woman. Having experienced her husband's betrayal and the harassment of loan sharks, she was all too aware of her current predicament. Wang Ye immediately lowered her head, pulling her t-shirt tighter around herself. Miss Su, please rest assured. I will never harbor any inappropriate thoughts. As long as Tong Tong and I have a place to stay, I will do whatever Mr. Lin commands. Early the next morning, the sky over Jiangsheng was a gloomy gray and the air carried a heavy, stifling dampness. Lin Yuan finished washing up and walked out of his bedroom. A sumptuous steaming breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Su Xianwan and Wang Ye stood respectfully to the side like subordinates awaiting inspection. Meanwhile, Lin Madong sat quietly on the distant sofa with her backpack on her, gaze constantly following him. Lin Yuan pulled out the chair at the head of the table and sat down. Taking a sip of hot milk, he issued his instructions directly. Xianwan, after breakfast, take Madong to handle her school enrollment procedures first. Understood. Su Xianwan nodded immediately. Lin Yuan set down his glass, turning his gaze toward Wang Ye. Wang Ye's heart tightened, and she instinctively held her breath. She had no idea what role would be assigned to her, a woman who had essentially been thrown in as a bonus for purchasing antibiotics. She did not want to be merely a tool for sexual release. Wang Ye, starting today you will work under Su Xianwan. Procurement of supplies, warehouse, inventory. You will follow her instructions in everything. Lin Yuan's tone was flat, yet it carried an indisputable authority. Wang Ye froze for a second before immediately bowing her head. Understood, Mr. Lin. Su Xiaonuan stood to the side, her eyes lighting up. She had originally worried that Mr. Lin might be captivated by this mature woman's body, leading to some dramatic battle for favor in a harem. To her surprise, Mr. Lin did not buy into that at all. He had directly assigned the woman to work under her. What did this mean? It meant that in Mr. Lin's heart, she, a capable housekeeper, was far more important than a mere bed warmer. Ding. Target Su Xiaonuan favorability 2, current favorability 54. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yuan finished the fried egg on his plate in a few bites, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. He had no interest in watching women engage in jealous bickering. He demanded only absolute efficiency and obedience. Su Xiaonuan's capabilities had already been proven, and Wang Ye acting as an assistant would perfectly fill the manpower shortage in supply procurement. With the allocation of authority complete, Lin Yuan grabbed his car keys and strode out of the apartment. Only when the front door closed did the three women who had been standing stiffly finally dare to pull out their chairs and sit down. The black off-road vehicle drove out of the Maiguan residential community, speeding directly toward Yunding Tiangong. Today he was going to meet that future A-rank ability user, the strongest foreman, Lu Yan. In the western suburbs at Yunding Tiangong, a black off-road vehicle tore through the morning mist, its tires grinding a dark skid mark onto the rough concrete ground. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. The wind howled atop the mountain, carrying the roar of heavy machinery and the pungent odor of cement dust. Beneath the unfinished semicircular defensive wall ahead stood three men. The man leading them was none other than Lu Yan. He had discarded yesterday's faded white jacket, opting instead for a black tactical vest and cargo pants, his muscular physique defined with chiseled precision. His former decadence had entirely vanished, replaced by a sharp intensity akin to an unsheathed blade. Now that his daughter had hoped, this fierce tiger had truly come alive. Behind him stood two individuals. The one on the left was nearly 2 meters tall, with a massive frame that blocked out most of the light, his bulging muscles threatening to burst through his camouflage short-sleeved shirt. The man on the right was lean and silent, seemingly blending into the shadows of the construction site, entirely devoid of presence. They were Tank, the heavy weapons specialist, and Shadow, the scout. Lin Yuan walked forward. There were no pleasantries, no polite small talk. Lu Yan directly slammed a densely annotated blueprint onto the makeshift wooden table. I've reviewed the blueprints, Lu Yan said. There are 3 fatal flaws in the explosion-proof layer casting and the ventilation duct design. He tapped his finger heavily on several nodes of the blueprint. First, regarding the half-meter thick C100 explosion-proof concrete, if we don't interweave a pre-stressed steel mesh, high-yield earth-penetrating detonations will cause large-scale spalling inside the walls. Second, the pressure differential settings for the CBR infiltration system's air intake are incorrect. According to the current blueprints, any sudden change in external atmospheric pressure will instantly cause a backdraft in the ventilation ducts. Third, the load-bearing column structure on the 3rd basement level lacks 2 horizontal supports. If this is truly meant to serve as a doomsday bunker, its seismic rating falls short of the requirements. After listening, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This was true professionalism. Baldy, Lin Yuan called out, turning his head. In the distance, a burly bald man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth heard the shout and strode over. Though he was being paid to do a job, his gaze still carried a hint of defiance. Something on your mind, boss? The boys are racing against the clock here. Lu Yan turned his head, staring directly into the bald man's face. What is the initial setting time for C100 concrete? What is the ratio of the additive you're currently using? The bald man's face darkened. He spat his cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it viciously beneath his shoe. Boss, this fellow looks unfamiliar, the bald man said, his tone hostile. We added extra early strength agent to rush the schedule. Didn't you ask for speed? Without wasting words, Lu Yan took a sudden step forward, grabbed the bald man by the collar with one hand, and hoisted the nearly 200-pound brute clean off the ground. Ugh. With his feet dangling in the air, the bald man's face instantly turned a suffocating shade of purple, and he thrashed wildly in his desperation for air. The rule here is absolute structural integrity, Lu Yan said. Lu Yan tilted his head up, locking his gaze onto the bald man's bloodshot eyes. The boss has put me in charge here. If you dare cut corners again, I will bury you inside the load-bearing wall. Also, the embedded parts for the blast door hinges aren't deep enough. Redo them. The materials used for the basement waterproofing layer don't meet the standards. Tear it all out and do it over. Seeing their leader captured, several lackeys cursed and reached for the wrenches at their waists, preparing to charge. Bang! Tank stepped in, sweeping his massive arm. Several men were sent flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily into a pile of sand. Meanwhile, Shadow, who had remained entirely unnoticed, had somehow slipped behind another minor leader, gently tapping the cold blade of a dagger against the man's carotid artery. No one else dared to step forward. The bald man stopped struggling. His years of experience on the streets told him that the 3 men before him had killed, and not just a few. Lu Yan released his grip. The bald man collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently, not daring to utter a single word. Within less than 10 minutes of Lu Yan taking charge, the operational efficiency of the entire construction site became visibly rigorous and highly efficient. Lin Yuan was highly satisfied with Lu Yan's performance. Money is no object. Keep the men and machines running nonstop. Ooh, I want the construction schedule cut in half. Liu Yan furrowed his brows, calculated the workload, and replied with a single word: deal. Lin Yuan turned and walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the hazy expanse of Jiangxing. The ease with which Shen Xinhua had knocked on his apartment door last night had left him feeling extremely insecure. Before the true chaos descended, he had to possess an absolutely secure fortress. More importantly, the butterfly effect of his rebirth had already begun to flap its wings. That rare acidic hailstorm was proof. The apocalypse could arrive ahead of schedule at any moment. He had to accelerate his plans. At 2:00 p.m. inside the VIP training room of Jiangxing's Aology Gym. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Qin Yuma held up the specialized kick pads, her entire body thrown back 5 steps by the massive impact, her back slamming hard against the padded wall. Her arms were numb, and she stared at Lin Yuan opposite her in sheer disbelief. Are you on something? Qin Yuma blurted out. Lin Yuan's strength yesterday had already been terrifying enough, but today that strength had surged by another massive margin. Lin Yuan offered no explanation. The 50 attribute boost provided by Wang Ye had pushed his muscle density and neural reaction speed to an entirely new peak. Again, Lin Yuan said, falling into a fighting stance. Qin Yuma grit her teeth, her innate competitiveness thoroughly provoked. She tossed aside the kick pads, deciding to rely on technique to suppress him. Your point of force is too scattered. Focus on your hips. Qin Yuma barked, unleashing a fierce roundhouse kick aimed straight at Lin Yuan's waist. Instead of dodging, Lin Yuan slid half a step to the side, dropping his shoulder and bracing his core, taking the heavy blow directly with his obliques. Smack! A dull sound of flesh impacting flesh. Lin Yuan's body swayed slightly, but his right hand, precise as an eagle's claw, clamped down hard on Qin Yuma's ankle the instant her kick rebounded. Qin Yuma's breath caught. Reacting with lightning speed, she leaped off her supporting leg, twisting her body in midair to drive her left knee viciously toward Lin Yuan's face, riding the momentum. Lin Yuan still did not dodge. He yanked down hard on her ankle while pressing his other hand against her knee, applying a crushing downward force. Losing her balance, Qin Yuma was forcibly pinned back to the ground. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to step between her legs, pressing half his body weight directly over her. The hour that followed would become the most desperate and humiliating moment of Qin Yuma's life. Thud, thud, thud. Fist winds howled as the close quarters combat raged on. Qin Yuma was completely relegated from active offense to passive defense. The armbar she took such pride in was forcibly broken open by Lin Yuan's single arm. The rear naked choke she had locked tightly around Lin Yuan's neck was countered when he slammed himself backward onto the ground, nearly knocking the wind out of her. Before Lin Yuan's absolute strength and terrifying learning capacity, all techniques were ground to dust. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan's precise inch punch stopped abruptly a mere centimeter from Qin Yuma's face. The gust of wind from the punch stung her cheeks. Several strands of sweat-soaked red hair were blown backward. The high-intensity pressure and sheer physical exhaustion left this future Valkyrie completely drained of strength. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping heavily for air. Sweat thoroughly soaked her tight athletic wear, outlining her breathtaking curves. She looked up at Lin Yuan, who was staring back at her, a newfound trace of awe in her eyes. This was a monster that was rapidly evolving. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 favorability 2, current favorability 11. How did you do it? How did your strength grow so quickly? Qin Yuma asked, still panting heavily on the ground. Lin Yuan took a nearby towel to wipe his hands. Looking down at the sweat-drenched Qin Yuma, the image of Shun Qingyue banging on his door last night flashed through his mind. Currently, Su Xianwan, Wang Ye, and Lin Madong were living in the Rose Garden apartment. Among the 3 women, aside from Lin Madong, who possessed a bit of grit, the other 2 had zero combat capability. It would be better to bring this top-tier martial artist back to act as temporary security. In doing so, he could also close the distance between them, making it easier to win her over in the future. Want to learn? Lin Yuan tossed the towel aside and walked over to Qin Yuma. He knelt on one knee, bracing his hand on the yoga mat right next to her ear. The distance between them was extremely close. The potent scent of Lin Yuan's masculine hormones mingled with sweat enveloped Qin Yuma. Her breathing hitched, and her heart pounded wildly. Instinctively, she wanted to raise her knee to strike, but her legs were too weak to muster any strength. What? What do you want? Lin Yuan stared into her eyes and said, move into my place tonight. Qin Yuma's brain instantly short-circuited. Move in with him. What was this supposed to mean? Was she being kept? Impossible. I have a girlfriend. It's impossible for me to. Qin Yuma's mind was in utter chaos. She was strictly a lesbian, harboring nothing but physical aversion toward men. Yet the superhuman strength Lin Yuan had demonstrated held a powerful sway over her soul as a top-tier martial artist. Lin Yuan cut directly through her overthinking. Move in and be my security. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. In exchange, 3 months from now, I will teach you how to break through the limits of human strength. Having said his piece, Lin Yuan cleanly withdrew his hand and stood up. The intense pressure dissipated with him. Slumped on the floor, Qin Yuma watched Lin Yuan's tall, straight back, her mind locked in a fierce internal struggle. Strength. Strength that broke through limits. To her, this temptation was far more lethal than any amount of money. Just then the screen of Lin Yuan's phone resting on a bench lit up. He turned and picked up the phone. It was a WeChat message from Su Muxue. Tomorrow night at 7, the rooftop restaurant of the Riverview Intercontinental Hotel. Followed immediately by a location pin. Tomorrow night in Jiangxing was destined to be extraordinarily lively. Evening. Apartment 1201, Rose Garden. With the rolling sound of wheels, Qin Yuma, clad in a tight black tank top and cargo pants, strode into the foyer carrying a massive camouflage tactical bag in one hand while pulling a suitcase with the other. Her striking red hair was casually tied back. Her muscles, still slightly pumped from high-intensity training, exuded a powerful sense of pressure. Su Xiaowan, who was checking the inventory list in the living room, immediately set down her tablet. Wang Ye, who had just opened the door, froze in her tracks, her gaze somewhat uneasy. Within this spacious apartment, the three women formed an invisible clash of territories. Su Xiaowan keenly sensed an impending crisis. This newcomer's bust was only slightly smaller than Wang Ye's, yet she possessed a wildness that neither of them had, posing a severe threat to Su Xiaowan's status as the head housekeeper. Straightening her posture, Su Xiaowan assumed the authoritative air of a housekeeper bestowed upon her by Lin Yuan and went forward to greet her. "Miss Qin, I assume." "Mr. Lin has already informed us." Though polite, her tone carried a business-like aloofness. "The apartment has limited rooms. For convenience, you will share a room with me." Qin Yuma swept a glance over Su Xiaowan and tossed her tactical bag directly into the foyer. "My girlfriend would be angry." She paused, her gaze landing on Su Xiaowan's chest. "Not to mention it's a washboard." The living room fell dead silent. Wang Ye's eyes widened in shock. Having been neighbors for so long, she had no idea Qin Yuma was a lesbian. Although she had often seen her coming and going with a strangely dressed young girl, she had never thought of it that way. Su Xiaowan was also stunned. "Girlfriend? Washboard?" She instantly snapped out of it and shrieked. "Who are you calling a washboard? You matchstick. What's the use of having a big chest?" "In this house I wash Mr. Lin's underwear and manage the finances. As a newly hired bodyguard, whether you get what you want for breakfast tomorrow depends entirely on my mood." Qin Yuma's gaze turned playful, her voice low and husky. "Washing underwear? Why don't you wash mine too? Sleep with me. Just don't cry and beg Lin Yuan to save you tonight." "What is all this racket?" The master bedroom door swung open. Lin Yuan walked out wearing a black bathrobe, drying his wet hair with a towel. His cold gaze swept across the room. "Qin Yuma, you will stay in the guest bedroom alone," Lin Yuan declared, settling the matter. Su Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat. If the guest bedroom went to Qin Yuma, where would she sleep? Would she have to squeeze into the small second bedroom with Wang Ye and her daughter? A flash of grievance crossed her eyes, but her deeply ingrained submissiveness made her prepare to bow her head and accept her fate. "Xiaowan." Lin Yuan turned his head to look at his little secretary, who resembled a startled quail. "Move your things into the master bedroom." Silence fell over the entire room. Qin Yuma couldn't care less. She picked up her tactical bag and walked toward the guest bedroom. Wang Ye lowered her head and resumed wiping the table, though her fingers tightened slightly around the rag. Meanwhile, thousands of brilliant fireworks seemed to explode in Su Xiaowan's mind. The master bedroom. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the logic was simple. He needed an absolutely secure environment to sleep. Su Xiaowan currently had the highest affection rating. Keeping her by his side was far safer than anyone else. Unable to suppress the wild upward curve of her lips, Su Xiaowan responded respectfully. Since this was only a temporary base, she didn't have many belongings. She quickly packed her suitcase and wheeled it toward the master bedroom. As she passed Wang Ye, she lifted her chin slightly, a trace of sovereign pride flashing in her eyes. Late at night. Inside the master bedroom, only a dim warm wall lamp was lit. Having showered, Su Xiaowan had changed into an extremely conservative cotton nightgown. She exuded the sweet aroma of jasmine body wash. Though she was wrapped up conservatively, the raw, innocent allure of someone fresh from the bath was far more lethal than any deliberate exposure. She sat on the edge of the bed with her legs pressed together. Lin Yuan leaned against the headboard holding a tablet as he reviewed the inventory list scheduled for delivery tomorrow. Su Xiaowan crawled to the foot of the bed on her own initiative to massage Lin Yuan's feet. "Mr. Lin." Su Xiaowan's voice trembled, breaking the silence. Lin Yuan did not look up. "Speak. I used to think the best outcome for my life would be marrying an ordinary man and letting life wear me down. But you were the one who picked me up. That day at the mall, when you swiped that black card, I wasn't thinking about the money." She grabbed Lin Yuan's leg, pressing it against her burning cheek with a frantic gaze. "I thought as long as you nod, I would tear my very soul apart for you." Lin Yuan looked at her. In his past life, Su Xiaowan had done exactly that. She had slit her wrists to draw the zombie horde away with her blood, only to die in some unseen alleyway. "Actually, I've liked you for a very long time." Su Xiaowan sniffled. "The year I first joined the company, I messed up the meeting minutes and Mr. Shin scolded me in front of everyone. I hid in the pantry and cried, feeling like my world was ending. Then you walked and handed me a cup of warm water and told me errors are meant to be corrected, tears have no value." Su Xiaowan's voice began to choke up. "On countless late nights of overtime, you were the only one who, when passing by my desk, would casually turn up the air conditioner by 2 degrees for me. I knew you had a wife back then, so I buried these feelings deep inside. But now," she suddenly raised her head. Even if tomorrow is the end of the world, I will follow you. Lin Yuan's finger paused on the tablet screen. He scrutinized the trembling girl before him, her eyes red-rimmed. In this collapsing world he did not need love, but he thoroughly enjoyed this absolute submission. Lin Yuan set down the tablet, leaned forward, and pinched Su Xianwan's chin, forcing her to look up. Then prove it to me. Su Xianwan closed her eyes. She leaned in of her own accord, clumsily pressing her lips against his. She had suppressed her feelings for far too long. From her crush when she first joined to being carried bridal style, when the car crashed through the door, to the joy of buying clothes together. At the moment she secretly bought the condoms, she was already fully prepared. Mr. Lin, please don't mind my small size. The night was tender. The wall lamp cast their entwined shadows upon the wall. At the moment of peak vertigo and blankness, Su Xianwan let out a cry, clinging tightly to Lin Yuan's neck, whispering uncontrollably in his ear over and over, Mr. Lin, I am yours. Entirely yours. Ding. Target Su Xianwan Beauty 87 emotional fluctuation has reached the extreme limit. Affection level critical hit 16. Current affection level 70. Lin Yuan leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. He looked at the striking spot of crimson on the bedsheet, then at Su Xianwan, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion in his arms, tear stains still lingering on the corners of her eyes. He exhaled a ring of smoke. The first intimate encounter would trigger a critical boost in affection. After all, his second encounter with Wang Yi yesterday had not yielded such a leap in growth. This piece of intelligence was extremely crucial. Lin Yuan looked at Su Xianwan, his fingertips pausing for a second before he ultimately stubbed out the cigarette. When Su Xianwan opened her eyes, her first instinct was not to linger in bed, but to subconsciously reach for her phone on the nightstand. There was still the warehouse inventory check today. The incoming supply lists needed to be verified. The storage quantities on Wang Yi's side also required a double check. Just as she tried to prop herself up with her arms, her body went weak, and she nearly collapsed back onto the bed. Lin Yuan was sitting by the bedside, already fully dressed. He glanced at her. Stay in bed. Su Xianwan's movements froze. Mr. Lin, I'm fine. Biting her lip, she forced herself to try to get out of bed. Today's inventory check is very important. I can finish verifying the spreadsheets first, then go cross-check the physical goods with Sister Ya. Lin Yuan's voice was cold and firm. I said stay in bed. Su Xianwan instantly stopped moving. Clutching the blanket like a small animal that had done something wrong, she whispered, Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan picked up the water glass from the nightstand and handed it to her. Take the day off today. Su Xianwan froze. But, no buts. Lin Yuan looked at her. You already proved your worth last night. Forcing yourself today only to make mistakes would be truly foolish. Su Xianwan's ears flushed crimson instantly, yet her heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. Lin Yuan was not coaxing her, he was merely issuing a command to rest in his coldest, harshest manner. But to Su Xianwan, this was more effective than any sweet talk. Lin Yuan casually picked up her phone. The screen was still on the WeChat interface. The message sent by Zhao Ye last night was still displayed. Xianwan, you absolutely must come to the class reunion tonight. Su Xianwan reported everything to Lin Yuan. So Lin Yuan had known about this all along. He handed the phone back to her. Go to the class reunion tonight. Su Xianwan was taken aback. Mr. Lin, she did indeed want to go and see. Would that person who once stood so high and could casually humiliate her now bend her knee in public? Su Xianwan lowered her head, her voice very soft. I understand, Mr. Lin. She picked up her phone and dialed Zhao Ye. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, Xianwan. Before Su Xianwan could reply, Lin Yuan reached out and took the phone. This is Lin Yuan. The voice on the other end abruptly cut off, and only after 3 seconds did it speak again. And Mr. Lin. Zhao Ye's voice was trembling. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Yuan toyed with Su Xianwan's hair, with one hand, his tone icy. Xianwan is unwell today. Apartment 1201, Building 3A, Rose Garden. Come over and attend to her. Beep. Lin Yuan hung up directly and tossed the phone back onto the nightstand. Su Xianwan stared at Lin Yuan in a daze. To have that once high and mighty, insufferably arrogant green tea school beauty come over to serve as her personal maid. Ding. Target Su Xianwan affection level 3, current affection level 73. In less than 20 minutes, a frantic knocking came from the apartment door. Wang Yi, who had just served breakfast on the table, walked over to open it. Outside the door, Zhao Ye hadn't even put on makeup. Her hair was messy, and she was carrying bird's nest porridge pack from a dim sum shop. She had clearly rushed all the way here. Seeing Wang Yi open the door, Zhao Ye immediately lowered her head. Excuse me. Is this Mr. Lin's home? Wang Yi looked at the woman, her heart skipping a beat. Who is this woman now? Mr. Lin probably wouldn't be interested in someone like this. Qin Yuma, who was eating breakfast, immediately sat up straight. Duty called. The master bedroom door opened, and Su Xianwan walked out in her pajamas, her legs still slightly weak. Zhao Ye rushed over like a lapdog, barefooted, without even putting on slippers. Her knee bumped against the edge of the shoe rack in the foyer, but she didn't even dare to cry out in pain. She deftly unpacked the bird's nest porridge. Xianwan. No, Miss Su, I didn't know if you prefer it sweet or mild, so I bought both. Su Xianwan didn't take it. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, who was putting on his coat. Send me the address of the gathering tonight. I will pick you up when it's over. Su Xianwan nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and stepped out. Tonight he still had an appointment with Su Muxue. Her uncle is the head of District H in the south of the city. My father insisted that I must show him respect. If it's inconvenient for you to come, I will handle it myself. Jiang Residence, Yunjiang Pavilion. Jiang Shaoan wore a dark red high-slit qipao, her long legs crossed. The slit of the dress shifted slightly with her movements. She seemed to avoid it on purpose or simply didn't bother avoiding it. Oh, great genius, Lin. Washing the cup, pouring water, serving the tea. Jiang Shaoan pushed a cup of da hong pao across to the opposite seat. Coming to see me in such a hurry. Wasn't it because you missed me so much you couldn't stand it? Lin Yuan didn't sit down. He handed Jiang Shaoan a list directly. Thermal imaging drones, EMP-shielded servers, micro self-destructing reconnaissance drones. Also, I want access to every camera within 10 kilometers around Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Jiang Shaoan didn't take the list. She lifted her teacup and took a sip. Are you trying to start a rebellion? I can't help you with anything illegal. Lin Yuan slapped the list onto the table, looking down at Jiang Shaoan. In 2 days, a localized conflict will break out in the Middle East. The strait will close. International crude oil futures will gap up significantly. Jiang Shaoan's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Oh, you're so fierce. Haven't you been watching the news? The U.S. only announced peace talks yesterday. Lin Yuan pointed at the list. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You know better than me how to handle it. Lin Yuan straightened up. Jiang Shaoan smiled and tucked the list beneath the tea tray. Just one prophecy, and you expect me to run gray line operations for you. Lin Yuan, do you think I'm some love-brained fool like Xinqingwei? Lin Yuan took out his phone and pulled up an agreement. I'll go along with you. If I breach the contract, you can reclaim Cloud Top Heavenly Palace now. 1. The smile finally faded from Jiang Shaoan's face. Her fingers traced the rim of her teacup as she looked into Lin Yuan's eyes. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The things this man wanted were indeed hard to come by. But recently those old fossils had been fiercely opposing the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace project she was responsible for. If Lin Yuan was telling the truth, a single crude oil gap-up would be enough to shut up all those old fossils. She needed a winning record to turn things around. If it was false, then she'd treat it as paying for a lesson. And while she was at it, she'd strip this bastard clean and sell him off to pay her debts. Just to gross out that woman Xinqingwei. Jiang Shaoan set her teacup down heavily. For the drones and servers, I'll have my people arrange special channels to get you a portion first. She paused, her eyes growing playful. If you dare deceive me, I'll personally sell you to be a gigolo. With your looks, you should make quite a bit of money. Lin Yuan turned to leave. You can try. Jiang Shaoan leaned back in her chair, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. By the way, here's a free tip. Lu Feng ran off 2 days ago with 20 million from Xinhui Group. Xinqingwei got boots out by the board of directors. Are you happy? None of my business. Lin Yuan had just reached the door when his steps suddenly froze. By the way, help me look into a blind date guy. 7 in the evening. Jiangjing Intercontinental Hotel. A violinist played a soothing melody. The air was filled with the aroma of butter. Su Muxue wore a minimalist black dress, her long hair swept up, revealing her slender fair neck. Elegant and ascetic. Yet at this moment, the Ice Frost Empress's brows were tightly knitted. Her blind date opposite her had an oily slick-back hairstyle. He deliberately rested his left hand on the table, his Rolex Submariner gleaming under the spotlight, swinging back and forth. I just secured a 20 million yuan series of funding round from the government for AI healthcare. Doctors as a profession will inevitably be replaced by algorithms. He swirled his wine glass. Let me give you some advice, sister. Women depreciate after 30. It's only because of our family's connection that I'm giving you this opportunity. But my mother said that anyone entering our family must first undergo a full medical examination, especially gynecological. After all, it's all for the children. Su Muxue's fingers gripping the wine glass turned white. If not for the ties between their families, she would have splashed that water right in his face already. Suddenly, a long, powerful hand reached out from behind and wrapped around her slender waist. Su Muxue's body stiffened. Her right hand nearly reflexively clawed at the wrist. But the next moment, she caught a familiar scent. Lin Yuan. Remembering their agreement, Su Muxue forced herself to hold back. Lin Yuan pulled out a chair and sat beside her. He didn't even glance at the blind date man across from them. Instead, he picked up the lemon water in front of Su Muxue. There was a faint lip mark on the rim. Lin Yuan took a sip right at that spot. Miss me? Su Muxue's ears grew warm. She could have snatched the glass back, but the pretend boyfriend agreement forced her to endure it. The blind date man's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his palm on the table. Who the hell are you? Only then did Lin Yuan turn to look at the man. AI healthcare. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, draping his arm around Su Muxue's shoulders. A shell company with a registered capital of only 100,000, siphoning government subsidies through your uncle's connections in the district. Last month your financial fraud was barely covering the holes. And you still have the nerve to go on blind dates. With every word Lin Yuan spoke, the blind date man's face grew paler. All this dirt was sent to Lin Yuan's phone by Jiang Shaoan that afternoon. You're lying. This is called capital operations. You wouldn't understand. The blind date man shot to his feet, drawing attention from the entire restaurant. So that's why you've been giving me the cold shoulder. You're just some used goods who's been slept with who knows how many times. He pointed his finger at Su Muxue. Acting all pure and virtuous on the surface, no one knows what you're like in bed. Slap. A crisp slap cut through the melodious violin. With his augmented strength, Lin Yuan struck the blind date man so hard, he spun halfway through the air before crashing heavily onto an empty adjacent table. Dishes and wine glasses shattered across the floor. Even that Rolex Submariner crashed against the table corner, its face cracking like a spider web and revealing the plastic movement inside. Puffed. Blood spewed from the blind date man's mouth. His face swelled visibly on one side. One hand covered his face while the other didn't dare point at anyone anymore. You? I'm a civilized person. Lin Yuan looked at him, his voice soft. My name is Lin Yuan. Now go ask your uncle. See if he can protect you. Restaurant staff, hearing the commotion, rushed over quickly. Seeing the blind date man with a mouthful of blood, their voice trembled. Sir, do you need me to call the police? The blind date man shoved the waiter aside. He fumbled for his phone and dialed his uncle with shaking hands. Uncle, someone beat me up. The voice on the other end scolded once, but the moment he heard Lin Yuan, it cut off abruptly. Let's go. The blind date man covered his face and bolted for the elevator. He didn't even dare leave a threat. Ding. Target Su Mushue, appearance 90, favorability 3, current favorability 8. Meanwhile, on the same floor in a hotel private room, Su Xianwan's class reunion was in an extremely bizarre state. Around the enormous round table, no one dared speak loudly. Some kept their heads down pretending to check their phones. Others stole glances at Zhao Ye, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. They had expected to see Zhao Ye cruelly humiliate Su Xianwan tonight. But the reality was, Su Xianwan was sitting. Zhao Ye was standing. When Su Xianwan wanted water, Zhao Ye immediately handed it to her. When Su Xianwan glanced at the lobster on the table, Zhao Ye put on gloves and peeled it for her. A male classmate who had once harbored a crush on Su Xianwan approached with a drink in hand, emboldened by alcohol. Xianwan, actually back in college I had. Piss off. Zhao Ye snatched the glass, her eyes vicious. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you're worthy, eh? The male classmate's face flushed dark red, but he didn't dare retort. Under Zhao Ye's extremely servile leadership, the atmosphere in the room shifted. One by one, classmates raised their glasses and lined up to toast Su Xianwan. Sister Xianwan, I was immature back then. Sister Xianwan, I'll finish mine, you do as you please. But Su Xianwan merely took a light sip of the papaya milk in front of her. She didn't like these occasions, but she had to admit it. Being flattered by those who once looked down on her didn't feel bad at all. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhao Ye went to the restroom. When she returned, her expression seemed unusual. She leaned close to Su Xianwan's ear and whispered, "A divine figure like President Lin having a few confidants is completely normal." Su Xianwan listened, utterly confused. Get to the point. Zhao Ye immediately fell quiet. I just saw President Lin at the restaurant downstairs. He was with a woman in a black dress. Su Xianwan's hand holding her glass paused slightly. What a coincidence. President Lin's schedule never reported to her. Long you should be at home accompanying motto. Qin Yuma, that lesbian, would never come to a place like this. So, a new woman of President Lin's. Su Xianwan lowered her eyes. She was now President Lin's head steward. No matter who that woman was, as long as President Lin took a liking to her, Su Xianwan had to handle the relationship in advance. She couldn't compete. She couldn't cause a scene. She absolutely couldn't annoy President Lin. She stood up, switched to a wine glass, and poured half a glass of red wine. She hadn't slept enough last night, and her legs still felt weak. But propriety and grace must not be lost. I'll go take a look. Zhao Ye immediately followed. Her eagerness was almost more diligent than a eunuch. Walking through the corridor, arriving at the entrance of the revolving restaurant, Su Xianwan spotted Lin Yuan at a glance. The staff had already cleaned up the shattered tableware and served a fresh set. Lin Yuan was leisurely enjoying his meal. The woman in the black dress across from him was speaking quietly. Su Xianwan took a deep breath. She put on her professional smile and strode over confidently. President Lin, what a coincidence. Walking up to the table, she was just about to raise her glass in greeting to the woman in black. Sister, I'm halfway through her sentence. Su Xianwan clearly saw the woman's face. In that instant, her entire body froze. Auntie. Su Xianwan stood frozen in place, holding a half-empty glass of red wine. Lin Yuan's brow arched slightly as his deep gaze swept rapidly across both of their faces. He had read Su Xianwan's file and knew she was an orphan, which was why he had occasionally looked out for her during his time at the Xinghua group. However, he truly had not expected her to share a blood relation with this future Frost Empress. Memories that Su Xianwan had forcibly suppressed came flooding back: her gambling-addicted father, who had been thrown out of the Su family, and her mother, who had coughed up blood and died in a cold, leaky shantytown in the southern district. And then there was the high and mighty Su family, who had watched their struggle for survival with cold indifference. Su Xianwan's body began to tremble violently, and uncontrollably her eyes turning rimmed with red. The red wine in her goblet rippled in concentric circles with her tremors. Just then Zhao Ye, who was following closely behind her, demonstrated the ultimate intuition of a loyal lackey. Although Zhao Ye did not know exactly what had transpired, she could tell at a single glance that Su Xianwan's emotional state was highly unstable. She immediately took a step forward, shielding Su Xianwan from Su Mushue, with her own body, a flattering smile instantly plastering over her face. Oh my goodness. So it's Xianwan's aunt. Hello, hello. What a pleasure, what a pleasure. Zhao Ye bowed and scraped, speaking at a rapid-fire pace. Mr. Lin is our Xianwan's boss. Please go ahead and chat. We still have some matters to attend to over at our private room, so we won't disturb you any further. With that, Zhao Ye gave Su Muxue absolutely no chance to speak. She linked arms with Su Xianwan and half-dragged, half-pulled her away from this battlefield. My dear, take a deep breath. Mr. Lin is handling business. We absolutely cannot cause trouble at a time like this. Zhao Ye soothed in a low voice, walking briskly in her high heels. She was terrified that a single slow step would anger that cold-faced god of death. Su Muxue instinctively stood up, wanting to give chase. Let her be. Lin Yuan spoke flatly, remaining seated. Su Muxue's advancing step halted. As she watched the figure disappear down the end of the corridor, a flicker of complexity flashed through her cool, clear eyes. She slowly sat back down, picking up her lemon water to conceal the slight trembling of her fingertips. It was only after a long pause that she spoke in a raspy voice. Xianwan is a good girl. Su Muxue's voice was somewhat low. Even though we are a generation apart, our age difference isn't that large. When she was little, I used to play with her all the time. Lin Yuan leaned back against his chair, gently tracing the rim of his glass with his finger as he listened quietly. Back then, my eldest brother lost his mind to gambling and even mortgaged our family's ancestral home. The patriarch of the Su family hardened his heart and threw the three of them out on the streets, not even allowing them to take a change of clothes. Su Muxue's brow furrowed slightly, carrying a trace of disgust for the past. Xianwan's mother was an honest, duty-bound woman. She suffered through half a lifetime of hardships by his side. I only found out later that because she had no money for medical treatment, her illness was dragged out until it killed her. No one in the Su family cared. They thought it was disgraceful. Back then, I had just started my internship at the hospital. I would secretly go to Xianwan's school and slip her some lunch money. But for some reason, I would always run into my eldest brother. He was like a vampire, finding all sorts of ways to extort money from me. Later on, I entered the emergency department. Work became busier and busier to the point where I barely had enough time to sleep. Gradually, we lost touch. Su Muxue sighed, her gaze drifting back toward the corridor. Calculating it now, I haven't seen her for 4 or 5 years. I didn't expect her to be working for you now. Su Muxue raised her eyes, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Didn't you leave the Xinghui group? Why are you still together with Xianwan? Lin Yuan did not hide the truth, his tone flat. She is my chief steward. Chief steward. Su Muxue was taken aback. This title sounded somewhat out of place in modern society. She is currently in full charge of hoarding supplies and building an apocalyptic fortress for me. Lin Yuan spoke with blunt honesty. Su Muxue stared blankly for a couple of seconds. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. This smile was like an iceberg melting, a gentle spring breeze brushing past, breathtakingly beautiful. Even the dim lighting around them seemed to brighten a fraction. She assumed Lin Yuan was merely joking. The apocalypse. Su Muxue shook her head. That sounds even more unreliable than the AI healthcare from earlier. Yet looking into Lin Yuan's completely undisturbed eyes, she knew this unfathomable man was not speaking nonsense. Perhaps it was a code name for some sort of rescue plan, just like how he saved Lu Sisi. Su Muxue said half-jokingly, still I am quite interested in apocalyptic survival games. If your fortress is finished, remember to invite me for a tour. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. He raised his water glass and gently clinked it against Su Muxue's goblet. It's a deal. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Su Muxue's playful remark was equivalent to voluntarily walking herself, a future S-class esper, straight into his inescapable dragnet. The fish itself wanted to swim into the fishbowl. Throughout the rest of dinner, neither of them drank alcohol. As an emergency department doctor, Su Muxue had to remain sober at all times to handle unexpected emergencies. As for Lin Yuan, he had even less need for alcohol to numb his nerves. He needed to maintain absolute control over his body, which was surging with explosive power. This dinner, devoid of any alcoholic catalyst, instead acquired a touch of sophisticated intimacy due to the restrained yet direct communication between the two adults. At 9 in the evening, dinner concluded. The two walked shoulder to shoulder out of the main entrance of the Intercontinental Riverview Hotel. The night breeze of Jiangcheng carried a hint of chill, and the decaying sour smell left behind by the rare hailstorm seemed to grow stronger in the air. Lin Yuan hailed a taxi and pulled open the door for Su Muxue. Su Muxue got into the car and rolled down the window. Thank you for tonight. Su Muxue looked at Lin Yuan, a glimmer shining in the depths of her eyes. She thanked him not only for rescuing her from the blind date, but also for listening to her pour out those old memories just now. Remember, you owe me a favor, Lin Yuan replied flatly. The taxi started up and slowly merged into the traffic. Through the rearview mirror, Su Muxue watched that tall, cold figure standing in the night breeze, her lips curving upward unconsciously. Ding. Target Su Muxue Beauty 90 favorability 2, current favorability 10. Hearing the crisp system notification in his mind, Lin Yuan turned and re-entered the hotel. He had not forgotten that he still needed to pick up his chief steward. Based on the private room number Su Xianwan had sent him, Lin Yuan took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The corridor was carpeted with thick wool, and one could faintly hear the ghostly wailing and howling of karaoke echoing from various private rooms. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yuan walked down the hallway with a cold expression, preparing to head toward room V08 at the very end. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor, suddenly, crash. A sharp sound of shattering glass erupted from room V08, piercing through even the heavy soundproof door. Immediately following was Zhao Ya's sharp, furious cry. What are you doing? Don't touch her. Get the hell out of the way, you bitch. I only came over to toast you poor students because I think highly of you. Stop playing hard to get. A strange man's alcohol-fueled vulgar words rang out roughly. Exactly. Weren't you putting on quite a show in the corridor earlier? Come let big brothers inspect you. So flat. How did your man develop you? Teach us. Another intruder's voice carried a sickening lewd chuckle. In the corridor, Lin Yuan's footsteps came to a sudden halt. His gaze instantly darkened. Lin Yuan took long strides marching toward room V08. Without a single word of nonsense, bang. Lin Yuan raised his leg and kicked the heavy door of room V08. A thunderous crash resounded. The solid wooden door, along with the metal hinges torn from the frame, was sent flying by this unreasonable force. It smashed heavily onto the round table inside the room, shattering the imported liquor bottles and fruit platters into pieces. Everyone froze instantly, staring in terror at the man standing at the doorway like a god of death descended. Standing at the threshold, Lin Yuan's gaze cut through the absolute mess, locking directly onto the corner. Su Xiaowan was cornered on the sofa, her hair disheveled and her eyes red. Zhao Yu was standing resolutely in front of her, clutching a broken beer bottle neck, her entire body shaking like a leaf. She wasn't doing this to protect Su Xiaowan, but to save her own life. If Su Xiaowan lost even a single hair tonight, that demon named Lin Yuan would absolutely skin her alive. Which hand touched her? Lin Yuan's voice wasn't loud, yet it entered the ears of everyone in the room with absolute clarity, carrying a bone-chilling intent to kill, as if he had just returned from hell. Chop it off yourselves, or I will do it for you. Su Xiaowan backed into the corner of the sofa, released her tightly bitten lip when she recognized the tall, austere figure at the doorway. The humiliation and fear she had endured for half a day broke completely, and tears fell in large drops. Zhao Yu, who had been shielding her with a broken beer bottle in hand, dropped it with a clatter. The savior had arrived. The loud bangs sobered the young master slightly, but the remaining 97% of drunkenness made him fail to perceive the terrifying force that had kicked open the door. Squinting his bloodshot eyes, he saw only a pretty-faced youth and burst into laughter, grabbing a half-empty bottle of liquor from the table and hurling it at him. Fuck. Fighting a hero to rescue a beauty and coming after me. Break his limbs and throw him out. Behind him, 7 or 8 thuggish henchmen immediately grabbed bottles and folding knives and charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan performed no flashy moves. Stepping forward to meet the lead thug, he unleashed a right fist, a burst of pure physical power. A dull impact echoed through the private room. The thug was sent flying backward through the air, crashing into the giant LCD TV on the wall, denting and shattering it with sparks flying everywhere. Then Lin Yuan crashed into the crowd. Side kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts. Only absolutely overwhelming force and speed. A thug raised a folding knife and lunged toward Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan did not dodge or flinch. His left hand precisely seized the man's wrist and twisted violently. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Lin Yuan followed up with a knee thrust, driving it hard into the man's abdomen. The man spewed a mouthful of blood and curled up on the floor. In less than 10 seconds, all 7 or 8 henchmen lay on the glass-strewn carpet, limbs broken, twitching, and wailing. The pungent smell of blood overwhelmed the fragrance of alcohol. The other classmates in the private room were dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe. The young master, nearly sober from fright, retreated step by step until his back was pressed hard against the wall. President Lin. Zhao Yu knelt on the floor, sobbing incoherently. The people from the next private room molested our female classmate in the restroom. Miss Su couldn't stand by and helped us. That bastard, unwilling to accept it, brought people to break in and insisted on taking her away. Lin Yuan shook his hand and strode toward the young master. The young master, seeing his subordinates wailing all over the floor, cried out bravado while inwardly terrified. Brother, which gang are you with? My father is the king of building materials in the southern district. For today's matter, name your price. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan reached out with one hand, gripping the young master's throat, his arm muscles bulging. He lifted the over 140 gene-grown man completely off the ground with a single hand. The young master's face turned crimson, his eyes bulging, his hands desperately clawing at Lin Yuan's arm. His legs kicked wildly in the air, making gurgling sounds from his throat. Lin Yuan looked at him coldly. Was this the hand that wanted to touch her? His gaze fell on the young master's right hand. With a sudden force, he threw the young master violently onto the floor. His internal organs seemed to shift. The young master opened his mouth in agony. Before he could draw a breath, Lin Yuan raised his leather shoe and stepped directly onto his right wrist. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the entire private room, just as Lin Yuan was about to stomp on his other hand. Extremely dense footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the corridor. A middle-aged fat man with a scarred face and a bald head, accompanied by 5 menacing figures in black, blocked the private room door completely. The men in black had bulging waists, clearly carrying weapons. The young master, rolling on the floor in pain, saw the people at the door and, like grasping a straw, screamed vindicatively, "Uncle Long, save me, kill him." Su Xiaowan and the classmates in the private room instantly turned ashen. 5 professionally armed men. This was far beyond one person's capability to handle. The next moment, the bald fat man entered the private room and turned sharply. A slap delivered fiercely to the young master's face. Smack! The slap carried tremendous force. The young master was struck so hard that his mouth full of broken teeth mixed with blood splattered out. He collided headfirst with the corner of the sofa and fell completely unconscious. Everyone in the private room was stunned. What followed made their scalp tingle. The bald man turned and bowed 90 degrees directly to Lin Yuan. President Lin. President Lin. The bald man's voice trembled. This little beast has dog-eyed blindness. No one spoke in the entire room. Only Zhao Ye in the corner trembled with excitement. This bald man was Zhao Ye's boyfriend, the one who had fled in terror from a mere glance by Lin Yuan at the Chanel counter in Wanjiam City 2 days prior. Just now seeing the situation spiral out of control, Zhao Ye had secretly sent a WeChat message for help. Upon seeing the address, the bald man immediately brought people to show his worth, attempting to curry favor with Lin Yuan by saving Su Xianwan. That day after returning home, he had learned Lin Yuan's true identity through various channels. For such an opportunity to cross social classes, to seize it. That was how he had later ordered Zhao Ye to force Su Xianwan to apologize. Now with the true Buddha before him, let alone the son of a building materials king. If the king himself came, he would still slap him without hesitation. The bald man immediately waved his hand. His bodyguards dragged the unconscious young master and the entire gang of thugs out of the private room. President Lin, rest assured, I will bear all retaliation from this little beast's family. I will not let your hands get dirty, the bald man promised, patting his chest. Zhao Ye quickly scrambled up, rushed to Su Xianwan's side, and nodded and bowed frantically. Miss Su, are you okay? The moment I saw trouble brewing, I quickly called for backup. I would never let you suffer injustice. She spared no effort in displaying her top-tier, boot-licking merit of calling men to protect her mistress. Lin Yuan walked up to Su Xianwan and took her hand, preparing to leave. The bald man hastily and obsequiously approached and spoke. President Lin. 2 days ago at the mall I was blind. My name is Long Dabiao. People in the trade respectfully call me Fat Dragon. I have gathered some engineering teams and building materials connections over the years. I wish to follow you. Fat Dragon. Long Dabiao. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. He stopped, turned his head, and stared at the humble bald fat man before him. Memories from his past life surged. The reckless one from Shelter No. 9 in Jiangxing. A B-rank fire tribute Esper. In his past life, Lin Yuan had cooperated with him to combat a zombie tide led by a mutated creature. Although this fat man did not look like a good person, he could be called loyal and righteous. To honor his promise with the leader of Shelter No. 9, he detonated his Esper ability in the zombie tide, perishing together with the mutated creature. He had also indirectly saved Lin Yuan's life. Could it really be this scarred-faced bald fat man before him? Their images did not quite match, and at that time Fat Dragon clearly had hair. They had shared a drink then, and Lin Yuan had jokingly asked him why he was called Fat Dragon despite not being fat. Fat Dragon had only chuckled and sung a few lines, the old me. However, when Lin Yuan met Fat Dragon, it was half a year after the apocalypse. If he had lost weight, the two faces did share some resemblance. Before the formation of the Doomsday Shelter, Lin Yuan indeed still lacked manpower. Looking at Fat Dragon, he said, tomorrow morning go to Cloud Top Heavenly Palace in the western suburbs. Find someone named Liu Yin and tell him I sent you to assist him. Let Liu Yin test whether this person was usable. He would not keep someone without measurable value by his side. Fat Dragon paused, then burst with ecstatic joy. This was acceptance. Thank you, President Lin. Thank you for your patronage. I will report tomorrow morning early. Fat Dragon bowed repeatedly. Zhao Ye, standing by with keen perception, shouted loudly, wishing President Lin and Miss Su a speedy birth of a precious son. May you grow old together with white hair. Late at night, the black off-road vehicle drove through the streets of Jiangxing. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat somber. Su Xianwan sat in the passenger seat, head bowed, her hands tightly twisting the hem of her clothes. She felt she had caused trouble for Lin Yuan. President Lin. I'm sorry. Su Xianwan's voice carried a crying tone. I will never meddle in others' affairs again. I shouldn't have gotten you into trouble. Lin Yuan steered with one hand. He freed his right hand, and in an extremely domineering manner placed it on Su Xianwan's head, firmly rubbing her hair. Remember. Lin Yuan looked straight ahead at the road, his voice low and forceful. My woman does not need to compromise herself. Also stop drinking that papaya milk. Su Xianwan suddenly raised her head, staring blankly at Lin Yuan's austere profile. Then she smiled brightly. I'll go back and feed you grapes. Ding. Target Su Xianwan, appearance 87, favorability 4. Current favorability 77. At the same time, Japan, Tokyo. Inside an upscale Japanese garden. Lu Feng, wearing a loose yukata, sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. Holding a cup of sake in his hand, his expression was terribly grim. His original plan had been extremely perfect. Utilizing the marital discord between Lin Yuan and Shen Xingyue, he would seduce Shen Xingyue, then exploit the shell of Xinghue Group to siphon off at least 400 or 500 million. But he never expected that Lin Yuan would proactively propose divorce from Shen Xingyue. This completely contradicted the information he had previously investigated. This also made him lose all face before his friends. Lin Yuan. Lu Feng drained the sake from his cup, his eyes flashing with malicious hatred. He set down the wine cup and looked at the person sitting in the shadows opposite. The air emitted a faint scent of cherry blossoms. 100,000 US dollars have been transferred to your account. Lu Feng pushed a photo of Lin Yuan to the center of the table. I want him dead. Deep into the night, returning to apartment 1201, Lin Yuan ushered Su Xianwan back to the master bedroom to rest. He shed his jacket, which carried a faint metallic scent of blood, and walked toward the kitchen to pour a glass of water. The living room was unlit. His 26 points of mental strength allowed him to keenly sense a cold gaze locked onto his throat from the darkness. Come out, Lin Yuan commanded, his voice cold and hard. A shadow writhed slightly, and Qin Yuma stepped out soundlessly clad in a black tactical tank top. Next time you enter, remember to announce yourself. She lowered her stance, bare feet gripping the floor as her hands rose into a military combat starting position. You. Qin Yuma's expression shifted drastically. Instinct drove her to throw a fierce punch toward Lin Yuan's neck. Yet how terrifyingly powerful was Lin Yuan's physical body now? With a swift sidestep, his right hand clamped onto Qin Yuma's wrist, pulling her forward with her own momentum. Simultaneously, his left leg forcefully wedged between her thighs, completely neutralizing her center of gravity. Thud! A dull sound of colliding flesh echoed in the pitch-black living room. Qin Yuma was pinned hard against the wall by Lin Yuan's brute strength. Two explosive bodies collided seamlessly in the darkness. A wave of heat from Lin Yuan, thick with the scent of blood and masculine sweat, instantly overwhelmed her senses. The position was intensely intimate, bordering on brutal. Lin Yuan's knee pinned her down, while his upper body pressed heavily against her warm, full chest, flattening it completely. Refusing to submit, Qin Yuma grit her teeth. Her long-toned legs attempted to arch for a knee strike to Lin Yuan's groin, but she was firmly suppressed by his even more terrifying raw physical strength. Amid the struggle, their skin rubbed heatedly against each other. Due to her violent resistance, Qin Yuma's body glistened with a fine layer of sweat, soaking her black tactical tank top and making it cling tightly to her skin. Let go. Qin Yuma growled in a hushed, angry tone, a trace of panic finally flashing in her cold eyes. This man's strength was so immense it drove her to utter despair. Instead of letting go, Lin Yuan lowered his head even closer. On my turf, don't strike your combat stance at me. Dare to show your claws again, and I will break you. Their pressed bodies transmitted Lin Yuan's powerful, steady heartbeat. That primal, wild, masculine hormone caused a faint urge to submit to rise from the depths of her being. Seeing her freeze and cease her resistance, Lin Yuan slowly released his grip and took half a step back. Qin Yuma leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her full chest heaving as she stared at him with a complex gaze. Report the situation, Lin Yuan said, walking to the kitchen counter to pour a glass of water. Qin Yuma calmed her racing heartbeat. With 2 fingers, she very carefully parted a tiny slit in the heavy curtains, tilting her chin slightly toward the ground below. 3 cars, 4 lookouts. 1 is parked across from the convenience store opposite the community, and 2 are at the underground garage exit. They rotate shifts every 2 hours. Qin Yuma spoke rapidly, her tone dripping with absolute professionalism. Their methods are sloppy, and their equipment is outdated. They aren't cops, nor are they from the underworld. Most likely they are private investigators hired for cash. Who did you cross? Lin Yuan glanced through the slit. Shen Qingwei. That foolish woman. He hadn't found the time to teach her a lesson, yet she remained as persistent as a lingering ghost. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Qin Yuma. In his past life, this woman was known as the Valkyrie, carving a path through the zombie hordes with nothing but her iron fists. Yet he had always assumed she was merely an exceptionally gifted fitness coach. What did you do before? This level of alertness is far from what you'd expect of a fitness coach. Lin Yuan asked. Qin Yuma let go of the curtain and glanced at him sideways without answering, as she was still harboring resentment over his sudden attack just moments ago. As my household security, I need to know your background inside out, Lin Yuan said. Besides, you should understand that investigating your records would be effortless for me. A flash of distaste crossed Qin Yuma's eyes. Southwest border, a certain reconnaissance company. Discharged 3 years ago. Why did you leave? I couldn't stand the bureaucratic hypocrisy and beat up my superior, Qin Yuma replied, her lips curling into a self-deprecating smirk. After getting out, I realized this society is even more fucking disgusting. Unable to withstand so many temptations, I had no choice but to sell smiles as a fitness coach. But now I only care about money and power. Lin Yuan stared at her. She had hidden herself deeply in his past life. But this made sense. How could anyone who became a warlord in the apocalypse be simple? Every powerhouse has hidden cards. Even if he knew the future, he must never let his guard down. This is the number of someone named Fei Long in the southern district of Jiangqing. Lin Yuan sent a number to Qin Yuma from his phone. Contact him. Qin Yuma was stunned for a moment. And then, oi, break the legs of those 4 people. Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the master bedroom. Then dump them at the entrance of Shangshan Villa. Remember, don't kill anyone. I want her to see those broken legs the moment she opens her door in the morning. The next morning, a drizzling rain fell over Jiangqing. The sour, rotten odor in the air was magnified infinitely by the rain. Having finished washing up, Lin Yuan pushed open the master bedroom door to grab his coat. Hearing the movement, Su Xianwan woke up instantly, like a startled kitten. Without even putting on shoes, she trotted over barefoot and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Yuan's waist from behind. She pressed her warm face against Lin Yuan's broad back, her soft body trembling slightly, a morbid attachment of surviving a disaster flickering in her eyes. Mr. Lin, tonight let Xianwan stay with you, all right? Xianwan is not afraid of pain. I accidentally fell asleep yesterday. Lin Yuan turned around, rubbed her somewhat messy hair, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Go to work once you're awake. I have serious business today. Seeing that Lin Yuan was not angry, Su Xianwan obediently let go. With her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness, she retreated to the bedside with docility. Lin Yuan turned and walked out of the master bedroom, coming to the dining table. Wang Yi had already served steaming hot century egg and pork congee. A local Jiangxing news notification popped up on the screen. South District Building Materials King involved in organized crime and severe tax evasion. No assets seized overnight. Suspect detained by police. In the video, the arrogant rich heir from the private room last night and his overbearing father were being shoved into a police car in handcuffs, looking utterly disheveled. Right after WeChat popped up several long voice messages from Fei Long. Lin Yuan tapped to play. Mr. Lin, Miss Qin's matter has been settled. Fei Long's voice was laced with extreme exhaustion, and the sound of sharp inhalations of pain while treating wounds could even be heard in the background. Also, when I sent that little beast back last night, his old man went crazy and insisted on gathering people to get you. I couldn't stop him, so I had to go head-to-head with him in a fight. We fought all night. I lost over a dozen brothers. But I've held on to that old bastard's secret ledgers for 3 years without daring to expose them. Last night, I leaked them all to the municipal task force. He won't be getting out for the rest of his life. After listening, Lin Yuan took a sip of congee. A Pyrrhic victory. With this decisive ruthlessness, and at the cost of almost half his own fortune, Fei Long had submitted a letter of allegiance. Lin Yuan held down the voice message button and replied, "You've only met me twice. Why are you willing to gamble with your life?" A few seconds later, Fei Long's reply came back. His voice carried the deep awe of a street thug. Mr. Lin, I, Fei Long, have been on the streets since I was a teenager. To survive until today, I've relied entirely on instinct. You might not believe it, but I saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on you. That time at Wanxiang City, I was scared at first, but after going home, I had a strange feeling. I feel that following you, I can live longer. Lin Yuan put down his phone. This was exactly the kind of vicious dog needed in the apocalypse. Intelligent, ruthless, and extremely sharp. He dialed Lu Yan's number. Boss, Lu Yan answered quickly. A guy named Fei Long will look for you at Tiangong. No. One today, Lin Yuan instructed. He has some connections and construction channels. Hand the rough peripheral work to him. As for the core project, you must oversee it personally. In addition, observe his character and report back to me later. Understood. Lu Yan paused, lowering his voice. Boss, the things you wanted, we've established contact. Tonight at 8, the abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs. The smuggler is called Lao Gui. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Yan's efficiency to be so high. Is he greedy? As long as the money is right, he can even get you a rocket. Lu Yan replied, but I suggest bringing more people. That bunch are all desperate outlaws. Bring Tank and Ingzi. I'll pick you up at 7 tonight. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. In the living room, Qin Yuma walked out of the guest bedroom yawning. It's done. Qin Yuma walked to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of ice water, unscrewed it, and took a huge gulp. Dumped right at the main entrance of Shangshan Villa. I bet that woman is so scared she's calling the cops right now. Lin Yuan nodded and didn't ask further. Before the apocalypse truly descended, he didn't mind letting this traitor adapt to the scenery of hell in advance. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing International Airport, international arrivals exit, the automatic glass doors slid open to both sides, and a tall woman walked out. She wore a black trench coat, sunglasses, and Martin boots with a guitar case slung over her back, her jawline sharp as a knife. She didn't use an umbrella, allowing the drizzling rain with its sour, rotten smell to fall onto her black waterproof windbreaker. Expressionless, she avoided the surveillance cameras with steady steps and no wasted movement. She walked to the roadside and took out an encrypted phone. The screen lit up to reveal a secretly taken photo from yesterday. In the photo, Lin Yuan was pushing open the door to apartment 1201 of Maiguan community. The woman's finger slid gently to zoom in on the photo, freezing on Lin Yuan's cold, sharp profile. Attached to it were also some of Lin Yuan's call records from today. An unlicensed black van pulled up in front of her. The door slid open, and the woman threw the guitar case inside first before bending down to get in. Abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs, we strike tonight, the woman whispered in Japanese. The van merged into the traffic, speeding toward the downtown area of Jiangxing. In the air, the sour, rotten smell of the rain grew stronger and stronger. The morning rain fell with an eerie, unnatural intensity. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid stench resembling rotten eggs mixed with rusting iron. On the television, an expert was still spewing solemn nonsense. The acid rain is merely industrial exhaust settling due to the seasonal transition. There is no need for panic. Shen Qingyue, wrapped in a silk nightgown and sporting dark circles under her eyes, dragged herself out of the king-size bed that once belonged to her and Lin Yuan. She had barely slept the previous night. Her right eyelid twitched violently, filled with an ominous presentiment. Rustle, rustle. A bizarre scratching sound echoed from outside the door. Shen Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. Slipping into her slippers, she crept quietly toward the foyer. "Who's out there?" No response came. There was only the heavy muffled thud of rainwater pelting against the security door. Swallowing hard, Shen Qingyue leaned in to peer through the peephole. Amidst the gray hazy curtain of rain, there was nothing to be seen except the ornamental trees in her yard. Yet the strange noise persisted. Scratch by scratch it clawed at her nerves. With a sudden burst of resolve, Shen Qingyue flung open the heavy solid wood door. Cold wind mingled with rainwater rushed inside. Swirling in alongside it was a stench of blood so thick it was nauseating. Shen Qingyue felt as though her mind had been struck by a massive sledgehammer, her eyes trembling violently in sheer shock. At the foot of the white marble steps, 4 men lay neatly aligned. Their legs were snapped backward at bizarre grotesque angles. Dark crimson blood mingled with the rain trickling down the steps drop by drop. Most hair-raising of all around the necks of these 4 men, who had passed out from sheer agony. Someone had tied 4 exquisite bow ties using men's neckties with morbidly dark humor. A blood-curdling shriek shattered the tranquility of the villa district. Shen Qingyue's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the freezing floor. A warm liquid flowed uncontrollably down her thighs, instantly soaking through her silk nightgown. It stained the luxury carpet beneath her feet, worth over 100,000 yuan, into an embarrassing dark patch. She had lost control of her bladder. Once high and mighty, the female president of the Xinhui group, who fancied herself in control of everything, now scrambled backward on all fours, her teeth chattering uncontrollably in terror. "Call the police." Yes, she had to call the police. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone. Her finger hovered over the emergency number, yet she could not bring herself to press it. The suit trousers and leather shoes were all too familiar. Was this not the elite private detective team renowned as Jiangxing's finest, whom she had hired just 3 days ago for a staggering 1 million yuan? If the police intervened and discovered she had hired men to stalk her ex-husband, she, having just been ousted from the company, would be utterly ruined. "You will end up 10,000 times worse than you are now." Lin Yuan's words reverberated in her mind like a waking nightmare. Shen Qingyue finally realized that the man who once yielded to her every whim was dead. The one alive now was a fiend crawled back from the depths of hell. Overwhelming remorse and sheer panic engulfed her. Shaking, she pulled out her phone, instinctively wanting to call her close friend He-Man. It was He-Man who had put her in touch with these detectives. "Beep. We are sorry, the number you dialed is busy." The call was disconnected instantly. She tried again, but it would not go through. Her dear friend, who had been plotting and offering advice over the phone just last night, had learned of the detective's failure even before she did, and had now vanished. How could a refined egoist like He-Man ever dare to entangle herself in such a lethal mess? "Lin Yuan, you are a demon. You lunatic." In utter despair, she threw her phone onto the floor, curled into a corner, hugging her knees, and wept hysterically. Finally, driven by absolute desperation, she dialed a number she had not contacted in ages. "Mom. At noon. At the Rose Garden Apartments." Unlike the gloomy, tragic atmosphere of the Xiangshan Villa, apartment 1201 was filled with the faint scent of jasmine and the cozy warmth of home-cooked food. Lin Yuan sat at the head of the dining table and set down his chopsticks. Before he could reach for a tissue, Su Xiaowan had already stepped forward, gently and skillfully wiping the corners of his mouth with a warm, damp towel. She then swiftly cleared the dishes before Wang Yi could. Lin Yuan cast a glance at Su Xiaowan, stood up, and said, "This afternoon you and Wang Yi go buy a car. It will make running errands easier. Then secure the diesel supply. Deliver the first batch of diesel to the Hongfa meat processing plant. Fill up all of their backup generator sets. Deliver the remainder to Lu Yan at Tiangong No. 1. Su Xiaowan paused, her movements, her posture straightening instantly. "Understood, President Lin." Holding a tray nearby, Wang Yi's fingers tightened slightly. Lin Yuan had already revealed the news of the impending apocalypse to her. She asked no questions, let alone doubted him. After all, who else could she trust besides the man standing before her? Lin Yuan nodded, grabbed the keys to the G patent on the coffee table, and pushed open the door to head out. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, west suburbs Yending, Tiangong. The roar of heavy machinery was deafening. Fei Long was indeed an efficient operator. He had managed to recruit 3 professional underground engineering teams in just 1 morning. Working in tandem with Guangzhou's men, the perimeter wall was already beginning to take shape. Lin Yuan wore no hard hat, letting the fine drizzle fall upon his black windbreaker. With one hand in his pocket, he walked side by side with Lu Yan through the unfinished interior structure. "The progress on the perimeter is good. Take down the plan for the interior." Looking at the blueprint, Lin Yuan issued his directives directly. "The first floor will serve as a fully functional reception and defense layer." Lin Yuan pointed at the entrance on the blueprint. "Equip the windows with 20-centimeter thick steel alloy roller shutters. Additionally, dig a swimming pool in the living area and build a private home theater." Lu Yan quickly took notes in his notebook. For the sake of his daughter, let alone building a palace, even if Lin Yuan ordered him to bomb the Pentagon right now, he would strap on explosives without a moment's hesitation. Lin Yuan continued, "The second floor will house the living quarters and an infirmary. The infirmary must be fully equipped with sterile surgical equipment and ventilators." Lu Yan's eye twitched slightly. Surgery. Yet his hand did not stop writing. What he did not know was that after the zombie virus outbreak, the blood of C-class healing type awakened was the sole raw material for creating the life-saving serum. Lin Yuan had to prepare the hardware in advance. The third floor will host the communications terminal. Find a way to purchase permanent usage rights for several satellites. The two walked down the stairs toward the basement. Basement Level 1 storage. The cold storage must be completed within 10 days. Basement Level 2 utilized the geographical advantage of this site to drill deep wells for geothermal power generation as our primary power source. The diesel generator sets will serve as backup. Drill the groundwater extraction system down to over 200 meters and install multi-stage nanofiltration. Finally, Basement Level 3. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. I want 10 completely independent titanium alloy sealed chambers equipped with self-contained oxygen circulation and electric shock restraint systems. An inexplicable chill ran down Lin Yuan's spine. Specifications of this caliber were not meant for a shelter at all. They were designed to confine some manner of extremely dangerous predatory beasts. Lin Yuan rolled up the blueprint and looked at Lin Yuan. Can you do it? As long as the funds and equipment are provided, yes, Lin Yuan replied, closing his notebook. As night fell, Jiangsheng was enveloped in a sticky shroud of acid rain. The windshield wipers dragged turbid murky streaks across the glass. At 7 in the evening, Lin Yuan drove the G. Patton. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat. Tank, a giant standing nearly 2 meters tall, and the ghost-like Shadow sat in the back. The three of them were fully armed, wearing black tactical vests with bulging holsters at their waists and tactical combat knives strapped to their outer thighs. Lin Yuan steered with one hand, his gaze fixed on the curtain of rain ahead. Lin Yuan's peripheral vision swept over Lin Yuan's hand on the steering wheel. He had crawled out from piles of corpses, yet in Lin Yuan's presence his combat instincts screamed in alarm. The young boss before him was incredibly dangerous. Hold on tight. Without looking back, Lin Yuan slammed his foot on the accelerator. The G. Patton tore through the curtain of rain, hurtling toward the abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs. At the same time, at the perimeter of the abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs atop a rusted gantry crane, a tall woman clad in a black waterproof windbreaker lay prone against the freezing steel. Rainwater trickled down her sharp jawline. Positioned before her was a heavily modified heavy sniper rifle, its crosshairs locked firmly onto the sole path leading to the shipyard entrance through the veil of rain. Target is expected to arrive in 10 minutes, the woman reported in a low whisper in Japanese into her earpiece. Wind speed 3, humidity 80%. Preparing for the assassination. The outskirts of the abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs. A relentless night rain fell. The air was thick with the sour, corrosive scent of rust. A black G. Patton barreled through the potholed, waterlogged road. Inside the cabin, Tank shifted his nearly 2-meter-tall frame. The tactical combat knife on the outer side of his thigh clinked sharply against the edge of the seat. The boss's ride looks imposing from the outside, but the back row feels like an iron cage. It's suffocating me, Tank grumbled under his breath. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Yuan didn't even turn his head, snapping coldly. Shut up. We are entering the perimeter of the trade zone. Stay alert. 500 meters ahead stood a rusted gantry crane towering into the curtain of rain. On the steel crossbeam at the very top of the crane, Xinya Lin lay prone in the freezing accumulated water. Rainwater dripped down her sharp jawline, splashing onto the modified sniper rifle. The numbers on the rangefinder flickered rapidly. Wind 3603, humidity 80. A cold sneer touched Xinya Lin's lips. At this distance, with the target completely defenseless inside the vehicle, it was nothing more than target practice for her. With $100,000 secured, her mid-year assessment quota to advance to Chunin would also be fulfilled. Pressing her throat microphone, she reported in a low voice in Japanese, target locked. Countdown 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a sudden burst of fireworks exploded in the rain, drawing the attention of anyone nearby. Xinya Lin's index finger slowly rested on the trigger, pulling it back steadily. Just 0.01 seconds before the bullet left the chamber. Lin Yuan's staggering 26 points of mental strength triggered a terrifying death premonition. A chill shot straight from his tailbone to his skull. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Yuan slammed his right foot on the brake and violently whipped the steering wheel to the far left. The heavy off-road vehicle screeched on the wet, slippery road as its rear end fishtailed violently. Caught off guard, the three men inside slammed hard against the cabin walls. Boom. The sniper round tore through the bulletproof windshield, grazing Lin Yuan's right shoulder and drawing a streak of glaring blood before shattering the left window. Lin Yuan seized the momentum to fling the door open and roll out of the vehicle. Sniper. High ground, 10 o'clock. Get out. Lin Yuan roared. Without a single second of hesitation, the three kicked open the doors and rolled onto the ground. Lin Yuan, Tank, and Shadow formed a triangular defensive formation, using the chassis as cover to shield Lin Yuan, who was clutching his shoulder by the front left wheel, completely within their blind spot. The three drew their Glock pistols, laying down suppressive fire toward the suspected sniper position. Through her scope, Xinya Lin stared at the empty driver's seat in utter disbelief. Luck? No. The tactical evasive maneuvers and suppressive fire of those three bodyguards were definitely not those of ordinary men. Damn it. The intelligence was severely flawed. Lin Yuan glanced at the bloody gash on his shoulder, which was already beginning to clot. The searing pain did not strike fear into him, instead it completely ignited the latent brutality in his bones. Since his rebirth, he had trodden with extreme caution at every step. This was the first time death had stared him directly in the face. Before Lin Yuan could even speak, Lin Yuan's figure was already in motion. His leather shoes struck the waterlogged concrete, carving shallow craters and splashing muddy water. He charged directly into the curtain of rain, heading straight for the gantry crane. With all tactical advantages for sniping completely lost, Lin decisively whispered into her earpiece, "Mission failed. Aborting." Abandoning her heavy sniper rifle, she quickly hooked her zipline onto the steel frame and leaped down. The wind howled past her ears. Just as she descended to about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, a dark silhouette was already waiting directly beneath her landing point. Lin was horrified. How could this man be so fast? Glancing around, she saw Lin Yuan and the others flanking her from both sides. A few more seconds and her escape route would be completely sealed. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin's eyes. She drew her tactical dagger from her waist and lunged downward, aiming straight for Lin Yuan's bleeding shoulder. Intending to exploit the painful memory of his wound to force him back and seize the chance to vanish into the shipyard's complex terrain. To her shock, Lin Yuan did not even dodge. His right hand shot out, striking with a speed that defied her comprehension, seizing her knife-wielding wrist before she could react. He exerted force. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone rang out with terrifying clarity in the rainy night. Lin's wrist was snapped raw, her dagger clattering into the mud. The agonizing pain forced her mouth open to scream. But Lin Yuan raised his right leg, delivering a brutal knee strike that slammed squarely into her abdomen. The dull crack of breaking ribs echoed. Her scream was choked instantly in her throat. Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body crashing heavily into the muddy water, stripped of any remaining ability to resist. From the initial ambush to the counterkill, less than 30 seconds had elapsed. The piercing gunshots had thoroughly alarmed the interior of the abandoned shipyard. Several beams of intense searchlights intersected, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Accompanied by a flurry of heavy footsteps, a scrawny old man with a blind left eye rushed out, flanked by 15 or 16 heavily armed outlaws. They were armed exclusively with AK rifles, the clicks of safeties being switched off, merging into a single sound. The dark, hollow muzzles were all trained on Lin Yuan and the newly arrived trio of Lin Yuan. Inside the abandoned shipyard, only the patter of rain striking the gun barrels could be heard. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the dark muzzles pointed at him. Lin Yuan, Tank, and Shadow had already secured advantageous positions, their barrels locked onto several key enemy firing points. If a shootout were to erupt, Lin Yuan was confident he could snap the old man's withered neck before they could fire a third shot. Lin Yuan bent down, hoisted Lin by the scruff of her neck with one hand, and tossed her casually at the old man's feet. Lin Yuan said, "You were reliable, so I brought cash to trade." Lin Yuan glared at the old man. "Is this your sincerity?" Lao Guei was stunned. He looked at Lin Yuan's bleeding shoulder, then down at the woman on the ground. Lin's black waterproof suit had torn during the impact, revealing a tattoo on the back of her neck. Lao Guei's withered face twitched slightly. The tattoo on this woman belonged to the Japanese Ninja Association. To be able to dismantle an assassin of this caliber with his bare hands, this young man before him was no ordinary figure. "Both." Lao Guei spat on the ground, taking the opportunity to de-escalate. "Lower your weapons." His men instantly lowered their barrels in unison. Yet their fingers did not leave the triggers. Lao Guei put on a welcoming smile. "Boss Lin, is it?" Lao Guei recognized Lin Yuan. "This was my failure to clean up properly. That woman's tattoo belongs to those island bastards. It was that very scum who blinded my eye back in the day. Today consider it a favor for helping me vent my anger. Please, after you." Lin Yuan followed Lao Guei into the dry dock inside the shipyard. Lin Yuan wanted to stop him. Before verifying that this female assassin truly had no connection to Lao Guei, he did not want Lin Yuan taking any risks. But Lin Yuan glanced back at him and jerked his chin, signaling him to follow. Lin Yuan had no choice but to follow, with Tank leaving Shadow to stand guard outside to act as backup in case of any sudden development. Inside, the dock tables were cluttered with melon seeds, beer, and scattered playing cards. The air was thick with the stench of sweat. 2 squad automatic weapons even protruded from the second-floor steel beams. Lin Yuan whispered a warning. "Boss, if they don't plan on playing by the rules, we will cover you while you break out." Lin Yuan waved his hand, casually pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. The flame illuminated the bloodstains on his shoulder. One of Lao Guei's subordinates instinctively stepped forward to warn him that smoking was prohibited, but Lao Guei's gaze turned icy. With a backhanded slap, he sent the subordinate reeling and personally offered an ashtray to Lin Yuan. A massive tarpaulin was pulled back, revealing several dark green military wooden crates neatly stacked. "Everything Boss Lin requested is right here," Lao Guei said, pointing at the crates. M16 assault rifles, tactical grenades, and ammunition belts. A strong scent of gun oil drifted through the air. Lin Yuan stepped forward to inspect the goods. He expertly disassembled, checked the rifling, and reassembled a weapon in less than 10 seconds. Lin Yuan nodded toward Lin Yuan. "Top shelf gear. No tampering." Lin Yuan waved his hand. Moments later, Tank stepped forward carrying a briefcase, placed it on the steel table, and popped the latches. Dozens of stacks of crisp green US dollars were revealed. Lao Gui's remaining right eye flared with a greedy light. His men stepped forward on their own accord to count the cash. The amount is correct. Lao Gui closed the briefcase, thoroughly impressed by Lin Yuan's capability and wealth. A powerful dragon crossing the river indeed. Boss Lin, don't blame me for being cautious. In our line of work, we live with our heads on the chopping block. For tonight's goods, I'll give you a 20% discount. Keep the rest of the money, consider it a gesture of friendship. Lao Gui was extremely slick in his dealings. According to the rules of the underworld, any injury a buyer sustained on his turf was ultimately his responsibility. Reputation was paramount. Lin Yuan had tank, and Lu Yen load the wooden crates onto the battered G. Patton. No need. Since the assassin wasn't yours, I won't hold this against you. Just keep your inventory fully stocked, and there will be plenty of business for you in the future. Walking out of the warehouse, they found Qinya Lin still tied up outside in the pouring rain, held down firmly by two of Lao Gui's men. A chubby young man trotted over from behind carrying an exquisitely crafted black briefcase. Master Gui said that since Boss Lin declined the discount, he hopes you will accept this small token from his personal collection. Those from the Ninja Association are notoriously tough, but since she's a Japanese woman, this kit will help you interrogate her slowly. At Lin Yuan's nod, Lu Yen took the briefcase. Lying on the ground, Qinya Lin stared fixedly through the muddy water at the logo emblazoned on that black briefcase. It belonged to a dark web corporation that specialized in developing potent drugs and devices designed to push the physical limits of women. She had personally witnessed members of her own organization use the contents of that case to reduce a chaste, unyielding woman, one trained to withstand the highest levels of interrogation, into a dog that did nothing but wag its tail and beg for mercy. For the first time, sheer terror shattered the psychological defenses of this genin. Outside the abandoned shipyard, the rain continued to pour. Fear finally overcame the pain. A flash of resolve flickered in Qinya Lin's eyes, her jaw twitched slightly as she bit down hard on her back teeth. For her, death was the best release right now. But the man she faced was Lin Yuan. With his extraordinarily high mental power, Lin Yuan keenly captured the minute twitch of her facial muscles. In his past life, he had dealt with these Japanese survivors more than enough to know their every trick before they even made a move. Lin Yuan reached out his right hand, firmly gripping Qinya Lin's jaw. Lin Yuan thrust two fingers inside, brutally wrenching the poisoned tooth from her gums. Wanna die? Did I agree? Lin Yuan casually tossed the poison sac into the muddy water and crushed it underfoot. Qinya Lin's proud ninja training was nothing but child's play before him. Her gaze changed, completely filled with genuine horror. Even her right to commit suicide had been stripped away. Throw her into the trunk, Lin Yuan commanded. Tank stepped forward, grabbing Qinya Lin by her collar with one hand and brutally stuffing her into the trunk of the George Patton. Lao Gui stood at the dock watching Lin Yuan depart as a trace of awe flickered in his single eye. This young man was ruthless enough. The heavy off-road vehicle tore through the curtain of rain, speeding toward the Yunding Heavenly Palace in the western suburbs. A faint scent of blood filled the cabin. Rainwater poured through the bullet hole in the windshield, splattering onto Lu Yan's face, yet his expression remained unchanged. Lin Yuan leaned back in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. Construction on Tiangong No. 1 was being rushed, and with workers everywhere, it was unsuitable for confinement and interrogation. He pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Xiaowan's number. The phone rang over a dozen times before being answered. Great genius, Lin, do you have any idea what time it is? Jiang Xiaowan's voice came through thick with irritation and resentment from being woken up. And another thing, your reckless construction during the day scared away all the wealthy clients looking at houses around me. My sales performance. Lend me a villa? Now. Lin Yuan cut off her complaints directly, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, and then Jiang Xiaowan laughed out of sheer anger, her temper as a wealthy heiress flaring up. Do you think Yunding Heavenly Palace is some chain hotel to be lent out just like that? Tomorrow morning war breaks out in the Middle East. Lin Yuan watched the night scenery flashing past the window, throwing out his bargaining chip. As for when to liquidate to maximize your profits, don't you want to know? The other end went silent. Only Jiang Xiaowan's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. If war truly broke out in the Middle East, crude oil futures would undoubtedly experience an epic surge. After hearing Lin Yuan's judgment yesterday, she had already braved family pressure to secretly position herself in the futures market. However, entering was easy, but exiting was hard. Could this man truly predict even the absolute peak with precision? Opposite Tiangong No. 1 Villa No. 8. The passcode is 6 zeros. That was originally reserved for myself. Jiang Xiaowan gritted her teeth as she spit out the passcode. Thanks. Lin Yuan hung up immediately. With a sharp drift, the George Patton swung into the underground garage of Villa No. 8. Set up a perimeter. If anyone approaches, eliminate them immediately, Lin Yuan ordered. Understood, boss, Lu Yan nodded. Lin Yuan popped the trunk, dragging Qinya Lin by her ankle with one hand like a dead dog into the luxurious living room, while carrying the briefcase from Lao Gui in his other hand. The living room was adorned with an expensive carpet. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, completely discordant with the sour smell of rainwater clinging to the two of them. Lin Yuan squatted down, and with a sharp click popped Qinya Lin's jaw back into place. Then he spoke, "Tell me who sent you." Qinya Lin slumped limply on the carpet, both of her wrists completely shattered, cold sweat pouring down from the excruciating pain. Yet she knew this was her final chance. If she could not seize the initiative, what awaited her would be a fate worse than death. Enduring the agonizing pain of her broken bones, she lifted her head, her torn rain-soaked clothes clinging tightly to her snow-white skin. With a subtle play of her eyes, she looked up at Lin Yuan with a pitiful, delicate gaze. "Master, my name is Sompa. A South Asian drug lord sent me." Her voice was seductive, carrying an intentional sob. This was a specialty of female ninja training. Charm art. In her current state, even suicide was difficult. As long as she could buy time until her teammates, who were signaling and transmitting messages, arrived to rescue her, even getting a quick death would be a mercy. Even in death, she refused to beg for mercy before this sick man of East Asia. Little did she know, to preserve the reputation of the underground black market, Lao Gui had already dispatched all his men to conduct a bloody purge of her external support team. Ding. Target Qinya Lin favorability -2. Current favorability -12. Lin Yuan looked at the system panel that popped up in his vision, a playful smirk curving his lips. System favorability was the most perfect lie detector in the world. Qinya Lin Yuan exposed her ruthlessly. "Lying to me is useless." Qinya Lin's delicate panting caught in her throat, instantly her pupils contracting violently. How could he possibly know her real name? Even within the ninja guild, they only referred to each other by code names. Lin Yuan wasted no more words. He walked over to the black briefcase and popped open the latches. Inside, a dazzling array of specialized tools gleamed with a chilling metallic luster. The next hour was a brutal devastation, without a shred of pity for the fairer sex. Qinya Lin's proud Bushido spirit was ground into dust. The submissive nature and worship of strength deeply rooted in her island nation's bones were fully unleashed. She lay sprawled on the carpet like a dog, weeping and begging for mercy. Her physical and mental defenses utterly collapsed. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please stop. It was Lu Feng. He paid me $100,000 to do this." Ding. Target Qinya Lin attractiveness 85. Emotional fluctuation has reached the extreme value. Favorability critical hit 30. Current favorability 18. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Yuan's eyes darkened. He had completely confirmed that extreme emotion first negative distance contact was the fastest shortcut to farm favorability. Looking at Qinya Lin, who lay limp and in utter disarray on the floor, Lin Yuan chose not to kill her immediately. Since Lu Feng dared to hire a hitman overseas, he had to make this scheming hypocrite experience what true despair felt like. Lin Yuan decided to play along with his scheme. Qinya Lin's hands were completely incapable of holding a phone. Lin Yuan grabbed her hair with extreme violence, pulling her up, and thoughtfully pressed the encrypted phone he had confiscated from her against her ear. "Call Lu Feng." Lin Yuan's voice was like a demon's whisper. "Do as I say." The call went through, and Lu Feng's urgent voice echoed from across the ocean. "How did it go?" Qinya Lin suppressed her discomfort and reported haltingly, according to Lin Yuan's script, "Target has been subdued with drugs. I forced out of him the location of the hidden password box containing 1 billion in bearer bonds." Hearing the words 1 billion, Lu Feng's breathing instantly grew heavy. This was exactly the money Lin Yuan had taken in the divorce settlement. "What's the passcode?" Lu Feng roared urgently. "He refuses to speak. I can bring it back to the country and crack it slowly." Qinya Lin's voice trembled violently, barely able to form a complete sentence. Naturally suspicious, Lu Feng feared she would double-cross him once she had the passcode box, so he immediately made the decision over the phone. "Watch him. I'll bring my men back to the country right away. I want to personally interrogate him." "Oh." Ding. Target Qinya Lin attractiveness 85. Emotional fluctuation has reached the extreme value. Favorability critical hit 4. Current favorability 22. Favorability broke through the threshold, obtaining a 50 basic attribute bonus from the target. Target physique 12, spirit 12. Host Lin Yuan physique 26, 6, spirit 32, 6. Ability A-class space ability unawaken. The call ended with an uncontrollable high-pitched shriek from Qinya Lin. Hearing the dial tone, Lu Feng assumed Qinya Lin was performing the torture and didn't give it a second thought. A greedy fanaticism flickered in his eyes, as if that 1 billion had already fallen into his pocket. Inside the villa, just as the call ended, a piercing system prompt suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's mind, warning. Target Qinya Lin's favorability -2. Current favorability 20. Favorability -3. Current favorability 17. Lin Yuan paused slightly. He understood. This woman's submission just now was merely a physical instinct of enjoying extreme pleasure. Once freed from that suppression, or once she felt she had a moment to breathe, her mind would constantly scheme to betray him. This was the untamable, deep-seated depravity of the Japanese. They fear might, but do not cherish virtue. He casually tossed Qinya Lin onto the floor and picked up a nearby towel to wipe his hands. The target's favorability had dropped below 20, yet the attribute bonus remained. What if the target died? Crack. The terror in Xinya Lin's eyes instantly froze as her head slumped limply to one side. Even in death, she could not understand why he had killed her when she had already shown her complete submission to this man. Lin Yuan released his grip. The corpse collapsed onto the carpet with a dull thud. Without sparing a single glance at Xinya Lin on the floor, he looked down to examine his own hands. Muscle density, strength, feedback, the sensitivity of nerve endings. Not a single aspect had deteriorated. Host Lin Yuan. Constitution 26. Spirit 32. The attribute bonuses were still there. The target's death did not affect the attributes he had already acquired. Lin Yuan called out toward the door. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the corpse on the floor, not a single ripple of emotion stirred in his eyes. Clean it up, Lin Yuan said, pulling out a tissue to wipe his hands before casually tossing it onto Xinya Lin's corpse. Understood. At midnight, a George Patton armored vehicle with a drafty windshield drove into the Rose Garden estate. Lin Yuan keenly noticed that the lax security guards who used to doze off in the guardhouse were gone. In their place were several lean, sharp-eyed men. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's vehicle, the security captain leading them instantly stood at attention and saluted. This was clearly not the property management's doing. Fei Long. In just a single day, he had replaced the security of the Rose Garden with his own men. This loyal dog was even more eager than he had anticipated. Pushing open the door to Unit 1201, he found a dim warm wall lamp left lit in the living room. Su Xianwan, wearing a thin pink silk nightgown, stood up from the sofa. She quickly stepped forward to receive Lin Yuan's coat. When her fingertips brushed against the dark red stains on the fabric, she paused for half a second. Then she meticulously folded the coat and placed it on the entryway cabinet, keeping the stains facing inward. Where is Qin Yumal? Lin Yuan asked casually. Miss Qin is already asleep. Today she helped the men sent by Fei Long inspect every security blind spot in the entire building. Su Xianwan softly reported while taking out a fresh coat to hang on the rack. How much available capital is left in the account now? Lin Yuan walked over and sat on the sofa. Su Xianwan instantly switched into her chief housekeeper role, running back to the coffee table and picking up her tablet. Excluding the funds reserved for the second phase of the Tiangong 1 project and the procurement budget for subsequent materials, the currently available funds in the account stand at 230 million. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Yuan spoke. Apply a tenfold leverage and go all in on Middle East crude oil futures. Go long. Su Xianwan's fingers tapping on the screen froze. Tenfold leverage. During her 2 years as a secretary at the Xinhui Group, she had personally witnessed positions worth millions in the futures department vanish into thin air overnight. Once the direction went wrong, even a minor downward fluctuation of a few points in crude oil prices would trigger an instant liquidation. Yet Su Xianwan's breath caught for only a second, and she did not even ask, "Are you sure?" Her fingers flew across the tablet. Even if President Lin ordered her to throw all the money into the ocean right now, she would hire a yacht without hesitation just to make sure President Lin could throw the money in absolute comfort. The next morning, the sky over Jiangsheng remained gloomy. The rain had stopped, but the sour, rotten stench in the air grew heavier. On the television in the living room, an urgent international news flash broke in. According to the latest reports from this station, a violent conflict erupted in the Middle East in the early hours of this morning. An armed group launched a late-night surprise attack on key Persian facilities, and the straight shipping routes are now completely blockaded. Su Xianwan stood in front of the television, holding 2 cups of coffee, almost spilling them. Hastily putting down the coffee cups, she grabbed her tablet and opened the account. The entire screen was filled with a dazzling, brilliant red. Empowered by the tenfold leverage alongside the vertical surge of the crude oil futures K-line chart, the profit figures were ticking upward at a frenzied pace of millions per second. Su Xianwan's fingertips trembled as she clutched the tablet, yet the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. She turned her head to look at Lin Yuan, who was calmly eating breakfast at the dining table. This man was a god. Ding. Target Su Xianwan Beauty 87 favorability 5. Current favorability 82. Lin Yuan's phone on the table vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Xiaowan. What kind of monster are you exactly? My dad looked at me today as if he were looking at God. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan Beauty 92 favorability 5. Current favorability -2. Lin Yuan took a sip of his coffee, his expression completely unperturbed, and spoke to Su Xianwan. Close the positions in 48 hours. Transfer the funds back to domestic accounts in batches. Su Xianwan efficiently set a reminder on her tablet. Lin Yuan set down his cup, pulled out his phone, and dialed old ghost's number. That woman spilled. Check Lu Feng's flight details. 10 minutes later, a screenshot of an electronic ticket was sent to Lin Yuan's phone. Lu Feng, landing at Jiangxing International Airport at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Lin Yuan sneered. Lured by the temptation of $1 billion, this manipulative man had indeed cast his very life aside. Lin Yuan casually sent the flight screenshot anonymously to Shen Qinghua. Now that Lu Feng was back, it was time for this wretched couple, who had once flaunted their arrogance in front of him, to tear each other apart. Tomorrow my men will come to your place to pick up another batch of goods. Have that Lu Feng go to the airport to receive me. In the afternoon, Jiangxing Aston International School. The dismissal bell rang. Lin Modong, carrying the new backpack Su Xianwan had bought her, walked down the hallway with her head lowered. Although she had changed into new clothes, she still seemed entirely out of place in a school filled with the wealthy and influential. Oh, isn't this the destitute loser whose mother sells her body to pay for her tuition? A wealthy boy decked out in designer brands and wearing a Patek Philippe watch blocked her path. His surrounding lackeys instantly burst into jeers and laughter. They had seen Wang Ye picking up Lin Modong at the school gate yesterday. Wang Ye's mature maternal charm and voluptuous figure had ignited the wild fantasies of these adolescent boys. The wealthy boy deliberately leaned closer. I heard from my dad that your mom is currently with a rich boss. Makes sense given that body of hers. Why don't you ask her if she'd let me have a turn too? Don't worry, I'll pay. Lin Modong stopped in her tracks. She slowly raised her head. Say that again, Lin Modong said, her voice barely a whisper. I said your mother is a worthless whore who. Before he could finish his sentence. Bang. Lin Modong's petite frame suddenly erupted with terrifying force, slamming her forehead violently into the wealthy boy's nose. Blood sprayed everywhere. The wealthy boy shrieked in pain and collapsed to the ground. Before he could even react, Lin Modong had already lunged on top of him. The boy's lackeys tried to step in to help, but Lin Modong completely ignored them. She grabbed a jagged stone from the nearby flower bed and began to bash it frantically against his face. Help. She's a psycho. Murder. The surrounding lackeys scattered in sheer terror. It wasn't until several physically imposing male teachers rushed over that they managed to drag the blood-drenched demon like Lin Modong away. Half an hour later, the dean's office. When Wang Yu arrived, the wealthy boy's mother, a noblewoman bedecked in jewels, was pointing aggressively at Lin Modong's face, screaming curses. You filthy little bastard. How dare you strike my son? I will have you thrown into juvenile detention. I will ruin your entire life. Seeing Wang Yu enter, the wealthy woman, without a second word, lunged forward on her high heels. Slap. A vicious slap landed squarely on Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu was sent reeling, half of her cheek instantly swelling into a bright red. Mom. Pinned tightly against the corner by two security guards, Lin Modong's eyes were bloodshot as she thrashed wildly, opening her mouth to bite the guard's arm. Tong Tong. Don't move. Ignoring the searing pain on her face, Wang Yu rushed over and desperately held her daughter. Her mind was racing at high speed. Su Xianwan and Mr. Lin had been busy with important matters these past 2 days. She knew her place all too well. She was merely an accessory acquired in exchange for antibiotics. Mr. Lin hadn't summoned her to the master bedroom either for the last 2 days. She must have done something wrong to displease him. If she caused trouble for Mr. Lin over a petty schoolyard brawl, could she call Mr. Lin for help? She couldn't. She didn't dare. She had no right. I am sorry. It was our child's fault. We will cover all the medical expenses. Wang Yu bowed her head. Pay. Can a cheap whore like you even afford it? The wealthy woman sneered, grabbing a stack of cash from her Hermes bag and throwing it violently in Wang Yu's face. Consider this payment for the slap. Your daughter can expect to be expelled tomorrow. The pink banknotes scattered all over the floor. Watching her mother's submissive back, Lin Modong dug her fingernails deep into her palms, piercing the flesh. As dusk fell, Rose Garden Apartment 1201. The elevator door slid open. Wang Yu led Lin Modong down the hallway, stopping outside their front door for 3 seconds. She wiped away the traces of tears from her eyes with the back of her hand, deliberately letting her hair fall loose to conceal her swollen left cheek. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Sister Yu, what took you so long to pick up Modong? The pork rib soup in the kitchen is ready, give me a hand. Su Xianwan, who was setting the dishes on the dining table, spoke up. Wang Yu forced a smile and went to carry the pork rib soup. Her hands trembled slightly due to the throbbing pain in her face and the heavy oppression in her heart. Drip. A few drops of scalding soup spilled onto the dining table. Wang Yu hurriedly grabbed a cloth to wipe it. I am sorry, Mr. Lin, I will clean it up immediately. Lin Yuan sat at the head of the table. He did not look at the spilled soup. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Wang Yu. Look up. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet it struck a tremor through Wang Yu's entire frame. She slowly lifted her head. Her disheveled hair fell away, revealing a severely swollen left cheek. 5 crimson finger marks were imprinted on her fair skin, with dried blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Su Xianwan's hand holding her chopsticks froze. What happened? Lin Yuan leaned back against his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. I accidentally bumped into something. Wang Yu covered her face, hastily lowering her head. She did not want to speak. Bang! Lin Modong suddenly stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor, making a harsh grating sound. The girl stared intently at the tabletop, her chest heaving violently as she squeezed the words through her clenched teeth. I smashed a boy's face with a rock. He called my mother a whore. Lin Modong suddenly snapped her head up, her eyes bloodshot as she stared directly at Lin Yuan. His mother brought people over this afternoon. She slapped my mother, threw money at her, and forced the principal to expel me tomorrow. Wang Yu's face turned deathly pale. She reached out to pull her daughter back. Tong Tong, stop talking. Mr. Lin, I am so sorry, I will handle this. Lin Modong ignored her mother's tugging and silently turned to walk into the kitchen. When she emerged again, she held a fruit knife in her hand. I won't be a burden to you. Lin Modong gripped the hilt tightly, her knuckles turning white before wrapping it in newspaper and stuffing it into the inner compartment of her backpack. Tomorrow morning, the principal has scheduled a face-to-face meeting with both parents. I will go by myself. Su Xianwan gasped. Qin Yuma continued eating on the side, remaining silent. Lin Yuan, however, stared at Lin Mato. There was no pity, no surprise, only intense admiration. This was exactly the kind of birthmark an SS-class mutant queen should possess. Lin Yuan stood up. He walked over to Lin Mato, reached into her bag, and took out the fruit knife. That is not how you kill someone. Clatter. Lin Yuan tossed the knife into the trash can. He turned his gaze toward Wang Ye, who sat cowering with her head bowed. Remember this. Lin Yuan grabbed Wang Ye by the wrist and yanked her up from the chair, forcing her to look him in the eye. Your daughter's surname is now Lin. Lin Yuan released his grip, his eyes sweeping over the mother and daughter. Tomorrow I will take you to school. Wang Ye stood frozen in place. Ding. Target Wang Ye beauty score 88, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Favorability, critical hit 10. Current favorability 38. Ding. Target Lin Mato favorability 5. Current favorability 12. The next morning, the sky remained overcast. A blue Ford Raptor pickup truck sat parked in the Rose Gardens underground garage. This was the vehicle Su Xianwan had purchased yesterday. The G. Patent had been driven away overnight by people sent by Fat Dragon to be disposed of at a black market repair shop. Lin Yuan pulled open the passenger door and slid inside. Su Xianwan's petite frame was swallowed by the cavernous driver's seat, the massive steering wheel almost completely obscuring half of her face. This extreme contrast in size created a comical sense of incongruity, like a little girl riding a massive warhorse. In the back seat, Lin Mato sat quietly beside Wang Ye, who was wearing a face mask with her backpack slung over her shoulders. The Raptor let out a low growl as it cruised out of the garage. Just as they merged onto the main road, Lin Yuan's phone began to vibrate. The screen displayed Jiang Xiaowan. Lin Yuan pressed the answer key. Huh. The floating profit on my books has already surpassed 1 billion. From the other end of the line came Jiang Xiaowan's irrepressible ecstasy. 3 financial media outlets have already scheduled exclusive interviews with me this morning, wanting to ask about my logic for predicting the market. Jiang Xiaowan spoke at a frantic pace, her voice dripping with the smug satisfaction of a wealthy heiress returning to her peak. Tell me how you predicted it, and this young lady will treat you to a feast. Lin Yuan rested his arm against the car window, watching the streetscape recede outside. I don't have time to listen to your self-indulgent gloating. Lin Yuan set his tone icy. Within 3 days, deliver the military-grade thermal imaging drones and EMP shielding equipment to Tiangong. 1. Otherwise you can play by yourself. Beep. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Inside the president's office of the Jiang Group, Jiang Xiaowan pressed her legs tightly together, an unprecedented shiver rippling through her entire body. This bastard. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan beauty score 92, favorability 1, current favorability -1. The Raptor drove into the southern district of Jiangqing. An imposing gate loomed ahead. A dark gold sign read Jiangqing Sutton International School. 4 security guards in crisp uniforms stood at the entrance. One of them held a long crescent-shaped riot fork. The electric retractable gate was tightly closed. Su Xianwan stepped on the brakes and rolled down her window. Hello, parent. Please stop here and let the student walk in on her own. A guard stepped forward, his expression carrying a hint of the arrogance unique to elite private schools. After all, this was an elite school requiring a 200,000 yuan sponsorship fee just to enter. Even a gatekeeper here felt like a high-ranking official. Even if this young girl driving tried to slip him a pack of cigarettes, he wouldn't let her through. Ram through it. Lin Yuan stared straight ahead, uttering those 3 words. Su Xianwan's fingers tightened slightly around the steering wheel. Yet far from feeling afraid, a wave of morbid excitement surged deep within her heart. She shifted gears. Then she slammed the accelerator straight to the floor. Roar. The massive blue vehicle surged forward violently. Holy shit. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop. The guard shrieked in terror, scrambling and rolling to the side. Crash. The sturdy aluminum retractable gate was like wet paper before the 2-ton pickup truck. The screeching sound of twisting and snapping metal echoed through the school gates. The students and teachers inside, who were currently in morning self-study, were completely dumbfounded. Su Xianwan spun the steering wheel hard, executing a sharp drift that brought the truck to an incredibly arrogant halt right in front of the administration building. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and stepped out. Today he wore a crisp black shirt, his posture tall and commanding. Get out, Lin Yuan said to the back seat. Wang Ye stepped down while clutching Lin Mado's hand, her legs feeling somewhat weak. She had never experienced anything so wild in her entire life. Lin Yuan walked at the very front, striding up the steps. Su Xianwan followed half a step behind Lin Yuan, her disdainful gaze sweeping across the trembling security guards nearby. Call the police. These guards didn't dare, or what if they offended some powerful figure? If anyone was going to call, let the principal do it. 3rd floor of the administration building, the principal's office. Before even entering, they heard a woman's shrill screeching from inside. Principal Lee, I'm putting my foot down today. That little brat must be expelled. My husband sponsors this school with 2 million yuan every year, and it wasn't so my son could sit in the same classroom as these lowlifes. A middle-aged man's voice chimed in. This is intentional assault. Principal Lee, if you don't call the police to arrest her, I'll have my friends at the Bureau of Education audit your accounts. The principal's voice sounded incredibly subservient. Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Son, please calm yourselves. Outside the door, Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. Wang Ye was trembling all over, clutching her daughter's hand in a death grip. Lin Yuan raised his right leg. Bang! The heavy double wooden doors were kicked wide open. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from inside the office. Lin Yuan walked in with his hands in his pockets. Behind the desk, the balding principal slammed his hand down and stood up. Where are your manners? Don't you know how to knock? On the sofa sat a man and a woman. It was the same aristocratic lady who had slapped Wang Ye yesterday alongside her nouveau riche husband, who wore a thick gold chain. Behind them stood two black-clad bodyguards, each nearly 2 meters tall. Who the fuck are you? Mr. Zhao. The nouveau riche husband finally snapped out of his shock and shot up, pointing directly at Lin Yuan's nose. Are you tired of living? The wealthy woman spotted Wang Ye and her daughter behind Lin Yuan and instantly shrieked. Oh, so you found a gigolo to back you up. Allah who crippled this pretty boy for me. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, cracked their knuckles, and lunged at Lin Yuan from both sides. They cared nothing for right or wrong. They were paid to eliminate trouble. The bodyguard on the left threw a punch that whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan's gaze remained indifferent. He merely raised his right arm with nonchalant ease, his fingers splayed open. Slap. A resounding slap echoed. The 200-pound bodyguard was sent flying through the air by the sheer force of the blow. Crash. His massive frame slammed heavily against the office's large floor-to-ceiling window. The tempered glass instantly shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. The bodyguard on the right stopped dead in his tracks mid-charge, his face twisted in utter horror as if he had seen a ghost. How the fuck could a human possess such strength? Lin Yuan gave him no chance to retreat. He stepped forward, closed the distance, and unleashed a whip kick. Bang! It struck the bodyguard squarely in the abdomen. The man spat out a mouthful of gastric acid, curling up as he was sent flying backward. He crashed through a nearby bookcase and was buried under a heap of heavy volumes. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds. The arrogance on the wealthy woman's face instantly froze. Mr. Zhao's legs trembled so violently that the gold chain around his neck shook along with them. Yet decades of momentum in the business world compelled him to maintain a facade of bravado. He shakily pulled out his phone. You wait. With one call, the director of the Education Bureau will be here in 10 minutes. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Tax Bureau, and Urban Management will conduct a joint enforcement action. I'll make sure you. Lin Yuan walked over to the sofa, looking down at Mr. Zhao, who was half a head shorter than him. Suddenly Lin Yuan raised his leather shoe and kicked Mr. Zhao squarely in the chest. Both the man and the sofa flipped backward onto the floor. Mr. Zhao let out a squeal like a slaughtered pig. Lin Yuan stepped forward and planted his foot directly onto Mr. Zhao's fat face. He ground his leather shoe down with force. Mr. Zhao's facial muscles contorted under the pressure, muffled whimpers of plea escaping from his mouth. You dare touch my people. Lin Yuan looked down at the nouveau riche under his foot. Now call the biggest backer behind you. Let's see if he can save your family's lives. President Zhao gasped in agony, his trembling hand reaching into the inner pocket of his suit to pull out his phone. He swiped across the screen 4 or 5 times before barely managing to unlock it. Lin Yuan eased the pressure of his foot slightly. As if granted a divine reprieve, President Zhao immediately dialed the number and slammed the speakerphone button. Ring. Ring. The call connected. An incredibly arrogant male voice echoed throughout the office. Old Zhao. Are you trying to summon my ghost this early in the morning? As if grasping a life-saving straw, President Zhao shrieked at the top of his lungs. Manager's son. Help. I'm at Sidon School, and someone doesn't even respect the Jiang family. Silence fell on the other end of the line for 2 seconds, followed by a burst of supercilious sneering. Who is this blind fool that dares touch someone under the Jiang family's protection? Manager's son's voice dripped with condescending arrogance. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. I'll be there with my men shortly. Tell him to ask around and find out how Jiang City got its name. The Jiang family. The moment those 2 words were uttered, Wang Ye's legs buckled and she nearly collapsed. She had no idea of the relationship between Lin Yuan and Jiang Shaowan. In her mind, the Jiang family of Jiang City was an almighty top-tier elite clan. Back then, Li Hongda had spared no effort trying to curry favor with these elite families, but they had utterly looked down on him. Now they had actually offended the Jiang family. She reached out a trembling hand, attempting to tug at the corner of Lin Yuan's coat. Mr. Lin. Maybe. Let's just forget it. Lin Yuan tilted his head and swept a glance over her. With just one look, Wang Ye's blood seemed to freeze in her veins. Su Xianwan immediately took a step forward, pulling Wang Ye behind her. You've crossed the line, she said, straightening her spine and exuding the authority of a chief housekeeper. So what if it was the Jiang family? In her eyes, Lin Yuan was a god capable of shattering the heavens. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked down at the venomous face of President Zhao beneath his feet. Half an hour, Lin Yuan spoke. If you don't arrive, I will break the legs of this husband and wife. The moment the words left his mouth, crack. The phone was crushed to pieces beneath Lin Yuan's foot, sending components and glass shards flying. Lin Yuan moved his foot away and turned to look at Lin Modong, who stood to the side. His tone softened slightly. Go to class. The scenes that follow are not for a child to watch. Yet this future SS-class mutant queen stood frozen in place. On her thin, pale face, there was not a trace of the fear expected of someone her age. I'm not going. She stared at President Zhao, whose face was covered in blood, and the terrified noblewoman on the ground. I want to stay here and watch them die. Lin Modong raised her head, meeting Lin Yuan's gaze. I want to learn how to kill. Deathly silence enveloped the office. Lin Yuan looked at the bloodlust in the depths of Lin Modong's eyes. Instead of getting angry, he smiled. Raising his hand from where it had been brushing against his pants, he pressed it heavily onto the wolf pup's head and gave it a rub. Lin Modong's body stiffened for a brief second before she narrowed her eyes. Just then the noblewoman on the floor finally caught her breath. Manager Sun's words over the phone, "I'll be there with my men shortly," still echoed in her ears. With this life-saving straw, the venomous malice that had been suppressed by fear surged back up. Her face contorted into a hideous scowl as she glared at Wang Ye and her daughter. "You bitches. Once Manager Sun arrives, I'll make you crawl out of this school on your knees." Before she could even finish her last word, Lin Yuan raised his right leg and brought it crashing down with a terrifying wind-splitting sound. Crack. Op. The noblewoman's shriek instantly warped out of pitch. Her tibia was snapped by Lin Yuan's stomp, and she rolled frantically on the glass-shattered floor in agony. "Didn't we agree on half an hour?" "See." President Zhao shrieked, his eyes bloodshot. "Oh, as for me, I like to go back on my word." With that, he shifted his right foot and stomped directly onto President Zhao's right knee. Crack. President Zhao's kneecap was crushed to powder, his lower leg snapping backward at an extremely bizarre angle. An agonizing, blood-curdling wail echoed throughout the entire administration building. The pain from the knee and the tibia is different. Lin Yuan turned to look at Lin Modong beside him, his tone sounding like a lecture. The knee hurts more and has a longer recovery period. When targeting the lower body, the knee is the primary choice. Lin Modong nodded slightly, her eyes shining brightly. Su Xianwan rushed over and knelt down, gently wiping away the bloodstains splattered on the edges of Lin Yuan's leather shoes, her movements incredibly light. One scream after another echoed behind her, yet she didn't even bat an eye. "Wang Ye." Lin Yuan suddenly looked at the silent Wang Ye. "Do you have any cash on you?" "Huh." Wang Ye was stunned. She instinctively felt her pockets, then looked at President Zhao and his wife, who were writhing on the ground with shattered knees, screaming incessantly. Just yesterday, this very woman had slapped her across the face. The stack of bills that had been thrown in her face still felt scalding hot, even now. "Yes." Wang Ye's voice was tight as she pulled 200 yuan bills from her bag. "Take out 200. Consider it the payment for breaking their legs." Wang Ye clutched the 200 yuan, her knuckles turning white. She bent over and gently placed the 2 crumpled bills next to the noblewoman's twisted, broken leg. Her movements were slow, but she did not hesitate. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Come to Sidon International School immediately." On the other end of the line, Jiang Xiaowan was not only unfazed by his commanding tone, but instead sounded uncontrollably excited. Was he finally willing to reveal the direction of their next move? This sharp-tongued, soft-hearted man. All right. 10 minutes later, the roar of an incredibly loud supercar engine reverberated. A fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari drifted to a halt, parking arrogantly right next to Su Xianwan's Raptor pickup truck. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp sound of high heels ascending the stairs drew closer. Bang. Jiang Xiaowan pushed open the half-closed office door. Today she wore a wine-red trench coat over a tight black bodycon skirt, stepping in 10-centimeter sky-high heels. Her long wavy hair fell loosely over her shoulders, exuding an overwhelming aura. A scent of roses flooded the blood-reeking office. She completely ignored the chaotic mess, the shattered French windows, and the wailing couple on the floor. She walked straight up to Lin Yuan and jingled the car keys in her hand. "Just because of one phone call from you, I ran 3 red lights." Jiang Xiaowan complained in a familiar tone. President Zhao endured the excruciating pain and struggled to raise his head. The moment he clearly saw Jiang Xiaowan's face, his mind went completely blank, exploding with a loud bang. Jiang Xiaowan, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. A peripheral contractor like him usually didn't even have the right to meet her, only catching a distant glimpse of her at the group's annual gala. Yet now this high and mighty young mistress of the Jiang family was actually complaining about running red lights to this bringer of deaths. President Zhao's vision went black. The principal, hiding beneath his desk, tightly covered his mouth, terrified of making even the slightest sound that might draw attention. He only prayed that these titans would fight among themselves and spare an insignificant bystander like him. "All right, why did you call me here anyway?" Jiang Xiaowan dropped her playful demeanor and looked at the blood-stained floor. "You've caused quite a scene." Lin Yuan pointed at the half-dead President Zhao on the ground. "He said he is under the protection of your Jiang family." Jiang Xiaowan frowned and looked down closely at President Zhao. "Don't know him," Jiang Xiaowan said in disgust. "The Jiang family has so many peripheral lackeys, how could I know them all? His wife hit my person." Lin Yuan spoke in an icy tone. Only then did Jiang Xiaowan turn to size up the other people in the office. She had met Su Xianwan before and knew she was Lin Yuan's secretary. Her gaze bypassed Su Xianwan and fell upon Wang Ye, whose face was slightly swollen. She then glanced at Lin Modong, whom Wang Ye was holding. A playful curve formed on Jiang Xiaowan's red lips. Crossing her arms, her tone carried a hint of scrutiny. "You called me here in such a rush, just to have me back up your mistress. Hurry up and tell me about the future financial trends, and I might just spare your life." Lin Yuan remained expressionless, not bothering to pay attention to her wild babbling. Jiang Xiaowan's gaze fell back onto Wang Ye. Looking at Wang Ye's mature, striking face and her pitiful, startled demeanor, a faint, imperceptible trace of contempt flickered in the depths of Jiang Xiaowan's eyes. She had seen far too many of these parasitic daughter flowers who possessed nothing but a pretty face in elite circles. Just then a harsh screech of consecutive breaks suddenly echoed from downstairs. Immediately after, a flurry of dense footsteps resounded in the corridor like war drums. "Fucking hurry up, all of you. Surround this building." Manager Sun's incredibly arrogant roar echoed from the end of the corridor. Over a dozen tough, capable security guards dressed in matching black suits and holding riot batons approached the principal's office menacingly. "Get out of my way." Clad in a suit and clamping a thick cigar between his teeth, Manager Sun shoved his way aggressively through the crowd. Outside the principal's office, a crowd of teachers and students had already gathered, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Many in the crowd held up their phones. Downstairs, several black business vans emblazoned with the Jiang character logo were parked. In Jiangxing, they were the absolute symbol of power. Capturing the Jiang family conducting their business on camera would give them bragging rights for half a year. "Which bastard tired of living dares to touch my brother?" Manager Sun kicked open the half-ajar wooden door. Gesturing inside the office with the hand holding his cigar, he roared, "I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs today." Over a dozen security guards filed in, packing the spacious principal's office to the brim. They bounced riot batons in their hands, producing dull clacking sounds. Sprawled on the floor, President Zhao was drenched in a cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Upon seeing Manager Sun, he tried to warn him, but the words caught in his throat. Manager Sun took a deep drag from his cigar, intending to spout more threats when his gaze inadvertently swept across the wine-red figure seated on the leather sofa. The smoke he had yet to fully exhale instantly trapped itself in his throat, sending him into a violent fit of coughing. Jiang Xiaowan sat with her legs crossed, watching his performance with keen amusement. With a soft thud, Manager Sun's cigar slipped from his fingers and hit the floor, scattering a shower of sparks. In that instant, the blood in his veins seemed to run cold, his scalp tingling with numbness, leaving him utterly speechless. As a peripheral regional manager for the Jiang family, he was all too familiar with the ruthless methods of this eldest young mistress. Without a moment's hesitation, thud, Manager Sun dropped straight to his knees. Eldest young mistress, what are you doing here?" His voice trembled, completely out of tune. This sudden kneel left the students and teachers recording outside utterly dumbfounded. They had originally hoped to capture some short footage of the Jiang family punishing scoundrels, or justice being served. They had geared themselves up for a thrilling show only to be presented with this. Jiang Xiaowan frowned slightly, raising her right hand to give a dismissive wave. The dozen or so security guards filed out just as they had entered, deliberately pushing back the onlookers. Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off the view from outside. "I heard you were asking someone how Jiangxing got its name." Jiang Xiaowan leaned back against the sofa, her voice dripping with languid indifference. "Why don't you explain it to me as well?" Manager Sun shuddered violently, cold sweat soaking through the back of his shirt. "Eldest young mistress, I didn't mean that. I had no idea they were your friends. If my father knew how domineering you behave out here, what do you think he would do?" Jiang Xiaowan stood up, her high heels clicking as she walked over to Manager Sun. She smiled down at him. She looked incredibly enchanting in this moment. Yet to Manager Sun, she resembled none other than the living king of hell. "Eldest young mistress, spare me. I'll never do it again." Manager Sun kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead thudding against the floor. Jiang Xiaowan ignored his pleas. She cast a downward glance at President Zhao and his wife on the floor, then looked back at the kneeling Manager Sun. "As of this moment, terminate all business operations associated with the Jiang family for this fat pig on the floor. As for you," Jiang Xiaowan's voice was barely a whisper, "biting people all over the streets under the banner of my Jiang family. Break one of your own arms and get out of Jiangcheng." With those two casually spoken sentences, she had effectively pronounced a death sentence on two families. President Zhao's eyes rolled back. Overwhelmed by both pain and sheer terror, he blacked out completely. His once arrogant, noble-born wife now clutched her broken leg, her mind consumed with bitter regret. It was just beating up a student's parent, as she had done such things plenty of times before. Besides, the principal had assured them that this woman's family was merely a medical representative. Principal Li, it's all your fault." Hearing his name mentioned, the principal scrambled out from beneath his desk. "Miss Jiang, it was my poor management. Please show some mercy." Jiang Xiaowan paid him no heed, instead turning her gaze toward Lin Yuan beside her. Only by pleasing this financial genius could she be satisfied. "Close out the crude oil futures tomorrow and buy this school," Lin Yuan said, turning to Su Xianwan. His tone was as casual as if he were buying a head of cabbage. "Put it under the name Lin Motto." A dead silence fell over the office. Wang Ye snapped her head up, staring at Lin Yuan's back in utter disbelief. Buying an elite international school? How much would that even cost? And all of this was simply because her daughter had been mistreated here. Lin Modong stood beside her mother. Her eyes, which had always been guarded, were now fixed intently on Lin Yuan's tall, upright back. For the 14-year-old girl, her worldview was completely shattered and rebuilt in this very moment. The kind of protection she had never felt from her biological father now enveloped her. Ding. Target Lin Modong favorability 6. Current favorability 18. Ding. Target Wang Ye Beauty 88 favorability 3. Current favorability 41. Jiang Shaowan gazed at Lin Yuan. This extreme level of dominance and protectiveness possessed a fatal allure for any woman. Moreover, he had just mentioned closing his positions tomorrow. Thank goodness she had come today. Every single word from this master had to be carefully weighed. Ding. Target Jiang Shaowan Beauty 92 favorability 2. Current favorability 1. Let's go. Lin Yuan turned and strode toward the door. Su Xiaowan immediately followed. Wang Ye held Lin Madong's hand, keeping her head down as she hurriedly followed behind. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Shaowan glanced at Manager Sun, who was still kneeling on the floor. The sound of bone snapping was crisp. Jiang Shaowan smiled with satisfaction, and clicking her high heels caught up with Lin Yuan's pace. Meanwhile, at the exact same time, Jiangqing Shangshan Villa. The lights in the living room were off. In the cold, damp air, a faint metallic scent of blood still lingered. The private investigators outside had already been rushed to a private hospital, each paid 100,000 yuan as hush money. Shen Xingyue was curled up in the corner of the sofa, wrapped tightly in a thick cashmere blanket. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot. On the expensive carpet beneath her feet lay a dried dark stain. She had not slept for a day and a night. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind would flash back to the 4 private investigators with their legs broken and ties bound around their necks. The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the villa's front door. Shen Xingyue shuddered, clutching her blanket tightly as she stared in terror toward the foyer. The door was pushed open. A woman dressed in a deep purple cheap house stepped inside. The woman appeared to be in her early 40s, possessing a slender figure and a 30% resemblance to Shen Xingyue. But there was something in her eyes that Shen Xingyue completely lacked. Killing intent. She walked without making a sound, and her breathing was incredibly slow and deep. Mom. Tears streamed down Shen Xingyue's face. Ling Suzhen's gaze locked onto her trembling daughter on the sofa. She strode over. Slap. Ling Suzhen raised her hand and delivered a resounding, brutal slap across Shen Xingyue's face. The force of the blow was so immense that it knocked Shen Xingyue right off the sofa onto the floor. The cashmere blanket slipped off, revealing her pajamas drenched in cold sweat. A dog who used to kneel and lick your boots has terrified you to this extent. Shen Xingyue clutched her swollen cheek, tears streaming down her face. Mom. Lin Yuan has gone mad. Shen Xingyue crawled up, crying, clutching Ling Suzhen's legs. Lu Feng ran away with all the money too. I have nothing left. Ling Suzhen kicked Shen Xingyue away. What is the use of crying? Ling Suzhen walked over to the wine cabinet and poured herself a glass of red wine. But this Lin Yuan you mentioned over the phone, how did he suddenly seem to become a different person? Ling Suzhen took a sip of her wine. It just so happens I have a mission in Jiangxing, otherwise I wouldn't bother with your mess. Arrange a meeting with him. I'll have a proper talk with him. He blocked my number. Shen Xingyue replied. As soon as he hears my voice, he hangs up. Suddenly Shen Xingyue seemed to recall something. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone on the carpet, opened the anonymously sent screenshot of the flight details, and handed it to Ling Suzhen. Mom, Lu Feng is returning to the country tonight. This screenshot must have been sent by Lin Yuan. Only he would send something like this anonymously just to watch me regret. Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth, a flash of venom in her eyes. Who would have thought that her delusional self-assurance at this moment would actually bring her close to the truth? Except Lin Yuan didn't want to watch her regret. He wanted to watch them tear each other apart like dogs. Ling Suzhen tossed the phone back onto the sofa and emptied her glass of red wine in one gulp. Since he wants to watch a show, we'll play along. Tonight, come with me to the airport to catch him. Ling Suzhen turned her head, looking down at Shen Xingyue on the floor. With that Lu fellow in hand, I will personally meet Lin Yuan. Shatter. Ling Suzhen clenched her fingers slightly, and the wine glass shattered into pieces right inside her palm. Even more bizarrely, as the sharp glass shards showered down, not even a single red mark was left on her fair palm. Since we are mother and daughter, I'll just help you put the dog leash back on him. At 9 o'clock in the evening at the Jiangxing International Airport, the automatic doors of the arrival gate slid open slowly, emitting a damp, sour draft. Lu Feng, dressed in an exquisite gray shirt, walked with steady strides, a smile gracing his face. Behind him followed a short, unremarkable-looking man. Qian Yelin had gone missing. Naturally suspicious, Lu Feng immediately spent $500,000 to rehire this Chunin codenamed Sato from the Ninja Guild. Unlike Qian Yelin, a female ninja skilled in infiltration, Sato was a hardened specialist in direct combat. Countless politicians and wealthy merchants from various nations had perished by his hand. With this god of slaughter present, Lu Feng felt his confidence return. As long as he could force Lin Yuan to cough up that 1 billion, this meager sum was not even worth mentioning. Mr. Sato, once we arrive in Jiangxing, we will proceed as agreed. Lu Feng stroked his chin, his mind entirely consumed by images of pinning Lin Yuan to the ground and bleeding him dry. Leave him with a breath of life. Oh, I want to end him myself. Sato crossed his arms, snorting coldly in stiff Chinese. My mission is solely to ensure your safety. Anything else is none of my concern. Just as the two reached the roadside, a black Mercedes-Benz business van cut in sharply, its blinding headlights shining directly into Lu Feng's eyes. The car door slid open. Shen Qingyue's near-frenzied face appeared at the edge of the light. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively shrank back. How could Shen Qingyue be here? One must know that his itinerary back to the country was highly confidential. However, after a brief moment of panic, Lu Feng quickly put on a deeply remorseful expression. Qingyue, let me explain. His tone was sincere to the absolute extreme, his eyes even rimmed with red. I transferred the funds to preserve the foundation of Xinhui. That madman Lin Yuan was setting a trap. If I didn't leave, all the money would have been lost. He reached out, attempting to grasp Shen Qingyue's fingers. See, didn't I secretly come back to deal with Lin Yuan? Everything I said before was just for show to others. You definitely wouldn't mind, right? Looking at the face she had once trusted implicitly, Shen Qingyue felt a wave of intense nausea churning in her stomach. Fickle and loose secondhand goods. These words echoed constantly in her mind. Ling Suzhen impatiently pushed her daughter aside. Sensing that something was amiss, Sato suddenly lowered his stance, shielding Lu Feng. From this woman dressed in a purple qipao, he caught a dangerous bloody scent. Sato lowered his center of gravity, exerting sudden force through his feet. Muddy water splashed. He thrust his joined fingers straight at Ling Suzhen's throat. Ling Suzhen stood her ground, her breathing rhythm not even faltering. Just a moment before his fingertips could touch her skin, she reached out her right hand. Clack! Her 5 fingers locked onto Sato's wrist. Sato's pupils dilated in shock. His forward momentum was forcefully halted by this seemingly delicate hand. He felt as if he had collided with an iron tower. A dog from the island nation's ninja guild. Ling Suzhen twisted her wrist suddenly, exerting downward force. Crack! Sato's right arm was snapped backward. Sato let out a miserable shriek, his knees slamming heavily onto the ground. Go back and ask your guild master. Ling Suzhen looked down at him, her tone chillingly cold. If he still remembers the terror of kneeling and drinking urine in the northern border 10 years ago. If you dare set foot in the Dragon Nation again, it will be deemed a full-scale declaration of war. Ling Suzhen raised her leg and kicked Sato away. Bystanders on the outskirts of the airport were stunned by this scene, raising their phones to record. Expressionless Ling Suzhen took an old-fashioned mobile phone from her handbag and dialed a number. Jiangxing Airport. Public opinion control. Those words taking less than 10 seconds. A few blurry videos that had just surfaced on Jiangxing's local network were targeted, deleted, and wiped clean by a massive stream of data. Lu Feng was scared out of his wits. The $500,000 assassin he was so proud of had failed to survive even a single exchange, now lying on the ground twitching like a dead dog. Thud! Lu Feng's legs gave out, and he knelt straight onto the ground. Auntie, let's talk this out. Snot and tears streamed down Lu Feng's face. I did it all to help Qingyue manage her finances. Ling Suzhen could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. She stepped forward, grabbed Lu Feng's collar with one hand, and threw him directly into the back seat of the business van. Get in. Get in, Ling Suzhen said to Shen Qingyue, who stood frozen in place. The business van drove away from the airport, blending into the night. The next morning, Lin Yuan sat at the dining table, sipping the black coffee, served by Wang Ye. His phone vibrated. It was a call from Lao Gui. Boss Lin, something happened at the airport last night. Lao Gui's voice carried a rare gravity. The brothers I sent were invited to have tea by the municipal bureau. Only a small piece of information was sent back. Lu Feng was taken away. Lin Yuan set down his coffee cup. Lao Gui possessed immense influence in Jiangxing's underworld, yet even his men had been neutralized without a sound. Shen Qingyue absolutely lacked this kind of power. An unexpected variable had appeared. Understood, Lin Yuan said, hanging up the phone. He turned to look at Qin Yuma, who had just walked out of the guest bedroom. Do not go out today. Have Fei Long's men keep a tight watch on the perimeter. Qin Yuma froze for a moment, keenly detecting the murderous intent in the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes. She did not ask further, returning to her room to equip her tactical dagger. Lin Yuan sent another message to Fei Long, instructing him to dispatch 30 of his most elite fighters to disperse around the perimeter of the Rose Garden residential area. Having arranged everything, Lin Yuan stood up. Xianwan Yu and Wang Ye go to the southern district today to find a heavy industry enterprise called Leishan. Buy up all the industrial storage batteries they have in stock. Work on the energy module over at Tiangong. One has begun. Once you have sorted this out, coordinate with Lu Yan. Understood, President Lin, Su Xianwan replied. At 10 o'clock in the morning at Tiangong, one of the pouring of the defensive walls had been completed. Lu Yan was leading his men in exploring geothermal wells on the second underground floor. Lin Yuan stood on the open ground, shadow standing beside him with a faint, almost imperceptible presence. A military green heavy truck drove onto the construction site. Jiang Xiaowan, wearing a black motorcycle suit, jumped down from the vehicle in her tall boots. Her signature rose fragrance was mingled with a faint scent of machine oil. The toys you wanted. Jiang Xiaowan patted the truck's cargo bed. Several workers lifted a few massive metal crates off the truck and pried open the latches. Lying quietly inside were 2 military-grade reconnaissance strike integrated drones with a wingspan of over 3 meters, along with 4 portable EMP electromagnetic pulse shielding devices. Shadow stepped forward, skillfully opening the drone's control terminal, his fingers tapping rapidly across the screen. Synthetic aperture radar module is normal. Laser rangefinder error is less than 0.1 meters. Real-time image transmission latency is 0.01 seconds. Good stuff. Listening to the report, Lin Yuan's tense expression finally softened slightly. In the apocalypse, this equipment was equivalent to activating a god's eye view. Jiang Shaoan leaned against a metal crate, her beautiful eyes scanning the surrounding fortress prototype, which was undergoing frenzied construction. Lin Yuan, you are building this place like an iron fortress, Jiang Shaoan said half-jokingly. Explosion-proof walls, geothermal energy, and now you've even procured military drones. You don't actually believe the end of the world is coming, do you? She paused, leaning forward slightly to get closer to Lin Yuan. If that day truly comes, could you save a room for me? Lin Yuan swept a calm gaze over her. Depends on your performance. Just then the phone in Lin Yuan's pocket vibrated frantically. Caller ID Qin Yuma. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Qin Yuma rarely initiated phone calls. Her responsibilities were security and training. Any issues could wait until Lin Yuan returned for a face-to-face discussion. He pressed the answer key. A mature, cold voice echoed, carrying a supreme sense of absolute control. Lin Yuan, I am your mother-in-law. Ling Suzhen sat on the sofa of apartment 1201 in the Rose Garden. Beside her, Qin Yuma was on one knee, her left hand supporting herself on the floor, her face filled with intense reluctance. She had drawn her blade, yet she had failed to even graze the edge of the other woman's clothes. This girl has a pretty tough spine. A pity. Ling Suzhen picked up the water cup on the coffee table and took a sip. I am currently sitting in your living room, waiting for you to come back for lunch. The voice on the phone was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer against Lin Yuan's nerves. Memories from his past life, drowned in blood and fire, churned frantically within his mind. Ling Suzhen, the biological mother of Shen Qinghua, the woman who had vanished without a trace before the apocalypse broke out, only to descend upon Jiangshang like a deity in its aftermath. In his past life, she had not only awakened an A-rank enhancement type ability, but was also a master of ancient martial arts. The combination of both made her capable of tearing apart an S-rank mutant single-handedly amidst the horde of the undead. She became renowned after a single battle. What gave Shen Qinghua the standing to lead a minor shelter in his past life? Beyond the support from Lin Yuan, the warrior devoted to pure love, she held that position simply because she was Ling Suzhen's daughter. This time around, due to the butterfly effect of his rebirth, Ling Suzhen had returned earlier. Boss. Shadow noticed the shift in Lin Yuan's aura. Stay here. No one follows. Lin Yuan ended the call and issued his orders. Against a creature of that caliber, any number of Liu Yan's people would be walking into certain death. They would not only be useless, but would prematurely expose the trump cards of Tiangong 1. Lin Yuan turned and stepped into the Geiger pattern that Fei Long had repaired. The off-road vehicle tore through the construction site's mud and sped toward the city center. Half an hour later, on the floor where apartment 1201 was located in the Rose Garden residential complex. Ding! The elevator doors slid open to either side. Lin Yuan stepped out and paused slightly at the sight before him. Fei Long's 30 newly dispatched thugs lay scattered across the spacious corridor. Not a single drop of blood. Yet every man's jaw had been dislocated, leaving them unable to even cry out in pain. Their limbs were contorted at grotesque angles, shoulder joints, elbow joints, knee joints, all dislocated with exquisite and ruthless technique. 30 hardened fighters who had lived by the blade for years now lay like broken heaps, able only to stare at Lin Yuan with sheer terror. Such terrifying control over force was beyond anything modern combat could achieve. Lin Yuan stepped impassively over the bodies on the ground and reached the door of 1201. The door was unlocked, slightly ajar. He pushed it open. Ling Suzhen sat primly on the leather sofa in the main seat, wearing a deep purple qipao with a high-side slit. She held a cup of hot tea in her hand, slowly stirring the foam with deliberate grace. At her feet, Qin Yuma knelt on one knee in a black tactical vest. Her right arm hung limply at her side, clearly dislocated. Cold sweat soaked through her back, outlining the powerful lines of her muscles. At the sound of the door opening, Qin Yuma lifted her head sharply. You're here. Ling Suzhen spoke without so much as lifting her eyelids. Lin Yuan did not look at Ling Suzhen. He walked straight to Qin Yuma and crouched down. His right hand reached out and grasped Qin Yuma's dislocated shoulder. He applied force and twisted. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the bone was precisely reset. Qin Yuma let out a muffled groan, her face draining of color. Lin Yuan stood up and pulled her to her feet. Stand behind me. On the sofa, Ling Suzhen's hand holding the teacup froze midair. Her gaze finally settled on Lin Yuan. Your vitality is indeed much stronger than before. Your steps are steady and your muscle density far exceeds that of ordinary people. Ling Suzhen took a sip of tea, her tone condescending, as though evaluating a piece of merchandise. But mortals, no matter how muscular they become, remain merely slightly larger ants. At that moment, the sliding door to the kitchen was opened cautiously. Shen Qinghua stepped out. She had clearly just arrived and immediately gone into the kitchen, wearing Wang Ye's extremely ill-fitting black apron, her hair messily piled at the back of her head. She carried a tray that emitted a faint, burnt smell. The once elevated female president of Xinghui Group, whose hands had never touched household chores, was now attempting to evoke Lin Yuan's past affection by performing this extremely clumsy role of a devoted wife and mother. Lin Yuan, you're back. Shen Xingyue's voice trembled with calculated eagerness. She placed the 2 plates of charred food on the dining table and nervously wiped her hands on her apron. I made sweet and sour pork ribs following your old recipe. They're a bit burnt, but I'll learn gradually. Seeing Lin Yuan remain silent, Shen Xingyue assumed he was softening. It was that bastard Lu Feng. He defrauded my money and also bribed someone to sabotage your brakes. She took 2 steps forward, reaching for Lin Yuan's hand. I've seen his true colors now. Can we go back to how things were? I promise I'll live well with you from now on. Shen Xingyue looked up at him, tears glistening in her eyes. She firmly believed that everything Lin Yuan had done before stemmed from love turned to hate. As long as she humbled herself, the man who had loved her for 3 years would surely change his mind. Shen Xingyue. Lin Yuan dodged her hand and spoke. A broken mirror cannot be restored. Let us each find our own peace. Shen Xingyue's hand holding the plate froze in midair, her face turning pale. She had expected that by lowering herself and placing all blame on Lu Feng, Lin Yuan would once again grovel before her as he used to. She could not accept that she, the goddess held on such a high pedestal, was now worth less than a plate of burned food in this man's eyes. How dare you? A thunderous shout exploded through the living room. Bang! Ling Suzhen slammed her palm onto the solid wood coffee table before her. Crack, crack, crack. A series of nauseating fracturing sounds erupted from within the 2-inch thick hardwood, followed by its sudden collapse into a pile of shattered splinters. The teacup on the coffee table lost its support and began to fall. Ling Suzhen's right hand darted out, catching it steadily without spilling a single drop. She rose slowly. Her deep purple qi stirred without wind. An overwhelmingly terrifying and suffocating pressure descended upon the entire living room. Qin Yuma felt as though a massive boulder rested upon her chest. Don't mistake my patience for weakness. Ling Suzhen fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan. Who do you think you are to demand a divorce without my consent? Did you truly believe that back then when I chose you to marry me it was because of some pathetic notion of deep affection? Ling Suzhen let out a cold snort and tore open a secret she had concealed for 3 years. The reason I selected you was because I saw your medical report in the National Gene Repository. An orphan with no parents and no background, yet your genetic sequence was remarkably pure. With each step Ling Suzhen took the floor, trembled faintly. You were nothing more to me than a breeding tool, a means to improve my offspring's genetics. Breeding tool. Those 4 words pierced Lin Yuan's eardrums like a blade. In his past life he had fought desperately for Shen Xingyue, even risking his life to seize the serum. And yet in their eyes he had never been a person at all, only a brood pig meant for propagation. An ultimate insult. Ling Suzhen stopped 2 meters before Lin Yuan and delivered her verdict from above. Remarry me tomorrow. Otherwise. Ling Suzhen stomped her right foot hard. Snap. The hard marble floor fractured in spiderweb patterns radiating from her toe. Killing intent completely locked onto Lin Yuan. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop to freezing. Lin Yuan looked at Ling Suzhen with an impassive expression. Fight. With his current attributes and system enhancements, if he revealed all his trump cards, Lin Yuan had a 70% chance of killing Ling Suzhen right here. But he could not fight. Ling Suzhen had not mentioned it, but Lin Yuan knew this woman undoubtedly had extremely deep official backing behind her. The apocalypse would not arrive for over 2 more months. Killing her now, or revealing power far beyond human capability, would immediately draw the attention of the state apparatus. At that point, the fortress project of Tiangong 1 and the massive stockpiles of supplies would all be exposed. The cost of his apocalyptic fortress would increase geometrically. Lin Yuan looked up at this woman. My genes would be somewhat wasted pairing with Shen Xingyue. Lin Yuan leaned forward slightly, his highly aggressive gaze brazenly scanning Ling Suzhen's elegant figure in the qipao. Since you value premium genetics so highly, why not borrow them directly from me yourself? Ling Suzhen's hand holding the teacup froze abruptly. In her eyes, she was a deity looking down upon mere mortals. And Lin Yuan's incredibly frivolous remark just now was not a provocation. It was a sacrilege. You court death. With a light tap of her toes, her deep purple qipao glided swiftly through the air. Without even a single wobble of the teacup in her hand, she had already arrived right in front of Lin Yuan. Her left hand held the cup. Her right hand formed a palm. She struck directly at Lin Yuan's chest. She utilized only 30% of her strength. After all, high-quality gene vessels were hard to come by. She did not wish to reduce Lin Yuan to a heap of mangled flesh. Yet this single strike was more than enough to shatter a normal person's ribs, forcing him to kneel on the ground and wail like a dog. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Evade. Of course he could. In fact, the fingertips of Lin Yuan's right hand had already locked onto her pulse point. If he advanced just half an inch further, he could completely cripple her hand. But in the next split second, a trace of madness surfaced in the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes. He intentionally delayed his reaction by a beat. Crossing his arms in a hasty defensive posture, he braced himself to receive the blow directly in front of his chest. Bang! Lin Yuan let out a muffled groan, using the force of the palm strike to retreat backward. 1 step. 2 steps. On the 3rd step, his back collided with the wall. The wall trembled slightly. He clenched his teeth, deliberately biting through the tip of his tongue. A trickle of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. Just enough to put on a convincing show. Ling Suzhen withdrew her hand and stood in place. The water in her teacup remained completely still, without a single drop spilled. You harbor a secret. She stared intently at Lin Yuan's chest. Your muscle density is absolutely not the result of natural growth. Lin Yuan raised his hand, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He caught the fleeting spark of interest in the depths of Ling Suzhen's eyes, along with a hint of greed. The fish had taken the bait. Wanna know? Lin Yuan sneered. 3 months from now, fight Qin Yuma once more. If she loses, not only will I remarry Shin Qingyue, but I will also hand over the secret of my strength to you. On the ground, Qin Yuma abruptly lifted her head. Staring at the jarring crimson blood at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth and his seemingly struggling figure leaning against the wall, her heart contracted violently. She had always loathed the weak. She loathed cowardice. She loathed those who held others back. Yet at this very moment, for the first time, she bitterly hated herself for not being strong enough. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 Favorability 5. Current Favorability 16. Ling Suzhen looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a laughingstock. Do you honestly believe you are in any position to negotiate terms with me? Why, oi? Lin Yuan leaned his body forward. Are you afraid that 3 months will bring too many variables? Or are you afraid that you cannot afford to lose? The tea in Ling Suzhen's hand finally rippled slightly. Just a tiny ripple. She knew full well that Lin Yuan was provoking her. Yet the words "cannot afford to lose" pierced like a needle straight into her martial dignity. In her past life, she was exactly this kind of person. To prove herself, she was capable of charging into a horde of zombies entirely on her own, tearing apart an S-class mutant with her bare hands. Lin Yuan understood her weaknesses all too well. If she wins. Ling Suzhen scoffed, cutting him off directly. It is impossible for you to win. Her gaze swept over Qin Yuma on the floor. 3 months from now, let us see if she can even defeat my daughter first. She looked at Lin Yuan, her tone cold and dismissive, as if she were granting a charity. I will show you just how laughable your self-righteousness truly is. Ling Suzhen was no fool. She purposely kept her words ambiguous. Whether it would be Shin Qingyue or herself stepping up 3 months from now. The final say still remained in her hands. At the kitchen doorway, Shin Qingyue's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing those words. So that was it. Lin Yuan had caused so much trouble, even going so far as to deliberately provoke her mother, all just to salvage his pride. She raised a hand to smooth her hair, as if placing an invisible crown back onto her head. When all was said and done, this man had never truly let her go. Trashing her company, stealing her money, keeping those other women around, deliberately ignoring her. It was all done solely to recapture her attention. Shin Qingyue tilted her chin upward. Lin Yuan, you really put on quite a diligent performance. What a pity. I have already seen right through you. Ling Suzhen did not bother to spare Lin Yuan another glance, turning to walk out the door. She was indeed interested in Lin Yuan's secret. In that case, she would let this breeding stud jump around for another 3 months. Before leaving, Shin Qingyue intentionally slowed her pace, waiting for Lin Yuan to call out to her. Lin Yuan did not. Yet in her heart she rationalized it. He is holding back. He doesn't want to lose face in front of his mother-in-law. Shin Qingyue turned back and said indifferently, Lin Yuan, 3 months from now I hope you won't disappoint me too much. She even began to ponder whether she should give him the cold shoulder for a week after the 3 months were up. After all, her best friend He-Man had always said that if a man obtains something too easily, he will never cherish it. Bang! The front door shut. Silence returned to the living room. Qin Yuma kept her head lowered, her voice incredibly hoarse. I am sorry. I have become a burden. The slight trace of struggle on Lin Yuan's face vanished in an instant. He stood up straight, pulled out a tissue, and casually wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. How could there be even a fraction of an injury left on him? A burden. Lin Yuan walked over to Qin Yuma, looking down at her from above. 3 months from now, retrieve the dignity you lost with your own hands. Click. The sound of a key turning came from outside the door. Su Xiaowan and Wang Ye pushed the door open and entered carrying several takeout pizza boxes. President Lin, we ran into Shin Qingyue just now. Are you okay? The scene before them caused both of their faces to turn pale. The coffee table was shattered. The marble floor was cracked. A suffocating chill still lingered in the air, making it hard to breathe. Wang Ye nearly lost her grip on the pizza boxes in her hands. Su Xiaowan's footsteps paused for a mere half-second. Her gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the blood-stained tissue in Lin Yuan's hand. Her petite body stiffened slightly. Someone had made President Lin bleed. She wished she could rush out right this second and hack the person who injured President Lin into mincemeat bit by bit using the bluntest knife possible. But she knew that she was not strong enough yet. In the next second, Su Xiaowan switched back to her head housekeeper persona. Her voice was very soft, yet remarkably steady. Sister, you put the pizzas in the kitchen oven to warm them up. Wang Ye nodded hastily, all right. Following that, Su Xiaowan walked toward the balcony, bringing back a broom and a thick black trash bag. She bent down, beginning to clear away the wooden splinters and glass shards on the floor. As if there had only been an ordinary wild party here moments ago. Lin Yuan watched her busy figure, nodding slightly in approval. This level of composure was precisely what was needed in the apocalypse. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and sent a message to Fei Long telling him to clear away the injured thugs in the corridor. After finishing the job, Fei Long reported that they had also discovered several pinhole cameras installed by someone unknown in the corridor. The Rose Garden was no longer a suitable place to stay. Today it was Ling Suzhen. If some other annoying fly showed up tomorrow, how could he possibly have the time to play house with them every single day? Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yuan tapped his fingers lightly and dialed Jiang Xiaowan's number. Clear out 2 more villas for me at Yunding Tiangong. On the other end of the line, Jiang Xiaowan, who was currently enjoying a spa treatment, choked on her words. She had personally delivered drones to this bastard in the morning, and not only did he leave without saying goodbye, but now he was turning around to order her about. Yet upon second thought, the corners of her mouth curved upward uncontrollably instead. Lin Yuan taking the initiative to move into Yunding Tiangong meant that their interests would be tied even closer together. Recently, due to the acid rain, many buyers were reluctant to move up the mountain. The villas happened to be vacant. Sure, since the great boss Lin has spoken, how would I dare disobey? Jiang Xiaowan's voice carried a hint of coquettishness that even she herself failed to notice. Villas 12 and 13, the twin duplexes. I have sent the passcode to your phone. But, what do you plan to pay the rent with? With a beep, Lin Yuan hung up the phone directly. Staring at the darkened screen, Jiang Xiaowan laughed out of sheer annoyance. The masseuse's hands were still resting on her shoulders. But Jiang Xiaowan had already sat up straight, her wet hair cascading down her shoulders. What a bastard. That very afternoon, the relocation officially commenced. Su Xiaowan held an infrared camera detector, ensuring that absolutely nothing else had been planted on their luggage. Wang Ye held Lin Modong tightly, taking the initiative to stand guard at the door for the first time. Meanwhile, Qin Yuma silently loaded her camouflage tactical pack into the vehicle. Lin Yuan and the women moved into Villa 12 of Yunding Tiangong. Lu Yin, Tank Shadow, and Fei Long moved into the adjacent Villa 13 to serve as the outer perimeter line of defense. The core apocalyptic team had officially assembled on the outskirts of the fortress. Late at night, Yunding Tiangong. Jim. Bang. 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 Dull thuds echoed throughout the empty room. Wearing a black athletic tank top, Qin Yuma struck the punching bag punch after punch. Sweat soaked through her clothes, dripping down along her defined abs onto the yoga mat. She wore no boxing gloves. Her knuckles had already split open, staining the surface of the punching bag with blood. Yet she kept striking. Bang. As her final punch landed, Qin Yuma collapsed to her knees, completely drained of strength. A broad, large hand reached out from behind, gripping her bloodstained fist and lifting her entire body effortlessly off the ground. Dressed in loose loungewear, Lin Yuan stood behind her, though it was unclear when he had arrived. Don't want your hands anymore. Lin Yuan's voice was deep, carrying a magnetic quality that sent a shiver through the heart. Qin Yuma whipped her head around. Due to the intense exertion, her fair skin flushed with a breathtaking crimson glow. At this moment, her form-fitting black athletic tank top had long been thoroughly drenched in sweat. It clung tightly to her exquisitely curved body, perfectly outlining her astonishingly full contours and her slender-toned waist. Following the heavy rising and falling of her chest, as she panted rapidly, sweat merged into small streams, trickling all the way down into her deep, bottomless cleavage. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and her voice trembled under the strain. I cannot defeat her. That kind of power is absolutely impossible to acquire through modern martial arts training. Not to mention 3 months, even if it were 30 years, I still wouldn't be able to beat her. Seeing this usually cold and proud coach reveal her vulnerable side, a strange look flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. He pressed one knee down onto the yoga mat, forcefully pulling Qin Yuma's voluptuous, full-figured body into his embrace and making her sit astride his lap. Boom. Their 2 burning hot bodies pressed together without warning. Qin Yuma's entire body stiffened. She could clearly feel the terrifying hardness of Lin Yuan's chest and the domineering male hormones radiating through the thin layer of clothing. That aggressive wave of heat instantly shattered her overwhelming exhaustion and despair to pieces. Lin Yuan pulled over a clean white towel. His movements were far from gentle, even bordering on rough, as he tilted her chin up and wiped away the sweat from her cheeks and neck. Rest assured, the rough calluses on Lin Yuan's fingertips brushed subtly past her sensitive earlobe, sending a wave of tingling numbness that turned the tough girl's body soft. Yet his tone was incomparably absolute. With me here, you are guaranteed to win. Qin Yuma stared somewhat blankly at the stern, handsome face close at hand. By now, Lin Yuan's large hand had already clasped her scraped fist, carefully cleaning her wounds with a sterile cotton swab. Despite the sharp pain, Qin Yuma did not even furrow her brows. She merely bit her lower lip hard, allowing Lin Yuan to envelop her small hand within his palm. Due to their posture, with every breath she took, her full breasts would inevitably brush gently against Lin Yuan's solid chest muscles, generating an extremely intimate friction between their bodies. She did not struggle. Instead, she submissively rested her forehead against the crook of Lin Yuan's shoulder, greedily breathing in the reassuringly cold scent on him. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 Favorability 3. Current Favorability 19. Lin Yuan wrapped the final layer of bandage with an unperturbed expression, then patted her taut, rounded buttocks, feeling an astonishing elasticity to the touch. Alright, go back and take a shower. 3 months from now, I will personally help you reclaim the dignity you lost. The tingling sensation from her backside caused Qin Yuma's body to tremble, and the flush that had just subsided on her face instantly flared up to the base of her neck. She scrambled up from Lin Yuan's lap in a panic, grabbed her water bottle, and fled. Watching her tall, curvaceous figure vanish through the doorway, a playful curve formed at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. In his past life, Qin Yuma was among the very first batch of espers to awaken after the apocalypse descended, one of the 3 S-class powerhouses of Jiangxing, the Valkyrie. As for Ling Suzhen, she would only awaken her A-class ability half a year after the outbreak of the apocalypse. As long as they made it through these 3 months. Once Qin Yuma awakened, beating Shen Qingwei and Ling Suzhen would be no different from beating 2 stray dogs. Even taking a step back, even if Qin Yuma truly could not win, once order collapsed, he would simply step in and finish off that mother and daughter himself. Who the hell would care about some bullshit wager? Lin Yuan pushed open the gym's glass door, never looking back. He, after all, was someone who always enjoyed breaking his word. Yunding Tiangong basement level 2. A faint scent of engine oil lingered in the air. Lin Yuan walked through the spacious subterranean chamber with his hands tucked into his pockets. This past week the overall progress had been relatively smooth. On both sides, hundreds of black industrial battery packs from Laitian Heavy Industries were neatly aligned. Their indicator lights flickered with a faint, eerie blue glow. Liu Yan followed closely by Lin Yuan's side, his speaking pace slightly faster than usual. Boss, the geothermal wells have been completely drilled through. The geothermal turbine units, surface-hidden solar panels, and diesel generators have all been integrated into the grid connecting directly to the battery matrix. Liu Yan patted the heavy metal casing beside him. This energy system is sufficient to support the entirety of Tiangong, one running at full capacity for 10 years. 10 years. To anyone this would be a number brimming with a sense of security. Yet not a single ripple of emotion stirred in Lin Yuan's eyes. He halted his steps, his gaze sweeping across the massive energy matrix. Not enough. Liu Yan was stunned. This was already enough to sustain a small underground city, and it still wasn't enough. Lin Yuan offered no explanation. Once the apocalypse descended, whenever the red moon hung high in the sky, the aggressiveness of all global organisms would surge by 300%, and mutants would lead tides of zombies in massive assaults. Lightning-type espers required energy to activate energy shields to ward off long-range attacks from mutants. And in his previous life, Lin Yuan had been scratched by an A-grade mutant precisely because their shields had been completely depleted. This meager amount of conventional energy wouldn't even last half an hour. He took out his phone and dialed Lao Gui's number directly. Boss, Lin's surveillance has been tight lately. If you want the goods, it's going to cost extra. Lao Gui's raspy voice came through the line. Can you get nuclear equipment? Lin Yuan cut straight to the chase. A modular microreactor. Silence fell over the other end of the line. A full 5 seconds passed. Ha ha ha. Lao Gui burst into unrestrained wild laughter, coughing as he laughed. Boss Lin, have you been watching too many science fiction movies? Do you want to build a spaceship underground? But that's nuclear. Do you think we're selling cabbages? Lao Gui jeered. The military underground base in the southern suburbs of Jiangxing does have 2 microreactors. If you've got the guts, go buy them from the garrison. The southern suburbs military district. Lin Yuan repeated the words. Beep. Lin Yuan hung up the phone directly. He opened the map on his phone, his fingers sliding across the screen. With a light tap of his fingertip, he drew a mark on the red zone, representing the military restricted area. Once the apocalypse arrived, order would collapse. That place would be his very first free shopping sourcing point. Standing behind him, Shadow caught sight of this, and his scalp went numb. That gaze was not looking at a military restricted zone at all. Instead, it was as if he were looking at radishes planted in his own backyard. Let's go back upstairs. Lin Yuan put away his phone and walked toward the elevator. Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 12. Inside the spacious living room on the first floor, the atmosphere was incredibly bizarre. Qin Yuma was wearing a black athletic sports bra and shorts, her entire body drenched in sweat. She had just finished her training, and her right knuckles were still wrapped in bandages seeping with blood. At this moment, she was looking with a deeply furrowed brow at the girl blocking her path. The girl wore an intricate pink Lolita dress with a lace headband on her head. She had sweet, delicate features, but at this moment her exquisite face was contorted with rage. Tang Qiqi, Qin Yuma's girlfriend. This past week, Qin Yuma had been undergoing frantic special training and had no time to reply to phone messages. Tang Qiqi, following the tracking software they had previously linked, had found her way to Yunding Tiangong. However, the security guard at the gate had stopped her, informing her that this was a private residence, and entry was restricted without an invitation. Fortunately, Qin Yuma's phone went through, and she brought her inside. This led to the scene unfolding before them. Sister Yuma, you ignored me for days just to hide in a place like this. Tang Qiqi stamped her foot, demanding in her sweet, high-pitched voice. Didn't you say you hated those filthy men the most? Didn't you swear that you only like girls? She pointed at Qin Yuma's blood-stained knuckles, a hint of morbidity flashing in her eyes. He beat you, didn't he? Is that why you ignored me? Come with me. I'll support you from now on. Qin Yuma pulled her wrist out of Tang Qiqi's grasp. Having endured the past few days of hellish special training, and having witnessed that terrifying power, she looked at the delicate flower before her who only knew how to make scenes and found her incredibly childish. This is not a place you should come to. Qin Yuma's voice was raspy. Just then, click. The heavy double copper doors of the villa were pushed open. Lin Yuan walked in from outside carrying the faint scent of engine oil. He wore a black windbreaker, his posture tall and erect. Tang Qiqi was stunned. She had assumed the person keeping Qin Yuma was some bald old man, but she never expected him to be an incredibly handsome man with an intensely oppressive aura. He was far more attractive than any of the guys she usually added to her social circle at anime conventions. This massive disparity caused a wild surge of jealousy to fester in Tang Qiqi's heart. So you're the scumbag. Tang Qiqi spun around, abruptly blocking Lin Yuan's path and pointing directly at his nose as she yelled. Do you think having some filthy money means you can buy true love? What do you take Sister Yuma for? A plaything? She tilted up her face, which was adorned with delicate, innocent yet sensual makeup, attempting to draw his attention with this defiant, unafraid of power posture. However, Lin Yuan did not even lift his eyelids. He completely ignored Tang Qiqi blocking his path, as if she were nothing but thin air. Lin Yuan walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Wang Ye immediately stepped forward, holding a glass of iced soda water with both hands. Mr. Lin, this is Xiao Qin's. Lin Yuan waved his hand to interrupt her, took the ice water, and took a sip. Then he spoke to Qin Yuma. Handle your pet yourself. Tang Qiqi's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The charm she took so much pride in did not even qualify her to receive a single direct glance from this man. Who are you calling a pet? What do you think you are? Tang Qiqi screamed in exasperation. Slap. A resounding slap struck Tang Qiqi's delicate face with immense force. The slap sent Tang Qiqi spinning halfway around before she crashed heavily onto the carpet. Clutching her cheek, she raised her head in a daze. The one who had struck her was Qin Yuma. Sister Yuma. You hit me. Tang Qiqi was filled with disbelief. Qin Yuma looked at her. If you dare point fingers at him again, you will die. She walked over to Tang Qiqi, grabbed the back collar of her Lolita dress with one hand, and dragged her straight out the door like a little chick. Thud. The heavy door slammed shut. Ding. Target Tang Qiqi attractiveness 86, favorability -3. Current favorability -3. Late at night. In the second floor study of Villa No. 12, Yunding Tiangong. Lin Yuan sat before a massive mahogany desk, while several monitors in front of him scrolled with the future's trends of global commodities. The flames of war in the Middle East had completely spiraled out of control, sending crude oil prices skyrocketing. Following his instructions, Su Xianwan liquidated their positions, cashing out an astronomical amount of liquidity, which was steadily being converted into a massive influx of supplies. To avoid suspicion, Su Xianwan had also registered a large supermarket corporation. Toilet paper, feminine hygiene products, toothpaste, soap, and other essentials. These crucial supplies would later maintain dignity and psychological well-being. Generator spark plugs, filter elements, sealing rings, water pipe joints, and other consumables. These easily damaged consumable goods were systematically entering the newly rented warehouse. Suddenly the phone resting on the desk vibrated violently. Caller ID Su Mushua. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed the answer key. On the other end of the line, the emergency department director, usually so rational and icy, was breathing with extreme urgency. Lin Yuan. Su Mushua lowered her voice with shrill alarms and chaotic footsteps faintly audible in the background. What you told me before about the apocalypse, is it really true? Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and spoke. What happened? Our emergency room admitted a strange patient this afternoon. Su Mushua's voice trembled. His body temperature reached as high as 41 degrees Celsius, and none of the fever-reducing measures worked. When we drew blood for testing, his blood was as thick as black paste, and his pupils were an eerie grayish-white. 10 minutes ago, he suddenly went wild. His strength was astonishing. He snapped the restraint straps and bit off a nurse's ear. Su Mushua took a deep breath, her tone growing increasingly solemn. Now government officials have taken the patient away directly. That nurse was also taken. Lin Yuan's fingers holding the phone suddenly tightened. The trajectory of his previous life had accelerated. In his past life, the first cases of zombie infections had clearly not appeared until 2 months before the apocalypse descended. The authorities would even issue a refutation the following day, claiming it was merely a mutated strain of influenza. Now it had been brought forward by a full half-month. Go to Lu Qiqi in the ICU. Lin Yuan's voice held no fluctuation. I will have someone pick you up immediately. On the other end of the line, Su Mushua fell silent for 2 seconds. Her professional instincts as the director of the emergency department allowed her to swiftly suppress the fear in her heart. All right. Su Mushua had not yet entirely shed the veneer of the civilized world. She found the vice president, who was currently directing operations in the corridor. Vice President Wang, I've had a fright and would like to request leave. Additionally, the father of that little girl, Lu Qiqi, has requested a transfer. The vice president, already overwhelmed by the official intervention, waved his hand irritably. Go. A non-disclosure agreement was signed for today's events, so keep your mouth shut. Villa 12, Yunding Heavenly Palace. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and picked up the internal intercom button. Lu Yin, come over. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Yin ran over quickly from Villa 13 next door. He had just changed his clothes and was preparing to shower. His body still carried the earthy scent of the construction site. Boss. Lin Yuan opened the internal blueprints of Tiangong, one on his phone. Stop all interior furnishing work immediately. Lin Yuan spoke at a rapid-fire pace. Pour all manpower and resources into the defensive walls, as well as the multi-stage water and air filtration systems. It must be completed within 2 weeks. Liu Yan's brow furrowed. 2 weeks. This was equivalent to tearing down and rebuilding all prior planning from scratch. Money is not an issue. If we are short-handed, have Fei Long kidnap people. If we lack materials, plunder them from the black market. Lin Yuan looked up. I only care about results. Understood, Liu Yan replied without any nonsense. Lin Yuan slid his finger upward, tapping on the medical area on the second floor. In addition, construct a sterile ICU ward to the standards of a Class A tertiary hospital at the fastest possible speed. Liu Yan froze. Bring Lu Qiqi out tonight, Lin Yuan said, looking at him. Before the ICU is ready, temporarily substitute it with a mobile intensive care capsule. Liu Yan's breathing grew slightly heavy. A mobile intensive care capsule. Not to mention its cost of tens of millions. This was a strategic medical supply. Usually only the military was equipped with it, and it was virtually unobtainable on the open market. Boss, there's no need for this expense. The iron-blooded man standing 1.9 meters tall knit his brows tightly. Moreover, this item isn't even available on the black market. It will cause quite a stir. Lin Yuan waved his hand to cut him off. Go pick them up first. Yes. With Lin Yuan's successive commands, the colossal Doomsday machine began to operate at full speed. 20 minutes later, at the Municipal Central Hospital, a cordon had already been set up outside the emergency building. Several police cars were parked at the entrance, and over a dozen officers were maintaining order. Tanks slammed on the brakes, and the off-road vehicle came to an incredibly arrogant halt at the side entrance of the outpatient building. The two men pushed open the doors, stepped out, and headed straight toward the ICU corridor. Halt. The hospital is temporarily locked down. No entry without authorization. 2 police officers stepped forward to block them. Tank's eyes turned cold as his hand drifted toward the military knife at his waist. Liu Yan pressed a hand onto his shoulder and met the officer's gaze. My daughter is inside. I am taking her with me right now. Amidst the standoff, Su Muxua pushed a mobile hospital bed and walked briskly out of the corridor. On the bed, Lu Qiqi was pale, wearing a ventilator. The emergency department currently carries a risk of cross-infection. She must be transferred immediately. Su Muxua flashed her badge and handed the pre-prepared transfer paperwork to the 2 officers. The 2 officers looked at the form, but their bodies did not budge. Su Muxua's gaze turned cold, and she lowered her voice. You know the situation inside better than I do. This child has extremely low immunity. The leadership has already approved it. Step aside. Hearing leadership approve, the 2 officers instinctively took half a step back. It was true that they had both signed non-disclosure agreements, but in the eyes of the ruling class, such things were nothing more than a scrap of paper. The little girl before them, personally escorted by the director of the emergency department, was clearly no ordinary individual. Liu Yan and Tank seized the opportunity to step forward, deftly taking over the hospital bed and quickly pushing it toward the off-road vehicle. Dr. Su, the boss, asked us to take you with us, Liu Yan said in a low voice. Su Muxua cast a glance at the heavily guarded hospital and without hesitation followed them into the vehicle. The off-road vehicle roared away from the hospital, vanishing into the night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yuan returned to the master bedroom of Villa 12. He had just spent nearly an hour communicating with Jiang Xiaowan before finally convincing that woman to secure a mobile intensive care capsule for him. Lin Yuan, do you think I'm Doryman? Jiang Xiaowan's roar still echoed in his mind. Just as he sat down on the sofa, a pair of soft hands rested gently on his temples. The pressure was perfect, carrying a faint scent of jasmine. Su Xiaowan, wearing a warm yellow silk nightgown, knelt behind the sofa, massaging Lin Yuan's head. The hem of her gown was slightly rolled up, revealing her fair, well-proportioned legs. President Lin, my aunt, is staying in the same room as Lu Qiqi tonight. She said she needs to keep an eye on her at all times until the equipment arrives. Su Xiaowan's voice was extremely soft. Has something happened? She understood this man all too well. Having issued several orders in succession tonight, Liu Yan was still at the construction site, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The apocalypse has arrived early. Su Xiaowan's fingers paused for a mere half-second before she resumed massaging. The nourishment of this period, combined with her extreme dependence on Lin Yuan, had brought about her complete transformation. As long as she could stay by this man's side, even if the world were to end, she was willing to be his most loyal hound. Target: Su Xiaowan, beauty 87, current favorability 91. 70% of the supplies are already in place. Su Xiaowan reported softly, her tone carrying the confidence of a head housekeeper. Even if the heavens collapse tomorrow, Tiangong, one can barely manage to hold on. It's just that regarding the meat processing plant, if the apocalypse has been brought forward, how do we transport the goods over? Lin Yuan did not speak, simply enjoying the warmth radiating from her fingertips. He possessed the spatial ability synchronized from Su Xiaowan. Once the apocalypse descended and his ability fully awakened, he could simply take Su Xiaowan with him to collect all the supplies directly into his space. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the threat to a rejuvenator like him was negligible. Just then a gentle knock sounded at the door. Wang Yi, carrying a glass of warm milk, cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. She wore a conservative cotton nightgown with her long hair, draped over her shoulders, her eyes betraying an irrepressible weariness. Mr. Lin, I saw that the light in your room was still on. I warmed some milk for you so you can rest well. Wang Yu placed the glass on the coffee table, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. She could sense the tension in the villa's atmosphere, but she did not dare to ask too much. She knew her status was at best that of a maid. As long as Ma Dong could live here safely, she did not mind. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Wang Yu. Target: Wang Yu, beauty 88. Current favorability 46. Over the past few days he had occasionally allowed Wang Yu into the master bedroom a few times. Only the final 4% remained before reaching the threshold of 50%. Before the apocalypse, he had to secure all available combat power as quickly as possible. What Wang Yu's ability actually was would be crucial for his subsequent strategic deployment. Lin Yuan did not take the glass of milk. He leaned back into the depths of the sofa, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Xiaonuan and Wang Yu, scrutinizing both of them. Su Xiaonuan keenly caught the hint of aggression in the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, and her heart rate quickened. Wang Yu, on the other hand, felt her skin crawl under his gaze, instinctively wanting to back out of the room. Lock the door. Lin Yuan spoke in a low voice, leaning back on the sofa. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xiaonuan walked over and locked the door with a click. Wang Yu abruptly raised her head, her face a mask of utter bewilderment. She looked at Su Xiaonuan, who was locking the door, and then at Lin Yuan on the sofa. Mr. Lin. Wang Yu's voice trembled. Lin Yuan stood up and walked over to Wang Yu, gazing down at this mature and beautiful woman. Tonight together. Wang Yu's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Although she had submitted to Lin Yuan for survival, the reserve of a woman from the old era still lingered deep in her bones. Both of them. An order that so utterly tore away her dignity made her worldview teeter on the brink of collapse. I can't. Wang Yu bit her lip hard. She could accept private submission, but in front of another woman, how could she face Su Xiaonuan tomorrow? Su Xiaonuan turned around, taking silent steps to stand behind Wang Yu. She reached out her hands and pressed them onto Wang Yu's trembling shoulders. Sister Yu, Su Xiaonuan's voice was cold. Don't forget the rules. Looking at Wang Yu, who was frozen in place and shivering all over, a morbidly playful smirk curved the corner of Su Xiaonuan's mouth. From behind, she pinched the collar of Wang Yu's nightgown. With a violent tug, rip! The cotton nightgown tore open, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin. The night was still young. The death knell of the apocalypse had already sounded. And here the bottom line of humanity was being ground to dust bit by Lin Yuan. Ding! Target: Wang Yu, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. The amber wall lamp stretched to the three long silhouettes. Su Xiaonuan whispered Wang Yu's ear. Wang Yu's already flushed redder. Is this really possible? It is. But I've never tried it before. I might fail. Wang Yu, self-conscious of withered body, feared that Lin Yuan would despise her. Now there is a chance to give Lin Yuan her first time. Although Su Xiaonuan had warned that she would be shy, she did not hesitate and agreed. Even so, a hint of happiness rose in her heart. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and slowly lowered herself. Hiss! The affection value breached the threshold, and the target's power began sinking. An S-rank water-type ability, Tianmu Jiliu, unawakened. A savage chime sounded in his mind, making Lin Yuan's eyes snap open. S-rank. In his past life, among Jiangcheng's handful of S-rank mutants, there was no Wang Yu. Wang Yu must have perished in the early days of the apocalypse in some shadowed corner, never given a chance to awaken. Who would have thought that behind such a seemingly frail woman lay such terrifying talent within her? In a world where water sources had been utterly polluted by corrosive acids, water-type powers were not only absolute strategic resources, tier water abilities were terrifying masters of control. In the next moment, a torrent of heat burst from his heart, rushing through every limb and bone. The gene runaway sparked by the awakening of the ability overwhelmed his reason. Mr. Lin. Master Lin. By the next morning, the sky over Jiangcheng remained overcast. In the living room, Lin Yuan wore a black shirt, bright-eyed and alert as he sat at the dining table sipping black coffee. The master bedroom door stood ajar with a narrow crack. After a night of delirium, Su Xiaonuan and Wang Yu slept on their sleep unbroken. The S-rank abilities were far more ferocious than the A-rank power awakened last time. They probably would not rise for the morning. The LCD television on the wall was broadcasting the morning news. Attention citizens, yesterday's incident at the city center hospital, according to experts, was an acute psychotic frenzy triggered by a novel rabies-influenza hybrid. Please do not believe rumors or spread them. Limit non-essential outings. Lin Yuan set his coffee cup down. Rabies. It was the last fig leaf before order collapsed. Official debunking would only leave unprepared ordinary people to die more horribly when the apocalypse arrived. Lin Yuan looked at the TV screen, pondering a question. Wang Yu is S-rank. Lin Ma Dong is SS-rank queen of mutants. Both mother and daughter possess such extraordinary gifts. Oh, what about their father Li Hongda? He pulled out his phone and opened Fei Long's chat. Finally, Hongda. After sending the message, Lin Yuan set the phone aside. Let's go. He picked up the car keys. Lin Ma Dong slung her school bag over her shoulder, quietly following behind. Today she wore the C-Dun International School uniform, fingering a military-style combat dagger in her hand. Blades flickered on her fingertips. The school rules said students were not to bring weapons to school. But what did that have to do with her as a board member? George Patton let out a low roar and drove away from Yunding Tiangong. On the road, Lin Madong did not ask Lin Yuan where Wang Yi had gone last night. To her mother's complexion now looked visibly improved. That will do. Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle stopped at the gate of C-Dun International School. The gate that had been shattered by the pickup was replaced with a blast-proof steel door. Several guards saw the license plate of George Patton's car and immediately stood straight, saluting with utmost deference as they let him pass. Lin Yuan gazed through the car window, his eyes sweeping across this vast campus. Buying this place wasn't just to vent at Lin Madong. C-Dun International School had once been the third refuge for Jiangcheng's southern district, and it was the place where he lost 3 fingers while seeking to obtain the serum for Xinqinghua. That noble school's underlying power was far more terrifying than ordinary people imagined. To secure food, the school's second basement housed a large cold storage. Inside it was piled with meat, eggs, milk, and vegetables. To cope with emergencies, the school's clinic equipment rivaled a small private hospital with ventilators and defibrillators all in place. Moreover, at the rear of the campus stood a deep well fitted with a full German-made industrial water purification system. In the apocalypse, this was a veritable gold mine. Lin Yuan now stood as the master of this school. He had ample time to by the most legitimate means strip away its supplies, equipment, and even that purification system, packing them away. The off-road vehicle halted before the teaching block. Lin Madong pushed the car door open and hopped out. The students preparing to enter the building froze, seeing the girl who had been mocked last week. The footage of the principal's office tragedy had been erased by Jiang Xiaowan's people, but what happened had already spread through the student circles. Mr. Zhao was crippled, the Jiang family moved to suppress, and the school changed hands overnight. The new board member's name was Lin Madong. A few students who had mocked her turned pale. One freckled girl gritted her teeth, mustering courage as she stepped forward. She handed over a box of imported chocolate, smiling. "Tong Jia, my mom told me to bring this to you. Can we be friends?" Lin Madong paused. She did not take the chocolate. Her dark eyes swept over the girl. She simply looked at her for a moment, then ignored her and walked toward the teaching building. This week such things had occurred no less than 10 times since she became a board member. Lin Yuan sat in the car watching this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Just as Lin Yuan was about to shift gears, "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." A crisp, gentle voice came from outside the car window. Lin Yuan turned his head. Outside the window stood a woman in a black professional suit. Her pencil skirt outlined her astonishing figure, and the buttons of her white shirt were strained slightly. She wore black-rimmed glasses, her long hair swept back, her features exquisitely refined, exuding a strong, intellectual beauty. "Who are you?" "I am Mo Tong's homeroom teacher, Xia Qingqiu," she said. Xia Qingqiu felt uneasy under Lin Yuan's gaze, tugging at the hem of her skirt. "Mr. Lin, I know you have great power, and I know Mo Tong has endured some grievances before." Xia Qingqiu spoke earnestly, carrying the responsibility of educators in peaceful times. "But her current state is extremely dangerous. She came to school yesterday with a dagger in her backpack." Xia Qingqiu sighed. Her status has changed now, and many students are currying favor with her. If this temperament isn't guided, she could easily walk toward extremes. We need to help her establish proper values, letting her reintegrate into the group. Lin Yuan leaned back in the leather seat, listening to such remarks that sounded absurd on the eve of the apocalypse. Values. In half a month, surviving will be the only value. He ignored this long-winded talk completely, his gaze creeping up from Xia Qingqiu's legs wrapped in black stockings inch by inch, and finally landing on her refined, bookish face. "Xiao Laosher," Lin Yuan said, his voice laced with a chilling mockery. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Xia Qingqiu appearance 89, affection -1, current affection -1. Xia Qingqiu was stunned. Her mind, once brimming with educational psychology jargon and professional terms like original family trauma and adolescent stress response, was instantly choked back into her throat by this highly aggressive and frivolous probe. Ding. Target: Xia Qingqiu, beauty rating 89, favorability -1, current favorability -1. Lin Yuan stared at the panel within his line of sight. Her initial favorability was 0, which immediately plunged into the negatives after being trifled with. This woman was clean. Her motive for taking the initiative to speak to him was indeed purely out of a teacher's sense of responsibility. She was nothing like those gold-digging women who would try to cling to him just because he casually bought the school. This deduction of 1 point was just perfect. Xia Qingqiu's cheeks flushed crimson. She adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses resting on the bridge of her nose. "Mr. Lin, I am speaking to you in my capacity as a homeroom teacher to discuss the student's mental health. Please show some respect." Xia Qingqiu did her utmost to maintain her composure. Lin Yuan leaned back against the leather seat, remaining silent as he quietly observed her. Xia Qingqiu. In his past life, she was the girlfriend of the leader of the Stan School shelter. A Class C healing-type esper. Her blood was the ultimate raw material for synthesizing the zombie virus serum. Lin Yuan still remembered the scene when he went to the Southern District shelter to beg for medicine in his previous life. That hypocrite who styled himself as the leader had locked Xia Qingqiu onto an operating table in the basement like cattle. Her limbs were secured by iron shackles, and her body was riddled with tubes for drawing blood. She had been drained until she was nothing but a bag of bones utterly devoid of life. By treating her as a continuous blood bag and draining her blood, Xia Qingqiu's boyfriend had secured vast amounts of survival supplies and weapons, establishing himself as a local warlord in the southern district of Jiangxing. To save Xin Xingyue in his past life, Lin Yuan had sacrificed 3 of his fingers just to trade for 2 vials of serum from that shelter. In all probability, those had come from the very woman standing before him. This strategic-grade blood bag was something he was determined to claim in this lifetime. If her self-proclaimed leader boyfriend from his past life had already appeared, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind sending him to hell tonight. If not, he would simply intercept her ahead of time. Seeing that Lin Yuan not only refused to apologize, but was instead sizing her up with an incredibly eerie gaze, Xia Qingqiu could no longer suppress the fury rising within her. Unreasonable. With those parting words, she turned and strode toward the school building. Her high heels clicked sharply against the concrete ground. Lin Yuan did not stop her. The engine of the G Patton roared to life as the vehicle drove away from the school gates. Fishing required patience. 12 o'clock noon. The old district of Jiangxing. Lin Yuan sat alone inside an old hot pot restaurant. He chewed on a slice of meat. Once the apocalypse descended, acid rain would contaminate the groundwater and the global power grid would collapse. This steaming delicacy, which required abundant fresh water and electricity, would become history forever. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed Su Xianwan's number. Mr. Lin. On the other end of the line, Su Xianwan's voice sounded somewhat weak and frail. The wild passion of last night seemed to still linger in her tone. How is the progress on the special supplies list I asked you to prepare earlier? Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth. 20,000 portions of Heideleo self-heating hot pots have already arrived. 50,000 portions of vacuum-sealed dehydrated vegetables and vacuum-packed fresh-cut meats have been warehoused. We have also bought out the inventory of 3 factories for small solid alcohol stoves and hot pot soup bases, and the remaining quantities are being produced on an urgent basis. Su Xianwan answered fluently. Keep increasing the quantity. No upper limit. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Since keeping hot food fresh was impossible, he would use an immense stockpile of self-heating meals and soup bases to forcefully secure hot pot freedom in the post-apocalyptic world. After all, there was nothing a good hot pot meal couldn't solve. His phone vibrated again. Caller ID Fei Long. Boss. Fei Long's lowered voice carried an excited tone of someone seeking credit. Li Hongda has been found. These past few days he's been holed up in an illegal underground casino beneath the auto parts market in the east of the city. He hasn't even left the gambling table to eat, drink, or sleep. What do you think? Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold. To eliminate a weed, one must pull it out by the roots. Keep a close eye on him. Lin Yuan pulled out 200 yuan bills and tossed them onto the table. I'll be right there. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The East City Auto Parts Market. A black G Patton rolled over the puddles, coming to a halt at the entrance of an underground garage deep within the market. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and stepped out. Dressed in a black windbreaker, he walked expressionlessly toward the iron door, bearing a sign that read, Internal Maintenance. In front of the iron door stood 2 sleeve-tattooed men in tight black t-shirts. The tattoo-sleeved man on the right glanced at the imposing off-road vehicle, swallowed hard, and reluctantly stepped forward to block the path. Hey buddy, you look unfamiliar. This is a private auto repair shop, not open to the public. Who are you looking for? Bang! A massive dark shadow suddenly burst out from behind the iron door. Using his momentum, Fei Long slammed his heavy body directly into the tattooed man on the right. Crack! Without even letting out a scream, the tattooed man was sent flying, crashing hard against the concrete wall. The man on the left was startled, instinctively reaching for the baton behind his waist. Fei Long delivered an incredibly loud backhanded slap, striking him squarely in the face. Smack! The tattooed man spun halfway around on the spot, his mouth instantly filling with blood. Have you lost your damn minds? Fei Long pointed at the 2 men on the ground and cursed furiously. How dare you block my boss? The 2 bouncers clearly recognized this terrifying figure and were so frightened that they didn't even dare to wipe the blood from their mouths. Fei Long turned to look at Lin Yuan, the ferocity on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by a flattering smile. Boss, please come inside. That bastard is at the very back. Fei Long bowed slightly, making a welcoming gesture. Without sparing a glance at the 2 men on the ground, Lin Yuan stepped through the iron door. Behind the door lay a long, downward-sloping staircase. Pushing open the heavy wooden door at the end, a gust of stale air, mixed with cheap cigarettes, sweat, and perfume, rushed over them. The underground space, spanning hundreds of square meters, was filled with various gambling tables. The place was teeming with noise, the clattering of poker chips, the dealers' announcements, and the roars of gamblers intermingled in a chaotic din. Fei Long led the way, roughly shoving aside any gamblers blocking their path. A few who were pushed aside were about to curse, but upon seeing Fei Long's menacing face, they instantly swallowed their words. Lin Yuan followed behind, his gaze sweeping across the red-eyed, frenzied gamblers. In the apocalypse, these people wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. The 2 of them walked through the bustling hall and arrived at a high-stakes baccarat table at the far end. At the edge of the table, Li Hongda was slumped in a high stool. He looked like a withered ghost at this moment with sunken eyes and greasy hair plastered to his scalp. His white shirt was covered in cigarette ash and wine stains. His hands desperately gripped the last 3 10,000 denomination chips left in front of him. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at the dealer's hand which was about to reveal the face-down card. Player. Player. Give me player. I've watched the pattern for 30 rounds. This one is definitely a player streak. Li Hongda shrieked hysterically, spitting saliva onto the green, felt tabletop. The dealer expressionlessly flipped the card. Banker 9 points wins over player. A long-handled wooden rake reached over, ruthlessly sweeping away the last few chips remaining in front of Li Hongda. No. Impossible. Li Hongda suddenly stood up, gripping the edge of the table tightly, as he roared hysterically. I studied the pattern. This round was absolutely player. You guys are cheating. Several security guards immediately closed in their gazes unfriendly. Li Hongda shrank back in fear, but the greed and madness in his eyes remained entirely unsuppressed. He turned around in frustration, attempting to find even a single acquaintance in the crowd to borrow another 80 or 100,000 to recoup his losses. Then he saw Lin Yuan standing to the side watching him. Li Hongda froze for half a second before an extremely twisted ecstasy erupted in his eyes. He didn't even stop to consider why Lin Yuan was here. In his mind, Lin Yuan was simply the sucker who had casually promised 10 million yuan just to buy his wife. He had used that empty 10 million yuan contract as collateral at the casino, trading it for a mere 6.5 million in chips. Now that he had lost it all, his cash cow had actually delivered himself to his doorstep. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Li Hongda scrambled out of the crowd on all fours. As he rushed to within 2 meters of Lin Yuan, his body instinctively flinched, clearly remembering the beating from before. Yet his trembling hands, yellowed from smoking, still reached out, hovering in midair. Mr. Lin. Li Hongda spat as he spoke frantically. The casino only valued that 10 million contract at 6.5 million. On top of that 1 million deposit, you still owe me another 2.5 million. I've studied the pattern. I'm guaranteed to win the next round. 2.5 million. Hand it over now. Lin Yuan kept his hands buried in the pockets of his windbreaker, saying nothing. Li Hongda watched him remain unmoved, greed in his eyes gradually giving way to impatience. He lunged forward half a step, a frothy ring of white spit gathering around his mouth from sheer agitation. What are you pretending to be so righteous about? Li Hongda dropped his voice, forcing an obscene grin across his face. Did Wanya please you? That figure of hers, what she can do. Worth every penny, isn't she? As long as you hand me the money today, I, Li Hongda, will bless you both until your hair turns white. Lin Yuan remained utterly silent. Li Hongda rubbed his hands together anxiously. If you feel it's unfair, then this. If you're into that kind of thrill, give me 100,000, and tonight, I'll just watch from the side. I won't make a sound, I'll just watch. Fei Long, standing off to one side, felt the fleshy ridges of his face convulse violently. He had spent over 20 years on the streets and considered himself no saint. But today he had truly opened his eyes. Was this even human? Seeing Lin Yuan remain as cold and impassive as stone, the dealer happened to deal out another hand at that very moment. Li Hongda's previously ingratiating expression twisted instantly, and he thrust out his filthy hands, trying to grab at Lin Yuan's pant legs. Are you fucking going to pay or not? Li Hongda roared hysterically. If you don't pay, I'll tear your damn apartment apart. I'm her lawful husband. I'll call the police and charge you with rape. And that worthless liability, Li Motto. She's with Wanya too, is she? That blind scrap collector Wang in the south of the city is willing to pay 50,000 to take her as a child bride. I'll find her a good family. The gambling den, previously roaring with noise, fell silent. Even these bloodthirsty addicts who would sell their own veins for chips showed unmistakable disgust, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Lin Yuan looked at Li Hongda. No anger, no killing intent. This piece of rot deserved only to be left for Wanya. Only by letting Wanya tear him apart with her own hands could he completely sever that cowardly past. Fei Long. Lin Yuan spoke. Break his legs and drag him away. On it. Fei Long stepped forward immediately. He had been holding back a reservoir of fury for too long. His massive frame surged forward, and he raised his right boot-clad foot, aiming it squarely at the left knee of Li Hongda, and smashed down with full force. Crack. Li Hongda's left leg snapped outward at an inhuman angle. Oh. Li Hongda froze for half a second, then erupted into a pig slaughter-level shriek. His entire body collapsed onto the ground. Clutching his shattered leg with both hands, he rolled wildly, tears and snot smeared across his face. Shut up. Fei Long stomped another kick, smashing right into Li Hongda's jaw. Several yellow teeth, streaked with blood, flew through the air. Li Hongda's wails cut off abruptly. All that remained was the wheezing hiss of air escaping through his ruined throat. This sudden burst of bloody violence sent the entire casino into an uproar. Gamblers scattered in terror, clearing a wide expanse of floor. Daring to spill blood on my turf, my friend, you've painted yourself into a corner, haven't you? A hoarse voice rang out from the depths of the casino. Immediately after, a dense rhythm of footsteps echoed. Dozens of thugs clad in black vests and brandishing machetes surged forth from all directions. They surrounded Lin Yuan and Fei Long completely. Gleaming blades shimmered with cold light under the dim lamps. The crowd parted. A middle-aged man in a dark red tang suit rolling 2 polished walnuts in his hands emerged slowly, flanked by several trusted underlings. His face was lean, a knife scar running from the corner of his eye. At his sides, 2 bodyguards in black suits kept both hands buried in their bulging inner jacket pockets. The posture of men ready to draw their guns at any moment. Fei Long's pupils contracted upon seeing the newcomer. He immediately sidestepped, using his massive frame to shield the front left of Lin Yuan. "Boss, it's Ninth Master," Fei Long whispered rapidly. "The local tyrant of the Eastern District Underground Casino. His standing in the underworld is on par with Old Ghost, and every man under him is a seasoned killer who's seen real blood." Ninth Master halted 3 meters away. The walnuts in his hands clicked rhythmically. Well, I wondered who was in such a foul mood. Ninth Master spoke slowly and deliberately. "Brother Fei Long, you've got a perfectly good building materials business in the Southern District, yet you come to my Eastern District to cause trouble. Surely the food in the South isn't enough for you." Fei Long snorted. "Ninth Master, I'll cut to the chase. This kid crossed my boss, and I'm taking him today." Ninth Master stopped rolling his walnuts. His inverted triangle eyes flicked upward, and for the first time, he truly regarded Lin Yuan, who had stood silently behind them. "And how do you introduce yourself, brother?" The tone carried an imperious warning. "If this had gone down outside the casino, it would have nothing to do with me. But inside these walls, you broke the rules first. You're threatening my brother's livelihood." The dozens of blade-wielding men around them advanced half a step in perfect coordination. The oppressive weight was suffocating. Ninth Master resumed, turning his walnuts, looking at Fei Long. "Fei Long, if you give me one word, I'll let you walk away with him. But tomorrow the entire Jiangxing underworld will say my gates are leaky and weak." Fei Long's eyes turned cold. "Then what do you want?" "Money, I don't lack it." Ninth Master sneered. "What I want is an explanation. Each of you leaves behind one finger. Or from now on, 30% of the profits from your Southern District building materials business goes to me." The true intentions were laid bare. Facing dozens of gleaming weapons all around, Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. He ignored Ninth Master entirely and paid no attention to the blade-wielding thugs. Instead, with both hands still in his pockets, he walked straight past Fei Long and headed toward the spacious baccarat table in the center of the floor. "Boss!" Fei Long started in alarm, thinking Lin Yuan was about to fight. Lin Yuan approached the table, pulled out the high-backed leather chair, and sat down with commanding ease. Leaning back, his long fingers tapped twice on the dark green felt surface. Tap, tap. The sound was soft but unusually crisp in the hushed casino. Lin Yuan lifted his eyelids and stared directly at Ninth Master. "Since you say you don't care about fights outside the casino, then let's play by your rules." Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Ninth Master's brow furrowed. He couldn't read this young man at all. Lin Yuan's fingers stilled, and he asked a question that stunned the entire room. "How much is this casino of yours worth? Property, people, everything?" Ninth Master froze. The surrounding thugs exchanged bewildered glances. Even Fei Long's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. Lin Yuan didn't wait for an answer. He casually drew a solid black card from the inner pocket of his windbreaker and flicked his wrist. Click. The black card traced an effortless arc through the air and landed lightly on the dark green felt. Without a sound, Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, looked at Ninth Master, and threw down his final bet. "You just asked Fei Long for an explanation. Now I'm giving you one." Lin Yuan's tone was cold, as though discussing something trivial. "There's 300 million in this card. If I win, the card is yours, and so is my life." Lin Yuan leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing Ninth Master like a blade. "If I lose, your entire casino, and every single life under your command, belongs to me. Do you dare?" The 2 polished walnuts in Ninth Master's hand, rubbed for 10 years, produced an ear-piercing scraping sound. They froze. His inverted triangular eyes locked onto Lin Yuan. Having navigated the underworld for 30 years, Ninth Master had seen arrogant, rich second-generation heirs and desperate gangsters. But the young man before him was different. Like a fierce beast perched at the top of the food chain, sizing up poultry in a cage. A chill rose inexplicably in Ninth Master's heart. He could not take this bet. Winning would tarnish his reputation. Rumors would spread that the mighty Ninth Master had set a trap to swindle a young man's money. Losing meant 300 million plus the entire venue and his brother's lives. Ninth Master forced a brittle laugh twice, shattering the suffocating stillness. The walnuts in his palms resumed their rotation, albeit with a quicker, more agitated rhythm. "Brother, you've got guts." Ninth Master waved his hand, signaling the blade-wielding enforcers closing in to fall back. "However, I've built my position in the East District on one principle: rules. Betting 300 million against me. You're trying to humiliate me publicly." Ninth Master moved to the opposite side of the table, bracing his hands on the surface, his voice softening. "Enemies are better resolved than cemented. Since you could make Fatty Long willingly serve as your pawn, you must be someone of consequence. Let's consider today's incident a misunderstanding." He pointed at Li Hongda, writhing on the ground like a dying dog. "Take him. He's yours. Leave 1 million as compensation for my men's shock. From now on, consider yourself a friend in the East District." Fatty Long, standing before Lin Yuan, felt the tension in his shoulders ease slightly. 1 million. To Lin Yuan, it was nothing, less than a drop in the ocean. After all, he'd casually spent over 1 million on clothes for his secretary. Surrounded by dozens of machete-wielding thugs in enemy territory, walking away unharmed for 1,000,000 yuan was Ninth Master offering considerable face. "Boss, this old bastard is giving you an out," Fatty Long murmured so only the two could hear. Yet Lin Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He leaned forward from his high-backed leather chair. His right hand shot out and seized Li Hongda's greasy hair from the floor. Up! Li Hongda let out a wheezing scream. Lin Yuan flexed his single arm and hoisted the 100-plus-pound man straight into the air. Bang! He was smashed onto the dark green gambling table with full force. Li Hongda's wails echoed through the cavernous casino. Blood instantly soaked through the velvet cloth. "Since you value rules, let's follow them." Lin Yuan released his grip, pulled a tissue from the box on the table, and wiped his hand. He locked eyes with Ninth Master, his voice devoid of any inflection. "I don't need your money. I want your life." Ninth Master's face turned ashen in an instant. His dignity had been publicly trampled. "You refuse to show respect." Ninth Master retreated a step sharply. Before he could finish, the bodyguard standing beside him moved. His hands, previously tucked inside his suit jacket, burst forth a military stiletto with 3 blood grooves suddenly gleaming in his grip. The bodyguard drove off with both legs and vaulted straight onto the gambling table. Stepping on Li Hongda's body as a springboard, the stiletto became a silver flash aimed directly at Lin Yuan's throat. A killing strike. This bodyguard was a retired mercenary Ninth Master had hired at great expense from overseas with over a dozen confirmed kills on his hands. That thrust was fast, ruthless, and precise. The entire crowd gasped. The blade moved so swiftly it produced a piercing whistle in the air. Lin Yuan didn't even rise from his chair. With his physique at level 26, the bodyguard's sudden lunge unfolded like slow motion in a film. He merely tilted his head with casual indifference. Swish! The razor-sharp stiletto grazed past his neck, severing a few strands of hair. The next instant, his right hand shot out and seized the bodyguard's wrist in an iron grip. His 5 fingers tightened. Crack! The stiletto clattered to the floor, rendered useless. Before the bodyguard could even draw breath for a scream, Lin Yuan had already raised his right leg and delivered a crushing kick straight to the man's chest. Boom! The bodyguard's 180-pound muscular frame was launched backward like a projectile, over the gambling table, over Ninth Master's head, and slamming heavily into a row of slot machines several meters away. Rumble crash. 3 heavy slot machines erupted in showers of sparks, their screens shattering on impact. A torrent of game coins poured out like a breached dam, cascading across the floor with a deafening metallic roar. The bodyguard's chest caved in within grotesque curvature. He erupted in a fountain of blood mixed with organ fragments, his head lolled to one side, and he fell into unconsciousness. The crisp sound of coins hitting the floor became the only noise in the entire venue. Dozens of machete-wielding thugs stood frozen in place, as if bewitched. Several couldn't even stop trembling. One move. Ninth Master's most feared enforcer, the double flower red pole, had been taken out in an instant. Lin Yuan remained seated in his leather chair as though he'd merely swatted away a fly. He tossed the tissue he'd used onto Li Hongda's face and fixed his gaze on the cold, sweating Ninth Master. "Now will you sit down gracefully?" Lin Yuan's voice was cold as ice. "Or shall I systematically break every last one of your men before I ask you again?" Ninth Master shuddered violently. The 2 polished walnuts in his hand clattered to the ground and rolled into a dark corner. He was on a tiger, hard to dismount. If he backed down on his own turf, his days in Jiangcheng would be numbered. Moreover, the terrifying display of force before him made any reckless action impossible. Gritting his teeth, Ninth Master dragged out the chair opposite him and slammed himself into it. "Fine. I'll play." His eyes burned red. "Howie. Something simple." Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair. "Blackjack. One hand decides it all." Ninth Master's brows knitted tightly. "Your man deals." Lin Yuan continued, throwing out a condition that stunned the entire room. "I'll play with my cards face up. You keep yours hidden." The moment those words left his lips, a wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the casino. Face up against face down. In blackjack, a game that demands both psychological acuity and probabilistic calculation, that was like walking straight to the executioner's block. This kid was a complete madman. Ninth Master stared hard at Lin Yuan, searching for any crack in his composure. But there was none. Only a calm so absolute it bordered on despair. "You're asking for it." Ninth Master sneered. "Deal." A dealer in a revealing uniform approached with trembling steps. Her hands shaking, she opened a fresh deck, shuffled, and cut. "Deal," Lin Yuan said, tapping the table. The dealer fed the cards into the automatic shoe, drew the first card with trembling fingers, flipped it, and pushed it toward Lin Yuan. A heart 10. Then she dealt a hidden card to Ninth Master. Ninth Master carefully lifted the corner of his card with his fingertip. Seeing it was a spade king, he immediately face-downed it on the table without expression. On the second deal, Lin Yuan received a club 2 still face up. Ninth Master now had an unknown card hidden before him. "Mr. Lin, 12 points. Ninth Master looked at Lin Yuan's cards, a cold smile curling his lips. "Easy to bust, isn't it? Hit or stand?" "Hit," Lin Yuan said without hesitation. The dealer revealed the third card. "Diamond 8. 10 plus 2 plus 8. Total 20 points. Just one short of 21. In blackjack, 20 was already a commanding hand. Lin Yuan didn't request another card. He neatly pushed his 3 face-up cards toward the center of the table. Then Lin Yuan crossed his hands under his chin and leaned forward slightly. I'm standing here. 20 points. Do your 2 cards add up to 20 or more? Cold sweat streamed down Ninth Master's forehead, tracing a path along his facial scar before dripping onto the table. He stared fixedly at his 2 hidden cards on the table. A spade king, a heart 9. 19 points total. If he revealed now 19 to 20, he would lose. To win, he'd need a 2 for 21. To push an ace for another 20. The air in the casino seemed sucked dry. Didn't you just demand an explanation from me? Lin Yuan's fingertips lightly tapped the table. Now do you want to risk it or kneel and beg me right now, eh? The entire casino fell silent. All eyes fixated on Ninth Master's hand suspended in midair and trembling violently. Playing face-up against a hidden hand, Lin Yuan had cornered the local kingpin of the underground casino through sheer audacity and commanding presence. Would this Emperor of the East District's underground casino dare to reveal his cards? The only sound remaining in the air was the low hum of the exhaust fans spinning overhead. Ninth Master stared dead-eyed at the 3 face-up cards lying before Lin Yuan. 10-8. A total of 20 points. His right hand, suspended in midair, was now trembling uncontrollably. 19 points against 20. Revealing the card meant death. Refusing to reveal it and kneeling in defeat on his own turf was also death. Underneath the table, Ninth Master's feet paced back and forth instinctively. Crack. A crisp, fracturing sound echoed through the dead silence of the casino. The Munjian Shizutu walnut, which had dropped to the floor after being polished in Ninth Master's hands for a whole decade, was crushed to pieces beneath his own leather shoe. Splinters flew. The psychological defense of this underground overlord of the East District shattered along with that walnut, right at the moment when everyone's nerves were stretched to their absolute limits. Ding dong. A crisp WeChat notification tone rang out abruptly. Seated in his high-backed leather chair, Lin Yuan pulled his phone from the pocket of his windbreaker. The screen lit up with a message from Su Xianwan. President Lin, a new batch of Australian Wagyu arrived today. Would you like sukiyaki or barbecue for dinner? Lin Yuan glanced at the screen and held down the voice message button. Surrounded by dozens of machetes and under the sweat-drenched gaze of Ninth Master, Lin Yuan spoke in a gentle tone. Either is fine. Have one, you get some wine, and order some fuchi fipian for me as well. I'll be back soon. The voice message sent. Lin Yuan tossed his phone back onto the table. The entire room felt their scalps go numb. Ninth Master's facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Like a desperate gambler who had lost everything, he roared hysterically, "Deal me in." The bunny girl dealer standing by the table shuddered, caught between Ninth Master's savage roar and Lin Yuan's terrifying aura. Her legs gave out, her knees striking the edge of the table. A pale yellow fluid trickled uncontrollably down her black-stocking thighs. She had lost bladder control on the spot. Yet she had no time for shame. With trembling hands, she drew the final card from the shoe. Every eye in the room locked onto that thin piece of cardboard. It was flipped. The 6 of diamonds. Ninth Master's face-down card was 19 points. With this 6, his total reached 25. Bust. Ninth Master's face turned ashen, his legs completely giving out as he crashed heavily against the edge of the table, slumping down. He had lost. The entire casino was gone. Despair instantly morphed into sheer brutality. Ninth Master lunged upward, unleashing all his pent-up humiliation and rage upon the dealer before him. "You useless bitch. Look what you dealt me." Ninth Master roared, raising his right hand and swinging it with all his might toward the dealer's exquisitely made-up face. The dealer squeezed her eyes shut, letting out a desperate shriek. Yet the anticipated pain never came. A large hand had clamped tightly around Ninth Master's wrist. The 5 fingers tightened slightly. Crack, crack, crack. The agonizing sound of bones being forcibly compressed rang out. "Up!" Ninth Master cried out in pain, his entire arm instantly going numb. With a casual flick, Lin Yuan tossed Ninth Master aside like a piece of trash. "Don't break my property." Lin Yuan, standing at 183 meters tall, scanned the room with the formidable aura of a ruthless warlord forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "From this moment on, this room, everything within it, and your very lives." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Now belonged to Lin. The dozens of machete-wielding thugs exchanged glances, their palms clutching the hilts slick with cold sweat. They were mercenaries hired for money, not suicidal zealots. Even their top enforcer had been instantly taken down with a single kick just moments ago. Who would dare to step up now? Lin Yuan tilted his head and snapped his fingers. "Fei Long, go break open that safe over there." "You got it, boss." Fei Long's blood was already pumping with excitement. He grabbed a fire axe from the corner and strode over to the half-man-tall safe at the back of the casino. Bang, bang, bang. 3 swings of the axe forced it open in a display of brute strength. The heavy metal door was pried open, revealing stacks of red 100 yuan bills piled as neatly as bricks inside. The thugs closest to it couldn't help but gulp. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yuan swept his gaze over the crowd. "Those who wanted to hack me, just now go over and collect 100,000 yuan each for your trouble. Drop your weapons, and you may leave." His tone was nonchalant, as if he were picking out cabbages at a wet market. "Those who wish to stay and work for me, your salaries will be doubled, paid monthly in cash." He paused for 2 seconds. "Make your choice." After a mere 3 seconds of silence, a loud clatter echoed. The first machete was tossed onto the floor. Immediately after, like falling dominoes, a cascade of clattering followed. Dozens of gleaming machetes, steel pipes, and batons were thrown down in unison, forming a small mountain on the floor. All the thugs turned to face Lin Yuan. Not a single person stepped forward to take the 100,000 yuan and leave. In the underworld, following a boss who was both ruthless and wealthy, and who could effortlessly eliminate a mercenary with one hand, was everyone's ultimate dream. They turned to face Lin Yuan, lowering their heads in a ragged yet profoundly respectful salute. Boss Lin. Slumped in his chair, Ninth Master watched this scene of complete betrayal unfold before him. The power territory and brothers he took such pride in had completely disintegrated in less than 5 minutes. Lin Yuan had absolutely no interest in killing an old gangster who had lost his fangs. However, with the apocalypse fast approaching, he needed someone to manage the peripheral cannon fodder for him. Stepping up to the gambling table, Lin Yuan grabbed Li Hongda by the collar with one hand, hoisting the unconscious gambler up like a dead dog. He walked over to Ninth Master and looked down at him. I am taking over the territory, and I am taking this man with me, Lin Yuan said coldly. As for you, you may remain here to serve as my steward. Keep a tight grip on the East District for me. Lin Yuan patted Ninth Master's stiff cheek. Remember, you owe me your life. Ninth Master shuddered and lowered his head. Carrying Li Hongda, Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the casino exit. Fei Long followed closely behind. The thugs on both sides automatically parted to form a wide path, bowing their heads respectfully as they watched Lin Yuan depart. Outside the East District Auto Parts Market, a drizzling acid rain began to fall from the gloomy sky. Lin Yuan walked to the rear of his patent vehicle and casually tossed the unconscious Li Hongda into the spacious trunk. With a loud thud, he slammed the trunk shut. Wiping the rainwater from his face, Fei Long leaned in and asked respectfully, Boss, where should we bury this piece of trash? There's an abandoned quarry in the South District with a very deep pit. Lin Yuan pulled out a wet wipe to clean the bloodstains from his hands, his lips slowly curling into a smirk. No need to bury him. Lin Yuan tossed the wet wipe into the trash bin. Someone is waiting for him. Meanwhile, at Villa No. 12, Yunding Tiangong. On the second basement level, the shadowless lamp overhead cast a pale, stark light. Wangya wore a pure black silk gown, her long hair swept up high. She stood before a tool table. The once weak, timid housewife who could only weep when subjected to domestic abuse now had nothing but coldness in her eyes. On a stainless steel tray, various instruments were neatly arranged: medical scalpels, hemostatic forceps, a high-pressure water gun, and even a serrated bone saw. Lin Modong sat on a metal bar stool nearby. Clad in her Stan school uniform, her pale fingers toyed with a dagger. The girl glanced at the bone saw on the table, then turned to look at her mother. Mom, Lin Modong's voice was extremely soft, yet it carried a cruelty far beyond her years. Should we saw off his legs first or pull his teeth? Bang! A powerful stream of freezing water blasted directly against Li Hongda's throat. Cough! Wretch! Li Hongda was nearly suffocated by the violent impact of the rushing water. He woke up, his entire body convulsing. His vision gradually focused from a blur, revealing a glaring shadowless surgical lamp directly overhead. He tried to raise his hand to wipe the water from his face, only to find his arms securely pinned to the metal armrests by restraint straps. His legs were equally immobilized. A makeshift bandage was wrapped around his left knee. This was a cold medical surgical chair. You're awake. A cold, detached voice echoed through the empty basement. Just as Li Hongda was about to shriek for mercy, he realized the person standing before him was Wangya. She seemed to be holding something in her hand, but the light was too piercing for Li Hongda to make it out. Lin Modong sat on a metal high stool nearby. Li Hongda's fear was instantly replaced by raging fury. You smelly bitch. Have you fucking lost your mind? Li Hongda struggled frantically, making the surgical chair clatter and rattle. You dare bind me. Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive when I get back. Wangya shuddered violently. Her breathing grew rapid, her face turned pale, and she involuntarily took half a step back. Teaming up with outsiders to screw me over it. Seeing this, Li Hongda grew even more arrogant, his saliva flying everywhere. Do you believe I'll sell both you and your daughter to a brothel? Untie me this instant. Just then Lin Modong jumped down from the high stool. The girl glanced at the bone saw on the table, seemingly finding it too heavy. Extending her slender fingers, she snatched the tactical dagger from her mother's violently trembling hand. Without glancing at Wangya, she walked straight up to Li Hongda. In those pitch-black eyes there was not a single ripple of emotion. Li Modong, what are you doing? An inexplicable wave of dread welled up within Li Hongda's heart. A brothel. Lin Modong spoke softly. Before the words could even fade, the girl gripped the hilt tightly, and without a moment's hesitation swung her arm down violently. Squelch. The sharp dagger plunged straight into Li Hongda's right thigh. Up. Li Hongda's eyes bulged instantly as he let out an agonizing, pig-slaughtering shriek. Lin Modong pulled out the dagger, her face entirely devoid of expression. A spray of warm blood erupted, splattering across her fair cheek. She swung down once more. Squelch. It plunged into his left leg. Pulling it out, she stabbed again. Squelch. 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 The only sounds remaining in the basement were the dull thuds of the blade tearing through flesh and Li Hongda's distorted, agonizing wails. The 14-year-old girl was frantically venting 14 years of living in hell. Li Hongda broke down completely. Looking at his blood-spattered, demon-like daughter before him, his arrogant bluster vanished without a trace. Don't stab me anymore. Tong Tong, I'm your father. I was wrong. Li Hongda convulsed in agony. Wife, save me. Save me. I promise I'll treat you both well in the future. Wang Yi stood frozen in place. She stared at her daughter's blood-soaked face, watching her transform into a demon just to protect her. The shackles in Wang Yi's heart forged from cowardice shattered into pieces. Up. With a piercing shriek, Wang Yi lunged forward. She wrapped her hands tightly around Lin Madong's hands, which were still gripping the knife. Their hands overlapped, aiming the tip of the blade directly at Li Hongda's chest. Go to hell, scum. Wang Yi gritted her teeth, a fierce ruthlessness erupting in her eyes. Pooling their strength, they threw their weight forward. Squelch. The tactical dagger plunged all the way to the hilt into Li Hongda's heart. Li Hongda's voice cut off abruptly. A couple of wheezing bellows like gasps escaped his throat as his pupils slowly dilated. The last words Li Hongda ever heard came from Wang Yi's mouth. Her name is Lin Madong now, and Lin Yuan will take good care of the two of us for you. Wang Yi released her grip. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed into the pool of blood. She gasped heavily for air, and immediately after a profound sense of relief washed over her entire body. That nightmare was finally over. The heavy soundproof door was pushed open. Fei Long walked in accompanied by two of his henchmen. He glanced at Li Hongda's gruesome corpse without even batting an eye. Leave the rest to us, brothers. Yending Palace Villa No. 12 Monitoring Room. Lin Yuan leaned back in his leather swivel chair watching the entire process of the mother and daughter slaying their enemy on the screen. Ding. Target Wang Yi attractiveness 88, favorability 3, current favorability 53. Ding. Target Lin Madong emotional fluctuation has reached the extreme limit. Favorability critical hit 6. Current favorability 24. Favorability broke through the threshold. Obtained 50 of the target's basic attribute bonus. Target physique 8, spirit 30. Host Lin Yuan. Physique 34. Spirit 47-15. Ability Class A Dimensional Space Unawakened Class S Sky Torrent Unawakened. Boom. A cool wave of energy erupted from between Lin Yuan's brows, frantically washing through his mind. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. At this moment the world became exceptionally clear. He could even hear through two thick soundproof walls the sound of Fei Long's leather shoes scraping against the floor as he dragged the corpse in the basement. Spirit 30. For a 14-year-old girl to possess a terrifying base spirit attribute of 30 before even awakening any abilities was simply mind-boggling. One must know that even the deceased ninja Chiba Rin only had a spirit attribute of 12. A faint smile played on Lin Yuan's lips. In his past life, Lin Madong was able to command the tide of zombies as easily as moving her own fingers. Everyone had assumed it was some kind of unique ability. Now it seemed that it was entirely due to her monstrous initial spiritual power undergoing a mutation once the apocalyptic red moon descended. And this apocalyptic nuclear weapon now bore the brand of Lin Yuan. Late at night, Villa No. 12, a master bedroom. Having just finished his shower, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa clad in a black bathrobe. The door lock let out an extremely soft click. Su Xiaonuan did not enter. Showing great tact, she played her role as the head housekeeper, perfectly yielding tonight's battlefield. Pushing the door open and stepping inside was Wang Yi, who had washed away all traces of blood. Her long hair draped loosely over her shoulders, and she wore an incredibly bold, nearly transparent black lace camisole. The garment was slightly tight-fitting. This was what Su Xiaonuan had deliberately slipped to her moments ago. In the past, Wang Yi would rather die than wear such a dignity-stripping piece of clothing. But just now in the bathroom she had stood before the steam fog mirror for a full 10 minutes. The woman in the mirror had no tears in her eyes. That cowardly woman named Wang Yi had died in the basement alongside Li Hongda. Barefoot she stepped onto the soft carpet and walked over to Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin. With an incredibly clumsy yet exceedingly proactive posture, she pressed herself against him. Midday the following day. Pizza Hut at Mixi Mall, Jiangqing. Following Lin Yuan's instructions, Qin Yuma had gone out to purchase some fitness equipment to be placed in Tiangong No. 1. Taking advantage of this rare half-day of leisure, she had called Tang Qiqi out. After they parted on bad terms that day, this little girlfriend had started spamming her with messages again within half a day. Qin Yuma figured she needed to make some things clear to her. Sitting opposite her, Tang Qiqi, dressed in a pink Lolita dress, was indignantly cutting a pizza with her knife and fork. Sister Yumo. Tang Qiqi stuffed a sliced piece of pizza into her mouth and questioned indistinctly. What on earth has possessed you? You actually slapped me for that, great demon king. Tang Qiqi grew more aggrieved as she spoke, her eyes welling with tears. In her mind, Qin Yuma was supposed to forever be her domineering, fiercely protective husband. Qin Yuma set down her knife and fork. She looked at the girl before her, who was still living in a pink bubble with an extremely solemn expression. Qiqi. Qin Yuma's voice was low. If I hadn't beaten you to the punch and slapped you first, you would be a corpse by now. She leaned forward slightly, staring into Tang Qiqi's eyes. That great demon king you speak of really kills people. And killing you would be as simple as crushing an ant. Having undergone a week of hellish training, Qin Yuma knew all too well how terrifying that man was. This morning she could sense he had grown even stronger. He had blown apart a custom-made punching bag with a single punch. which was what led to today's shopping trip. Tang Chichi froze for a couple of seconds. Then she slammed her hand onto the table. Bang! The sharp sound drew glances from several neighboring tables. Kill people. Sister Yuma, have you been brainwashed by him? Tang Chichi retorted loudly. We live in a society ruled by law now. Does he think he can cover the sky with one hand just because he has some filthy money? You must have been blackmailed by him with some videos or nude photos, right? Tang Chichi instantly conjured up a melodramatic drama of a tyrannical young master forcing a virtuous girl. Looking at Qin Yuma's cold grim face, her protective instinct instantly surged to the max. I absolutely cannot let you suffer grievances all by yourself in that devil's den. Tang Chichi slammed both hands on the table, stood up, and announced loudly, I'm moving in with you. Qin Yuma had just taken a sip of ice water, and before she could even swallow, nearly choked on it. Naked photos. Threats. What on earth was this about? Staring at Tang Chichi's indignant little face, her temples throbbed violently. Chichi, could you please keep your voice down? No. Tang Chichi raised her voice even higher. Sister Yuma, don't you worry. I have 300,000 followers on Zaihanshu. Just give me the nod and I'll expose everything about that great demon king getting the entire internet to dox that pervert. She waved her phone as she spoke, the screen displaying her Zaihanshu homepage. Her profile picture was a highly edited cosplay photo of a magical girl. Qin Yuma firmly pressed down on her phone. If you dare post that, you will be the one who ends up dead. Her words were completely unembellished. Tang Chichi froze in shock. She had never seen such an expression on Qin Yuma's face before. It wasn't a joke, nor was it an idle threat. She was simply stating an absolute fact. Video, naked photos, pervert. These keywords rang out with jarring clarity in the noisy restaurant. At the adjacent table, 3 hoodlums with dyed yellow hair and thick chains around their necks turned their heads almost simultaneously. The leader, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, squinted as his gaze swept over Tang Chichi's pink magical girl dress before slowly shifting to Qin Yuma, finally lingering on the contours of her waist and abdomen outlined by her athletic tank top. He exchanged a look with his 2 companions. Carrying their drinks, the 3 of them sauntered over. Yo, beautiful ladies, what are you chatting about? That's so exciting. The yellow-haired leader spat the toothpick onto the floor, slouched into the empty seat next to them, and rested his elbow directly on the edge of their table. I'm in self-media and these 2 are from my team. Crossing his legs, he pointed his finger back and forth between Tang Chichi and Qin Yuma. Are you interested in taking on a commercial gig? Just a photo shoot at the hotel next door, and the price is highly negotiable. Having said that, he sized up Tang Chichi's cosplay outfit once more, exchanging suggestive winks with his cronies. Besides, sweetheart, dressed like this, you must be out here looking for business, right? Tang Chichi trembled with rage. You're the one looking for business. Your whole family is looking for business. Tang Chichi retorted shrilly. Are you blind? This is a limited edition cosplay outfit. It's not something your filthy mind could ever comprehend. Alright, it looks great. The yellow-haired thug whistled and reached out, attempting to drape his arm over Qin Yuma's shoulder. Hey legs, come on, sit over here with me. Qin Yuma lifted her eyelids. Height just over 1.7 meters, weight under 130 pounds, center of gravity, leaning to the right, no signs of physical training. Conclusion, utterly fragile. A week ago, she would have given a verbal warning. Not anymore. She was currently looking for an outlet to unleash the violent power surging within her. Qin Yuma snatched the half-full glass pitcher from the table with her right hand and swung it with full force, smashing it violently against the temple of the yellow-haired leader. Bang! The glass shattered, drenching him in ice water and shards. The thug screamed, clutching his head as fresh blood seeped through his fingers. Immediately following that, pivoting on her left leg, Qin Yuma delivered a swift low whip kick with her right. Crack! The second thug's knee took a direct hit, sending him flying sideways. The third thug turned to flee. Qin Yuma caught up in a single stride, slamming her palm against the back of his head and shoving him face first into the pile of overturned chairs from the neighboring table. The restaurant erupted into chaos. Screams, the clatter of falling chairs, and the shattering of dishes melded into a deafening din. Several uniformed security guards and a restaurant manager dressed in a sharp suit rushed over. The manager's face turned pale at the sight of the absolute mess and the bleeding thug. Qin Yuma pulled back her leg, her breathing steady. As the adrenaline subsided, the first thought that flashed through her mind was not one of satisfaction. Instead it was, sigh. I was too impulsive. Qin Yuma took out her phone. Her finger hovered over her contact list for a couple of seconds. Lin Yuan. No, such a trivial matter wasn't worth disturbing him. His expression had been incredibly grim when he left this morning. Fei Long. No. Since moving into Yunding Tiangong, the perimeter security had been fully handed over to Lu Yin, and she barely communicated with Fei Long. She slid her thumb down and ultimately dialed Su Xianwan's number. Sister Yuma, what's wrong? Su Xianwan's voice came through quickly on the other end. There's a bit of a situation at the Pizza Hut next to the Mixi Mall, Qin Yuma said succinctly. Are you alright? Yes. But the restaurant manager is calling the police. Tell him to wait. I'm on my way. Beep. In less than 10 minutes. A black GL8 business van pulled up at the entrance of the Mixi Mall. Su Xianwan stepped out of the vehicle. Today she wore a cropped Chanel-style jacket paired with white sneakers. Her height of 1.55 meters seemed even more petite against the jacket. Yet the 4 burly men in black suits following behind her were each a full 2 heads taller than her. Lin Yuan had instructed Fei Long to assign them to Su Xianwan. Going out to negotiate with such an entourage instantly boosted her success rate by 20%. Upon seeing this imposing lineup, the restaurant manager opened his mouth, but the words, "Let the police handle it," were swallowed right back down. Su Xianwan stepped into the restaurant, her eyes quickly scanning the scene. She pulled a thick stack of cash from her handbag and placed it gently on the cashier counter to cover the damages. "Is this enough?" The manager looked at the stack of money, then at the 4 men in black suits, his Adam's apple bobbing. It's enough." Su Xianwan turned her head, looking at the yellow-haired leader, who was still clutching his head and howling in the corner. "Take him." 2 of the suited men walked over, grabbing the thug by his arms from both sides and dragging him outward. Grimacing in pain, the thug babbled. "Who do you think you are? My boss has connections. My boss." No one paid him any attention. The manager bowed and scraped while the men in black suits executed commands with military precision. Tang Chi stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. She stared at this young girl who was about the same height as her. Despite having the face of an innocent, well-behaved girl, she hadn't uttered a single redundant word from the moment she walked in to the moment she finished throwing down cash, taking the man, and leaving. Tang Chi-Chi's legs were still a bit weak, but the very first thought that popped into her head was, "So cool. Just like a hidden boss in a video game." Tang Chi-Chi finally couldn't help herself. She grabbed Qin Yuma's arm and lowered her voice, "Sister Yuma." "Who is she?" "The Great Demon King's secretary," Qin Yuma replied. "Secretary? A secretary who flings down 100,000 without batting an eye. A secretary who commands for burly men as if they were mere NPCs. Then what kind of monster was the Great Demon King himself?" Tang Chi-Chi's heart raced. Suddenly she clutched the hem of Qin Yuma's clothes tightly. "Sister Yuma, I want to move in and live with you." "Chi-Chi, stop messing around," Qin Yuma said, her voice dropping. "I'm not messing around. I want to protect you." Tang Chi-Chi's eyes grew red. "Look at your hands." She grabbed Qin Yuma's fists, which were still wrapped in bandages. "What kind of life are you actually living in that place?" Qin Yuma didn't dare pull her hands back too forcefully, though she had hit Tang Chi-Chi the other day and had been feeling guilty for ages. She could only turn to look at Su Xianwan. "Miss Sushi wants to live with me. In my room. Could we make an exception?" Su Xianwan looked at Tang Chi-Chi. The pink magical girl dress, the lace gloves, and the sparkling star hairpin in her hair. She was a creature from an entirely different dimension compared to anyone else in Yunding Tiangong. "I can't make that decision." Su Xianwan pulled her phone from her pocket, and under the watchful eyes of Qin Yuma and Tang Chi-Chi dialed the number. "Mr. Lin." The call connected. Su Xianwan's voice regained that gentle submissiveness reserved solely for Lin Yuan. "Sister Yuma has a friend here who wants to move into Yunding Tiangong and live with her." When Tang Chi-Chi had secretly gone to find Qin Yuma that day, Su Xianwan hadn't been there, so she had no idea that Lin Yuan had already met her in person. "Yes. She's a girl in her early 20s. Su Xianwan looked up to glance at Tang Chi-Chi, pausing for half a second. "Her looks are quite high." "Wanxiang City Pizza Hut." Su Xianwan held her phone, listening for a few seconds before hanging up. She raised her head, her innocent, yet alluring, well-behaved face devoid of any expression. "Mr. Lin said it's fine." Tang Chi-Chi's large eyes instantly lit up, and she nearly jumped with excitement. Su Xianwan's tone shifted as her gaze fell upon Qin Yuma. "But Mr. Lin also said, if she dares to cause any trouble in Tiangong, no. 1. Coach Qin, you will deal with her yourself. Don't worry. I'll be absolutely obedient." Tang Chi-Chi raised 3 fingers, her pink lace gloves swaying in midair. "From this day forth, I am the magical guardian of Yunding Sky Palace." Looking at Tang Chi-Chi's carefree demeanor, Qin Yuma felt a sudden pang in her chest. Having spent the past few days at Yunding Sky Palace, she was all too familiar with that man's paranoia. He refused to hire even daily cleaning staff, claiming they were untrustworthy. Yet for the sake of her personal connections as a mere bodyguard, he made an exception. Qin Yuma clenched her teeth. She couldn't quite describe this feeling. But one thing was certain, she had to become stronger. Strong enough to deserve this exception. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 Favorability 2. Current favorability 21. Favorability has broken through the threshold. Acquired 50 of the target's basic attributes as a bonus. Target's Constitution 12, Spirit 14. The 3 of them walked out of the restaurant and headed toward the main entrance of Wanxiang City. Just as they passed the Chanel counter on the first floor, a tall sales associate in uniform suddenly widened her eyes and came running out in her high heels. "Miss Su." The sales associate bowed 90 degrees, holding 2 bottles of chilled Perrier with both hands. "Please quench your thirst." Half a month ago, it was Su Xianwan's massive purchase of over 1,000,000 yuan, which cleared out the store, that instantly made her the top sales champion of the month. In the eyes of this sales associate, this petite girl was a walking commission. Su Xianwan did not decline, and she casually took the water and handed a bottle to Qin Yuma. The sales associate stepped aside with practiced ease, not forgetting to bow respectfully to Tang Chi-Chi as well. Tang Chi-Chi was utterly dumbfounded. A Chanel sales associate violating store policy just to run out and serve drinks on the street. Meanwhile, on the main road of Jiangqing's southern district, a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari was weaving through the traffic. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, his eyes slightly closed. Host Lin Yuan. Constitution 36, 6. Spirit 54, 7. Ability A grade, dimensional space, unawakened S grade, canopy torrent, unawakened. A warm current erupted from his heart, circulating through his entire body. His mind instantly cleared up. With the Valkyrie's attributes acquired, next would be the Frost Empress. His gloomy expression when he left home this morning was entirely due to the woman currently driving beside him. A faint scent of roses filled the car cabin. Jiang Shaoan held the steering wheel with one hand, while her other hand ran through her hair in frustration. Can you stop looking at me with those predatory eyes? Jiang Shaoan glanced at Lin Yuan through the rearview mirror, her voice laced with complaint. That mobile intensive care pod you wanted. In the entire Jiangxing, only President Chen's medical equipment company in the northern district has it in stock. She stepped on the gas and the LaFerrari let out a roar. But I talked to him. That equipment was reserved by a private hospital long ago and is scheduled to ship tomorrow. President Chen refused to budge, claiming he couldn't afford to ruin his company's reputation. Jiang Shaoan paused, her tone shifting to a flattering one. But Big Boss Lin, you liquidated your crude oil futures and cashed out so much money. What's our next move in the financial war? Give me a hint, will you? Lin Yuan swept a cold glance over her. Just drive? I have to go personally just for a single piece of equipment, and you have the nerve to ask about the next step, eh? Jiang Shaoan was choked up by his words and pursed her lips, thinking, bastard, if it weren't for the fact that you're somewhat useful, I would have thrown you out of the car long ago. Ding. Target Jiang Shaoan Beauty 92, favorability -1. Current favorability 0. 20 minutes later, the LaFerrari stopped in front of an office building. Jiang Shaoan led Lin Yuan straight to the general manager's office on the 18th floor. President Chen was a chubby man in his 50s, sporting a shiny, greasy beer belly. Seeing Jiang Shaoan walk in with a young man, he immediately sprang up from his seat and personally opened a T10. Miss Jiang, it's not that I'm not showing respect to the Jiang family. President Chen pushed 2 cups of tea in front of them. If I sell that intensive care pod to you today, I'll have to pay 100 million yuan in liquidated damages to the private hospital. This is no laughing matter. In business, reputation is everything, don't you agree? Jiang Shaoan walked to the side, opened a fresh bottle of water, and gestured for them to talk, signaling she had nothing to do with it. Lin Yuan didn't even look at the tea. He reached into his windbreaker pocket and pulled out a solid black bank card. Thud. The black card was tossed onto the mahogany coffee table in front of President Chen. The equipment costs 10 million. I will pay in full right now. Have your people transported immediately. Lin Yuan stood there staring straight at President Chen. As for the liquidated damages, I will use Tiangong No. 1 as collateral. I'll sign a promissory note of 100 million yuan for you. In 3 months, I will pay you 100 million in cash. President Chen's hand holding the clay teacup froze midair. Scalding tea spilled onto the back of his hand, yet he was completely oblivious to it. Jiang Shaoan's eyes widened, as well staring at Lin Yuan, as if he were a lunatic. Collateralizing a villa. Signing a promissory note for 100 million. Just to buy a medical iron box that originally cost 10 million. And did this President Chen really mean 100 million in liquidated damages, or was he just bluffing? At least bargain a little. Lin Yuan completely ignored her gaze. At this moment, the renovation of Tiangong No. 1 arms procurement and the hoarding of massive strategic supplies had swallowed almost all of his cash flow. But that didn't matter. In 3 months, currency would be nothing but waste paper. Contracts would be a joke. What he signed was merely a scrap of paper that would automatically become void when the apocalypse arrived. President Chen swallowed hard, his mind racing. A villa. 100 million. To hell with corporate reputation. Mr. Lin, you are truly magnificent. President Chen slammed his teacup down. I'll have the legal department draft the contract and collateral agreement right away. In less than 10 minutes, a thick contract was laid on the table. Lin Yuan took the fountain pen, and without even glancing at the clauses, signed his name with a flourish and pressed his thumbprint. Holding the signed agreement, President Chen smiled so hard that the fat on his face squeezed together. He personally arranged for the company's fleet of heavy trucks to load the equipment. The two walked out of the office building. Jiang Shaoan followed Lin Yuan in her high heels, finally unable to hold back any longer. Lin Yuan, have you lost your mind? Jiang Shaoan looked at him as if he were completely absurd. Booking a top-tier ICU room at the city center hospital costs at most 20,000 yuan a day. This 100 million is enough for you to lie in there until your next life. Lin Yuan stood by the door of the LaFerrari, looking up at the gloomy sky. You will soon realize that there are some things in this world that once missed cannot be bought with any amount of money. Jiang Shaoan rolled her eyes and quickly walked over to the driver's side in her high heels. The scene of the two standing by the car was seen clearly by someone in a black Mercedes-Benz across the street. It was the blind date guy who a few days ago at the Intercontinental Hotel was publicly exposed, slapped, and driven away by Lin Yuan during his blind date with Su Muxue. He had originally come here to discuss a project, but he never expected to spot Lin Yuan from afar. The blind date guy rolled down his window and raised his phone. Zooming in with the camera, he precisely captured a shot of the two standing very close to each other. Flipping through the burst photos, a smirk played on his lips as his thumb slid toward his WeChat contact list. Inside the LaFerrari, The engine roared as they drove toward Yunding Sky Palace. With both hands on the steering wheel, Jiang Xiaowan still couldn't resist asking, "You still haven't told me where we should invest the cash we pulled out." Lin Yuan turned his head to look at her face, which was full of worldly calculations. "If you want to live long, do as I do, convert all available funds into supplies." Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. "If you can't bear to let go of those useless numbers. Over the next half-month, there will be a wave of massive profits in the pharmaceutical sector." Jiang Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Hoard supplies. She didn't have the patience for that. But upon hearing pharmaceutical sector, her sharp business instincts were instantly triggered. Yesterday's rumors of a hospital lockdown, the official refutations combined with the current flu season. This was definitely insider information. "You are refined and noble. I am vulgar and common, and I only love money." Jiang Xiaowan immediately pulled out her phone, excitedly dialed her family's private equity manager, and began to aggressively position her investments. 4:00 p.m. Yunding Sky Palace Villa No. 13. The massive mobile intensive care pod was positioned in the temporary medical area on the second floor under the direction of Liu Yin and Tank. Various indicator lights lit up, and a pale blue sterile barrier formed within the pod. Lu Cece lay inside. A trace of color finally returned to her pale face, and her vital signs stabilized completely under the monitoring of the instruments. Liu Yin stared at his daughter through the explosion-proof glass, his eyes slightly red despite being a battle-hardened man. He picked up the walkie-talkie wanting to say something, but hesitated to press the button. In the lounge, Su Mushiwe, whose nerves had been tightly strung for 2 consecutive days of high-intensity work, finally took off her white lab coat, which reeked of disinfectant. She leaned back exhaustedly on the sofa, picking up a cup of cold coffee, preparing to close her eyes and rest. Buzz. Buzz. Inside her pocket, the screen of the phone that had been muted for 2 days suddenly lit up. Su Mushiwe opened her eyes, her brow furrowing slightly. She retrieved her phone. On the caller ID, 2 words flashed. "Father." In the northern district of Jiangxing, on a side road of the commercial street, the blind date suitor sat inside his black Mercedes-Benz. His thumb slid across the screen of his phone, scanning the set of photos leaked on a public account. The image of Lin Yuan and Jiang Xiaowan standing beside the LaFerrari was frozen at the most ambiguous angle. He let out a cold snort, opened WeChat, and found the contact labeled Patriarch of the Su family. He forwarded the news article. Then his fingers tapped rapidly across the screen. "Uncle Su, Lin Yuan is clinging to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, playing both sides. I shouldn't have pride, but Mushiwe is after all the woman I truly wish to marry. I cannot bear to see her trifled with by such a man." With that, the message was sent. The blind date suitor lit a cigarette. He caressed his left cheek. Although the pain had long subsided, the lingering humiliation made him grit his teeth. The Su family estate. Inside the Chinese-style main hall, several mahogany armchairs stood in 2 rows. The scent of agarwood drifted through the air. The patriarch of the Su family stared at the photo on his phone screen and slammed his hand heavily onto the tea table. Tea splashed out, staining the Xian paper where he had just finished practicing calligraphy. Having fathered a daughter late in life, Su Mushiwe was a masterpiece he had sculpted with his own hands. When she wanted to study surgery at 16, he forced her into emergency medicine instead. When she wanted to study abroad on an exchange program at 20, he shut it down with a single phrase: "The descendants of the Su family must bear their responsibilities." He was well aware of Su Mushiwe's blind date a few days ago. Though Lin Yuan was divorced, he possessed some wealth, and since his daughter was no longer young, the man was barely acceptable. But he never expected this beast would dare to play both sides. The patriarch of the Su family picked up his phone and dialed Su Mushiwe's number. Staring at the violently vibrating device, Su Mushiwe pressed the answer button. "Bring that Lin Yuan, and get back here this instant." The roar of the patriarch of the Su family erupted from the receiver, loud enough to echo through the quiet corridor. Su Mushiwe's brow furrowed tightly. "What is the matter?" The patriarch of the Su family bellowed. "Do you not see what they are saying about you online?" "I understand." With that, she hung up the call directly. She opened her chat with Lin Yuan and typed, "If I am not back in 2 hours." Her fingertips paused for a few seconds before she deleted the message character by character. She was not accustomed to crying for help. Su Mushiwe stood up and walked toward Liu Yin, who had just emerged from the basement. "Captain Lu Cece's condition is very stable. All her vitals are normal. Something has come up at home, so I must head back. If there are any alarms from the equipment, call me immediately." Liu Yin nodded. "Rest assured, Dr. Su. I will have 2 of my men escort you." "No need, I will take a cab." Half an hour later at the Su family estate, Su Mushiwe pushed open the heavy mahogany doors. The atmosphere in the spacious living room was oppressive. The ancestors of the Su family had produced military scholars. By this generation, little of their martial prowess remained, yet their rules grew increasingly rigid. The hall was cluttered with plaques, ancestral rules, and mahogany chairs, as if they were desperate to let everyone know of their ancestral glory. Over a dozen bodyguards dressed in black martial arts attire stood on either side. The patriarch of the Su family sat in a grand armchair, his hands resting on a red sandalwood cane. Seated on both sides were several uncles and female members of the Su family. "Kneel." The patriarch of the Su family struck his cane against the floor. Su Mushiwe stood her ground, her spine perfectly straight. "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel?" Beside her, the second aunt curled her lips. Mushue all of Jiangsheng is saying that you are with a divorced gigolo. You might not care about your reputation, but the Su family still needs to hold its head high in Jiangsheng. I do not understand what you are talking about, second aunt, Su Mushue replied, staring directly at her. Someone chuckled softly, holding a teacup. Someone whispered, a girl with too much of her own mind is nothing but trouble. Others looked at Su Mushue not as a relative, but as if they were inspecting a damaged piece of merchandise. The patriarch of the Su family raised his voice. It would have been one thing if you were with a divorced, useless nobody, considering you are no longer young. No matter how capable a woman is, does she not have to marry in the end? But now he is clinging to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, while keeping you on the hook. You have completely ruined the reputation of the Su family. A useless nobody. The man who spent 100 million of his own money on equipment to save someone else's child, a useless nobody. Absurd. You do not know him. Su Mushue had no desire to explain. The people of this family would only see what they wanted to see. Second aunt held her teacup, gently brushing away the foam with the lid. Mushue, your aunt just wants to ask, are you still a virgin? If you call me back just to discuss such matters, then I am sorry, but I am very busy. Su Mushue turned and walked toward the entrance. Stop her. The patriarch of the Su family bellowed. Being a doctor for so long has truly made you think you are someone of importance. 6 bodyguards quickly surrounded her, blocking her path. Su Mushue had received family training since childhood and knew the basics of ancient martial arts. She did not back down. The first bodyguard reached out to grab her shoulder. Su Mushue sidestepped to evade, locking his wrist with her right hand and twisting it in the opposite direction. Crack. The bodyguard groaned and fell to his knees. A second burly man swept a leg kick from the right, whistling through the air. Su Mushue raised her arms to block it head on, the impact forcing her back 2 steps. Her left arm was already numb. The third and fourth men closed in almost simultaneously. Su Mushue did not retreat. Instead, she lunged forward, driving her knee into the ribs of the third man, eliciting a muffled groan. The fourth man had already locked his arms around her neck from behind. Elbow strike. Break free. The fifth man's low sweep kick was already upon her. Snap. Her shin was struck head on. 6 against 1. In less than 3 minutes, 2 burly men pinned Su Mushue's arms from behind, forcing her to her knees. Her knees slammed heavily onto the bluestone floor, letting out a dull thud. Su Mushue struggled no longer. For a brief moment, she recalled Lin Yuan's cold, indifferent eyes. If he were here. But Su Mushue quickly suppressed the thought. She would not allow seeking help to become an instinct. The patriarch of the Su family, leaning on his cane, walked up to her. He raised his right hand. Slap. A sharp slap landed on Su Mushue's face. Did the Su family raise you all these years just for you to speak to me in such a tone? Su Mushue's lip was split and blood trickled out. She did not cry out in pain. She merely lifted her head, her cold gaze sweeping past her mocking relatives before locking onto the face of the patriarch. Bring me her phone, the patriarch ordered. Su Mushue did not move. Seeing this, the second aunt immediately stepped forward to rummage through Su Mushue's pockets, then respectfully handed the phone to the patriarch. Lock her in the ancestral hall in the backyard. Let her reflect on her actions. The patriarch took the phone and waved his hand. Without my permission, no one is allowed to give her water. Only when she has come to her senses may she come out and admit her mistake. 2 bodyguards hoisted Su Mushue up and dragged her toward the backyard. The heavy wooden doors of the ancestral hall slammed shut, secured with a large brass lock. Only a few ever-burning lamps illuminated the wall lined with ancestral tablets. Su Mushue knelt on the ground, waves of sharp pain throbbing from her knees. Looking at those ancestral tablets, she suddenly found it absurd. She had saved the lives of so many strangers, yet she could not save herself. Back in the main hall, second aunt leaned in. With a temperament like hers, she will still cause trouble, even locked in the ancestral hall. We must let her know that her limbs were given by the Su family, and they can be taken back just as easily. The patriarch of the Su family nodded. He then took Su Mushue's phone, scrolled through the recent call logs in her contacts, and pressed dial. Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 12. Lin Yuan had just finished taking a shower. Dressed in a black bathrobe, he sat on the living room sofa watching Tang Chichi babble on about this and that before him. If it weren't for that -3 favorability rating remaining completely unmoved, Lin Yuan might have actually believed the young girl's acting. The phone screen on the table lit up. Caller ID Su Mushue. Lin Yuan picked up the phone and answered. Lin Yuan, is it? An old, arrogant voice came from the other end of the line. I am Su Mushue's father. Come to the Su family estate for a cup of tea. We need to talk. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold. Where is Su Mushue? Her. The patriarch of the Su family snorted coldly. Young man, the depth of the Su family's heritage is not something an upstart like you can comprehend. Come over obediently. I will arrange for a few media outlets, and you will publicly declare that you cheated, and that it has nothing to do with Su Mushue. If you do, I will spare you. Lin Yuan leaned back against the sofa. His fingers brushed against the seam of his trousers. All right. In the living room, the previously chattering Tang Chichi fell silent. It was the first time she felt that when Lin Yuan said, all right, it was far more terrifying than when he said kill them. Having spoken, Lin Yuan tossed the phone onto the sofa and pressed the intercom before him. Xianwan, come to the living room. In less than 10 seconds, Su Xianwan pushed open the study door and walked out. She was wearing a light-colored Uniqlo t-shirt and athletic shorts. Her petite frame made the clothes look oversized. In her hands was a tablet on which she was checking the inventory list of the supplies received over the past few days. Mr. Lin, Su Xianwan walked quickly to Lin Yuan, knelt down, and lowered her head slightly. Tang Qiqi watched in astonishment as the secretary who had been so imposing during the day acted like a frightened quail in front of the great demon king. Knowing they had business to discuss, Qin Yuma quickly dragged away Tang Qiqi, who was still harboring some sly thoughts. Go change your clothes, Lin Yuan said to Su Xianwan. Your best outfit. Su Xianwan froze for a moment. We are going to the Su family, Lin Yuan added. Su Xianwan's fingertips paused. The inventory figures on the tablet suddenly blurred for a split second. Instinctively she wanted to say Mr. Lin, can I not go? But the words died in her throat. Since Mr. Lin asked her to go, she would go. Placing the tablet on the coffee table, she turned and walked into the walk-in closet on the first floor. Lin Yuan stood up and returned to the master bedroom. He changed into a well-tailored black suit. 10 minutes later, the closet door opened, and Su Xianwan stepped out. A black Chanel-style tweed skirt suit tightly wrapped around her petite figure, while nude high heels elevated her height to nearly 1.6 meters. She wore no heavy makeup, only a layer of light lip glaze, but the look in her eyes had changed. Lin Yuan looked at her. Let's go, Lin Yuan said, stepping toward the main door. Let's pay a visit to your maternal family's home. A black G-Pattern crushed over the bluestone path outside the Su family estate. The engine let out a deafening low growl. It came to a dead stop right in front of the vermilion gates that symbolized a century-old lineage. The tires left scorched black marks on the ground. Lin Yuan pushed open the car door. A faint scent of decay lingered in the air. Su Xianwan pushed open the passenger door and stepped down. She dressed very smartly today. Her petite and slender figure remained delicate, but her eyes no longer held only timidity. Yet as she looked at the vermilion gates, her breath still faltered for a moment. It had been over a decade. She still remembered her gambling addict father being beaten out of these gates with clubs, her mother holding her hand kneeling in the pouring rain for an entire night. In the end, that honest, dutiful woman coughed up blood until she died in the southern slums. Indifference, condescension. This was the terror the Su family had etched into the very marrow of her bones. Su Xianwan clenched her fist, her nails digging deep into her palms. The next second, a warm, broad hand clasped hers. Standing by her side, Lin Yuan did not look at the gates, he only looked down at her. Lift your head. His voice was flat. Today you are here to collect a debt. These words struck deep into Su Xianwan's trembling heart. She bit her lower lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading across her teeth. When she opened her eyes again, the timidity in them was forcibly suppressed. She gripped Lin Yuan's hand in return. Her fingertips were still trembling slightly, but she held on tightly. The gates were left ajar. Lin Yuan led her across the high threshold. Inside, the main hall was brilliantly lit. Click, click, click. Camera flashes merged into a blinding sheet of white light. On both sides of the spacious Chinese-style hall, dozens of professional cameras and telephoto lenses were densely packed. Every lens was aligned at Lin Yuan as he stepped through the door. Some had already typed out the news headlines, merely waiting for Lin Yuan to drop to his knees to supply an embarrassing photo for tomorrow's front page. Seated on the grand armchair in the center, the head of the Su family rested both hands on a red sandalwood cane, his expression grim. To his left sat Su Chongqing, the second older brother of Su Muxua. To his right sat the second aunt, her face etched with malice. Around the hall, a dozen bodyguards in black suits stood in 2 rows. This was no family feast. This was a trap, a hongmen banquet prepared by the Su family for Lin Yuan. The second aunt was the first to speak. She stood up, her gaze sweeping past Lin Yuan before landing squarely on Su Xianwan's face. Oh, look who it is. The second aunt drawled in an exaggerated tone, her voice echoing through the hall. Isn't this the jinx from the eldest brother's family? Instantly, all cameras pivoted towards Su Xianwan. Back then, your gambler father stole the family's land deed, sending your grandfather straight to the ICU with rage. And your shameless mother gave birth to a money-losing wretch like you. She deserved to cough herself to death in the slums so early. She pointed directly at Su Xianwan's nose, her saliva flying. What? Have you crawled back to the Su family to beg for food? Su Xianwan's fingers trembled. The vicious curses buried deep in her memories were stripped bare and bloodily exposed before the entire Jiangxing media. Mom, say no more. Su Chongqing stood up unhurriedly, holding a teacup. He did not look at Su Xianwan. Instead, his gaze bypassed her entirely, locking onto Lin Yuan. Are you Lin Yuan? Su Chongqing raised his chin slightly, twirling the teacup, lid half a turn between his fingers. I know you took my sister to the Yunding Tiangong. I also know you are involved with Jiang Shaowan. He picked up a document from the table and flicked his wrist. Snap. With a deft flick, he tossed the document onto the blue bricks right in front of Lin Yuan's feet. Sign it. Su Chongqing pointed at the document on the ground, his voice turning cold. Read this confession of guilt, aloud in front of the Jiangxing media. Confess how you tricked Muxua into bed, how you used your relationship to blackmail the Su family, and how you played 2 sides. He chuckled softly. Lin Yuan, we of the Su family are not unreasonable. Sign it, and you can still walk out of here on your own 2 feet today. It was a shrewd calculation. The Su family did not dare to offend Jiang Shaowan openly. Thus they sought to ruin Lin Yuan's reputation. making it impossible for him to survive in Jiangqing, and leading the public to believe that the Su family was merely the victim of a shameless man. Four burly bodyguards took a step forward, their suits stretched tight by their bulging muscles. The leader, a crew-cut brute, had an old scar on the web of his right hand, his thumb habitually rubbing against his knuckle. It was a subtle habit unique to those who wielded blades for years. The reporters adjusted their camera angles knowingly. Lin Yuan looked down, casting a glance at the confession of guilt at his feet. Then, he lifted his right foot and stepped on it. The sole of his leather shoe pressed against the white paper. With a gentle twist of his toe, rip, the paper tore apart. The entire room fell silent. The teacup lid in Su Chongqing's hand froze midair. Even the clicking of the reporter's shutters paused for a second. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at the head of the Su family in the grand armchair. I came here today for only two things. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a weight that silenced the entire hall. First, to take my woman away. Second, to settle the debt you owed Xiaonuan all those years ago. Su Xiaonuan stood behind him, her eyes growing hot with tears. Her hands were still trembling. Yet at this moment, she suddenly felt that the vermilion gates were no longer so imposing. Presumptuous. Su Chongqing slammed his teacup onto the floor. Porcelain shards flew everywhere. He turned to the media, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. My friends from the press, you all saw it. This thug forced his way into a private residence, tore up the settlement document, and even threatened our Su family. What we are doing now is strictly self-defense. Several bribed reporters nodded immediately. Some had already zoomed in their lenses, waiting to capture the moment Lin Yuan was pinned to his knees. Su Chongqing roared, "Waste him." The four bodyguards moved simultaneously. One targeted his ribs. Another went for a throat lock, while the remaining two blocked his escape, aiming for his knees and the back of his neck. This was not an attempt to subdue him. They intended to cripple him. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his right thumb lightly brushing past the seam of his trousers. The next second, he shifted his stance. He raised his right leg. Bang! Before the leading brute could even make a sound, he was sent flying sideways. Boom! His 200-pound body crashed into the mahogany screen behind him. The million-dollar screen exploded on impact, with splinters scattering all over the floor. The remaining three bodyguards paled. They had not even seen how Lin Yuan kicked. Lin Yuan raised his foot again. Bang! 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 Three figures flew backward, crashing straight into the crowd of reporters. Cameras overturned. Tripods snapped. Several reporters were pinned to the ground, shrieking like slaughtered pigs. From the first move to the end, it took less than 3 seconds. Only the static hum of broken equipment echoed in the hall. The reporters who moments ago wanted to capture Lin Yuan's humiliation now shrank back one by one. Some instinctively shielded their cameras. Others, with trembling fingers, deleted half of the headlines they had just drafted. Lin Yuan cracked his neck. His gaze swept toward the grand armchair. Is this all the Su family has? Su Chongqing's face was deathly pale as he slumped back into his chair. The powder on the second aunt's face flaked off in flurries. She pointed at Lin Yuan, her voice shrill and distorted. Murder. Call the police. Take photos. He's a lunatic. He wants to seize the Su family assets. But this time not a single reporter dared to lift their camera. They looked at Lin Yuan as if looking at a monster in human skin. Su Xiaonuan looked at the groaning bodyguards on the floor, and then at the back of the man shielding her. Her hands were still trembling, but the corners of her mouth curled up in an uncontrollable smile. This was her President Lin. She had feared the Su family for over a decade. Yet President Lin took only 3 seconds to kick the Su family's dignity to pieces on the floor. Thud! A heavy dull sound echoed. The head of the Su family slammed, his red sandalwood cane down hard. A white mark was stamped into the solid bluestone tile. The old man who had controlled the Su family for decades stared intently at Lin Yuan, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching. Young man, you possess some brute strength. No wonder you dare to run wild in my Su family. He slowly stood up. The remaining bodyguards in black around the hall did not rush forward. Instead, they quickly retreated, clearing a large space in the center of the hall. The patriarch's voice sank. But in Jiangqing, what truly decides life and death has never been street brawling tricks like yours. Since you are also a martial artist, then let Grandmasterly teach you what rules are. As his words fell, the curtain to the back hall stirred. Tap, tap. Steady footsteps echoed from the shadows. A silver-haired elder wearing a gray robe slowly walked out. The Su family's consecrated guardian, an ancient martial arts grandmaster. The two nearest reporters, though unpushed, simultaneously took 3 steps back. They couldn't explain what was wrong, but their legs gave out first. Seeing the newcomer, the fear on Su Chongqing's face instantly vanished, replaced by a twisted ecstasy. Lin Yuan, you are dead. He pointed at Lin Yuan, his voice sharp and ruthless. Elderly is a true grandmaster of internal martial arts. Your brute strength is weaker than paper before internal energy. The second aunt also seemed to have found her courage again, immediately shrieking. Elderly, cripple him. Make this arrogant fool kneel. Grandmasterly stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Yuan. He didn't look at the bodyguards on the floor, as if they were not humans, but merely chairs blocking his path. With his chin raised, his withered right hand emerged from his sleeve. You have disturbed my rest. His voice was raspy but carried an oppressive weight. Young man, carrying too much hostility will shorten your lifespan. Grandmasterly slowly raised his right hand. Kneel. Kowtow 3 times to the head of the Su family. Or, he stared at Lin Yuan with his cloudy eyes. I will take action myself. The reporters quietly raised their lenses again, sensing that the script had returned. Lin Yuan looked at the gray-robed old man standing before him, radiating an aura of supreme arrogance. He fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he rubbed his nose. Too much nonsense. Inside the hall the lights were deathly pale. Grandmaster Li stomped his right foot violently onto the bluestone tile. Utilizing the ground's rebound force, his fists whistled through the air with a dull roaring sound, aiming straight for Lin Yuan's heart. So this is internal martial arts. A few familiar reporters excitedly raised their telephoto lenses, attempting to capture this scene that looked like a movie special effect. A cruel smirk curled on Su Chongqing's lips, as if he could already envision the gruesome sight of Lin Yuan's ribcage shattering. Lin Yuan, however, stood rooted to the spot. He even had the leisure to observe the bulging veins on Grandmaster Li's hand. When the fist was a mere half-foot from his chest, Lin Yuan moved. Just as before, he raised his right leg. Bang! A dull bone-jarring impact erupted. Grandmaster Li's body instantly bent into the shape of a shrimp in midair. Immediately after this, Su family guardian shot backward at twice the speed of his initial charge. Boom! He crashed heavily against a solid wood load-bearing pillar deep within the hall. Grandmaster Li slid down like a lump of mud, violently spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Silence. The clicking of camera shutters ground to a sudden halt. The reporters' mouths gaped so wide they could have fit a light bulb. Su Chongqing's smirk froze on his face like a comical mask. Lin Yuan retracted his leg and lightly scuffed his leather shoe against the bluestone tile. Slipping his hands back into his pants pockets, he looked down condescendingly at the still twitching Grandmaster Li. Is that all? Lin Yuan's tone was dripping with mockery. And you call yourself a grandmaster? You're far worse than that woman Ling Suzhen. Grandmaster Li, who had been struggling to push himself up, shuddered violently. He stared at Lin Yuan, his voice wheezing and leaking air betraying an irrepressible terror. You know Grandmaster Ling. A faint smile played on the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. As expected, that old woman's name was indeed of some use. Lin Yuan deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a tone audible only to Grandmaster Li. More than just no. Lin Yuan wore a half-smile. Last week she specifically ran to my apartment to beg me, insisting on borrowing my genetics to have a child. She even set a 3-month deadline, insisting on testing my depth. Lin Yuan looked at Grandmaster Li's pale face. Tell me, should I show her that respect? Grandmaster Li's brain exploded with a roar. Borrowing genetics. Testing his depths. He had only met Ling Suzhen once in his entire life. 10 years ago in the northern border, when he was summoned by the National Emergency Task Force. The dogs of the island nation's ninja guild had appeared in the northern border of the Dragon Nation. That terrifying woman had pinned a Jonin down in a public restroom and beaten him mercilessly for half an hour. A man who reportedly went on to become the president of the Ninja Guild. Back then, every martial artist who participated in the operation revered her like a deity. Yet the young man before him actually dared to refer to her as that woman. Grandmaster Li's psychological defense completely collapsed. Ignoring his fractured ribs, his knees buckled, and he knelt upright onto the shattered bluestone tiles. This old fool was blind. Grandmaster Li pressed his forehead against the ground, cold sweat mixing with blood as it dripped down. Thud, thud, thud. Seeing that even their strongest master had knelt, the dozen or so disciples behind him, who served as bodyguards for the Su family, fell to their knees in unison. Inside the hall, the atmosphere became eerie to the extreme. The hand of the patriarch of the Su family, leaning on his cane, trembled violently. Su Chongqing's face drained of all color as his buttocks slid back onto his chair. What are you doing? You are employed by our Su family. Stand up. Looking at the bodyguards and the Grandmaster kneeling all over the floor, second aunt screamed hysterically. She whipped her head around, glaring death at Su Xianwan, pointing at her and cursing as if grasping at the last straw. So what if his martial strength is formidable? We live in a society ruled by law. A criminal's daughter returning is an absolute insult to our century-old family. She shrieked at the shivering reporters around her. Take pictures. Expose him. He's a violent maniac. This when she brought along. Her father was a thief. She's only here to fight for the family inheritance. Su Xianwan's frail body swayed slightly. A criminal. Su Xianwan lowered her head, her voice barely audible. But in the next second, she snapped her head up. Those eyes, which had been timid for years, were now bloodshot. Tears welled in her eyes, but did not fall because a broad, warm hand rested on her shoulder. It was Lin Yuan's hand. This hand gave her the courage to face hell. My father was a gambler. He stole the land deed, and he deserved to be beaten to death. Su Xianwan gritted her teeth. Her voice began to tremble, yet it grew louder and louder. But the night you broke his legs and threw him out of the gates, my mother knelt outside for an entire night. Su Xianwan pulled out her phone from her delicate Chanel handbag. My mother was gravely ill, coughing up blood all over the floor. She didn't want any inheritance, as she only wanted to borrow 10,000 yuan to get her medicine. The tears at the corners of Su Xianwan's eyes finally spilled over. What did you do? You probably didn't know, but the last time my mother went to the Su family for help, she was afraid you would slander her, so she recorded it. She never told me about this until her death. I only discovered it when I was sorting through her belongings. Su Changqing's face changed drastically. Xiaonuan. Family scandals should not be aired in public. Su Xiaonuan ignored him completely. With trembling fingers, she unlocked her screen and tapped on an audio file she herself had never dared to listen to a second time. The volume was turned up to the maximum. In the silent hall, a crackling static sound emerged. Following that was the pleading voice of an extremely weak woman accompanied by violent coughing. Second brother. I beg of you. Save Xiaonuan's father. Cough cough. Just lend me 10,000 yuan. I'll work like a slave for you. From the recording came second aunt's sharp piercing sneer. It's not that I won't lend it to you. The old master has spoken. Your family of jinxes is better off dying outside. Get lost quickly. Don't dirty the Su family's bluestone tiles. Following that was a heavy door slamming shut and the desperate wailing of a woman in the heavy rain. The recording ended. The entire hall fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. The reporters who had originally accepted travel expenses and prepared to watch the Su family perform a show of righteous family execution now wore extremely colorful expressions. A century-old family. A scholarly clan. This is fucking nothing but a pack of beasts who eat people alive without spitting out the bones. One reporter directly returned the Su family's bank transfer. Several other young reporters were the first to turn their telephoto lenses toward the Su family patriarch and second aunt. The camera flashes flickered once more, but this time they exposed the festering pus-filled flesh beneath the Su family's hypocritical cloak. Second aunt's face was as pale as paper. Covering her face, she retreated repeatedly. Turn it off. Stop filming. That's all fake. It's synthesized. The Su family patriarch closed his eyes tightly, his chest heaving violently as his cane slipped from his grasp. The Su family's reputation was ruined. Lin Yuan wrapped his arm around Su Xiaonuan's trembling shoulders, pulling her halfway into his embrace, while his other hand rested casually by his side. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the members of the Su family before looking directly into the camera lenses. Today I asked the media to bear witness. Lin Yuan's voice was freezing cold. From this moment on, Su Xiaonuan and her mother have absolutely no relation to the Su family. He patted Su Xiaonuan's back and declared with absolute certainty, the debts the Su family owes her, I will settle them one by one. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yuan stomped his right foot violently onto the ground. Crack! A hard bluestone tile was shattered beneath his foot. With a flick of his toe, whoosh. A pebble the size of a fingernail shot into the air with a sharp whistling shriek. Bang! Directly above the hall, the gold-embossed carved Su residence plaque, which had hung there for over a century, was struck dead center by the pebble. A massive crack spread frantically from the point of impact. Crash! The heavy solid wood plaque snapped in half and smashed down onto the altar table. The incense burner overturned, scattering ashes all over the floor. The Su family patriarch's eyes rolled back, and he fainted upright in his armchair. Su Changqing screamed as he rushed to support the old man, and the hall fell into absolute chaos. Lin Yuan didn't even look at the shattered wood. He turned his head, his gaze locking onto second aunt, who was preparing to shrink back into the rear hall. Where is Su Mushua? Lin Yuan asked. Second aunt's legs gave out, and she collapsed directly onto the floor. In the backyard ancestral hall. Her teeth chattered as she scrambled up on all fours. I will lead the way. Please don't kill me. Lin Yuan said nothing. Taking Su Xiaonuan by the hand, he stepped toward the rear hall. The reporters automatically parted, creating an exceptionally wide path. Passing through the winding corridors, the drizzle grew denser. Second aunt stopped outside the ancestral hall, shivering. Hanging on the heavy wooden door was a large brass padlock. Lin Yuan stepped forward. He had absolutely no intention of asking for a key. He raised his right hand and gripped the brass lock, which weighed at least 2 pounds, exerting force with his thumb and index finger creak. The pure brass lock cylinder let out a harsh, twisting screech, unexpectedly bent completely out of shape and wrenched free by his bare fingers. With a clatter, the scrap metal fell to the ground. Lin Yuan raised his leg and kicked open the heavy wooden door of the ancestral hall. Accompanied by the smell of decaying dust, the light from the ever-burning lamps inside spilled out. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the high threshold into the interior of the ancestral hall. With just a single glance, a wave of chilling coldness welled up in his eyes, which had previously been as calm as an ancient well. Standing behind him, Su Xiaonuan felt the hair on her back stand on end. The light of the ever-burning lamps was dim, and several ancestral tablets swayed on the offering table. On the cold, damp bluestone tiles, a figure lay prostrate. Su Mushua's limbs were contorted in reverse, twisted at angles that defied human anatomy. The white shirt she wore, once pristine and spotless, was now stained with dust and blood. Her long hair, usually styled with meticulous care, lay scattered in disarray across the floor. Hearing the door being kicked open, Su Mushua lifted her head with immense difficulty. Her exquisite face was utterly devoid of color, drenched in cold sweat. She clearly saw Lin Yuan standing at the doorway along with Su Xiaonuan, whom he held by the hand. This Frost Empress, who was usually so swift and decisive in the Central Hospital's emergency room, never flinching even when facing knife-wielding hostile patients, saw her defenses completely shatter in this single instant. Her eyes instantly turned crimson. No sound escaped her, only her shoulders trembled violently. So that was it. No wonder in her past life, as one of the 3 S-class espers of Jiangxing the Frost Empress, had stood on high ground when the mutant horde assaulted the Su family manor, watching coldly, as dozens of Su family members were mauled to death. Given Su Mushue's temperament, even without his interference in this lifetime, she would never have accepted the blind date arranged by her family, which meant that in her previous life her limbs had been broken in this very ancestral hall as well. No wonder she refused to save them. Su Xianwan let go of Lin Yuan's hand. Having lost one of her high heels, she stumbled frantically into the ancestral hall and fell to her knees with a thud upon the dusty stone floor. She dared not touch Su Mushue's twisted limbs and could only cradle her cold cheeks with utmost care. "Aunt." Su Xianwan's voice was hoarse, her tears cascading uncontrollably. Over the past dozen years, this was the only person who would secretly slip her lunch money in private. Su Xianwan vigorously wiped the blood from the corner of Su Mushue's mouth, her tone laced with an unprecedented ferocity and stubbornness. "Aunt, you protected me in the past. Now Mr. Lin is taking us home. No one in this world will ever harm you again." Su Mushue looked at her young niece, who once hadn't even dared to speak aloud. She wanted to speak, but her jaw had been dislocated, leaving her able to emit only painful low whimpers. Su Mushue tried to raise her hand to stroke her head, yet that arm hung limply on the ground, twitching only once. Seeing this, Su Xianwan's tears instantly splashed onto her palm. A sequence of steady footsteps drew near. Lin Yuan walked over to the two of them. He knelt down, his slender fingers resting directly on Su Mushue's twisted right arm. "Bear with it." Before his voice could fade, Lin Yuan suddenly exerted force with both hands. Crack! MMPH! An suppressed cry of agony escaped Su Mushue's throat as her delicate body convulsed violently. Cold sweat thoroughly drenched her thin clothing. Lin Yuan's movements did not falter for a single second. Crack! The left arm was reset. Crack! The right leg was reset. Crack! The left leg was reset. Finally, Lin Yuan pinched her jaw with one hand, his thumb pushing slightly upward. Click! Her jaw snapped back into place. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Su Mushue was in so much pain that her vision went black. She gasped heavily for air, her body turning limp as she collapsed forward. Lin Yuan extended his right arm, wrapping it around her waist, and lifted the limp Su Mushue into his arms with a single-handed carry. Su Mushue instinctively clutched the black suit fabric at Lin Yuan's chest, burying her face into his broad, solid chest. She wanted to think of nothing right now, only wishing to escape this man-eating hell. Lin Yuan took Su Xianwan's hand once more with his left hand. "Let's go." The three of them turned and stepped over the high threshold of the ancestral hall. The second aunt was still slumped in the corridor 2 meters outside, a foul stench of urine emanating from her crotch. Lin Yuan asked Su Xianwan if she wanted to give the old woman a beating. Su Xianwan shook her head. It was not that she no longer hated her, but simply that she had no interest. Ding. Target Su Xianwan beauty rating 87, favorability 2. Current favorability 97. Lin Yuan took long strides, walking toward the front courtyard. Rain poured down in torrents. Upon the bluestone pavement of the Su family's front courtyard, a dense crowd of people was already kneeling across the ground. Su Changqing had already dispersed the reporters and paid them hush money. He then supported the patriarch of the Su family, quickly retreating to the backyard. The moment Lin Yuan returned, everyone pressed their heads against the freezing puddles, their shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Their breathing was suppressed. Lin Yuan walked right through them, without sparing them even a single glance. Passing through without any hindrance, he arrived before the vermilion gates of the Su estate. Lin Yuan paused. Holding Su Mushue, he slowly turned his head. His gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, past the carved beams, painted rafters, rockeries, and pavilions, finally locking onto the towering eaves of the back hall. Find the person who spread the rumors. Having spoken regardless of whether anyone heard, he turned and boarded the George Patton. The Su family believed they had survived, but Lin Yuan knew very well. Once the crimson moon rose, Su Mushue would return in person to freeze this ancestral hall into a tomb. Rumble. The black steel beast vanished into the night. Ding. Target Su Mushue beauty, rating 90, favorability 2. Current favorability 12. Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 12. Inside the guest room, the air conditioner was set to a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. The air was filled with a faint scent of rubbing alcohol and red antiseptic. Su Xianwan emerged from the bathroom, carrying a basin of warm water. She sat by the bedside, wrung out the towel, and began to gently wipe away the bruises on Su Mushue's body caused by the violent pulling of her joints. Su Mushue had changed into a set of Wang Yu's pajamas. Relaxed after intense mental strain, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yet her brow remained furrowed, and even in her dreams her hands tightly clutched the edge of the blanket. Seeing her once high-spirited aunt reduced to this state, Su Xianwan's heart ached with sharp pangs. She recalled when she was kicked out of the Su family years ago. It was Su Mushue who had secretly slipped a bank card into her school uniform pocket. Yet now the only person who had ever protected her had been broken like this by the Su family. For the first time she realized with absolute clarity that gentleness could save no one. Only Lin Yuan could. She tucked in the blankets and checked the alignment of Su Mushue's reset limbs once more. Everything was normal. Su Xianwan turned off the bedside lamp, quietly slipped out of the guest room, and closed the door behind her. At the end of the hallway, the master bedroom door was left ajar. A dim warm light filtered through the gap. Su Xianwan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lin Yuan had just showered and wore a black bathrobe. Holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, he was gazing at the acid rain outside the window. Su Xianwan did not say a word. She walked over to the sofa and stood before Lin Yuan. Then with complete naturalness, she leaned down, picked up the lighter from the coffee table, and lit the cigarette for him. Mr. Lin. Su Xianwan looked down at her hands. Just now in the ancestral hall, I suddenly felt terrified. Lin Yuan looked at her. Su Xianwan's voice was so soft it sounded like sleep-talking. I'm afraid that one day if I am no longer useful you will abandon me too. Lin Yuan stroked her head and spoke softly. No, as long as you remain loyal. Go close the door. Ding. Target Su Xianwan Beauty rating 87. Emotional fluctuation has reached its extreme limit. Favorability critical hit 3. Current favorability 100. Favorability has broken past the threshold. An exclusive brand has been imprinted upon her soul. Target will never betray you. Ding. Conditions met. A-class space ability dimensional space awakened. Boom. A blinding white light suddenly exploded within Lin Yuan's mind. In the next second, a massive, completely static dark space appeared within his consciousness. Lin Yuan stared at the glass cup on the coffee table. Without moving a finger, he merely shifted his thought. Swish. The glass vanished into thin air. With another thought. Swish. The glass reappeared steadily in his hand. With this space, the difficult problem of transferring those 2,000 tons of supplies from the meatpacking plant was solved effortlessly. Lin Yuan put down the glass. The door lock made an extremely soft click sound. Su Xianwan had already reached back and locked the master bedroom door. She walked over to Lin Yuan, and without any hesitation knelt on her knees upon the soft wool carpet. She tilted her head up, gazing at Lin Yuan. That petite, innocent yet sensual face was filled with a morbid submission. Mr. Lin. Su Xianwan's voice was barely a whisper. Lin Yuan extended his fingers, pinching her delicate chin. I feel as though your brand has been placed upon my body. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over her. Oh. Su Xianwan turned her body, slightly pulling open the neckline of her nightgown. A brand of a spider lily woven from purplish-black patterns was silently blooming in a place where it shouldn't have. Tomorrow we go to the meatpacking plant. Lin Yuan exerted a bit of force with his fingers, his voice sounding exceptionally deep in the silent room. Our strategy needs to change slightly. Su Xianwan did not answer. Her fingers clutched the hem of Lin Yuan's bathrobe, her knuckles turning white. In the hallway outside, a pair of bare feet stopped silently before the master bedroom door. It was Su Mushua. She had woken up at some unknown point, barely standing, as she leaned one hand against the wall, while her other hand hovered just above the doorknob. Through that slightly ajar door, Su Xianwan's tearful cries of Mr. Lin, entered her ears with absolute clarity. Su Mushua's hand froze in midair. Her fingertips curled slightly as she pulled her hand back. She turned around, and stepping barefoot upon the wooden floor, walked back to the guest room step by step, without making a sound. The moment she closed the door, she slid down slowly against it, sitting on the floor. The warmth of Lin Yuan's chest still lingered in her embrace. Su Mushua closed her eyes. In the darkness, the sound of her heartbeat was deafeningly loud. The next morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Within his mind, that colossal dimensional space remained vividly clear. 54,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the volume of 20 standard swimming pools. The bedding beside him rustled slightly. Su Xianwan curled up and nudged closer like an obedient kitten. Are you awake? Leaning against the headboard, Lin Yuan gently stroked her disheveled hair. Su Xianwan nodded, her eyes hazy. Go to the labor market and hire 200 temporary workers. Divide them into 20 groups to work in rotating shifts. Book every Michelin-starred restaurant, Black Pearl Restaurant, an established heritage eatery in Jiangxing. Lin Yuan spoke at a rapid pace. Manchuhan Imperial Feast, French fine dining, whole roasted lambs, even freshly fried pan-fried buns. Have them cooked non-stop 24 hours a day. The moment a dish is ready, pack it immediately. Huh. Su Xianwan sat up in bed. Mr. Lin, cooked food doesn't keep for long. The self-heating hot pots and vacuum-packed food we've hoarded are already enough to last us for decades. Lin Yuan offered no explanation. He casually picked up a peeled egg from the bedside table, one that Wang Ye had just brought in, and with a mere thought the egg vanished into thin air. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he made it reappear and popped it into Su Xianwan's mouth. Lin Yuan looked at her wide, startled eyes. Within my space-time is completely frozen. Su Xianwan swallowed the egg with some effort, still rendered speechless for a long moment. Lin Yuan pinched her chin and said, Now you know my secret. With this imprint you will never be able to betray me for all eternity. I have never even thought of betraying you. Su Xianwan urgently clung to Lin Yuan's arm. Lin Yuan pulled her into his embrace, whispering close to her ear. Did you know? In our past life, to cover my escape, you slashed your own wrists and used your blood to draw away the horde of zombies. Su Xianwan froze entirely. She looked up at Lin Yuan. Yet Xin Xingyue gave the only life-saving medicine to someone else. Deep within Lin Yuan's eyes a flash of violent brutality flickered. That is why I have crawled my way back from hell. The room fell dead silent. A past life. Rebirth. Slitting wrists to lure zombies. Su Xianwan did not ask any questions. The moment the egg vanished and reappeared out of thin air, nothing in this world seemed impossible anymore. She merely stared blankly at Lin Yuan. Tears began to fall without warning. She could feel the heavy burden this man carried and the searing pain in his heart. Extremely slowly, Su Xianwan bit down on Lin Yuan's shoulder. She didn't use much force, yet she clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to let go. Her tears rolled along her jawline and dripped onto Lin Yuan's skin, scalding hot. Instead of pushing her away, Lin Yuan rolled over, casting her completely into his shadow. "What are you crying for?" His thumb gently but firmly pried open her pearly teeth. "In this lifetime you won't have to die. The ones who must die are the others." This shift in identity from a sacrifice to a favored subject left Su Xianwan's body as soft as water. She proactively tilted her neck back. It wasn't until an hour later that the master bedroom door was timidly knocked upon. "Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready." Wang Ye's slightly trembling voice came from outside the door. Su Xianwan bit down hard on the pillowcase, letting out muffled pleas for mercy. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after arranging the tasks, Lin Yuan prepared to head out. As he passed the guest room, the door was tightly shut. Su Mushua had not come out for breakfast. When Su Mushua passed by his door last night, Lin Yuan's exceptionally high mental strength had naturally detected her. The Frost Empress still needed a little time to adjust. Last night her favorability rating didn't drop, did it? At the Hongfa meat processing plant 2 kilometers away, a black G Patton rolled over the puddles at the entrance of the factory grounds, pulling up in front of the office building. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and stepped out of the vehicle. The former factory director Wang Hongfa, sporting a beer belly and clutching a leather briefcase under his arm, came forward to greet him, followed by 2 young men in reflective vests. He had been waiting around here for several days, seeing nothing but logistics trucks coming and going. Today he had finally crossed paths with someone in charge. "Boss Lin, I sent you messages but never got a reply." Wang Hongfa smoothly pulled out a cigarette and offered it. "Miss Su didn't come today. What is it?" Lin Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, ignoring the pleasantries. Wang Hongfa's hand froze in midair, but his eyes quickly darted around as he spoke. "Boss Lin, we really need to settle our accounts properly today." He placed the cigarette in his mouth, then pulled a contract from his leather bag and shook it. "Miss Su signed this contract with me, stating she wanted my factory, plus the 100 tons of frozen pork I have in stock." Wang Hongfa lit his cigarette and took a deep drag. "But the contract's additional terms state that those 100 tons of pork will only be delivered after you pay the remaining balance. Recently, pork prices in Jiangxing have been changing daily, skyrocketing by nearly 70%. Wang Hongfa blew out a smoke ring. "Several people have already contacted me. Why don't you pay me based on the current market price first? If you find it too expensive, Mr. Lin." Wang Hongfa spat the cigarette, but onto the ground and crushed it with his leather shoe. "I am also a man of integrity. How about we just deduct the value of the pork from the final payment based on the price when we sign the contract? Don't you think that's reasonable?" Lin Yuan cast a glance at him, then took long strides and walked straight toward the depths of the factory grounds. Wang Hongfa felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze. Gritting his teeth, he signaled the 2 young men to follow. After the meat plant was transferred to Lin Yuan, no permanent staff had been hired. He only employed temporary workers to oversee things when shipments arrived. Wang Hongfa and his companions, being highly familiar with the place, followed him in with ease. The heavy cold storage door swung open. A white mist of -20 degrees Celsius rushed over them. Mountainous piles of cardboard packaging boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling. On the left were 10,000 tons of various frozen goods and daily provisions, while on the right lay Wang Hongfa's 100 tons of frozen pork. "See that? I told you nothing has left the warehouse during this period. My meat is all right here." Wang Hongfa grinned as he spoke to the young man beside him. Ignoring him, Lin Yuan walked alone into the towering shelves deep within the cold storage. This was a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. He spread his palm, aiming it at the mountain, piled high with 10,000 tons of frozen goods. In his mind, that silent vast space sensed its master's call. Lin Yuan's temples throbbed slightly, a sign of extreme mental concentration. With just a single thought. Within those mountainous piles of cardboard boxes, all the frozen meat, poultry, seafood, and even Wang Hongfa's 100 tons of frozen pork were precisely stripped and extracted by his space within half a second. Over 10,000 tons of supplies were neatly arranged inside Lin Yuan's dimensional space. Left behind in their original place were nothing but empty cardboard boxes. The ultra-low temperature of -20 degrees Celsius had long frozen the corrugated cardboard as rigid as wooden planks. The layered boxes nested and supported one another, wrapped externally with 3 or 4 layers of industrial tape and strapping. Even though their interiors had been hollowed out, these frozen hard shells remained as motionless as a brick wall. Lin Yuan turned around and walked slowly out from between the shelves. He brushed the white frost off his outdoor jacket. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and said, "Xianwan, send Wang Hongfa a notice of contract breach." Lin Yuan's tone was completely devoid of emotion. "Since he doesn't want to sell, I don't want it anymore either." Wang Hongfa froze for 2 seconds before bursting into a fit of laughter. "Boss Lin, are you just giving up now?" Wang Hongfa pointed at the 2 mountains in the cold storage, his face full of smug satisfaction. "You don't want them anymore. Fine. But your goods are still piled up on my property. Want to move them? Sure. Starting today, pay me a daily warehouse storage fee. Wang Hongfa believed he had grasped Lin Yuan's Achilles heel. With over 10,000 tons of goods, there was absolutely no way to find a second cold storage facility in Jiangxing to take them on short notice. Lin Yuan looked at him. Fine. Take good care of them for me. With that he turned and left. Wang Hongfa stood at the entrance of the cold storage and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. So what if you're rich? You're still completely under my thumb. He pulled out his phone. Mr. Zhang, the pork deal is done. Yes, 100 tons. If you take it all, I'll even round down the price for you. We can load the trucks this afternoon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yending Palace. Lin Yuan returned to Villa No. 12. Liu Yin, covered in dust and mud, stood in the living room and handed over a set of engineering blueprints. Boss, all the physical defense walls, water circulation systems, and air filtration nets for Tiangong No. 1 foot are completed, 3 days ahead of schedule. Liu Yin pointed at the load-bearing structures on the blueprints. Since we had ample time, we added an extra 30 centimeters of composite armor plating to the walls. Lin Yuan took the blueprints and glanced over them. Begin the interior furnishing. Also excavate a passage from the underground of Villa No. 13, where you reside, leading to the underground garage of Tiangong No. 1. That was the safety passage he had reserved for future apocalyptic security. Only he and his beauties would live in Tiangong No. 1, but he couldn't very well have his goddesses doing all the heavy dirty chores. Understood. Liu Yin asked no further questions, turning to stride away. The very instant Liu Yin left, the phone in Lin Yuan's pocket vibrated urgently. The caller ID read Li Jiangwo, principal of Stan International School. Lin Yuan pressed the answer key. On the other end of the line, the background was filled with sharp sirens and terrified screams. Chairman Lin, a student in class 3 of the 11th grade, bit someone to death during lunch break. Li Jiangwo's voice trembled completely out of pitch. They bit their desk mate's neck clean through. Blood sprayed all the way to the ceiling. That student is still in the hallway right now, lunging at anyone in sight. What should we do? You are the principal, correct? The school is to be locked down immediately, and all students must quarantine at home. Any losses incurred will be uniformly calculated and allocated by the municipal government. Li Jiangwo's voice cut off abruptly, leaving only the dull, repetitive beeps of a busy signal on the receiver. Lin Yuan stared at the increasingly dense acid rain falling outside the window. The authorities had stepped in. In his past life, this measure had lasted for less than a week before all 4 districts of Jiang City fell simultaneously. But such forced suppression would only make the eventual collapse even more violent. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Liu Yin: deploy the peripheral drones ahead of schedule. Evening. Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 12. Fei Long's men holding black umbrellas escorted Lin Modong down from the off-road vehicle. On the sleeves of the girl's school uniform, a few splatters of dried blackened blood were visible. Tong Tong, are you alright? Wang Yu rushed forward. Her gaze first swept quickly over Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the living room sofa, and only after confirming his expression remained unchanged did she squat down to examine her daughter. I'm fine. It's someone else's blood. Lin Modong took off her jacket, expressionlessly tossed it aside, and walked straight toward Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the living room sofa. That student who bit people had grayish skin and white pupils. Once he bit down, he wouldn't let go, and no one could pull him off. Lin Modong stared into Lin Yuan's eyes, her voice calm and steady. And 3 minutes before he went mad, I sensed it. What's even stranger is that he was biting everyone he saw in the hallway, but when he ran up to me. She paused. He suddenly turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Lin Yuan leaned back against the leather sofa and took a sip from his coffee cup. A memory from his past life flashed through his mind. A crimson moon hung high in the sky, and Jiang City was turned into a living purgatory. A young girl stood at the highest peak of the ruins with an overwhelming tide of corpses behind her. Those mindless mutants parted around her like a flowing tide, none of them daring to come within 3 meters of her. Lin Yuan set down his coffee cup. Go take a shower, Lin Yuan said calmly. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to school anymore. Lin Modong did not press for a reason. She simply nodded and turned to head upstairs. Wang Yu opened her mouth to speak, but seeing that Lin Yuan had already picked up his phone again, she tactfully swallowed her words. From upstairs, the sound of running water in the bathroom echoed. Standing under the shower, Lin Modong looked at the faint marks burned onto the back of her hand by the acid rain. Yet there was not a hint of pain in her eyes, instead a trace of confusion emerged. She felt as if she had actually become more comfortable. Late at night, a guest room on the first floor of the villa. Qin Yumal walked in wrapped in a white bath towel, her wet red hair clinging to her collarbone. Tang Chi-Chi held a cup of instant noodles in her hands with a tablet propped against her pillow, playing the latest anime episode. Did you not get enough to eat at dinner? Qin Yumal strode over. Tang Chi-Chi shuddered in fear, hastily shielding her instant noodles in her arms. At dinner time, an anime episode had just updated. I didn't have time to eat. Qin Yumal snatched the instant noodles and tossed them into the trash, then reached behind Tang Chi-Chi's neck, lifting her up like a little chick. Eating instant noodles? Do you even care about your figure anymore? Tang Chi-Chi pouted, muttering aggrievedly under her breath. You're the one who needs to keep in shape to please the big devil, I don't have to. Thud. Qin Yumal pinned her directly onto the bed, raised her palm, and delivered a crisp, resounding slap of punishment right against that pert curve. Domestic violence. Tang Qiqi shrieked while struggling frantically. The two of them wrestled into a tangled mess on the spacious bed. In the end, Tang Qiqi succumbed to the absolute strength of the Valkyrie. Fighting back tears, she swallowed a large piece of healthy abalone. The next morning, Qin Yuma finished her morning workout with Lin Yuan in the gym and walked into the first-floor bathroom drenched in sweat. Tang Qiqi watched the door of the shared bathroom close, her eyes twinkling with mischief. 5 minutes later, Qin Yuma turned off the shower and reached for her sports bra and shorts on the hanger. Empty. She froze for a moment, then suddenly pulled back the shower curtain. Her eyes swept over the vanity only to find that all her clean clothes and bath towels had vanished without a trace. Only a small sweat towel remained. In their place was an intricate multi-layered pink lace off-the-shoulder Lolita dress with a pink sticky note attached next to it. Accept the punishment of justice. Qin Yuma's forehead throbbed violently. She searched the bathroom for a long time only to discover in despair that if she didn't wear this dress, she would have to walk out completely naked. 10 minutes later, the first-floor living room. Wanya was holding a cup of warm water preparing to take a sip. From the foot of the stairs came an extremely unnatural set of footsteps. Wanya looked up, and the moment their eyes met, she spat the mouthful of water directly onto the floor. With a dark-faced Qin Yuma walked out stiffly. The pink lace off-the-shoulder dress looked incredibly out of place on her 172-meter frame with well-defined muscle lines. She resembled a giant pink cream cake, yet one that radiated a violent, murderous aura, as if she were ready to draw a blade and slash someone at any second. Xiaoqin. You. Wanya covered her mouth, her face turning red as she desperately held back her laughter. Tang. Qin Yuma let out a suppressed roar and dashed straight toward the room. Help! Big devil, save me! Tang Qiqi bolted from the room, fleeing frantically around the massive leather sofa. The pink hem of the dress fluttered wildly with Qin Yuma's explosive pursuit, making the entire scene look utterly absurd. Lin Yuan walked out of the study holding his coffee, catching this very sight. He didn't speak up to stop them, but instead leaned against the doorframe. His gaze swept with great interest from Qin Yuma's long, powerful legs all the way up to the exaggerated pink lace trim. This extreme contrast between strength and vulnerability precisely hit his innate sense of dark humor. Stop, Lin Yuan spoke. Qin Yuma ground to a halt. Her face flushed crimson. I'll go change immediately. No need to change, Lin Yuan interrupted her. He turned his head to look at Tang Qiqi, who was shivering behind the sofa. Do you like this kind of clothing? Tang Qiqi poked half her head out, looking timidly at this big devil, and gave a slight nod. Good. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone, his fingers sliding quickly across the screen. I've transferred 100,000 to you. Go buy clothes in this style, and make sure to stock up on all sizes. He looked at Qin Yuma's utterly defeated face. From now on, this will be the official uniform inside the villa. Ding. Target Tang Qiqi Beauty 86 Favorability 3. Current Favorability 0. Tang Qiqi's eyes widened as if gold coins were sparkling in her pupils. 100,000. And she could go on a wild shopping spree. How prestigious she would look in front of her group of cosplayer friends. Suddenly she felt that this big devil wasn't so detestable after all. 1000 a.m. A white Honda Accord slowly pulled up outside the gates of Villa No. 12 in Yunding, Tiangong. Xia Qingxiu pushed open the passenger door and stepped out. Today she wore a light gray professional suit and held a thick stack of lesson plans. Since the school had been completely locked down by SWD, Li Jiangwo, eager to curry favor with Lin Yuan, insisted that she personally visit to tutor this school board member's household. Xia Qingxiu did not mind teaching motto. What she saw in that child's eyes was completely different from other spoiled children of wealthy families. What she loathed was Li Jiangwo's sycophantic attitude, treating education as a ladder to climb the social ranks and teachers as servants at the beck and call of the elite. Ding. Target Xia Qingxiu Beauty 89 Favorability -2. Current Favorability -3. Qingxiu, be careful. Who knows how messy things are inside the home of an overnight nouveau riche. Stepping down from the driver's seat was a man dressed in a sharp suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Zihao, Xia Qingxiu's boyfriend and an executive at a financial firm. I know. Just wait for me outside. Oh, I'll come out once I've gone through 2 test papers. Xia Qingxiu adjusted the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose. The two walked up to the main gate. Halt. Lu Yan blocked the entrance like a black iron tower, his gaze cold and sharp. I am a teacher from the Stan school here to tutor Lin Motto. Xia Qingxiu showed her ID. Lu Yan glanced at it and nodded. You may enter. Not him. Hearing this, Zhou Zihao's brow furrowed. He hadn't intended to go in anyway, but his sense of superiority as a member of the urban elite made him flare up on the spot. I am her boyfriend. Zhou Zihao raised his chin slightly. Your property manager's son was just having drinks with me last month. You're just a security guard, and you dare block me. Zhou Zihao pulled out his phone and waved it in front of Lu Yan. Do you believe that if I call him right now you won't have to show up for work tomorrow? Xia Qingxiu stopped him. Forget it, Zihao. Just wait for me in the car. Lu Yan's expression didn't even flicker. In front of the French window on the 2nd floor, Lin Yuan stood holding a can of cola, looking down at the scene unfolding at the courtyard gate. Zhou Zihao, the leader of the Stan shelter in his past life. A scene flashed vividly in his mind. A dark basement where he was chained to a water pipe, and this gold-rimmed glasses-wearing man squatted before him smiling as he snapped his fingers one by one. If he hadn't relied on his C-grade ability physique enhancement to punch this arrogant maniac in the nose while he was off guard, his past self would never have been able to snatch the serum to save Xinqingwei. Lin Yuan crushed the cola can in his hand. The harsh screech of the deforming aluminum echoed through the empty second floor. 10 minutes later, the second-floor study. Lin Modong sat at the spacious mahogany desk listlessly spinning a Parker fountain pen in her hand. Xia Qingxiu stood before the whiteboard explaining a reading comprehension question regarding social ethics. Modong, you must understand that what makes us human is that we possess empathy. Xia Qingxiu instructed in a gentle tone, only by knowing how to be tolerant can we in adversity. Lin Modong suddenly spoke up. If a person who has been bitten is already bound to cause the deaths of even more people, does killing them ahead of time count as tolerance? Bang! The heavy wooden door of the study was pushed open. Lin Yuan walked in with one hand in his pocket. Xia Qingxiu's voice cut off abruptly. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked toward the doorway. Lin Yuan ignored her completely, walking straight to the French window and pulling open the blackout curtains with a jerk. Teacher Xia. Lin Yuan pointed out the window. At the courtyard gate, Zhou Zihao was pinned against the car hood, his hands pressed flat, held down by two men in black. Your boyfriend seems to have caused some trouble. 10 minutes earlier. Outside the courtyard gate beside that white Honda Accord, a fiery red LaFerrari screeched to a halt with a furious engine roar. A business van followed closely behind. The door popped open. Jiang Shaowan stepped out in her high heels, hurrying with a worried expression. Zhou Zihao, who was standing beside the Accord, first cursed under his breath, then his eyes lit up. Although he was merely a mid-level employee, he had once caught a distant glimpse of the eldest daughter of the Jiangxing top-tier conglomerate at a banquet. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou Zihao swiftly adjusted his tie, plastered on a smile, and strode forward eagerly. He had already rehearsed his opening line. He would first mention Hengxing's name, then casually bring up having dined with one of their vice presidents. For a woman of her caliber, a single glance in his direction could redirect his entire life onto a new track. Miss Jiang, I am from Hengxing. Before he could finish, two burly bodyguards in black emerged. One delivered a precise kick, right into Zhou Zihao's knee bend. The other pressed down firmly on the back of his head, forcing him downward. Bang! Zhou Zihao's face smashed squarely onto the scorching hood of the Accord. His gold-rimmed glasses shattered, and the twisted metal frame carved a bloody gash across the corner of his eye. Ah, it's broken. Let go. Zhou Zihao let out a blood-curdling scream. Jiang Shaowan didn't even turn her head to look at him. Lately, the news across Jiangsheng had been filled with reports of rabid dogs biting people, and her security level had been raised to maximum. Any stranger unauthorized to approach was met with this exact fate. She marched through the gate in her high heels, heading straight for the villa. On the second-floor study, Xia Qingxiu's face was deathly pale. Her hands gripped the floor-to-ceiling window as she watched her boyfriend struggling in agony below. Mr. Lin. Xia Qingxiu turned to face Lin Yuan, who sat on the sofa, her voice trembling. He's just an ordinary person, he means no harm. Could you have them let him go? I only conduct business. Lin Yuan had settled into the adjacent sofa, leaning back with a casual tone. Want to save him? Serve as Mo Tong's full-time mentor here for 2 months. Room and board included. Xia Qingxiu froze. 2 months. Living here. She found this nouveau riche to be utterly unreasonable, nothing more than a lunatic lustful for her body. This is unlawful confinement. Xia Qingxiu clenched her teeth, her chest heaving wildly. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone. At the force they're applying, another 10 seconds, and that arm will be ruined. Outside the window, the bodyguards were already tightening their grip. Zhou Zihao's screams pierced through the glass, rising in pitch. Xia Qingxiu's lips quivered. She knew perfectly well this man was taking advantage of the crisis. But Zhou Zihao's screams outside grew sharper and more desperate with each passing moment. She had been raised to never turn a blind eye to suffering. But now she discovered her kindness was being put on a price tag. She stared at Lin Yuan's impassive face. Fine. I agree. Ding. Target Xia Qingxiu beauty 89 favorability -2, current favorability -5. Lin Yuan didn't so much as lift an eyelid. Deal. He then dialed Jiang Shaowan's number. Tell your guard dog to loosen its grip. Downstairs in the living room, Jiang Shaowan pushed open the door. The first thing she saw was Su Muxue on the sofa, flipping through a medical journal, completely unresponsive to her arrival. Then there was Qin Yuma, freshly finished with training, wiping sweat with a towel. From the kitchen direction, Wang Ya emerged, carrying a plate of cut fruit, and gave a slight bow upon seeing Jiang Shaowan. Plus Su Xianwan. Jiang Shaowan's lip twitched. ABCD, all present. Was this bastard planning to hold a concubine selection in his harem? Tang Chichi shrank beside Qin Yuma, tugging at her hem, and whispering, Sister Yuma, this tall sister is so fierce. Who is she? Her voice was soft and timid, paired with that innocent face. Nothing like the crazy thief from yesterday. Qin Yuma's forehead vein twitched, and she quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Su Xianwan, clutching her tablet, spoke softly. Miss Jiang, Mr. Lin is waiting for you upstairs. Please do not linger in the living room. Sister Wang, you just disinfected the floor. Jiang Shaowan had no time to deal with any of them. She ignored everyone striding upstairs in her high heels, nearly colliding with Xia Qingqiu rushing down. Outside the main gate, Xia Qingqiu sprinted out, shoving aside the bodyguard who had just released his grip, and helped Zhou Zihao up from the ground. Zihao, are you okay? Xia Qingqiu pulled out a tissue and tenderly wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Zhou Zihao shoved her hand away, his face contorted in pain and humiliation. Did you provoke some big shot in there? Zhou Zihao lowered his voice, but roared. Why did they attack us on the spot? Xia Qingqiu stumbled backward from the push. She had been clutching the blood-stained tissue meant for Zhou Zihao. Hearing his words, her fingers slowly opened one by one. The bloody tissue fell to the ground, dissolving in the rain. That was Jiang Shaowan, the heir to the Jiang Consortium. Zhou Zihao panted. Qingqiu, hurry inside. Find out what they're discussing. A figure of her stature letting slip just a little information through her fingers would save me a decade of hard work. Xia Qingqiu stared blankly at the man before her. She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. Was this still the Zhou senior who had once stood on university podiums, passionate and bright-eyed, talking about social ideals? A parent asked me to move in and work as a full-time tutor. Xia Qingqiu's voice was dry. A tutor? You can live here. Zhou Zihao's eyes widened further. Fantastic. You must find a way to get close to Miss Jiang, do you hear me? He had forgotten even to wipe the blood from his face. Haven't you always said you want to be someone of value? This is your chance now. Stop being pretentious. Xia Qingqiu fixed her gaze on his face, flushed with excitement. After a long moment, she pushed up her crooked black-framed glasses with her middle finger turned and walked toward her car. On the second floor in the study, Jiang Shaowan asked Lin Modong to leave. Lin Modong ignored her and instead looked at Lin Yuan. Upon seeing his nod, she quietly withdrew and closed the door tightly. Where exactly did you get this information? Jiang Shaowan stared at Lin Yuan, her voice low. I've been following your leads on the medical sector these past few days and made 300 million. But now that money is useless. She leaned both hands on the desk, her chest fully exposed before Lin Yuan. Every hospital in Jiangxing is overcrowded, filled with bite victims. Those so-called experts are completely helpless. Jiang Shaowan raised a hand and rubbed her brow. An hour ago, high-level officials held a meeting and decided to initiate a citywide home quarantine within 3 days. The entire city's supplies have been looted, senseless. Lin Yuan leaned back in his leather chair, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Everything was unfolding exactly along the trajectory of his past life. I remember you stockpiled quite a bit of supplies before. Sell me some. Jiang Shaowan spoke up. Name your price. She may have been arrogant, but the bizarre situation made her sense danger. In times like these, holding provisions was 10,000 times more valuable than holding gold. Lin Yuan stopped tapping his fingers. I don't need money, Lin Yuan said, looking at her. Jiang Shaowan frowned deeply. Then what do you want? I want the military-grade independent communication network that the Jiang family controls. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, yet it hit like a bomb. Jiang Shaowan rapidly took a step backward. Who the hell told you about that? That was the Jiang family's deepest trump card. Jiang Shaowan's father Jiang Xiong had participated in a highly classified military outsourcing project in his early years, retaining an independent satellite communication system immune to civilian base station interference. Fewer than 3 people in all of Jiangxing knew about this. Lin Yuan did not answer. In his mind, the sprawling lion shelter in neighboring Jia City from his past life flashed before his eyes. You can call your father to verify, but time is running short. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to her. Outside, the acid rain fell heavier and harder. The white Honda's taillights flashed twice before disappearing at the end of the winding mountain road. Lin Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie on the windowsill. Lu Yen. A deep voice responded from the walkie-talkie boss. Have Shadow follow that white Accord. A 2-second pause. I want her to come crawling back to me on her knees. The second-floor study. Jiang Shaowan's face was pale, her hands gripping the edge of the mahogany desk with white-knuckled intensity. Lin Yuan, I do not care where you obtain this information. She forcefully suppressed the tremor in her voice. If you dare leak a single word, the Jiang family will erase you at all costs. Lin Yuan leaned back against the leather chair, interlocking his fingers as he stared directly at Jiang Shaowan. Rest assured, perhaps one day you will beg me to use that system. Jiang Shaowan grit her teeth, gave him a long, deep look, then turned and strode out of the study. Ding. Target Jiang Shaowan Beauty 92, favorability -1. Current favorability -1. The next morning. Yunding Tiangong Villa No. 12. Acid rain pattered heavily against the explosion-proof glass of the first-floor dining room. By the dining table, Lin Yuan sat at the head. Wang Yu, dressed in a black lace-trimmed nightgown, stood on his left. She picked up a freshly seared steak, skillfully trimming the membrane from the edges and slicing it into small bite-sized pieces. Su Xianwan stood on his right. Holding a tablet, her fingers slid swiftly across the screen as she spoke in a soft voice. Mr. Lin, the banquets from 20 restaurants have been booked. We can pick them up tomorrow evening. However, 18 of them indicated that their schedules are quite full. Fast food and similar options won't be an issue. Lin Yuan glanced at the time on his phone. Have them work in 3 shifts. I want to pick them up at dawn. Throw money at them until they comply. Understood. Su Xianwan stood up to make the call. Su Muxue sat across the dining table. She wore an oversized white shirt, her face still somewhat pale. The milk in front of her had long gone cold. She watched Wang Yi feed the sliced steak to Lin Yuan, then looked at Su Xianwan. Her niece, who once trembled even when speaking in public, now sounding so calm and composed that she seemed like an entirely different person. Lin Modong sat beside Su Muxue. The little girl listlessly poked at the fried egg on her plate with a fork. Auntie Su. Lin Modong suddenly spoke, her voice flat and emotionless. The boy who bit people at school the day before yesterday. Before the SWAT team took him away, he bit off his own tongue. If a person loses their sense of pain, do they stop feeling afraid? Lin Modong stared directly into Su Muxue's eyes. Su Muxue frowned. Losing the sense of pain means the nervous system is completely destroyed. That is a precursor to destruction. He was sick. Lin Modong lowered her head and took a bite of the egg, pondering what to say next. This was the task Lin Yuan had assigned her last night, to use casual chatter to break through the icy woman's defenses. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Boss. Lu Yan's voice came through. Ingzi sent back word. Last night Xia Qingxiu returned to Zhou Ziheo's apartment. A violent argument broke out between them, and Zhou Ziheo got physical. Afterward, Xia Qingxiu returned to her own apartment alone and did not come over as agreed. Su Xianwan immediately put down her tablet, a trace of hostility rising in her eyes. How ungrateful. Wang Yi refilled the black coffee in front of Lin Yuan, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, though she remained silent. Lu Yan's voice came through again. Ingzi asked if we should kidnap her and bring her back. Lin Yuan swallowed the meat in his mouth. No need. He picked up a white napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. She stood me up, and she won't be able to afford the interest on that debt. Lin Yuan picked up his black coffee, his gaze dark and unfathomable. Having Z keep an eye on her. She will return. Su Xianwan lowered her head and made a note on her tablet. The dining room fell silent for a few seconds. Then a flurry of crisp, hurried footsteps approached. Tang Qiqi was dressed in an incredibly elaborate pink Gothic Lolita dress. The skirt was flared out by a massive petticoat, and she wore a black and white lace headband, looking like a walking exquisite doll. Her large eyes quickly scanned the dining room. Lin Yuan was at the head of the table. Su Xianwan was reporting. Wang Yi was serving. Qin Yuma was peeling an egg. Tang Qiqi seemed to have made a major decision as she trotted over to Qin Yuma and tugged at her sleeve. Sister Yuma. Her voice was soft and sweet. There's the city's largest anime convention in the East District today. My rivals are all going to be there. Qin Yuma didn't even look up. Not going. Tang Qiqi pouted. She hesitated for a couple of seconds, then trotted around to Lin Yuan's side. Great Demon King. Tang Qiqi wrung the hem of her skirt, looking thoroughly pitiful, yet her eyes shone brightly. Could you lend me a couple of people to back me up? Just for today. I'll return them as soon as I'm done. She wasn't desperate to play. She simply wanted those arrogant, mediocre girls who constantly made passive-aggressive remarks to see that she, Tang Qiqi, also had someone backing her up. Qin Yuma felt her scalp go numb at the sight. She strode forward, grabbed the lace collar at the back of Tang Qiqi's neck, and forcefully pulled her away. Have you lost your mind? Qin Yuma hissed in a low, furious whisper. Do you think this place is an amusement park? Show some respect. Qin Yuma's muscles tensed, ready to take the punishment on Tang Qiqi's behalf at a moment's notice. She knew Lin Yuan's brutality all too well. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over Qin Yuma's protective stance before finally landing on Tang Qiqi's tear-streaked face. Target Tang Qiqi Beauty 86, current favorability 0. Lin Yuan reached out and pressed the button on the desktop walkie-talkie. Filong, get a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon to the entrance and pick 2 of the biggest guys we have. From the walkie-talkie, Filong immediately replied. You got it, boss. Lin Yuan released his finger and looked at Tang Qiqi. Is that enough? Tang Qiqi's eyes widened. She clearly hadn't expected this cold-faced Yama to agree so readily. After freezing for a solid 2 seconds, excitement surged up from the soles of her feet. More than enough. With this setup at the convention, I'll be the coolest kid there. Ding. Target Tang Qiqi Beauty 86, favorability 3. Current favorability 3. Qin Yuma stood rooted to the spot. She looked down at the boiled egg in her hand. Without her realizing, the shell had already been crushed under her grip. Crack. The sound was very soft. Yet it was exceptionally clear in the quiet dining room. Lin Yuan had actually indulged Tang Qiqi's childish tantrum. Qin Yuma fell into silence, a complex emotion flitting through her eyes. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85, favorability 1. Current favorability 22. Tang Qiqi ran toward the front gate in sheer delight to wait for the car. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and spoke into the walkie-talkie again. Luyan, midnight tonight. All furniture, appliances, medical equipment, and that batch of multifunctional entertainment facilities must be delivered to the temporary warehouse of Tiangong No. 1. Lin Yuan stood up. Take whatever they have in the furniture mall. Su Xianwan will send you the design layouts for everyone's rooms. Buy according to those. Lu Yan immediately replied. Understood. At noon, Tank reported that members of the Su family were at the entrance requesting an audience. The Su family had discovered that the blind date guy was the one who took the photos, triggering this entire disaster. Consequently, they immediately bound him and brought him over as a sacrificial pawn to appease Lin Yuan's wrath. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, turning his head to look at Su Muxue, who was sitting by the window. Your family. He pointed at the large screen. Do you want to see them? Su Muxue turned around and stared at the screen. She watched her father, who was once so high and mighty in the ancestral hall, now rubbing his hands together obsequiously. No. Su Xianwan kept her eyes on her tablet, acting as though this had absolutely nothing to do with her. Lin Yuan pressed the talk button on his walkie-talkie. Tell them to get lost. Lin Yuan's voice carried clearly through the loudspeaker into the heavy rain outside the courtyard. Silence descended upon the living room. Su Muxue pressed her forehead against the cold glass. Her shoulders slumped slightly. Her bones had been mended, but she had not yet been put back together. Lin Yuan stared at Su Muxue's back. He had no time to wait for a depressed S-class Esper to heal herself. We're not going to the warehouse today. Lin Yuan stood up and adjusted the stand-up collar of his black windbreaker. Go change your clothes. Su Xianwan immediately stopped recording data. Mr. Lin, where are we going? Just out for a walk. Lin Yuan's tone was flat. Everyone goes. Su Muxue kept her back to him and did not move. Lin Modong silently walked to the window and reached out to grasp Su Muxue's icy fingers. Auntie Su. Lin Modong looked up, forcing a trace of reliance onto her otherwise expressionless face. If you don't go, I'll be very bored staying here all by myself. She wasn't acting spoiled. The 14-year-old girl simply stood there quietly, clutching Su Muxue's fingers, exposing an old scar on her wrist left by a cigarette burn. Su Muxue looked down. She stared at the scar in silence for a long time. That scar and the bruise on her collarbone left from being forcefully bent backward came from different abusers. Yet they bore the exact same shape. Su Muxue closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her voice was still barely a whisper. Okay. Outside Villa No. 12 of Yunding Sky Palace. Acid rain pelted against the bulletproof glass. Two pitch-black steel behemoths lay silently in wait. Su Xianwan, dressed in a sharp black trench coat, twirled the keys to a Ford Raptor around her finger. Her gaze swept quickly over the crowd as she walked straight toward the Raptor's driver's seat. Sister, you ma ride with me. Her professional instincts as a head housekeeper allowed her to divide the battlefield with precision. Lin Yuan walked over to the G. Patton, pulling open the front passenger door with one hand. He looked at Su Muxue, who was standing on the steps. Today Su Muxue had changed into a light gray cashmere coat over a turtleneck sweater. Without hesitation, she stepped down the stairs and climbed into the passenger seat. Lin Modong pulled open the rear door with natural ease and slipped inside. The car doors closed. The two vehicles drove out of Yunding Sky Palace one after the other. Inside the G. Patton, the heater was running on high, completely shutting out the damp cold of the outside world. Auntie Su, Lin Modong suddenly spoke from the back seat. If a person's pain receptors are completely necrotic, is there still any possibility of medical repair? Su Muxue looked out the window, her voice cold and professional. It's irreversible. Pain is the body's self-defense mechanism. Losing it means organic pathological changes have already occurred in the neurons, usually accompanied by brainstem damage. Lin Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand while using his right hand to retrieve an unopened bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment. He loosened the cap and handed it to Su Muxue. Through the sleeve of her cashmere coat, their fingertips brushed in a fleeting touch. As Su Muxue took the water, she could still feel the residual warmth from Lin Yuan's fingertips on her palm. Involuntarily, she recalled the muffled, suppressed sounds that had escaped from the crack of the master bedroom door that night. Auntie Su, Lin Modong said, leaning over the center console and staring at Su Muxue's profile. If you were in a quagmire and everyone was just watching you sink, Lin Modong's voice was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, would you reach out and take Uncle Lin's hand? A dead silence fell over the car interior. Su Muxue turned her head. Outside the window, billboards stood mottled and corroded by the acid rain. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with the bone-chilling bluestone tiles of the Su family ancestral hall, as well as the image of Lin Yuan carrying her out of hell with one arm. She opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon Lin Yuan's sharp, stern profile. Ding. Target Su Muxue's affection rating 1. Current affection rating 13. Behind them, inside the Ford Raptor, Qin Yuma sat in the passenger seat, staring through the windshield at the taillights of the G. Patton ahead. She crossed her arms, pulling the zipper of her sports jacket all the way to the top. Why does she get to ride in the lead car? Qin Yuma pouted. In the back seat, Wang Yu was smoothing out her skirt. Hearing this, she let out a soft chuckle. Dr. Su just went through a traumatic shock. It is only natural for Mr. Lin to show her a bit more care. In the driver's seat, Su Xianwan held the steering wheel with both hands, her eyes sweeping over Qin Yuma through the rearview mirror. Is Sister Yuma jealous of Mr. Lin? As for Su Xianwan herself, not a chance. She only cared about who could be useful to Lin Yuan. The convoy drove into the bustling downtown of Jiangxing. The scenes on the streets were suffocating. Swarms of citizens clad in makeshift plastic raincoats formed long queues outside a large supermarket. Arguments erupted over line cutting, quickly escalating into physical brawls. A middle-aged man was shoved to the ground, his forehead slamming against the steps. Blood mingled with the acid rain on the pavement, flowing into the sewer. There were no police, no ambulances. The collapse of order was accelerating. Expressionless Lin Yuan stepped on the gas. The G. Patton splashed through the puddles and sped away. Su Muxue watched the bloody, chaotic scenes outside the window, her knuckles turning white. Half an hour later, the convoy drove into Jiangxing's largest underground commercial center. It possessed an independent climate control system. Flickering neon signs and the aromas of food stalls mingled with the clamor of a bustling crowd completely shut out the apocalyptic scene outside. Lin Yuan pushed open the car door. From the underground garage to the mall entrance lay an open-air corridor, its damaged canopy leaking dense sheets of acid rain. Lin Yuan opened a large black umbrella. He naturally tilted the handle towards Su Muxue. Together they walked side by side down the corridor. Following behind, Qin Yuma's eyelids twitched. She turned to look at Su Xiaonuan and Wang Ya. Both of them looked completely unfazed. Did this man cast a spell on them? Qin Yuma grumbled inwardly. She shoved her hands into her jacket pockets and quickened her pace to keep up. Upon entering the mall, Lin Yuan walked at the head of the group. Though his pace was moderate, the noisy crowd around them instinctively parted to make way. A young man holding a giant deep-fried squid walked toward them. The moment his gaze collided with the line of beautiful women following behind Lin Yuan, his steps faltered, and he nearly stumbled into a nearby drainage ditch. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the food stalls. Every single price tag was covered with a fresh slip of white paper. A simple bowl of hot and sour sweet potato noodles had surged from 15 yuan to 30. Prices were already spiraling out of control. What do you want to eat? Lin Yuan asked. Lin Madong pointed at the takoyaki sizzling on the iron griddle. Lin Yuan scanned the QR code to pay, purchasing 2 portions. He handed one to Lin Madong and stuffed the other directly into Su Muxue's hands. Su Muxue froze. Since childhood, the diet plans the Su family designed for her had never included such street-side junk food. She looked down at the steaming takoyaki in the paper box covered in bonito flakes and mayonnaise. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she picked up a bamboo skewer, poked one, and popped it into her mouth. It was scalding hot. So hot that her eyes welled with tears, yet she did not spit it out. Does it taste good? Lin Yuan looked at her. A bit high in calories, Su Muxue swallowed, paused for a beat, and added, but the flavor is decent. The group continued forward. Passing by a shooting gallery, Lin Madong came to a halt. She stared at the life-sized pitch-black violent bear plush toy hanging on the wall. 50 yuan for 10 shots. Hit the bullseye with every shot, and take home the grand prize. The stall owner, a chubby bald man, was shouting enthusiastically. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and picked up the modified plastic air rifle with one hand. Her left hand supported the base, her right gripped the handle, and the barrel pointed toward the ground at a 45-degree angle. The sight is off to the left, she remarked. The bald boss scoffed. Hey gorgeous, this gun has been calibrated. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yuma raised the rifle. Bang 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 bang. In 3 seconds, 10 plastic pellets poured out. All 10 bullseyes on the target paper were cleanly pierced, forming a perfectly neat circle. The bald boss stood there with his mouth agape, the half-unlit cigarette slipping from the corner of his mouth onto the counter. Qin Yuma lowered the rifle and pointed to the violent bear on the wall. Bring it down. Clutching the violent bear that was taller than she was, Lin Madong offered a rare thank you to Qin Yuma. Just as they prepared to keep walking deeper inside, a sharp argument suddenly erupted ahead, accompanied by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the floor. Are you blind? Frowning slightly, Lin Yuan led the group closer. It was the convention center. Tang Qiqi, dressed in a priceless limited edition pink Lolita dress, stood in the center of the crowd. Behind her stood 2 burly men in black, both nearly 2 meters tall. Opposite Tang Qiqi stood another girl clad in cosplay attire, her face clearly showing signs of plastic surgery and heavy fillers. Her nickname was Princess, and she was currently pointing directly at a young man's nose on the floor, hurling abuse. The young man wore a washed-out blue hoodie. He sat sprawled on the ground, still clutching a plastic fork in his hand. Beside him lay a knocked-over cup of instant noodles. Do you have any idea how much this dress of mine costs? Princess shrieked, turning to the bodyguards behind Tang Qiqi. What are you 2 standing around for? Beat him up for me. The 2 bodyguards in black remained motionless. Fei Long's orders were solely to protect Tang Qiqi. Feeling humiliated, Princess whipped out her phone in a fit of rage and began snapping photos of the young man on the floor. Fine. Just you wait. I'm posting this online so all of Jiangshan can see what a pervert you are. The young man did not shrink away from the camera. He slowly stood up. You bumped into me, Chu Feng said, his voice raspy. Apologize. And pay for my noodles. Are you out of your mind? Princess raised her phone even higher, shoving the lens right into his face. Just here to enjoy the free AC, aren't you? Saw how pretty I am and couldn't keep your filthy hands off me. She turned around and yelled at the onlookers. Everyone look at this. This creep bumped into me, and now he's trying to extort me. A few chuckles rippled through the crowd. Chu Feng stood in place, his expression completely unchanged. I don't touch ugly chicks. Princess completely blew her top. She shoved Tang Qiqi, who was attempting to mediate, and raised her foot to kick Chu Feng. Tang Qiqi stumbled from the shove, nearly falling over. Qin Yuma's expression darkened, her muscles tensing instantly, but a hand pressed down firmly on her shoulder. Wait, Lin Yuan said in an extremely low voice. Jiangsheng is a small world. Chu Feng. In his past life, he was the Sun God, one of the 3 S-rank espers in Jiangsheng, on par with the Frost Empress and the Valkyrie. A vision suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. A crimson moon hung high as Chu Feng hovered 100 meters in the sky, his entire body ablaze with solar fire, hot enough to melt steel. Meanwhile, Lin Madong and several charred bodies fell from the top of the ruins. Their elemental attributes were a natural counter. In his past life, half of the blame for Lin Modong's death lay with this hero of Jiangqing. Yet now he was merely a destitute college student fussing over a single cup of instant noodles. His fingers hovered by the seam of his trousers for 2 seconds. Clutching the violent bear, Lin Modong followed Lin Yuan's gaze. She didn't recognize the person in the blue hoodie, but she noticed Lin Yuan's habit of rubbing the seam of his trousers. The last time she had seen him do this was right before Li Hongdao was dragged into the basement. Lin Modong quietly took half a step closer to Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan moved his fingers away from the seam of his trousers. Keeping the future sun god as a pawn was far more valuable than crushing him like an ant right now. After all, even a zombie population numbering in the tens of millions required a janitor. In the center of the crowd, Tang Qiqi took a step forward, glaring at this psychotic woman who had completely ruined a perfectly good event just to grab attention. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she spoke up. Is that dress a knockoff? Tang Qiqi's voice was crisp and highly piercing. The lace stitching is completely crooked, and the hoop skirt is made of cheap low-grade wire. And as for your face, it is so stiff with hyaluronic acid that you can't even make an expression. Your smile looks worse than crying. A burst of jeering laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. The princess's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. Tang Qiqi, what do you mean by that? She pointed a finger at Tang Qiqi, her voice shrill. You're just a kept woman. What right do you have to talk about me? Slap. Slap. Tang Qiqi rushed forward, delivering 2 resounding backhanded slaps. She had never been one to possess a mild temperament. The princess was spun halfway around by the force of the blows, her cheeks swelling rapidly, and even her chin implant looked slightly askew. Tang Qiqi stepped half a pace closer, tilting her chin up slightly, her eyes brimming with sheer provocation. Not only did I talk about you, but I also hit you. What can you do about it? 2 bodyguards in black suits took a step forward, but the crowd of onlookers at the convention center instantly surged in. Phones and selfie sticks packed the corridor, making it completely impassable. Behind the human wall, the bodyguards violently shoved aside 2 otaku filming videos, but they were already a beat too slow. A venomous malice flashed in the depths of the princess's eyes. She thrust her hand into her pocket and whipped out a utility knife, slashing it directly toward Tang Qiqi's face. Die. The distance was simply too close. The 2 black-clad bodyguards were still 3 paces away. Qin Yuma was even further out of reach. Just as Tang Qiqi's delicate face was about to be slashed, a blue figure suddenly lunged forward. Chu Feng grabbed the princess by her collar, using her momentum to slam her heavily onto the ground. The blade of the utility knife veered off course, carving a long bloody gash across the back of Chu Feng's hand. Fresh blood dripped onto the floor. At that moment, Lin Yuan also stepped out from the crowd. The 2 black-clad bodyguards immediately bowed their heads and retreated to either side. Go find Fei Long and take your punishment, Lin Yuan said flatly. The 2 bodyguards turned deathly pale. The moment Tang Qiqi saw Lin Yuan, she instantly retracted her previous arrogance, hiding behind Qin Yuma like a startled rabbit, poking only half of her head out. Lin Yuan walked up to Chu Feng. Ignoring the wailing princess on the ground and the whispers of the surrounding crowd, he pulled a stack of cash from the pocket of his windbreaker and handed it to Chu Feng. For your medical expenses. Chu Feng clutched his bleeding hand, not even glancing at the money. I didn't step in to help for money. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. The blood on the back of his hand snaked down to his fingertips, dripping onto the floor tiles one by one. Lin Yuan did not speak again. He turned his head to look at Su Xianwan beside him. Investigate his background and report all information to me. An hour later at Villa 12, Yending Tiangong. The moment they entered, Qin Yuma grabbed Tang Qiqi by the back of her collar, dragging her into the first-floor guest room like a sack of potatoes. Soon the sound of crisp slaps and Tang Qiqi's miserable pleas for mercy echoed from inside. Su Mushua held the new phone Su Xianwan had gotten her the day before yesterday, her brow tightly furrowed. All right, I'll return to the hospital immediately. She hung up the phone and picked up her cashmere coat from the sofa. The hospital's emergency department had already paralyzed. A massive number of medical staff had called in sick due to unexplained fevers, while the number of febrile patients was multiplying exponentially. A slender hand suddenly reached over. Lin Yuan snatched the phone directly from her grasp, pressing and holding the power button with his thumb. The screen went black. Su Mushua's gaze turned cold. Her right hand locked onto Lin Yuan's wrist, attempting a joint lock, while her left knee surged upward toward his abdomen. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to dodge. With a backhanded press, his terrifying constitution stat of 36 erupted with absolute power. Thud. Su Mushua was pinned firmly against the leather sofa. Pressing her shoulders down with one hand and pinning her legs with his knee, Lin Yuan immobilized her completely. What do you think you're doing? Su Mushua's eyes reddened as she struggled desperately. There are so many patients waiting for me to save them at the hospital. Let me go. Before you grow stronger, you can't save anyone. Lin Yuan looked down at her coldly. If you rush back now, what can you possibly do? Plug the mouth of whoever bites your neck with a stethoscope. Su Mushua's pupils contracted sharply. I acknowledge that you saved me, Su Mushua said, gritting her teeth, but you have no right to make decisions for me. How is this any different from the Su family locking me in the ancestral hall? It's always the same. Whatever you think is right is right. She whipped her head around to look at Su Xianwan standing nearby. Xianwan, are you just going to watch him do this? The people out there are going to die. Anti-Director Lin is saving you, Su Xianwan replied calmly. Su Muxue froze. Lin Modong walked over silently and looked at her. Anti-Su, Lin Modong said in a flat tone, the one who bit someone at school tore right through their deskmate's carotid artery with their teeth. Blood sprayed 3 meters away. The place you want to go is far more dangerous than that classroom. Su Muxue's entire body went rigid. She was no fool. Every word this girl spoke was highly likely at Lin Yuan's behest. But there was no hint of performance in those eyes. A child who had personally experienced violence possessed a sharper sense of danger than anyone else. The pride of a healer and the sheer helplessness of reality violently tore at her nerves. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Ding. Target Su Muxue favorability -5. Current favorability 8. Lin Yuan released his grip. Su Muxue turned and walked into the guest room. The door slammed shut. Lin Yuan glanced at the closed door. The Frost Empress. Even if she were to die, she had to die by his side. He adjusted his cuffs and picked up the walkie-talkie on the coffee table. Acid rain poured down in torrents. On the main roads of Jiangxing, a third of the streetlights had already gone out. The roller shutters of the supermarkets were tightly shut, and the queues outside pharmacies snaked 2 blocks away. But the back kitchen was still lit. Lin Yuan pushed open the back door of the time-honored establishment, Fumin Lu, at the south gate, and the rich aroma of charcoal-roasted meat rushed to greet him. 3 temporarily hired chefs were drenched in sweat. The cutting boards were piled high with freshly cooked braised pork trotter and pan-fried bun, steam rising all the way to the ceiling. The proprietress laughed as she packed the food. Are you planning to host a banquet for the entire city of Jiangxing? Lin Yuan did not reply. He stood in the back alley, which was piled high with insulated boxes, watching Tank pull the cargo doors of the large truck shut. The instant the doors closed, the hundreds of insulated boxes inside the truck container vanished into thin air, neatly stacked in a corner of his dimensional space. Whole roasted lamb, beef Wellington, French foie gras, and freshly fried pan-fried buns. Every portion of food was sealed in a space where time stood still, maintaining the exact temperature and aroma of the moment it came out of the pan. Even 10 years into the apocalypse, he would still be able to open an insulated box and enjoy a bite of tonight's perfectly crisp pan-fried bun. Lin Yuan pulled open the car door and slid into the passenger seat. Let's go next one. Busy until the evening of the following day, Lin Yuan finally returned to Yunding Tiangong. He pressed the communicator, his voice echoing across the entire villa district. Everyone relocate. 2 off-road vehicles started up in the pouring rain. Villa 12 was officially handed over. Fei Long took over with a dozen of his trusted subordinates. Zhao Yu stood behind Fei Long with a submissive posture. At Villa 13, Lu Yin still led the armed squad, including Tank and Shadow, forming a protective perimeter. Meanwhile, the bald guy's crew left in high spirits after receiving Lin Yuan's message that the final payment would be settled next week. Accompanied by Su Xianwan, Xin Yumao, Wang Yisu Muxue, and Lin Modong, Lin Yuan stepped into Tiangong No. 1, situated at the highest altitude. Composite armored walls of thick 30 centimeters shut out all sounds of the wind and rain outside. Beyond the bulletproof titanium alloy floor-to-ceiling windows lay the pitch-black night. The underground cold storage emitted a low, powerful hum. The air filtration system and the independent geothermal power station had already entered full-load operation. Although entertainment facilities like the cinema and heated swimming pool remained unfinished due to the shortened construction period, the survival attributes of this fortress were fully maximized. The first-floor lobby was extremely spacious, without even a single chair in sight. Qin Yuma looked left and right, about to ask if she should go fetch some folding stools. Lin Yuan walked into the center of the lobby. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A 6-meter-long leather sofa appeared out of thin air, settling steadily in the center of the living room. Whoosh! 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 A massive mahogany dining table, a double-door smart refrigerator, a complete set of state-of-the-art medical monitoring equipment, and an entire set of gym gear appeared. Qin Yuma's body reacted before her brain did. She abruptly lunged sideways to shield Tang Qiqi. Tang Qiqi poked her head out from behind Qin Yuma's shoulder, her mouth forming a perfect O shape, her eyes filled with an equal mix of terror and excitement. A magic. Wang Yu's legs buckled and she slumped directly onto the floor, but the gaze she directed at Lin Yuan was brimming with a near-pathological sense of relief. Standing 2 steps behind Lin Yuan with her tablet in her arms, Su Xianwan's lips curled up in an almost imperceptible smile. She was the only one who had seen this beforehand. Su Muxue stood at the foot of the stairs, her mind completely blank. Just then a message popped up on everyone's phones. Emergency announcement. Due to an unknown mutation of the influenza virus, the entire region of Jiangxing will immediately enter a state of home quarantine. From this moment on, anyone is strictly forbidden to go outside for any reason. The government will distribute survival supplies periodically. Citizens, please lock your doors and windows and cooperate with the epidemic prevention measures. The official home quarantine announcement was still flashing on everyone's mobile screens. Yet everyone's gaze was fixed entirely on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan ignored everyone's reactions. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and lightly tapped his fingertips on the armrest, casually conjuring a glass of milk out of thin air. As long as you are loyal enough. Lin Yuan's voice was soft. In this apocalypse you too will have the chance to awaken your own special abilities. He did not explain how the abilities were obtained, let alone mention the existence of the system. Special abilities. Qin Yuma abruptly lifted her head, her wild eyes instantly igniting with a burning desire for ultimate power. Did this mean she could defeat that old woman? She could even feel the muscles in her arms trembling slightly. Tang Qiqi was so excited she nearly jumped out from behind Qin Yuma, muttering Chinibu-style lines like magical girl transformation under her breath. As for Su Xiaowan and Wang Ye, the way they looked at Lin Yuan could no longer be described as mere admiration. It was the gaze of believers looking up at their sole, true god. Lin Yuan's gaze finally landed on Su Muxue, who was standing at the foot of the stairs. Within those few seconds, this Frost Empress's materialistic worldview had been utterly ground into dust. Clutching the banister, her face was deathly pale, and her lips parted slightly, yet she could not utter a single word. There are rooms on the second floor. Go choose for yourselves. Lin Yuan's tone was as casual as if he were assigning quarters to servants. The women dared not voice any objections. Qin Yuma dragged the still-dazed Tang Qiqi and led the way upstairs. Wang Ye and Lin Madong followed closely behind. Su Muxue hesitated for 2 seconds before finally taking stiff steps to follow them. In the hallway, as doors were opened one by one, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely behind them. Qin Yuma and Tang Qiqi chose the largest guest bedroom at the head of the second-floor hallway. Lin Yuan walked to the doorway, and with a slight nudge of his mind, whoosh, a pink princess-style double-decker bed complete with matching lace bedding materialized out of thin air and landed heavily in the center of the room. Following that was a massive wardrobe of vanity and even an entire wall of game discs and anime figure display cabinets. Tang Qiqi let out a muffled squeal of delight and threw herself straight onto them. Qin Yuma's lips twitched inwardly, complaining about his hopeless wicked taste, yet an indescribable warmth welled up deep in her heart. Ding. Target Tang Qiqi Beauty 86 Favorability 1. Current Favorability 4. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 Favorability 1. Current Favorability 23. Lin Yuan did not linger. Wang Ye and Lin Madong chose the room next door. Whoosh. Another complete set of furniture. However, the style had changed to a composed dark color scheme, and an unopened complete set of mathematical Olympiad competition workbooks even appeared on the desk. Finally, only Su Muxue was left. She chose the smallest, dimmest room right next to the medical clinic. Lin Yuan stood at the doorway, not acting immediately. Su Muxue looked at him, her gaze filled with complexity. Lin Yuan looked back at her. After a brief moment, with a thought, a simple single bed, a bookshelf, and a set of office desk and chair appeared. There were no extra decorations. Su Muxue actually breathed a sigh of relief. The rooms were fully assigned. Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the master bedroom, which was situated at the far end of the hallway, and was also the largest in size. He did not look back, nor did he utter a single word. He merely took Su Xiaowan's hand with his left hand in an incredibly natural motion as he passed by her, and Wang Ye, while his right hand smoothly wrapped around Wang Ye's soft waist. Under the complex gazes of the women, the three of them pushed the door open and walked straight in. Bang! The heavy alloy door slowly closed. At the corner of the hallway, Su Muxue stared at the tightly shut master bedroom door. She could not quite describe what she was feeling right now. She only knew that her palms stung, yet she did not loosen her grip. Ding. Target Wang Ye Beauty 88 Favorability 2, Current Favorability 57. The next morning, the dense acid rain that had plagued Jiangxing for days finally ceased. A long-awaited ray of sunlight pierced through the thick layer of clouds, casting its warmth upon the massive bulletproof glass of Tiangong No. 1. The sun is out. Tang Qiqi was the first to notice. Wearing her nightgown and barefoot, she rushed to the French windows, jumping and skipping with excitement. This is wonderful. It seems like that whatever flu has finally passed. In the hall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, long-absent smiles gracing their faces. Only Lin Yuan sat in the seat of honor, clad in a black bathrobe and holding a cup of coffee. Merely a final fleeting glow before the end. He remarked nonchalantly. What do you mean? Qin Yuma frowned. Lin Yuan did not answer. He walked over to the wall and pressed the switch for the giant screen. The surveillance access granted by Jiang Xiaowan now proved its utility. The massive screen was split into dozens of small panes, clearly displaying the scenes within a 10-kilometer radius of the Yunding Tiangong. On the once bustling streets, abandoned vehicles and scattered trash lay everywhere. In front of supermarkets and pharmacies, the queuing crowds had long vanished, replaced instead by pools of dried, blackened blood. A few community workers in basic protective suits were dragging a contorted corpse toward an incineration point, their movements utterly numb. The hellish sight instantly froze the smile on Tang Qiqi's face. Lin Yuan slid his fingers across the controller, eventually maximizing one of the surveillance feeds. Jiangxing Central Hospital. Su Muxue's pupils contracted sharply. At the hospital entrance, the security guards who originally maintained order were nowhere to be seen. In their stead were fully armed field army soldiers clad in camouflage combat gear. Rings of barbed wire and sandbag fortifications surrounded the entire hospital, sealing it completely. Directorly, Dr. Zhang. Su Muxue's lips trembled. She saw several figures she knew all too well hiding behind an ambulance, their faces painted with sheer terror. They were her colleagues who had fought alongside her on the front lines of the emergency department. The next second, Director Li on the screen seemed to make up his mind. He suddenly bolted from behind the ambulance, rushing like mad toward a gap in the barbed wire. "Don't shoot. I'm a doctor. I want to go home." Yet the only response he received was merciless gunfire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Amid the roar of automatic rifles, Director Li, who in normal times would kindly squeeze in extra appointments for patients traveling from afar, had his body riddled with bullets flying into the air like a torn sack before slamming heavily into the muddy water. The other doctors were scared out of their wits, turning to flee toward the inpatient building. But the order the soldiers had received was clearly to kill on sight. The relentless bullets caught up to them. The gunfire ceased. Several lives that were vibrant just moments ago had now turned into mutilated corpses in a pool of blood. Su Muxue watched all of this unfold with her own eyes, watching the colleagues who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with her to save patients. A sudden surge of heat rushed up from her lower abdomen. Yet her powerful willpower enabled her to hold it back, desperately refusing to make a scene in front of everyone. If yesterday Lin Yuan had not pinned her to the sofa in such an extremely brutal, even humiliating manner, then at this very moment the corpse riddled with bullets on the surveillance screen would have been hers. Ding. Target Su Muxue Beauty 90 emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Critical favorability boost 6. Current favorability 14. At noon in the second-floor study, Lin Yuan was planning the strategic deployment on a whiteboard for after the arrival of the first red moon. He currently lacked a lightning-type ability user to sustain an energy shield, but fortunately the mutants in the early stages of the apocalypse were not particularly strong. Knock. Knock. The door was gently knocked. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Su Muxue walked in carrying a lunch that Wanya had just prepared. She had changed out of the slightly damp nightgown she wore in the morning, putting on a soft off-white loungewear set with her long hair draped casually over her shoulders. The Frost Empress, who was once as cold and aloof as a flower atop a high peak, now had exhaustion written all over her face. She walked to the desk and set the tray down. Then she lowered her head slightly, exposing the slender fair curve of her neck in a display of vulnerability for the first time before Lin Yuan. "I'm sorry." Her voice was somewhat dry. "Yesterday, I was the one in the wrong." She raised her head, looking straight into Lin Yuan's eyes. "Thank you for saving me." Ding. Target Su Muxue Beauty 90 favorability 3. Current favorability 17. Lin Yuan leaned back against his chair, slowly rubbing the cap of the marker in his hand with his thumb. He was in no rush to speak, merely letting his gaze rest on Su Muxue's lowered eyelashes. Suddenly the walkie-talkie on the desk crackled to life. "Boss, there's a situation on the perimeter." Lu Yan's voice came through. Lin Yuan pulled up the footage from the high-altitude drone. On the once bustling Jiangxing Avenue, not a single private vehicle could be seen now, only the sharp sirens of ambulances and police cars echoed across the city. However, in stark contrast to the dead silence of the urban area, the plaza outside the main entrance of Yunding Tiangong was surprisingly bustling. A supply truck emblazoned with official special supply was parked in the center of the plaza. Dozens of wealthy and influential homeowners had gathered together without a trace of fear for the impending apocalypse on their faces. They held wine glasses in their hands, gathering in small groups, complaining loudly about how the city's lockdown had disrupted their multi-million-dollar business deals, and discussing which brand of cigars tasted better. A balding man had even brought out a microphone, passionately calling upon everyone to establish the Yunding Tiangong Epidemic Autonomous Property Committee. He proposed that everyone share their fine wines and premium cigarettes to overcome the difficulties together. The absurd scene made even Su Muxue frown. Looking at this crowd of upper-class individuals in suits and ties, completely oblivious to their impending doom, Lin Yuan turned off the screen and stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. "Let's go." He stood up. "Since we have nothing better to do, I'll take you to the front gate to watch a monkey show." At the main plaza of Yunding Tiangong, Lin Yuan slowly walked out of the gates of Tiangong No. 1, accompanied by Su Muxue, Qin Yuma, and Su Xianwan. He had just instructed Fei Long to reinforce the perimeter's electric fence defenses. Although barely 1/10 of the workers remained, Lu Yin and Fei Long's core personnel could still complete the final minor works with a little more time. The plaza was incredibly bustling. A self-proclaimed property owners committee director stood beside a supply truck, speaking with spittle flying from his mouth. "Distinguished bosses and neighbors, I have just spoken with an acquaintance in the city. This lockdown is merely a precautionary drill. Everyone here has an extraordinary status, and every industry relies on you. The authorities will absolutely not allow our neighborhood to run out of supplies." When Lin Yuan appeared with the line of stunning women behind him, each possessing a unique beauty and temperament, the wealthy residents whispering in the plaza fell silent in unison. The committee director's eyes lit up. He immediately threw down his microphone, stepped forward quickly, and pulled a pack of soft-packed Chunghua cigarettes from his pocket. "My friend, you look quite unfamiliar. I also moved in not long ago. I am Zhang Qidong, and I run a small internet business." Lu Yin blocked the path in front of Lin Yuan like a solid wall, his gaze icy cold. Behind Zhang Qidong, 2 bodyguards in black suits also took a step forward, their temples bulging slightly. One of them reached out to block Lu Yin, growling in a low voice, "Our boss means no harm." As their arms clashed, a dull thud echoed, revealing an equal match of strength. The smile on Zhang Qidong's face remained unchanged, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. He bypassed the confronting bodyguards, continuing to offer the cigarette to Lin Yuan with a familiar bureaucratic air. My friend, there is no need for such hostility. These are extraordinary times, but the authorities have said it is just a mutated flu. The epidemic won't last forever. In our social circle, we ought to share resources and help each other out, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, not sparing him even a single glance. He simply stared intently at the supply truck. Surprisingly, it was loaded with steak, seafood, and even high-quality dairy products. One must know that the footage previously transmitted back by the drones showed that the supply trucks for the neighboring community only distributed pork, green leafy vegetables, and rice. Two wealthy men nearby gathered around. A balding man in a plaid suit rubbed his hands together and smiled, saying, "Chairman Zhang is truly a loyal and righteous man. Anyone else would never have been able to procure this truck of supplies." Another short, stout man with a cigar in his mouth sized Lin Yuan up from head to toe, exhaling a ring of smoke. Brother, in a place like Yunding, keeping to yourself is not a good habit. Zhang Qidong held the cigarette awkwardly. Seeing that Lin Yuan still ignored him, he began to lose face. Suddenly, a piercing siren wailed from afar, followed by the frantic roar of an engine tearing through the air. A Wuling Hongguang, its front severely dented, and its front bumper dragging half of a steel roadblock barrier, charged out from the junction of the winding mountain road, its engine letting out a dying shriek. There were at least 3 dented impact marks on the chassis. This van had clearly forced its way through more than one blockade. It crashed straight through the $1 million alloy barrier outside the gates of Yunding Tiangong. With the ear-splitting screech of brakes, the Wuling Hongguang drifted to a halt, billowing black smoke just 10 meters in front of Lin Yuan. Bang! The car door was kicked open. Wang Hongfa, the former director of the Hongfa meat processing plant, leaped down from the vehicle. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he tightly gripped a half-meter-long steel wrench in his hand. He glared intently at Lin Yuan like a mad dog, driven into a corner, a low, guttural rasping sound coming from his throat. "Damn it, none of you would answer my calls. You all blacklisted me, didn't you?" The wealthy elites who had been talking grandly just moments ago instantly fell silent and took several steps back. Liu Yan's eyes turned cold, and he prepared to step forward to crush the skull of this armed piece of trash with a single punch. Lin Yuan, however, casually raised a single finger and placed it against Liu Yan's shoulder. Liu Yan's forward momentum ground to an abrupt halt. "Lin Yuan, you monster!" Wang Hongfa let out a hysterical roar across the empty plaza. "My cold storage. My 2,000-ton cold storage. It's all fucking empty." Looking like a demon possessed, he brandished the wrench in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yuan. "Where did you take my 100 tons of pork?" "Huh, give me back my pork." Pork prices have surged tenfold now. It's being sold for over 300 per caddy on the black market. Today you must compensate me 100 million based on the current market price. 100 million. Pork. The wealthy residents on the plaza exchanged bewildered glances. Since when did a mere meat seller have the right to live in Yunding Tiangong? Zhang Qidong even ordered his 2 bodyguards to shield him while he tossed the cigarette Lin Yuan had refused into the bushes. In the face of this wild accusation, Lin Yuan did not even twitch an eyebrow. "Oh." Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the entire plaza. "Are you suggesting, Director Wang, that the supplies I stored in your cold warehouse for safekeeping have also vanished into thin air?" He paused, his tone growing colder. "Very well, by your logic, my 10,000 tons of seafood, beef, and mutton, which are far more expensive than your pathetic pork, must have also gone missing along with it." Lin Yuan took half a step forward, staring directly at Wang Hongfa. "May I ask, Director Wang, how many hundreds of millions do you plan to compensate me?" Wang Hongfa was choked by these words, his face flushing red. A breath caught in his chest, leaving him speechless for a long moment. He was merely a minor factory director. He had never seen such a formidable confrontation. Humiliated and infuriated, his rationality was completely consumed by madness. "Compensate your mother," Wang Hongfa roared, pointing the heavy steel wrench at Lin Yuan. Qin Yuma's muscles tensed instantly. An even more urgent wail of police sirens echoed. A police SUV sped through the gap in the gate that Wang Hongfa had smashed its tires, leaving 2 scorched black marks on the ground as it screeched to a halt in front of everyone. Following the issuance of the citywide home quarantine order, the perimeter of affluent areas like Yunding Tiangong had become key lockdown patrol zones. This Wuling Hongguang, which had run the blockade, had certainly rattled the nerves of many high-ranking officials. The car door swung open. A pair of long, slender legs clad in crisp uniform trousers stepped out, first military combat boots, stepping heavily into the muddy water. Han Shui, the deputy captain of the Jiangxing Criminal Police Detachment, had arrived. She wore a sharp professional duty uniform today, looking heroic and formidable. Seeing Wang Hongfa brandishing the wrench to commit assault, she did not even draw her gun. Her figure moved like lightning. With a swift, clean step forward, her right hand clamped onto Wang Hongfa's wrist like an iron vice and twisted outward. Crack! As Wang Hongfa let out a squealing shriek like a slaughtered pig, Han Shui slammed her left knee into his lower back. With a textbook wristlock takedown, she pinned the 200-plus-pound man face down into the muddy ground. The steel wrench clattered to the ground nearby. "Police, don't move." Han Shui barked sharply, pinning down the violently struggling Wang Hongfa while scanning the crowd warily. Pressed into the mud, Wang Hongfa struggled desperately, his cheek pressed against the cold ground. Seeing Han Shui pinning him down, he felt like a drowning man grasping a rock on the shore. Disregarding the pain in his wrist, he mustered all his strength to let out a distorted shriek at Han Shui. "Officer, don't worry about me. Investigate him. Investigate him quickly. He has a massive stockpile of supplies. He cleared out all the pork in the city in advance. Hundreds of thousands of tons. It's all in his hands." As soon as these words were spoken, a deathly silence fell over the entire plaza. Hundreds of thousands of tons of pork. In normal times that would be worth tens of billions. With the current inflated prices, wouldn't it be worth hundreds of billions? Zhang Qidong's eyes darted rapidly, his expression shifting from disgust to deep contemplation. Han Shui's heart skipped a beat. While holding down the suspect beneath her, the eyes she had trained through years of interrogating suspects instantly locked onto Lin Yuan, who stood in the center of the crowd, without a shred of emotion. Is what he said true? Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lin Yuan did not deny it, nor did he explain. He merely withdrew his hands from his trouser pockets. Then the fingers of his right hand gently brushed against the seam of his trousers. The air pressure in the square was suffocating. Zhang Yuan's gaze locked onto Wang Hongfa's Adam's apple. Within 3 meters in half a second, he could have snapped the fat man's neck, police officer and all. Liu Yan's muscles were already fully tensed. In that very instant, a massive pink figure suddenly burst out from behind Zhang Yuan. She darted 2 steps in front of Zhang Yuan, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at Wang Hongfa's nose, and unleashing a torrent of curses. "Are you illiterate, or what?" Tang Qiqi's voice rang out crisp and clear. "The burden of proof lies with the accuser. Do you not understand? You make allegations on thin air and claim we swallowed your pork. Where is the evidence? Where's the pig?" Wang Hongfa was left stunned by the relentless barrage. Tang Qiqi gave him no room to breathe, her eyes widening as she stepped forward half a pace. "You have no evidence, is that it? Then I can say the same. You swallowed 100 million tons of our pork. Since there's no proof anyway, who can't just make things up? Since you can't produce it now, shouldn't you compensate us with your wretched life?" The gathered crowd of onlooking billionaires were completely dumbfounded. 100 million tons of pork. The entire Long nation only produced 50 million tons in a whole year. Han Shui frowned, her grip on Wang Hongfa unwavering, but her eyes carried a trace of suspicion. Wang Hongfa's face flushed purple with rage, his entire body trembling as he shrieked, "You're lying. Where would Jiangxing get 100 million tons of pork?" Zhang Yuan looked at the fluffy pink crown of hair standing between them. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. His fingers moved away from his trouser seam. Su Xianwan immediately understood and stepped forward. She wore a black t-shirt today, paired with flat sneakers. "Officer, I am President Lin's secretary." Su Xianwan handed over her phone, displaying a clear photograph of the contract. The contract is explicit in black and white. Wang Hongfa's insatiable greed led him to seize the supplies and breach the contract first. "We have already relinquished the supplies and are preparing to pursue legal action against him for damages." She glanced at Wang Hongfa. "Yet today he charged our private residence, armed, attempting to injure someone. Would that constitute picking quarrels and provoking trouble along with attempted intentional injury?" Unable to produce any substantial evidence, Wang Hongfa was completely drained of strength by Su Xianwan's words. His legs gave way, and he collapsed into the muddy water on the ground. In the distance, urgent police sirens sounded once more. The backup Han Shui had called had arrived. 2 Iveco police vehicles screeched to a halt. Han Shui rose to her feet, her expression icy, as she gave a signal. 4 officers swarmed forward, roughly handcuffing Wang Hongfa and hauling him toward the police car. The other 2 ran over to inspect Wang Hongfa's minivan. The moment the police car started, Wang Hongfa threw himself desperately and frantically against the riot shield, screaming through the window at Han Shui. "Investigate him! Investigate him!" The roar faded rapidly into the air, washed clean by acid rain, as the police car drove away. The billionaires in the square exhaled deeply, preparing to turn and return to their respective villas to continue enjoying their air conditioning. But Han Shui did not move. Her gaze swept past the crowd and fixed itself on the light truck behind Zhang Qidong. Emblazoned on the outside of the truck's cargo compartment were 4 striking characters: official special supply. With the entire city under wartime lockdown, and supplies critically scarce, only the most core virology research institutions or frontline field armies in Jiangxing currently had the authority to deploy vehicles bearing the official special supply designation. This location clearly did not meet any of those criteria. Han Shui strode purposefully toward the supply truck. 2 bodyguards instinctively moved to intercept, but were driven back by her piercing glare. She yanked open the loosely shut cargo door, and a wave of cold air rushed out. Inside the compartment, whole pallets of steak, cases of king crab, and several boxes of carefully packaged fine wine were neatly stacked. The neighboring civilian residential compounds had been distributed only cabbage and dried noodles, with each family receiving a single piece of pork. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Zhang Qidong immediately stepped forward. He put on a genial, business-friendly smile. "Comrade, you've worked hard. These are simply the benefits rightfully owed to us major taxpayers." Zhang Qidong smiled naturally and casually produced a business card. I am old tea companions with Deputy Director Lee of your municipal bureau. Last night, he even called me asking me to look after stability in the community. The surrounding balding pot-bellied billionaires nodded in agreement. Han Shui looked at the gold-embossed card extended toward her. She raised her right hand. Slap. The card was swatted into the air. Even if the Jade Emperor himself arrived, you will show me the authorization documents for moving this special supply truck today. Han Shui's hand rested on the holster at her waist. Without proper documentation, this constitutes illegal trafficking of strategic materials. Under wartime lockdown regulations, this will be treated as robbery of state supplies. Zhang Qidong's hypocritical smile froze, then hardened into iron rage. He had no documents to produce whatsoever. This truck of supplies had cost him 3 million in heavy bribes secretly diverted through corrupt high-level connections and delivered to Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. His original plan had been to use these supplies during the lockdown period to curry favor with the various wealthy residents of the community, consolidating resources and building connections. Once the lockdown lifted, he would dominate the business world. Han Shui allowed him no further excuses. She directly ordered one of her officers aboard the truck. We are confiscating this vehicle. When the lockdown ends, bring your documents to the Municipal Bureau Criminal Investigation Brigade and find me. Escorted by a police car, the supply truck laden with premium ingredients rumbled away from Cloud Top Heavenly Palace Square. With the steak and fine wine gone, the billionaires who had been so sycophantic moments before instantly changed their faces, muttering curses as they scattered. Zhang Qidong's painstakingly constructed dream of a homeowners committee crumbled into ridicule. Lin Yuan did not spare Zhang Qidong a single glance throughout the entire encounter. He turned around, both hands tucked into the pockets of his windbreaker. Let's go back, Lin Yuan said. The women followed. Zhang Qidong stood where he was, squinting at the retreating figures of Lin Yuan's group. Back in the Heavenly Palace now. One lobby. The blast-proof doors sealed shut, completely cutting off the heat outside. Lin Yuan walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking at Tang Qiqi. Well done. An unprecedented compliment. Hearing these words, Tang Qiqi immediately pushed her luck. She hopped in front of Lin Yuan with her hands clasped behind her back. Great Demon King, can we have Japanese food tonight? I want bluefin tuna belly and uni. A shadow flashed beside her. Qin Yuma grabbed the lace collar at the back of Tang Qiqi's neck and forcibly dragged her aside. Eating so much cold food. You don't know your period is coming soon, do you? Rare laughter erupted through the lobby. Su Muxue watched the scene before her, her nerves taut all day, finally beginning to relax. Come with me. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and made for the elevator leading to the basement level B1. The women followed him inside. With a ding, the doors closed. The elevator doors opened on level B1. A wave of cold air mingling frost with wealth rushed toward them. Within the hundreds of square meters underground cold storage, the temperature remained perfectly constant. On the left were rows of massive metal shelving units stacked high with premium rice, vacuum-sealed meats, canned goods, and medical supplies. On the right lay the dedicated live seafood tanks and fresh vegetable refrigeration area. Qin Yuma subconsciously touched the metal frame of the shelf, her fingertips feeling the chill and the solid heft. Lin Matong gazed at the meats and swallowed hard. Su Muxue wordlessly walked to the medical supply section, crouched down, and picked up a box of antibiotics to examine the batch number and expiry date. This is merely the daily ration storage. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. As long as you behave, you could eat everything here until you die and never finish it. Tang Qiqi stood frozen, her mouth hanging open. Sister Yuma, I suddenly feel that the Great Demon King isn't so terrifying every single day. Qin Yuma gave her a sidelong glance. Shut up. At that moment, Cloud Top Heavenly Palace Villa No. 3. Zhang Qidong sat on the living room sofa and viciously hurled his wine glass to the ground. Glass shards and red wine splattered in all directions. A nanny quickly knelt to clean up. 2 men in black bodyguards stood with heads bowed nearby. Zhang Qidong's chest heaved violently, his eyeballs bloodshot. It's all that Lin Yuan's fault. He brought the police here. He sprang to his feet and paced back and forth across the living room. The crushed glass crunched beneath his shoes. After 3 laps, his pace abruptly stopped. Zhang Qidong walked to the bookcase and pressed a switch hidden within the lining. Click. The bookcase slid aside, revealing a concealed gun cabinet. Inside rested 2 Glock pistols and a short-barreled Remington shotgun. Zhang Qidong took one of the Glocks and a silencer, weighed them in his hand, and tossed them to one of the bodyguards. Sneak over tonight and find out his Heavenly Palace No. 1 structure and personnel deployment. He returned to the sofa, interlaced his fingers, and pressed them against his chin. If you encounter resistance, kill them on the spot. Night fell. The main hall of Tiangong No. 1 was so vast and empty that one could hear echoes. Lin Yuan sat upright in the host's seat, looking at Tang Qiqi's face, which was filled with anticipation. Just now, when the women wanted to fetch ingredients to cook, Lin Yuan stopped them. He said they would have Japanese cuisine tonight. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh. In the center of the empty living room, a 3-meter-long black marble dining table materialized out of thin air. Immediately following that, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Platter after platter of chilled bluefin tuna odoro with snow-like marbling, freshly opened sea urchin of golden hue and plump grains, and kabayaki eel drizzled with secret sauce. There was even a complete set of bubbling sukiyaki pot. Steam rose. The aroma instantly overpowered the cold metallic scent of the hall. Long live the great Demon King. Tang Chi-Chi covered her mouth, but her excited squeals still leaked through her fingers. Like a joyful pink rabbit, she lunged straight to the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and grabbed the fattest slice of otoro. Dipped in wasabi, dipped in soy sauce, stuffed into her mouth. In the next second, her entire body melted, her eyes curling into crescent moons. Ding. Target Tang Chi-Chi Beauty 86 Favorability 3. Current Favorability 7. You just keep spoiling her, Qin Yuma said with a stern face, her voice filled with feigned distaste. Yet seeing Tang Chi-Chi's helpless gluttonous display, her gaze softened involuntarily. On the massive screen in the hall, the official news from Jiangxing Satellite TV was playing on a loop. A gray-haired expert sat upright, solemnly promising to the camera. After evaluation by our expert panel, the mutation of this influenza has been effectively controlled. Citizens, please stay at home calmly and do not believe or spread rumors. The government's material reserves are highly abundant. We have the capability and confidence to win this battle against the epidemic. These words, paired with the luxurious top-tier Japanese cuisine on the dining table, exuded a sense of absurd irony. Right at that moment, a soft clatter rang out. The chopsticks in Lin Maodong's hand dropped to the floor. Her small face instantly turned pale, her hands gripping the edge of the table so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Uncle Lin. She turned her head abruptly, her voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. I feel it again. That same strange feeling from that day at school. She paused for half a second. This time it is very close. Before her voice could fade, a sharp static burst from the walkie-talkie at Lin Yuan's waist. Boss. Liu Yan's voice came through. A dark figure is approaching from the direction of Villa No. 3. It's one of the bodyguards who was with Zhang Qidong during the day. He is carrying a silenced pistol and climbing gear, trying to infiltrate from the east side. He's looking for death. Qin Yuma stood up abruptly. That guy named Zhang thinks we're easy prey. Liu Yan continued his report. There is a hidden electric fence on the east side. If he dares to climb the wall, he's dead. But the optimal solution is still to eliminate him before he gets close to avoid exposing the electric fence. Shadow is currently monitoring Xiaqingqiu in the west of the city. If Tank and I make a move, it will cause too much commotion. Using a gun for a long-range kill would immediately attract the official patrol at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yuma drew the dagger from her waist and licked her lips. I'll go. Keep the infrared sensors on the east side active and tell me his position. Lin Yuan unhurriedly wiped his mouth with a tissue. He pressed the walkie-talkie, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in the silent hall. Turn off infrared sensors 3 through 7 on the east outer wall. Open the decoy door of the outer equipment room. Let him into the isolation zone. Lin Yuan paused. Just some post-meal exercise. I will personally deal with this dog. Meanwhile, at the eastern wall of Tiangong No. 1, the dark figure was named Guishou, a former Foreign Legion mercenary. After retiring, he was hired by Zhang Qidong with a high salary. He was currently pressing himself against the cold wall, his heart pounding wildly. In his 20 years in the business, he had never seen a private residence with such insane security. The wall appeared smooth, but it was actually made of the latest polymer composite material. His specialized suction gloves only managed to cling to it after 3 attempts. Every 5 meters, there was a pinhole camera blended seamlessly with the surroundings. Thermal imaging, night vision compensation, military grade. Guishou even suspected that the security level of this villa exceeded that of some small military bases. Just as he was about to abandon his original route, an infrared sensor not far ahead, which he had repeatedly verified, flickered twice and went out. Guishou's eyes lit up. An opportunity. Lowering his body, he used both hands and feet to silently scale the wall. It was dead silent inside. Abnormally silent. Guishou crouched in the shadows, observing for a full 5 minutes. No footsteps. No searchlights. No barking dogs. Only then did he press against the base of the wall and advance. After putting on his night vision goggles, the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. The lawn appeared flat, but there were subtle structural gaps. Those were the boundary zones for micropressure sensors. Inside the wall, there was a self-calibrating laser defense node every 2 meters. Guishou gritted his teeth. He stepped precisely on the edges of the sensors with each stride, keeping his movements extremely light. Sweat slid down his jawline and into his collar. He believed he had bypassed this route. Little did he know, on the central control screen on the 2nd floor, his thermal outline was tightly locked within a red box. Finally, Guishou reached an outer equipment room. The door was not fully closed, leaving a small crack. A flicker of caution crossed his eyes. But with the infrared sensors behind him lighting up again, he had no way back. Guishou slipped into the equipment room, leaning his back against the metal wall, preparing to replan his route. The moment his nerves relaxed slightly, a cold voice echoed beside him. What are you looking for? Every hair on Guishou's body stood on end. He spun around violently, instantly raising the Glock in his hand and pulling the trigger at the source of the voice. Thud! A silenced bullet shot out. Lin Yuan sidestepped. The bullet grazed the edge of his windbreaker and embedded itself into the wall behind him. Guishou's pupils shrank. This man had anticipated the bullet's trajectory. In the next second, Lin Yuan closed the distance. Guishou decisively discarded his gun, drew a military dagger from his waist with a reverse grip, and thrust the blade straight toward Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan did not retreat. His left hand locked onto Guisho's wrist holding the knife. Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed in the equipment room. Guisho let out a muffled groan, his entire right arm twisted out of shape. The dagger clattered to the ground. The excruciating pain made his vision go dark. Gritting his teeth, his left hand reached for the spare knife behind his waist. Lin Yuan raised his leg. Bang! Guisho crashed heavily against the metal wall, a dull collapsing sound echoing from his chest. Lin Yuan choked him with one hand, pinning him against the wall. Who sent you? There was fear in Guisho's eyes, but also the stubborn ruthlessness of a desperate criminal. He kept his mouth shut, his jaw clenched tight. Lin Yuan looked at him. Quite a tough bone to crack. Guisho's eye twitched. In the next second, Lin Yuan lost his patience. Just a dog. He exerted force with his right hand. Crack. Guisho's neck was snapped. His corpse slid down the wall to the floor. Lin Yuan released his grip and wiped his fingertips on the corpse's clothes. Meanwhile, a piercing shrill alarm blared wildly throughout the entire villa, accompanied by flashing red lights. Lin Yuan snapped his head up. In the hall, everyone was startled to their feet by this sudden turn of events. Su Xianwan quickly brought up the central control system. On the massive screen, a line of blood-red warning text flashed frantically, taking over the entire display. Warning. Abnormal body temperature detected inside the villa. Location: dining area. Target: Wangya. Body temperature: 43. 7C. 45. 2C. 47. 8C. Danger level: extremely high. Isolation medical protocol failed to initiate. Pathogen identification failed. By the dining table, Wangya lowered her head, her hands gripping the edge of the table with deathly force. Her skin began to burn. A droplet of liquid seeped from her fingertips, dripping onto the marble floor. Splat. The droplet burst. A tiny crack was actually blasted into the surface of the floor tile. Lin Modong's face turned deathly pale, and she rushed forward. Mom. Wang Ya's exposed skin was losing its color at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into an unnatural ashen gray. Her forehead, the side of her neck, her collarbones. Fine beads of water continuously seeped out, rolling down her skin. Drip. The boiling broth in the sukiyaki pot was actually drawn by an invisible force, slowly levitating a single stream into the air. Lin Modong was the first to rush forward. Don't go over there. Qin Yuma practically lunged forward. A red figure embraced Lin Modong from the side, locking her tightly in a death grip. Lin Modong struggled frantically. Let me go. She kicked, scratched, and even bit down on Qin Yuma's arm. Qin Yuma let out a muffled groan as beads of blood instantly welled up on her arm. Yet she did not let go. She stared intently at Wangya. For the first time, a genuine sense of dread welled up in Qin Yuma's heart. An overwhelming sensation she had never felt, even when facing Ling Suzhen. It was not a matter of strength. Rather, the aura emanating from Wangya no longer resembled that of a human. Don't. Come. Wangya struggled to lift her head. Her dark irises were gradually consumed by an ashen white. Her lips lost all color, and a suppressed low pant escaped her throat. She gazed at Lin Modong. Within those eyes, which were about to lose focus entirely, a trace of agony lingered. Huh. Su Mushua's expression changed dramatically. Her consciousness is not entirely lost. She rushed toward the nearby medical kit. Thermometer gun. Sedatives. Restraint straps. She grabbed a syringe, her voice urgent. Her symptoms are close to those of the infected patient in the emergency room, but her cerebral cortex response is still present. Su Mushua gritted her teeth. First use the sedative to control her motor nerves. Then we lower her temperature. Just as she was about to step forward, a cold voice rang out from the entrance of the dining room. Your methods won't save her. Lin Yuan had returned. A trace of dark blood still stained the cuff of his windbreaker. Su Mushua froze mid-motion. The image of those riddled corpses at the hospital this morning was still fresh in her mind. Now Lin Yuan was dismissing her once again. This made her feel incredibly uneasy. Yet she did not argue. Wang Ya's state had already surpassed any medical model she knew. Then what do you suggest we do? Su Mushua's voice tightened. Lin Yuan did not answer. In the next second, boom, a torrent of water suddenly erupted from Wang Ya's palm. The stream condensed into a transparent whip in midair, violently lashing down onto the dining table. Crack. The 3-meter-long black marble dining table shattered down the middle. The sukiyaki pot overturned. Broth, liquor, and shards of porcelain splattered everywhere. Tang Chi-Chi shrieked, shrinking entirely behind Qin Yuma. Yet she couldn't resist poking half her head out, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is water magic. The world was truly turning into a bizarre version of itself. Lin Yuan stood in place. Target: Wangya Beauty 88, current favorability 57. Warning. Target is undergoing zombie transformation. Please sign the contract with the host's blood as soon as possible. Zombie awakening variant. Wangya was actually a variant as well. Mom. Lin Modong stared fixedly at Wangya. Right at that moment, Wangya's body suddenly arched. In the next instant, she turned into an ashen blur, lunging toward Lin Modong. Her speed was too fast. Qin Yuma only had enough time to press Lin Modong down into her embrace. But within the final half-meter, a painful growl escaped Wangya's throat. She forcibly veered off course. Bang! Her entire body crashed into the nearby wine cabinet. Expensive red wine, whiskey, and champagne shattered all over the floor. A pungent aroma of alcohol instantly burst into the air. Wang Ye lay prone among the shards, her shoulders heaving violently. Even though her instincts were drawn to fresh flesh, she still avoided her own daughter. Lin Modong stopped struggling, her eyes turning red for the first time. Uncle Lin. Her voice trembled. You said you would protect Mom, right? Lin Yuan glanced at her. There was no comfort. No deception. Only a single word. Yes. Lin Modong clenched Qin Yuma's arm, her nails nearly sinking into the flesh. Inside the dining room, the moisture in the air began to accumulate abnormally. The spilled liquor, the overturned broth, the puddles on the floor. Even the humidity exhaled by everyone was being forcibly drawn out by some unseen force. Dozens of transparent water blades slowly materialized around Wang Ye. Qin Yuma pulled Lin Modong behind her, sweat beading on her temples. Tang Qiqi's face was pale, yet she still held onto Lin Modong's hand. Su Muxue held the syringe, her breathing rapid. Su Xiaonuan stood before the central console, her fingertip hovering over the isolation button. She looked at Lin Yuan. It wasn't that she doubted he would win. She only feared that Wang Ye would lose control beyond redemption. If Lin Yuan had to kill Wang Ye with his own hands, the fragile stability that had just formed in this villa would be torn wide open. Fall back 10 meters. Lin Yuan spoke. The crowd hesitated for half a second. His voice dropped half a degree in temperature. That is an order. Su Xiaonuan was the first to press the button. Dining room isolation door activated. Rumble. The heavy alloy isolation door slowly descended from the ceiling. Qin Yuma gritted her teeth, pulling Lin Modong and Tang Qiqi back. Su Muxue was yanked back by Su Xiaonuan. Before the isolation door fully descended, Lin Yuan stepped into the center of the dining room alone. Thud. The door hit the ground. The dining room was sealed shut. Behind the transparent, explosion-proof observation window, the women could only see Lin Yuan's back. Wang Ye abruptly raised her head, her ashen pupils locking onto Lin Yuan. An inhuman roar squeezed out of her throat. In the next second, she lunged forward, her ashen nails clawing toward Lin Yuan's throat. Her speed was even faster than before. Lin Yuan did not dodge or evade. Extending his right hand, slap, he grabbed Wang Ye's wrist, his left hand pressing down on her shoulder. Then he drove his left knee upward. Bang! Striking her in the abdomen, Lin Yuan pinned her heavily to the ground. Crash! Spiderweb cracks fractured across the marble floor tiles. Wang Ye's body arched as her legs thrashed frantically. She opened her mouth, revealing canine teeth that were turning increasingly sharp, attempting to bite Lin Yuan's arm. Lin Yuan pinned the back of her neck with his left hand, forcibly pushing her face against the floor. Quiet down. A low growl rumbled in Wang Ye's throat. The liquor and broth on the floor swept up simultaneously. Over a dozen liquid spikes shot toward Lin Yuan's back. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yuan sidestepped to avoid the first few. For the last few, he deliberately extended his right palm, no longer dodging. His windbreaker was torn open. Several bloody gashes ripped across his skin, and fresh blood seeped out. Outside the observation window, Su Xiaonuan's pupils contracted sharply. Director Lin. Qin Yuma also took a sudden step forward, pressing her palm against the isolation door. Lin Yuan did not look back. He looked down at Wang Ye. The cut on his right palm, slashed by the water blade, was still oozing blood. In the next second, Lin Yuan gripped Wang Ye's jaw, forcing her to lift her face. His blood-stained palm pressed directly against her lips and teeth. Wang Ye's body shuddered violently. Deep within her ashen pupils, it was as if she had been pinned down by something. Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice devoid of any warmth. Shui, you thinking of leaving me? Wang Ye's movements froze. That was the nickname Lin Yuan had given her when they were alone. Wang Ye's chest was still heaving violently. Deep within her ashen eyes, a touch of pain surfaced, along with a sense of shame. From her throat, 3 words intermittently squeezed out. Mr. Lin. Outside the observation window, Su Xiaonuan's eyes flickered slightly, her fingers tightening around her tablet. Qin Yuma's lips pressed into a thin line. Su Muxue's expression shifted repeatedly. Yet Lin Modong looked as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. Clinging to the observation window, her voice cracked. Mom. Lin Yuan released Wang Ye's wrist. He looked down at the wound on his palm, cut open by the water blade. The blood was still flowing. Target Wang Ye, Beauty 88 variant contracted. Constitution 16, 8 Spirit 2010. Ability S-Class Sky Canopy Torrent. Lin Yuan leaned down, whispering directly into Wang Ye's ear. Remember, your life is mine. Your body is mine. Your soul also belongs only to me. Wang Ye's body trembled violently. Ding. Target Wang Ye, Beauty 88 Favorability 8. Current Favorability 65. Boom. The water blades hovering around Wang Ye instantly shattered, turning into a mist that filled the air. Her ashen skin regained a portion of its color. Her pupils still had a faint ashen border, but they were no longer unfocused. She lay on the ground, gasping for air. Lin Yuan stood up, the blood on his arm still flowing. Yet he seemed entirely oblivious to it. The isolation door slowly rose. Lin Modong rushed in and knelt beside Wang Ye, not daring to touch her. Wang Ye struggled to raise her hand, her fingertips stopping beside Lin Modong's cheek. Her voice was raspy. Tong Tong. Mom is fine. Lin Modong's tears finally cascaded down. Lin Yuan turned and walked towards Su Muxue. Looking at his wounds, Su Muxue quickly snapped out of her daze. Sit down. She picked up the medical kit and cut open Lin Yuan's torn clothing. Her brow furrowed deeply when she saw the cuts sliced open by the water blades. They're already nearly healed. You. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at her. He said nothing. Su Muxue fell silent. She picked up the tweezers and began cleaning the wounds. Ding. Target Su Muxue Beauty 90 favorability 2, current favorability 19. On the other side, Tang Chi-Chi squatted by the shattered dining table whispering under her breath. So what is Sister Wanya now? A water-type zombie girl. The restaurant was in disarray. Su Xianwan was the first to snap back to her duties. Sister Yu, let's head to the medical room first. Sister Yumayu and Chi-Chi handle the debris. I'll have the cleaning robots assist. Qin Yuma lifted Tang Chi-Chi by the back of her collar and dragged her away from the shattered porcelain shards. Put on gloves. Tang Chi-Chi clutched the back of her head and muttered quietly, Sister Wang, Ye is basically a limited edition water-type cool beauty now. The kind that can unleash water blades. Qin Yuma glanced sideways at her. Tang Chi-Chi immediately shut her mouth and obediently went to fetch cleaning tools. Lin Madong supported Wang Ye as they prepared to head to the second floor. Qin Yuma beat her to it, reaching out to block her path. Don't step on the glass. She bent down and picked up a shard of glass stained with blood. Lin Madong glanced at her. Thank you. Qin Yuma's movements hesitated for half a second. This girl was usually like a blunt knife, and her sudden gratitude was rather unsettling. The medical room. Wang Ye sat on the examination bed, her hands gripping the damp hem of her clothes. Her skin was paler than before, tinged with a faint gray hue. Her features hadn't changed, but her aura had grown much colder. The pajamas on her body were clearly tight, especially across the chest. D to E. Su Muxue held the clipboard, her gaze lingering for a second before looking away. Skin weeping has decreased, but water metabolism is abnormally active. Su Muxue finished writing and looked up at Wang Ye. Do you feel any hunger? Aggressive impulses? Or a craving for flesh? Wang Ye's face went pale. No. She instinctively looked toward the doorway. Lin Yuan was standing there. The cuffs of his black windbreaker had been cut open and the wounds on his arm had already faded to pale scars. Wang Ye lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Am I still human now? The medical room fell silent for a moment. Lin Yuan looked at her. Target Wang Yu appearance 88 mutant contracted at the same time his own status panel refreshed. Host Lin Yuan constitution 44, mental 59.5, a dark shadow flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. So the attributes weren't a one-time settlement. The stronger the bonded target, the greater the return. The true value of this system wasn't about opening blind boxes. It was about cultivation. Lin Yuan looked at Wang Ye. Whether you're human or not doesn't matter. He spoke. What matters is that you're mine. Wang Ye's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and finally focus returned to her gray-white eyes. Su Muxue glanced at Lin Yuan but said nothing. She picked up a clear glass cup and placed it before Wang Ye. Try controlling the water inside. Wang Ye immediately shook her head. Just now. Mom, Uncle Lin is here. Don't worry. Lin Madong stood beside the examination bed, her voice soft but steady. Wang Ye looked at her daughter. After a few seconds, she raised her hand. The clear water in the cup trembled. Su Muxue immediately looked down to record. The water surface rose. A thin stream of water drew itself from the cup's rim, swaying in midair. Tang Chi-Chi, having finished clearing the debris, peeked out from beside Lin Yuan with half her head visible, her eyes shining eerily brightly. Qin Yuma grabbed her and pulled her back. Don't disturb. The water thread hung, suspended for 5 seconds. On the 6th second it snapped back into the cup with a splash. Wang Ye's shoulders slumped. Lin Madong stepped forward and took her hand. Wang Ye's eyes grew slightly red. She looked at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan interrupted her. Su Muxue record her data daily. Vital signs changes and loss of control thresholds. Su Muxue nodded, turning to Wang Ye. Blood draws, fluid samples, and comparative records before and after loss of control episodes. These are the daily checks I'll be performing on you. Lin Yuan continued. Qin Yuma, you're responsible for protection and training to enhance her physical capabilities. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up. Understood. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Madong. You're responsible for stabilizing her emotions. Lin Madong nodded. Wang Ye sat on the examination bed listening to each instruction, her fingertips gradually relaxing. She had thought she would be locked away, treated like a monster. But Lin Yuan hadn't abandoned her. Ding. Target Wang Yu appearance 88 favorability 3, current favorability 68. 10 minutes later. The study. Lin Yuan stood before the whiteboard recalibrating the combat strength matrix for Red Moon. Su Xianwan 100 grade a dimensional space awaiting awakening. Wang Ye 68 grade S celestial torrent priority elevated intensified training regimen. Qin Yumo 23 close combat ace training intensity doubled pre-awakening. Su Muxue 17 medical and ice element potential need to quickly break through the 20 favorability threshold. Lin Madong 24 SS grade mutant queen mental type anomaly priority protection and guidance. Tang Chi-Chi a 7 unknown ability prevent awakening need to quickly break through the 20 favorability threshold. Xia Qingxiu -5 blood bag capture within 3 days. The pen tip halted. A knock sounded at the door. Enter. Wang Yu stood at the doorway. She had changed into a loose nightgown, but her collar was clenched tightly in her hands. Mr. Lin. Her voice was softer than usual. Do you have any new undergarments? After speaking, she lowered her head even deeper. A faint blush rose on her grayish-white cheeks. Lin Yuan cast a glance. He immediately understood. After the mutation, her physique had undergone subtle changes. The original size was no longer suitable. He leaned against the desk, his tone casual. No need to wear them at home. Wang Yu's lips moved, but the words caught in her throat as she remembered what he had said in the restaurant. Her life, her body, her soul, all belonged to him. The fingers gripping the nightgown's collar slowly relaxed. Finally she whispered, understood. The door closed gently. Outside in the corridor, Su Xianwan stood in the shadows clutching her tablet. Watching Wang Yu tremble as she passed by, her first instinct was work-related. Wang Yu's clothing sizes needed to be re-registered. Indoor wear had to balance comfort, elasticity, and quick combat readiness. Training suits required waterproof and tear-resistant properties. Outdoor gear needed reserved interface points for ability release. She typed rapidly on her memo pad. As she typed, her fingers paused. A strange thought emerged. What if zombification could enlarge? Su Xianwan glanced down at herself. 2 seconds of silence. She silently added, mutation subject secondary development observation, to the research project. The living room. Tang Qiqi lay sprawled across the coffee table, frantically sketching in her notebook. Water Queen battlesuit, first version. Must have a blue-caped silver shoulder armor and cuffs that can whip water. Qin Yuma's forehead vein twitched. Can you be normal for once? Lin Modong suddenly spoke. I think it looks quite nice. Tang Qiqi instantly looked up. Her eyes gradually brightened. You approve of me? Lin Modong held her violence bare. I only approve of this. Tang Qiqi clutched her chest. That's enough. I finally have a professional role in the fortress. Wang Yu watched them play and banter, her tense shoulders finally relaxing somewhat. Early morning. The first floor living area of Tiangong No. 1. The homeowners group chat had already exploded with messages. Yet inside Tiangong, it was unnervingly quiet. The armored walls isolated all sound. The climate control system hummed. Outside, people were arguing themselves red in the face over a few crates of meat, while the indoor air still carried the lingering aroma of coffee freshly brewed by Su Xianwan. Lin Yuan stood by the edge of the semi-finished swimming pool. Begin. Holding her tablet, Su Xianwan immediately entered the command. The sidewall nozzles opened and filtered deep well water rushed into the pool, the water level rising rapidly. Wang Yu stood by the poolside. She had changed into a blue one-piece swimsuit. The outfit had been prepared by Su Xianwan according to her previous measurements. Now it was visibly tight. Wang Yu crossed her arms over her chest, her shoulders slightly hunched. Qin Yuma swept a glance over her, her brow twitching slightly. Tang Qiqi poked her head out from behind Qin Yuma and whispered, a top-tier slime. Smack. Qin Yuma pressed a hand flat against her head. Su Mushua held a clipboard, her tone calm. Body temperature is 35.4. There is still a grayish-white ring around the edge of the pupils. Emotional fluctuation is prominent. Lin Yuan sat on a folding chair by the pool. Get in the water and practice. Wang Yu looked up at him. Lin Yuan did not repeat himself. She bit her lip and stepped into the pool. The clear water submerged her shins and reached her waist. Wang Yu closed her eyes and raised her right hand. Ripples stirred across the pool's surface. Over a dozen streams of water slowly rose. Very thin at first, then fluctuating in thickness. Splash. The streams crashed back onto the pool's surface. A massive spray of water splashed up. Tang Qiqi hastily shrank behind Qin Yuma. Wow, first lesson of practical combat training, get yourself soaked. Qin Yuma turned her head. Tang Qiqi immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Wang Yu lowered her head. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Yuan raised his hand, cutting her off. Next item. Wang Yu was taken aback. Lin Yuan extended his right hand. Wrap it around my wrist. Do not strangle or injure. Wang Yu's face turned pale. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid. I said wrap it. Wang Yu did not dare speak further. She raised her hand. The pool water parted and a stream of transparent water rose from the surface, winding toward Lin Yuan's wrist. Gentle at first, like a soft rope. But the instant the water made contact with Lin Yuan's skin, the scenes of last night's loss of control rushed back into Wang Yu's mind. She had almost hurt Modong, almost turned into a monster. The water flow suddenly tightened. Its edges sharpened instantly, nearly transforming into a blade of water. Qin Yuma's expression shifted. Su Mushue grabbed the medical kit. Wang Yu, stop. Wang Yu's pupils turned grayish-white. I can't stop. Lin Yuan sat where he was, not even lifting his eyelids. He casually flipped his right hand. The next second, that water blade froze mid-air as if choked by the throat. With a flick of Lin Yuan's finger, the water blade dispersed into a mist, falling back into the pool. Tang Qiqi's mouth fell open. Not only do we have a water-type beauty, we also have a water-type demon king. Tang Qiqi's voice was tiny, though she sounded excited. Her feet had already shuffled half a step back behind Qin Yuma. This time Qin Yuma did not hit her, because she was staring at Lin Yuan's hand. Wang Yu was also staring blankly at that hand. The monstrous power she could not control, no matter how hard she tried, was like a mere cup of water in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan stood up. He walked to the edge of the pool. Wang Ye instinctively backed away. The next second, the water pressure behind her suddenly vanished. Splash! Wang Ye lost her balance completely and tumbled into the pool. Choking on a couple of gulps of water, she frantically grabbed onto the pool wall. Droplets of water slid down her pale cheeks, dripping into her cleavage. Lin Yuan looked down at her. Your ability is not the monster. Losing control is. Continue. Wang Ye looked up. The water beneath her grew warm, but she could only pretend nothing was wrong. Yes, Mr. Lin. Just then the central control screen lit up. Lu Yan's voice came through. Boss, there's a situation at the main entrance plaza. The screen switched. The main entrance of Yunding Tiangong. The official supply truck had arrived. It wasn't the specially supplied light truck from yesterday. It was a large blue Jifeng truck. This time there were only cabbages, dried noodles, potatoes, and a few boxes of basic medicine. The vehicle exuded a bizarre stench. A mixture of rotting vegetable leaves, disinfectant, and the greasy scalp of someone who hadn't washed their hair in ages. Several homeowners opened the crates, and their faces instantly fell. A plump woman shrieked, just this. We in Yunding Tiangong get the exact same junk as those rundown old neighborhoods outside. Another man kicked a cardboard box. Do I look like I can't afford decent food? You're feeding me dried noodles today. In the center of the crowd, Zhang Qidong held a megaphone in his hand. He did not speak immediately. He waited until the complaints reached a boiling point before he spoke. Everyone, this is not a shortage of supplies. It is because someone hoarded away everyone's lifeline in advance. The plaza fell silent. Zhang Qidong turned around, looking up at Tiangong No, one at the highest point of the mountainside. You all heard what that fat guy said yesterday. Tiangong No, one is suspected to hold a massive hoard of supplies. We aren't robbing anyone. We are merely demanding resource sharing during this extraordinary time. Someone immediately chimed in. Exactly. Make him open the door. We're all neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other out? As he spoke, he ground his 3,000 yuan leather shoe into a stalk of celery tough enough to be used as a rope. He didn't even come out to collect supplies, so he definitely isn't short on food. Zhang Qidong suppressed a smirk. He didn't dare provoke Lin Yuan alone again. But a mob of homeowners could. If Lin Yuan dared to hurt anyone, the authorities would take notice. If Lin Yuan refused to open the door, it would prove he was leaving them to die. Inside Tiangong No. 1. Tang Chichi was huddled in front of the screen. These people look like the reserve forces right before a zombie siege. Qin Yuma cracked her wrists. Have Fei Long give me a couple of men. We'll drag the ones at the very front back here, and the rest will naturally scatter. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Qin Yuma stopped immediately. Su Xianwan stood beside Lin Yuan, her voice steady. Mr. Lin Zhang Qidong is testing our boundaries. If we drive them away now, it will only confirm that there are supplies inside the villa. The optimal solution is to ignore them. Lin Yuan nodded. Let them shout. He picked up a towel and wiped his hands. Tiangong No. 1 has excellent soundproofing. Lu Yan's voice came through once more. Should we have the peripheral personnel on alert? Put them on alert. Lin Yuan walked toward the control console. But do not disperse them. Also notify Shadow to end the surveillance. Su Xianwan looked up. What about Teacher Xia? Lin Yuan looked at the screen. If she is willing to come, bring her back. If she is not, tie her up and bring her back. Su Mushua frowned. She wanted to speak. But the image of those battered corpses at the entrance of the central hospital flashed in her mind again. She swallowed her words. The old rules could not save anyone. She had already witnessed it with her own eyes. West of the city, opposite an old apartment building, Shadow sat inside a van. The van windows were tinted gray. Wearing a headset, his gaze was locked onto a third-floor window. Xia Qingxiu was curled up by the window. Her phone screen lit up repeatedly. The school group, the parents group, the community group, all of them were pleas for help. Teacher Xia, my child has a fever. Could you please help? Asked the hospital. Teacher, someone is biting people downstairs. We don't dare to go out. Suddenly thuds echoed from downstairs. Thud, thud, thud. Several gray-faced neighbors were slamming against the building's entrance door. One of them had already cracked his forehead open, dark red blood smearing across the glass, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain, continuing to bash against the door over and over. Shadow raised his hand and pressed his headset. Boss, infected individuals have appeared downstairs from the target. Count is 4. Should I engage? Lin Yuan's voice came through the headset. Execute. Shadow drew a short dagger. The blade did not reflect any light. At the same time, in the upper right corner of the large screen in Tiangong No. 1, an official emergency channel popped up. The footage was highly unstable. Northern district of Jiangxing. An anti-riot vehicle lay overturned at an intersection. A figure was sprawled over the vehicle door, both arms gripping the metal frame. Amidst a piercing screech of tearing metal, the anti-riot vehicle's door was ripped wide open. Gunfire erupted. Bullets struck the figure, only causing him to take half a step back. The next second, he charged into the ranks of the military and police. The feed cut out. Red subtitles flashed across the screen. High-risk, violent target detected in the Northern District possessing abnormal physical resilience. Nearby units must reinforce immediately or avoid solo engagement. Lu Yan's voice came through. Boss, the surrounding patrol cars are starting to withdraw. Lin Yuan stared at the blacked-out screen. C-class agility, enhanced mutant. In his past life, after mutants began appearing on a large scale, the authorities finally admitted that the containment had failed. Subsequently, military and police forces were completely pulled back, defending only a few core areas. From that moment on, civilian areas were abandoned by default. On the left side of the screen, Zhang Qidong was still holding the megaphone, his mouth opening and closing. Dozens of homeowners had already raised makeshift banners closing in on Tiangong No. 1. Open the warehouse. Share resources. Oppose hoarding. Notify everyone. Combat readiness begins tonight. Lin Yuan stood in front of the central control screen, his fingers gently brushing against the seam of his trousers. Before the red moon, a batch of fools in Jiangsheng will die first. Zhang Qidong stood at the very back of the crowd. Everyone calm down. We aren't here to cause trouble today. We are here to demand a public and transparent survival plan. His voice was steady, yet his feet did not budge an inch forward. He discreetly started recording on his phone, aiming the camera at the proprietors in the front row. This group of self-proclaimed high society elites, when faced with starvation, were more easily incited than elderly women scrambling for discounted eggs at a wet market. As long as they rushed to the front regardless of whether Lin Yuan took action, he would win. Mr. Lin, we only hope you will come out and explain. Several wealthy individuals in the front row immediately joined the clamor. Exactly. Open the door. We are all neighbors. If your house really hasn't stockpiled anything, come out and make it clear. Someone summoned the courage and kicked the security barrier. The security barrier wobbled, emitting a harsh grating sound. Inside the living room of Tiangong No. 1, Zhang Qidong's hypocritical face was magnified on the screen. Tang Qiqi curled her lips in disdain. This guy is such a coward. He shouts the loudest, but stands the furthest away. Su Xianwan held her tablet, recording rapidly. Mr. Lin, the people at the very front are Zhao Pingsheng from Villa 7, Mrs. Lu from Villa 9, and Sun Ziyuan from Villa 11. They have high assets but low cash reserves, and they failed to stockpile any supplies before the lockdown. Lin Yuan gave a faint murmur of assent, his gaze falling upon Wang Ye. Wang Ye wore a blue one-piece swimsuit draped in a bath towel, her grayish-white pupils carrying an inhuman chill. You do it, Lin Yuan spoke. Wang Ye was startled. Mr. Lin, Lin Yuan interrupted her. Let's see to what extent you can manage now. Wang Ye's face grew even paler. They are just ordinary people. Lin Yuan smiled, but it sent a shiver down Wang Ye's spine. In the apocalypse, those who are the first to devour others are often the ordinary people. Wang Ye gripped her bath towel tightly. Li Hongda had once been an ordinary person, as were the parents who bullied Motto. Being ordinary never meant being harmless. This is an order. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Wang Ye's fingertips trembled. Lin Modong stood to the side, looking up at her. Mom, we must listen to Uncle Lin. Wang Ye lowered her head, looking into her daughter's quiet eyes. She recalled Li Hongda kneeling in the basement begging for mercy, and remembered the leather belts that had lashed her over the past decade or so. Wang Ye released her grip on the bath towel. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan pressed the intercom. Lu Yan, lock and load the firearms. Be ready for any emergencies at any moment. Understood. Wang Ye closed her eyes. Ripples stirred across the surface of the swimming pool. The drainage outlets and sprinkler system on the top floor of Tiangong No. 1 were drawn by an unseen force. Standing nearby, Su Muxue observed an abnormal drop in the air's humidity. In the next instant, the sudden roar of rushing water erupted above the mountain path. A torrent of clear water crashed down from midair, striking the very center of the front row where the clamor was loudest. The banners collapsed into sodden rags and water seeped into the megaphones, emitting piercing static. The wealthy elites lost their footing from the deluge, slipping and tumbling into a heap. Their suits clung tightly to their bodies. Wigs were askew. Leather shoes were drenched and filled with water. A woman screamed as she lifted her soaked handbag. I'm calling the police. This is a limited edition crocodile skin bag. Tang Qiqi slapped the table, laughing uproariously. Huh. Sister Wang Ye is awesome. The water-spraying queen. Qin Yuma turned her head and cleared her throat. Su Muxue stared at the screen, her brow furrowing slightly. The force was highly restrained. As a doctor, she could tell that if the water current had been any heavier, the people at the very front would have suffered broken ribs. Wang Ye lowered her head. She had ultimately held back her strength at the last moment of that strike. Lin Yuan did not reprimand her. To be able to exert control to this degree was already sufficient. Passable. Wang Ye's shoulders trembled. Ding. Target Wang Ye, beauty 88, favorability 1, current favorability 69. Outside the gates, the drenched proprietors grumbled and cursed like drowned rats, but none dared to step forward again. Zhang Qidong's face was livid. He inwardly cursed this crowd of freeloading useless fools, but quickly squeezed out a smile and shouted at the top of his lungs. Did everyone see that? He's afraid. The fact that he doesn't dare to face us only proves he has something to hide. Just as his words fell, the wail of police sirens echoed from the foot of the mountain. A police off-road vehicle drove through the main gate, and Han Shui stepped out of the car into the puddles. She swept a glance over the wet banners and the crooked security barrier, her gaze locking onto Zhang Qidong. Who organized this gathering? No one spoke. Han Shui barked sternly, gatherings are prohibited during the lockdown. Disperse immediately. Zhang Qidong stepped forward, quickly resuming his facade of someone who cared about the greater good. Captain Han, we are merely communicating with our neighbor regarding supplies. Tiangong No. 1 is suspected of stockpiling a massive amount of resources. We hope the police can coordinate to have Mr. Lin share them with everyone. Han Shui looked at him. Do you have proof? Yesterday Wang Hongfa said. Wang Hongfa broke into a private residence with weapons and has been criminally detained. His statement needs to be verified. Han Shui interrupted him. This cannot be your excuse for blocking the gate unless you want to go inside and keep him company. Zhang Qidong's expression stiffened as he muttered in a low voice. One of my bodyguards went missing yesterday while taking a walk nearby. Han Shui said coldly, report missing persons to the local police station. She did not mention that the number of missing people now was like drops of water falling into a river. Han Shui looked up toward the mountain path. Lin Yuan, I need you to sign the written testimony for Wang Hongfa's case. A metallic grinding sound echoed from the bulletproof delivery slot. The delivery slot slid open. Lin Yuan looked at Han Shui through the bulletproof glass. Han Shui handed the document over. Sign it. I don't have time to waste. Lin Yuan took the document, signed his name, and cast a glance at the service pistol at her waist. The defensive lines outside are collapsing, yet you truly resemble the last street lamp of the old world. Han Shui raised her eyes. What do you mean by that? Others have already begun to bite, yet you are still filling out paperwork. Han Shui took back the document, her gaze turning even colder. Protocol is the boundary between civilization and beasts. Lin Yuan chuckled. Good luck. Ding. Target Han Shui Beauty 88 favorability -1, current favorability -1. Han Shui turned and got into the vehicle, casting one last look back at Tiangong No, one which resembled a fortress awaiting war more than ever. An urgent call crackled over the radio, North District requesting backup. The target has breached the second defensive line. The police car's engine roared, and it vanished down the mountain path in an instant. Seeing that even the police could not force Lin Yuan to open the door, the proprietor's momentum completely crumbled, and they walked back, while muttering curses under their breath. Zhang Qidong stood his ground, trying to save face. Everyone go back for now. I will continue to communicate with him. No one responded. Zhang Qidong glared at the gate and left with his bodyguards. In an old apartment in the west of the city, the lights in the living room were off. Xia Qingxiu curled up on the sofa, her phone screen lighting up with an incoming call from Zhou Zihao. As soon as she picked up, the other party shouted in a panic, Qingxiu, I'm sorry. Sidon School has plenty of supplies. We are heading there for shelter. Zhou Zihao did not reveal his true motive. Xia Qingxiu's fingerprint could open the school's cold storage, and he needed this living key. Recalling Lin Yuan's violent face, Xia Qingxiu gripped her phone tightly. Zihao, I don't know. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from downstairs. Xia Qingxiu walked to the window and saw four pale-faced individuals slamming against the door. A neighbor was pounced upon and mauled, blood splattering against the wall. In the next second, a dark silhouette darted out. A short blade slit throats and pierced brains with clean, swift movements, and the four infected fell to the ground one after another. Terrified, Xia Qingxiu stumbled backward, bumping into the corner of the table. On the phone, Zhou Zihao was still shouting, Qingxiu, what's the password? Talk to me. A knock sounded on the door, and a low voice came from outside. Teacher Xia, Mr. Lin sent me to pick you up. Xia Qingxiu forced herself to remain calm. During the lockdown, we aren't allowed to wander around. Mr. Lin said if you're willing to come, we bring you. If not, we tie you up. The door was kicked open, and Shadow slipped inside, delivering a swift chop with the edge of his hand. Xia Qingxiu went limp and collapsed, her phone clattering to the floor. Zhou Zihao's voice was still calling out anxiously, but Shadow glanced at the screen and hung up. In the hallway, the bitten neighbor was convulsing, fingernails scraping against the floor. Shadow reported into his microphone, target secured. Inside Tiangong No. 1. Lin Yuan had just finished dinner when his phone rang. An unknown number. He connected the call. From the other end, Shun Qingyue's voice drifted through. It carried her familiar arrogance. Lin Yuan, I know what will happen after the apocalypse. Only I can help you survive. Come to Shangshan Villa to pick me up, right now, immediately. Having heard her out, Lin Yuan responded with only 2 words. Idiot. The call disconnected. Shen Qingyue was foolish. Yet those words just now did not sound like pure madness. Lin Yuan pressed the intercom. Lu Yan. Boss. Inform Shadow. Once he returns after delivering Xia Qingxiu, have him head straight to the perimeter of Shangshan Villa. Investigate Shen Qingyue. Find out who she has met, what call she has made, and how many people are still around her. Lin Yuan set down his phone, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. If she truly crawled back from the future, then let her die once more. The study on the 2nd floor. A whiteboard was covered with a string of names. Lin Yuan picked up a marker and redrew a red circle around the 3 characters, Shen Qingyue, she was talking about, after the apocalypse. Lin Yuan stared at those 3 words, took a drag from his cigarette, then wrote a few more terms on the adjacent whiteboard. Crimson Moon. Rebirth. Lu Feng. System. If Shen Qingyue had also returned. The door was pushed open. Coffee steamed with bitter white vapor, as Su Xianwan set her cup down. The porcelain saucer clicked softly against the table. She could sense the restlessness stirring deep within Lin Yuan, so she stepped forward and gently embraced his waist. President Lin Xiaowan previously sent over a contact for a corporate spy. That person was originally planted beside Shen Qingyue specifically to torment her. I can try having him investigate Shen Qingyue's recent movements. Lin Yuan lifted the coffee cup and took a sip. Good. Su Xiaonuan paused for half a second, then tilted her head up, her gaze lingering on Lin Yuan's handsome profile. President Lin, do you still hold on to the past? Lin Yuan set the cup down and stroked Su Xiaonuan's hair. A dead person is merely a corpse. Alive, she is bait. Just then Wang Yu knocked at the door with a tray of food. Come in, Lin Yuan said. Wang Yu did not linger, simply placing the plates on the coffee table. Mister, Lin, you barely touched your meal earlier. I've left this here. Call me when you're ready to eat. She then withdrew. Su Xiaonuan glanced at the bowl of hot porridge. Wang Yu was becoming increasingly bold about claiming space. But it didn't matter, as long as President Lin liked it. After a moment's thought, she leaned down. Don't overthink it. Relax. Relax. No. 12 Filong Villa. Basement. The air carried a faint scent of machine oil. Ingzi tossed the unconscious Xia Qingqiu onto a folding cot. Don't injure her when she wakes up. The boss wants her alive. Two female operatives who followed Fei Long nodded. Xia Qingqiu's eyelashes trembled once. One of them noticed the phone in Xia Qingqiu's outer pocket light up as she draped a blanket over her. The phone's wallpaper was her class group photo. The screen was filled with missed calls. Zhou Zihao. 17 of them. The female operative glanced over and dismissed it. Ingzi ate 2 slices of bread and then left. On the way back, he had noticed significantly fewer police officers. Most were auxiliary officers and volunteers in red vests. Scattered groups of people refusing to comply with orders lingered sporadically along the roads. This made his own movements far more convenient. A licenseless black motorcycle slipped out of the underground garage, hugging the shadows along the mountain road, making its way towards Xiangshan Villa. At the entrance to the neighboring residential compound, 2 people were fighting over half a bag of rice. A man dragging a suitcase rushed toward the lockdown barrier and was stopped by volunteers. Please let me out. There's a psychopath in my compound. The next morning, the sky had grown overcast once more. Xiangshan Villa. Shen Xingyue wore only an extremely oversized wine-red silk robe, lounging casually on the sofa. Her once proud and delicate frame was now sprawled without an ounce of dignity. The motion of crossing her legs revealed smooth, snow-white skin at her thighs, catching the lamplight with an alluring sheen. The robe's neckline gaped slightly open from her leaning back posture, revealing a generous expanse of pale skin. On the coffee table sat a pile of self-heating meal boxes and empty canned food containers, special provisions intended for Ling Suzhen. There was red wine at hand. She had not taken a single sip. Not that she didn't want to. She simply couldn't drink anymore. It had been a long time since she'd eaten so heartily. He-Man meanwhile clutched a cushion to her chest, wearing a tight-fitting pencil skirt, with her long black-stockinged legs drawn up awkwardly to one side. Xingyue, is that Crimson Moon thing you mentioned? Really? Shen Xingyue let out a laugh. You guess. She fixed her gaze upon the red wine in her glass. That good-for-nothing Lu Feng, in his desperation to escape, shoved me into the zombie horde. If he were still alive this time around, I'd flay his skin alive. He-Man's hand trembled. The madwoman before her bore no resemblance to a brilliant businesswoman. Shen Xingyue sneered coldly. In my previous life, it was because that scum Lu Feng deceived me. What wrong did I do? Setting aside the facts, if Lin Yuan had retrieved 3 doses of serum instead of 2, would he have died? He-Man dared not provoke the unhinged woman before her, and could only whisper, when will Auntie Ling return? She had come to flatter Shen Xingyue only after hearing that Ling Suzhen had helped her reclaim Xingyue Group. At first, Shen Xingyue had seemed almost normal, even leading He-Man through the breathing exercises Ling Suzhen had taught her. But last night she had completely changed. She had gone on a destructive frenzy, smashing everything in sight, while muttering strange, incomprehensible words. He-Man now only wanted to go home. But without Annie Ling's privilege, she was trapped. Outside the villa, within the landscaping strip, Ingzi lay prone in the damp soil, a directional audio recording device aimed at the living room. Crimson Moon. Zombie horde. Lu Feng pushed me. He pressed his earpiece. Confirming keywords. Master bedroom, 2nd floor, Tiangong No. 1. Lin Yuan listened. So without his protection, Shen Xingyue's so-called safe haven hadn't even survived a single zombie horde wave. Su Xiaonuan stood nearby attending to Lin Yuan's morning wash. President Lin, 2 possibilities. First, she was simply reborn. Second, she also possesses something resembling a system or has been affected by some force. Branded with his soul mark, Su Xiaonuan was now Lin Yuan's most absolute possession and privy to the system's secrets. Investigate 3 things. Lin Yuan spoke. Before the city lockdown, check whether her funds showed any anomalies. Whether any of her subordinates suddenly shifted their loyalty, and whether her physical condition has changed. Su Xiaonuan picked up the nearby tablet to take notes. Additionally, send an anonymous message to Shen Xingyue. Tell her Tiangong No. 1 has serum. Lin Yuan dried his face with a towel. He harbored no regrets for sparing Shen Xingyue back then. On the contrary, the fact that this woman lived had prematurely exposed the possibility of other reincarnators. Without that phone call, he would have remained convinced he was the only one who had returned. That would have been the true danger. Given this woman's suspicious nature, she will inevitably seek out her mother to find other reincarnators. Now let us see whether she takes the bait. Downstairs, Tang Chi-Chi, clutching a family-sized bag of potato chips, switched the monitor feed to the grand hall's large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace blind box event has begun. She didn't know any Shin Qingwei anyway. With food, drink, and her beloved sister Yuma by her side, this place was paradise. On the screen, an official supply truck idled at the plaza entrance. Distribution had descended into even greater chaos. Villa No. 7's Zhao Pengcheng received a crate of red tomatoes. Villa No. 9's Mrs. Lu managed to grab only a bag of sprouted potatoes. Mrs. Lu exploded on the spot. Why does he get tomatoes and I get potatoes? The volunteer looked utterly exhausted. Random allocation. The moment Mrs. Lu's curse was still on her lips, she spied a heavier bag beside her and instantly forced a smile. Young man, thank you for your hard work. Could you help me pick something more substantial? Tang Chi-Chi laughed, so hard her chips scattered from her mouth. Yesterday she was a socialite. Today she's deploying charm for 2 scallions. Call it a meta shift. Old money hasn't adapted yet. Qin Yumo reached over and took a few chips. Today was her cheat day. The homeowners group chat erupted once more. Zhao Pengcheng, the tomatoes today look fresh. Mrs. Lu, some people shouldn't get cocky. Who knows if they pulled strings? Zhang Qidong, real elites don't need to collect supplies. Their warehouses are bursting. The owner of Villa No. 17, carrying his spoils, whistled as he passed Villa No. 18. He slowed his pace. The mistress of No. 18 had always been exceedingly warm, to the point that several neighboring families shared particular interests with her husband. After all, in their wealthy circles such exchanges were quite common. But this household hadn't come out to collect supplies today. He scratched at the sudden itch on his lower body and pressed the doorbell, wanting to offer a friendly heads up. No answer, but a thudding sound came from inside. He pressed his face against the floor-to-ceiling window, peering in, wishing to catch some scandalous spectacle. Indeed, the master of No. 18 was on top of the nanny, moving rhythmically. These two were each enjoying themselves separately, quite the pair. Next moment, the No. 17 owner screamed and stumbled backward. His tomatoes rolled across the ground. Inside, the figure heard the noise and threw itself violently against the window. Crash! Glass shattered. 3 grayish-white zombies' mouths smeared with black blood burst through. The plaza erupted into chaos. Volunteers scrambled into trucks and sped away. Remaining supplies scattered across the ground. Mrs. Lu slipped on her sprouted potatoes, fell, then scrambled up, clutching her bag without letting go. Tang Chi-Chi stopped laughing. Qin Yumo rose to her feet. Wang Ya watched the screen, the water in her glass trembling slightly. Su Mushiue stared at the zombies' movements, her voice dropping faster than the ones at the hospital. On the screen, behind the second-floor curtains of Villa No. 18, a taller, darker silhouette slowly rose to its feet. The floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of Villa 18 exploded inward. A towering black shadow crashed through the glass from behind the curtains, stepping out along with half the window frame. Fragments pierced into flesh and muscle, yet it showed no reaction at all. The thing stood nearly 6 feet tall, still wearing a torn white shirt, its skin grayish-blue. Not an ordinary infected. Lin Yuan had already come downstairs, watching the surveillance footage with a calm tone. D-rank elite zombie. Tang Chi-Chi hugged the chip bag tighter, her voice dropping by half. This is only the second day, and elite monsters are already spawning. The next instant, behind the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, a woman emerged. Su Mushiue stared at the screen, speaking rapidly. She didn't immediately attack the nearest person, but was sniffing and selecting targets. She still retained some ability to judge. Lin Yuan nodded. C-rank mutated organism. She's choosing more valuable prey. Wang Ya's throat moved slightly as she swallowed. That reaction wasn't fear. It was more like discomfort after the territory was intruded upon by lower-ranking creatures. A drop of clear liquid seeped from her fingertips. The water droplet fell onto the carpet, compressing the wool fibers slightly. Lin Modong held her bare, a faint trace of dark red flickering in her eyes. Wang Ya's shoulders trembled. In the footage, that C-rank mutant suddenly lifted its head, gazing toward the hilltop. On the square, the Villa 17 owner could no longer run. He stumbled over the resource-sharing banner on the ground. Just yesterday, he'd been at the forefront, pointing at Tiangong No. 1 and cursing, "Lin Yuan, can one person consume all those supplies?" Now he lay on the ground, desperately crawling toward Tiangong No. 1. President Lin, save me. Mrs. Lu hugged that bag of sprouting potatoes hiding behind the supply truck, muttering, "Don't come over." 2 fresh tomatoes lay by her feet. She glanced at them, didn't dare pick them up. Villa No. 3. Zhang Qidong had already run back, gazing into the distance, his face pale. He had originally wanted to rely on the homeowners committee to become the master of Cloud Top Heaven Palace. Now he realized that order collapsed faster than stocks. The bodyguard lowered his voice. "Director Zhang, the zombies are coming this way. If we don't deal with them, they'll breach the door sooner or later." Zhang Qidong remained silent, gripping his shotgun tightly. He turned his head, looking at the nanny in the corner and the maid he kept. "You two go out and check." Both women froze simultaneously. The young maid began to cry. "Director Zhang, my mother is still in the north of the city." The bodyguard pressed his pistol against her back. Zhang Qidong's voice was low, just confirming the situation. The older nanny's face turned deathly pale, but she dared not look at her, only trembling as she spoke. "Xiao Li, you're young, you run fast. You go check first, I'll support you from behind. The maid was pushed to the courtyard gate. The door opened. She had barely taken 3 steps when a zombie pounced from behind the flower bed. A scream rang out. The other 2 zombies were drawn by the sound and immediately charged toward her. Zhang Qidong didn't look at her. He raised his phone, the lens aimed outside the door. Go! The bodyguard charged from the flank. The fire axe severed the first zombie's knee. The pistol pressed against its head. Bang! Black blood exploded onto the lawn. The second zombie lunged forward, half its body trapped by the iron gate, and the bodyguard smashed its jaw with an axe before finishing it with another shot. Then came the third. Zhang Qidong retreated behind the door, the camera steadily tracking the fight. The footage only showed the bodyguard's brutal combat, not the maid pushed to her death, nor his trembling hand. Inside Tiangong No. 1's living room, Qin Yuma's expression darkened. He's using people as bait. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. It'll be common from now on. Su Mushua held her recording tablet, remaining silent. She watched the door in the screen, the well-dressed people behind it. Her knuckles tightened incrementally. Suddenly, the D-rank elite zombie heard the gunfire and turned, charging toward Villain No. 3. It moved twice as fast as ordinary zombies. The older nanny tried to retreat inside, but Zhang Qidong kicked her from behind. Yesterday, this same nanny had been distributing tomatoes for Zhang Qidong to the homeowners, calling him a good man repeatedly. The elite zombie crashed into her. Her chest caved in instantly, and her body flew sideways through the air. The elite zombie, carried by inertia, also tumbled toward the iron gate nearby. Zhang Qidong's legs gave out, nearly sending him to the ground. His shotgun also clattered to the floor. He immediately roared, "Hurry! Hurry and stop it!" The bodyguard cursed him a worthless piece of trash, quickly picking up the fallen shotgun. Half the elite zombie's body slammed into the iron gate. The gate deformed. The bodyguard seized the opportunity, pressing the gun barrel against its head. Boom. The first shot destroyed half its face. The elite zombie was still moving. Boom. The second shot shattered its skull. The grayish body crashed onto the doorstep. Zhang Qidong gasped for over 10 seconds, then suddenly looked down at the phone still recording. He raised his hand to adjust his sweat-dampened collar, his eyes gradually brightening. The C-rank female mutant had originally turned toward Villain No. 3. She smelled the blood, and also sensed the warmth of living humans. But the next moment a low growl escaped her throat as she turned her head toward the urban area, as if summoned by something. Inside Tiangong No. 1. Wang Yi stood before the screen, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes. The water level in the pool quietly rose by 1 centimeter. A hoarse sound came from the female mutant's throat. It took a step back, then turned and leaped over the wall, charging toward the urban area downhill. Without looking back, Wang Yi's breathing faltered for a moment. Mr. Lin, why did she? Lin Yuan walked behind her, placing his hand on her lower back. Wang Yi's body went rigid. Lin Yuan's voice was steady. What is there to fear? They should be the ones afraid of you. Wang Yi looked up. For the first time, she didn't shrink her shoulders because of that power within her. Ding. Target Wang Yi, appearance 88, affinity 2, current affinity 71. Su Xianwan glanced at Wang Yi, then looked down to continue recording. External mutants have utilitarian value. Allowing them to descend the mountain may accelerate the retreat of official defense lines, reducing the probability of continued attention on Cloud Top Heaven Palace. Lin Yuan looked at her notes. Not bad. Su Xianwan's mouth pressed into a thin line. She looked down and typed a line in the remarks column. President Lin praised me for being correct. After typing it, her ear tips turned red. She silently deleted it. But before deletion, she had already taken a screenshot as backup. At the intersection downhill, several vehicles attempting to break out of Cloud Top Heaven Palace collided with each other. Ahead were abandoned vehicles, temporary roadblocks, and wandering infected. Some frantically honked their horns. Others dialed the emergency number. Busy signal. City police station, busy signal. Hospital, no answer. Fire department, no answer. A wealthy man roared into his phone. I'm the vice president of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Only a busy tone came from the other end. On the square, Zhang Qidong walked out covered in blood. He stepped on the elite zombie's corpse, raising his shotgun. Everyone. Cloud Top Heaven Palace cannot descend into chaos. Just now it was I who led people to defend this place. He didn't mention the maid. He didn't mention the bodyguard. He certainly didn't mention that he had been hiding behind the door the entire time. The homeowners who had scattered earlier slowly gathered around. Someone called out, Director Zhang, what do we do next? Another was more direct. From now on we'll follow your lead. Zhang Qidong straightened his back even more. Inside Tiangong No. 1's living room, Qin Yuan frowned. Letting him win people's hearts like this. Lin Yuan sat back on the sofa. The more he resembles a king, now the more impressive his death will be. Qin Yuan fell silent. Tang Chi-Chi muttered under her breath. The great demon king is farming villain experience points. Su Xianwan tapped her tablet. Zhang Qidong can help us filter survivors. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Su Xianwan immediately looked down. I'm just supplementing according to President Lin's approach. Just then, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. It wasn't Lu Yan's usual calm composure. The voice carried an unmistakable panic. Boss, come to Villain No. 13 quickly. Qianqian. Qianqian, she's almost. In the background, the sharp, ear-piercing alarm of medical equipment wailed. Beep, beep, beep. Su Mushua shot to her feet. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. In the bottom right corner of the screen, the medical monitoring feed from Villa No. 13 automatically popped up. Inside the mobile monitoring pod, Lu Qianqian's emaciated frame hung, suspended in the white light. Her eyes were closed. Faint traces of blood seeped from her nostrils and ear canals. On the monitoring pod screen, the heart rate, blood oxygen, and intracranial pressure readings all flashed red simultaneously. It's not a critical illness. As Lin Yuan's words fell, the living room instantly fell silent. It is genetic recombination. Su Muxue had already grabbed her medical kit and snatched the walkie-talkie. Past medical history. Medication records. What is her intracranial pressure? How low did her blood oxygen drop? How long has the convulsion lasted? Through the walkie-talkie, Lu Yan's voice trembled. CC is bleeding. She won't stop shaking. Lin Yuan turned around. Follow me. Su Muxue wanted to press for more details, but she glanced at Wang Ye and remembered the corpses piled at the entrance of the central hospital. The words rushed to her lips only to be forced back down. Tang Chi-Chi, clutching a bag of potato chips, tried to follow, but Qin Yuma grabbed her by the back collar. Don't go and cause trouble. Tang Chi-Chi puffed out her cheeks. Smack. Qin Yuma slapped her perky backside. Tang Chi-Chi instantly covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. Violent woman. Lin Yuan ignored her. He led Su Muxue into the elevator, heading straight down to the second basement level. The elevator doors slid open, revealing the underground garage corridor illuminated by cold white lights. Originally the private garage of Tiangong Yihao, half of it had already been converted into a secure passage by Lu Yan. Stacked against the walls were steel plates, explosion-proof sandbags, and spare diesel drums. Weapon crates were lined up in a neat row. Water purification pipes and surveillance cables ran along the walls, all protected by metal conduits. Su Muxue's pace faltered slightly. She finally understood. Lin Yuan wasn't just hoarding supplies. He was building an entire survival system designed to military and wartime standards. Lin Yuan pressed the button on his walkie-talkie as he walked. Seal all external windows in Villa 13. Kill any suspicious individuals on sight. Tank's voice came through. Understood. 2 minutes later, at the end of the underground corridor of Villa 13, Tank stood guard at the door. His expression was grim. Boss. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Inside the medical bay, the alarm blared piercingly. In the mobile monitoring pod, Lu Cici lay bathed in a harsh white light, blood staining her nostrils and ears. Her small, frail body convulsed violently. Lu Yan knelt beside the monitoring pod, his eyes completely bloodshot. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he snapped his head up. You said you would save her. His voice rasped. You said that if she survived for 3 months, she wouldn't die. The room suddenly fell dead silent. Tank lowered his head. After Lu Yan spoke, he also froze, realizing he had crossed the line. But that was his daughter. Lin Yuan did not flare up in anger. He walked over to the monitoring pod. Step back. Lu Yan gritted his teeth and retreated a step. Su Muxue immediately stepped forward to examine her. Intracranial pressure is rising, heart rate is abnormal, and neural discharge frequency is excessively high. She stared at the monitor, her brow furrowing deeper. But her muscle responses are strengthening. Bone density values are also fluctuating. This doesn't fit any known pathological model. She picked up a syringe of sedative. We must suppress the convulsions first, or it could cause brain damage. Lin Yuan reached out and stopped her. If you inject her now, you might disrupt her awakening. Su Muxue looked up. If we let her intracranial pressure keep rising, she will die. Lin Yuan gazed at Lu Cici. The high fever is repairing her old chronic illnesses, and her consciousness has temporarily detached from her physical senses. The sedative in your hand will only cause the repair process to fail. Su Muxue's hand froze midair. Lin Yuan leaned down to observe Lu Cici's pupils. In his past life, he only knew that Lu Cici was not a combat-type ability user, but he did not know her exact capabilities. 5 minutes later, Lu Cici opened her eyes. Within her pupils, a faint golden grid pattern emerged. She didn't look at anyone in the room, but instead stared beyond the wall, her voice barely a whisper. Outside, behind the flower bed, there are 3 dots. 2 are white, and 1 is turning gray. Tank immediately pulled up the surveillance feeds. On the screen, the view of the flower bed was obstructed by the corner of the wall. Tank frowned and drew the dagger strapped to his leg. I'll go check it out. 3 minutes later, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Boss, I got them. Tank's voice was laced with shock. 3 servants from Villa 15 tried to sneak in and steal stuff during the chaos. One of them was bitten and is currently running a high fever. Lu Yan stood frozen, his body trembling. He looked at his daughter in the monitoring pod, his expression shifting from terror to bewilderment, and finally to irrepressible shock. Lu Cici gasped for breath a few times. She continued. I can see a lot of lines and dots. The outline of the villa, the underground pipes. And over at Tiangong Yihao. She paused for a moment. There is a cluster of very bright blue dots, but it's mixed with a deep purple. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. Wang Ye. Su Muxue held her clipboard, her pen pausing for a fraction of a second before she began writing rapidly. This was the first time she had witnessed a complete awakening process with her own eyes. With Wang Ye, she had only received the final results. This time, everything, from intracranial pressure, neural responses, and blood oxygen levels to changes in bone density, unfolded right before her eyes. The alarm began to subside. Beep. Beep, beep. The red warning lights on the monitoring pod gradually faded. Lu Cici's face regained some color. She raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, and then released it. Then holding onto the wall of the pod, she slowly sat up. Lu Yan could no longer hold himself up. Thud. He fell to his knees, his forehead striking the floor. Boss, please forgive my rudeness earlier. Tank's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't dare to speak. Lu Cici also supported herself against the pod wall, attempting to kneel. Su Muxue quickly held her. Your body is still weak, don't move around. Yet Lu Cici still bowed her head. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Her voice was soft, yet steady. Lin Yuan looked at her. As long as you're alive. Starting today at a fixed time every day, report to me the distribution map of life around Yunding Tiangong. Can you manage? Lu Cici nodded. Yes. Lin Yuan turned to Su Muxue. Tentatively classified as a Class B map type ability. No direct offensive power, but of immense strategic value. Su Muxue nodded. Over the next few days I will perform daily checkups on her. Blood-bone density, neural responses, cardiopulmonary function, and the physical toll after using her ability. Lin Yuan turned around. As you wish. He paused. Just remember to close the passage door. Su Muxue understood. This was his tacit approval. She lowered her head and began attaching electrode pads to Lu Cici. Her fingers were steady, yet her gaze still drifted to Lin Yuan's retreating back. Ding. Target Su Muxue Beauty 90 Favorability 1. Current Favorability 20. Favorability has surpassed the threshold. Obtained 50 of the target's basic attribute bonus. Target's Physique 8, Spirit 14. Host Lin Yuan. Physique 44 4. Spirit 66 7. Abilities class a dimensional space class S Sky Canopy Torrent. A wave of cool clarity flooded Lin Yuan's mind. His mind grew sharper. Within his field of vision, instrument readings, personnel positions, and passage layouts were almost instantaneously deconstructed into streams of actionable data. Lin Yuan suddenly turned around, locking eyes with Su Muxue. From now on you are also considered one of my strategic resources. Su Muxue paused mid-motion. She wanted to retort, but ultimately just lowered her head and tore open the packaging of another electrode pad, her ears flushing slightly red. The patient is still here, cut the nonsense. Everyone, from this moment on, Yunding Tiangong must establish rules of self-governance. All supplies must be registered. All men will be drafted into the patrol squad. Women will handle logistics and medical care. No one is allowed to hoard weapons. He spoke with increasing confidence. In a while the patrol squad will join me to crusade against that coward in Tiangong Yihao. The newly written sheet of regulations rustled loudly in the wind. In the next second the bodyguard behind him raised his gun. Bang! Blood splattered across the megaphone. Zhang Qidong fell flat on his back, staining the sheet of regulations red. Instantly the plaza erupted into chaos. Screams, cries, and the sound of retreating footsteps merged into a frantic cacophony. The bodyguard stepped onto Zhang Qidong's corpse and picked up the shotgun. I am Abayo. From now on this place is under my command. Abayo pointed out several homeowners, ordering them to drag Zhang Qidong's corpse away. A rope was tossed over a streetlight, and the body was hung. Blood dripped down the trouser legs onto the pavement. Inside the living room of Tiangong, Yihao the potato chips in Tang Qiqi's hand slipped and fell to the floor. While that king of Yunding Tiangong trial card expired way too fast. Qing Yuma didn't laugh. She stared at the screen. The old world valued status and rules. Now only one thing mattered. Raw power. Su Xianwan immediately reported what had happened to Lin Yuan over the walkie-talkie. Mr. Lin, this Abayo is much more dangerous than Zhang Qidong. Zhang Qidong loved to put on a show and cared about his reputation, so he still needed the support of the residents. This man doesn't care about decency and is hard to control. Lin Yuan turned to Lu Yin, who stood nearby. Cici's first real-world test. Mark everyone on the plaza. Beneath Lu Cici's eyes the faint golden grid emerged once more. On the plaza, 78 white dots and 2 gray dots. Lu Cici's face suddenly turned pale as she gripped the edge of the monitoring pod. Uncle Lin. There are dozens of grayish-black dots at the entrance of the residential area. They are moving toward the plaza. In the medical room, the monitoring instruments beeped steadily. Lu Yin didn't glance at the screen. Instead, he reached out and pressed a hand on his daughter's shoulder. That hand, calloused from years of gripping a gun, rested with remarkable gentleness. Lu Qianqian shook her head. Daddy, I want to help Uncle Lin. Lu Yan's throat moved. He had always shielded his daughter like a fragile patient. But now the little girl lying in the isolation pod fighting for her life was already growing up. Lin Yuan spoke without sentiment. Lu Yan, take your people to the hidden passage at Villa No. 13. Lock your firing lines at the intersection of the square and the mountain path. Tell Fei Long's men to hold position. Lin Yuan then turned to Su Muxue. You stay here. If her heart rate exceeds 160, stop her. Su Muxue nodded. Lin Yuan turned and entered the dark passage, pressing the intercom simultaneously. Su Xianwan. Yes, Mr. Lin. Cut the main entrance lights. Outside Tiangong No. 1, several floodlights blinked out one by one. Tang Qiqi stood in the lobby, clutching a bag of potato chips. Why turn off the lights? Don't you know cutting the lights is a death sentence in horror movies? Qin Yuma stared at the surveillance monitors. Shining bright lights at night is just hanging yourself up as a target. Tang Chi-Chi silently set down her chips. Got it. Like a restaurant needing a neon sign. Lin Yuan continued issuing orders. Open the backup drainage valves on both sides of the mountain path. Tell Wang Ye to accelerate the water flow, aiming at the zombies already struggling to stay upright downhill. Wang Ye's body stiffened. Her gray-white pupils contracted slightly. Su Xianwan immediately pulled up the drainage system schematics. Backup valves opened. Water release initiated on the mountain slope. Water pressure stable, flow controllable. When Lin Yuan walked into the lobby, Wang Ye had already changed into a swimsuit and stood by the poolside. After 2 days of training, she could clearly feel that the more water there was, the stronger she became. The main square of Yunding, Tiangong. Zankadon's corpse still hung from a street lamp. A Bao had just posted his zombie killing footage into the homeowners group chat. No one dared to reply. Several villa security guards stood behind him now. Old boss. Whoever held a gun was the boss now. A Bao tapped the crowd with his muzzle. Men on the left. Women and elderly on the right. Hand over all food, medicine, and knives. Mrs. Lu clutched the bag of sprouting potatoes, trembling violently. Brother Biao, my family doesn't have much. A Bao raised his gun and pointed it at her. I didn't ask how much you have. I said hand it over. No one in the crowd dared to move. A Bao was satisfied. The pistol grip pressed against his palm. Those zombies earlier hadn't been a big deal. Slow. Dumb. Shoot them in the head, and they drop. He was about to lead his men to Tiangong No. One when a low growl rose from downhill. Around the bend of the mountain path, a group of figures staggered upward. Leading the way was old Zhou, the property management guard. Half his face was gone. His clothes were soaked in black blood. But he kept walking. One step. Another step. His leather shoes dragged across the ground, making a sticky scraping sound. One homeowner wet himself on the spot. Old Zhou. Old Zhou was smoking with me just yesterday afternoon. A Bao's expression darkened. He fired a shot into the sky. Bang. The gunshot exploded through the mountain path, making the crowd flinch. What are you afraid of? Shoot these things in the head, and they died. But the very next moment, the horde reacted as if a dinner bell had rung. Their previously sluggish movements suddenly quickened. A dozen gray eyes lifted in unison toward the square. Inside Tiangong No. One's lobby, Lin Yuan watched the monitors and let out a dry laugh. Idiot. Gunshots are just ringing the dinner bell for the horde. Su Xianwan immediately recorded. Normal gunshots stimulate zombie aggregation. Perimeter survivors lack post-apocalyptic knowledge. They can be utilized, but must not be left unchecked. Tang Chi-Chi murmured, isn't this just like a delivery arriving and knocking at the door? Qin Yuma glared at her. Tang Chi-Chi immediately hugged her chip bag tighter. I'm muting myself. On the rooftop of Tiangong No. One's third floor, a large drone ascended. The rotor noise drowned out the chaos in the square. The drone hovered above the crowd. The loudspeaker activated. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Man in the white suit 3 meters away from the group. The overweight woman beside him as well. The square fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at the man in the white suit within the crowd. Then at Mrs. Lu. The white-suited man clutched his arm, his face turning ashen. Who the hell are you talking about? I just got scratched by glass. Mrs. Lu cried out. I wasn't bitten. I slipped and scraped myself. A Bao sneered. Lin Yuan cut the ghost nonsense. If you want to scare people, at least come up with something original. From the drone, Lin Yuan offered no explanation. 3 seconds later, the white-suited man's body spasmed. His neck jerked to one side. Black blood erupted from his mouth. He lunged wildly at the overweight homeowner beside him. Oh! A scream tore through the air. The crowd scattered into chaos. A Bao reacted quickly. He shouldered his shotgun forward. Boom. The white-suited man dropped. At the same instant, Mrs. Lu's eyes turned gray and she opened her mouth to bite the woman beside her. One homeowner, having heeded Lin Yuan's words, was already on alert. He swung a baseball bat downward. Thud. Mrs. Lu collapsed to the ground, her limbs still twitching. The square fell deathly silent. Those who had just cursed at Lin Yuan all clammed up. Even a Bao said nothing. For the first time, he realized the person in Tiangong No. One wasn't bluffing. He truly had foreseen who would turn. The drone spoke again. Want to live? Do exactly as I say. Men grab kitchen knives, golf clubs, and fire axes. Defend the outer perimeter against the zombies. Women search every house for food, medicine, bandages, and alcohol. Elderly and children enter the clubhouse lobby. Anyone who disobeys feeds the zombies. Someone immediately shouted, Who are you to command us? Bang. From the hidden passage at Villa No. 13, a rifle shot rang out. The stone brick beside the man's foot exploded. Shards of rock splintered onto his trousers. He sat down hard on the spot. From the drone, Lin Yuan's voice remained calm. Because I can let you live. And I can let you die right now. A Bao's expression shifted. He could tell. That was a rifle. Not a pistol. Not a shotgun. Tiangong No. One didn't just have supplies. It had ammunition too. Had they spared Zankadong before because they didn't want to kill him? No. They had been toying with him. Lin Yuan continued. Ordinary zombies are useless to shoot in the body. Break their legs, and they'll still crawl. Decapitate. Destroy the skull. Shatter the cervical spine. Green-skinned elite zombies have thick hides. Handguns won't penetrate reliably. used shotguns and heavy crossbows suppressed from high ground. Bao gripped his weapon tightly, his palms drenched in sweat. Lin Yuan's knowledge of these creatures was far too detailed. Too detailed to be someone seeing them for the first time. As the crowd formed their ragged defensive line, the horde had already reached the square's edge. The putrid stench hit them first. The front row of homeowners gripped fire axes and golf clubs, their legs shaking. Someone instinctively took a step back. The drone immediately called him out. Villain No. 7, Zhao Pengqing. One more step backward, and you're shot dead. Zhao Pengqing nearly wept. I'm going in. I'm going in. He bit his lip and swung the axe. The blade carved deep into a zombie's neck. Black blood splattered across his face. He shrieked in terror and stomped down hard. The zombie fell. His stomach churned, and he nearly vomited. Seeing it work, others finally joined the fight. Decapitate. Smash their heads. Don't let them get close. Along both sides of the mountain path, the drainage valves roared open. Water cascaded down the slope. The previously dry stone steps quickly turned slick. Wang Yi stood by the poolside, her hands rising slowly. The more moisture in the air, the steadier her control. Accelerate. Several zombies slipped on the flowing water and tumbled into a writhing pile. The homeowners on the square pounced, immediately beating them mercilessly. Black blood sprayed everywhere. 1,000,000 yuan watch soaked in black gore. Italian handcrafted leather shoes trod into rotten flesh. Bosses who used to boast about billion-dollar financing now swung fire axes, their hands trembling from vomiting. The elegance of the old world was washed down the drain by a tide of black blood. Lin Yuan, draped in a black bathrobe, sat in a lounge chair, a can of cola in hand. One arm wrapped around Wang Yi's waist. Wang Yi stiffened momentarily, but the water flow remained steady. Lin Yuan whispered, "See that? You're not a monster. You're a weapon." Wang Yi watched the horde stumbling through her water on the screen, her breathing slowly steadying. She had once feared losing control, feared becoming something that devoured humans. But now those monsters fell and rolled in her water, their skulls crushed beneath blows. She was not a person dragged away by her instincts. She was a blade held firmly in Lin Yuan's hand. "Mr. Lin, I can control more water." "Then keep going." Lin Yuan pinched her waist lightly. "Good performance gets you a reward tonight." Wang Yi's ears turned red, but her gaze grew steadier. Ding. Target Wang Yu, appearance 88, affection 2, current affection 73. The main entrance plaza of Yunding Tiangong. Dark blood seeped outward, blending into the streams trickling down the mountain path. The homeowners huddled at the edge of the plaza. Just moments ago, they were chairmen, wealthy socialites, and fund managers. Now they were all learning a single lesson: how to smash a zombie's head to pieces. Bao stepped heavily onto the caved-in chest of an ordinary zombie. Wisps of smoke still drifted from the muzzle of his shotgun, while dark blood dripped down the hem of his trousers. "See that? As long as you have the guts to strike, these damn things will fall, just the same." He raised his gun, pointing it seemingly at random, yet deliberately, toward the drone. "The fellow at the top of the mountain only knows how to hide inside his iron shell. The one actually standing in the blood and shielding you from the monsters is me. If we actually dragged him out of his turtle shell, he might not even match up to me." Several lackeys who had recently pledged allegiance to him immediately chimed in. "Brother Bao is awesome. Charge with Brother Bao. Whoever kills the most gets the supplies." Bao grinned. He relished this feeling. It felt as though he had returned to his days of doing dirty work in mercenary squads abroad. This was far more liberating than playing lapdog to Zhang Qido. "Charge." Instigated 7 or 8 men raised their weapons and surged past the defensive line. Some feared Bao would settle scores later. Others coveted the supplies. There were even those who, having just hacked 2 ordinary zombies to death, truly believed they were the war gods of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, inside the medical room of Villain No. 13, Lu Cici's voice patched into Lin Yuan's earpiece. "Uncle Lin," her voice was tense. "In the green belt on the right, there's a dark black dot. It's moving extremely fast. It has circled behind a Bao." Su Muxue glanced at the monitor. "Heart rate is 158. She pressed down on Lu Cici's shoulder. "Stop." Lu Cici shook her head. "I can watch. I am not a burden." By the swimming pool of Tiangong No. 1, Lin Yuan sat on a lounge chair, a cigarette in hand. Su Xianwan knelt beside the lounge chair with a tablet resting on her lap. Her fingertips massaged Lin Yuan's ankle while she rapidly logged the performances of the survivors in the outer ring. When she reached the entry, "Wang Yi's water manipulation excellent." Su Xianwan's stylus paused for half a second. She then crossed out "excellent" and changed it to "good." "Mr. Lin Bao's authority must be shattered in public. Otherwise there will always be someone in the outer ring trying to crown themselves king." Lin Yuan took a sip of cola. The icy bubbles burst down his throat. No rush. He lightly tapped the cola can with his finger. The louder the dog barks, the harder it will fall. Next second, the green belt erupted. A dark shadow lunged out, leaving only a grayish-white blur on the surveillance screen. Just as 2 of Bao's lackeys turned their heads, their throats were ripped open. Blood sprayed across Bao's face. The plaza instantly erupted into chaos. "Monster! Run!" Keeping his composure, Bao raised his shotgun. The first shot missed. Boom. Debris exploded into the air. The second shot hit the woman's shoulder, splattering dark blood. Yet she only faltered for half a step before lunging forward once more. Her nightgown was shredded, her skin a sickly grayish white, and her mouth torn all the way to her ears. It was the mistress of Villain No. 18 from yesterday. However, a missing finger and the bullet holes on her body made it clear she had been in a fierce battle down the mountain. Instantly, the ferocity vanished from Abao's face. He tried to back away, but his foot slipped, and he tumbled straight into the bloody water. The female mutant pinned him down by his chest. Her grayish-white face drew close to his. Abao trembled so violently his teeth chattered, and a large wet patch rapidly spread across his crotch. Save me. I don't want to be the boss anymore. The voice carried through the surveillance feed into Tiangong No. 1. Tang Chi-Chi clutched a bag of potato chips, her mouth hanging open in shock. The trial card for the new king of Yunding has failed to auto-renew. This time Qin Yuma was not by Tang Chi-Chi's side. She was on the roof of the 3rd floor. In the night wind, she lay prone behind a heavy sniper rifle, the stock pressed firmly against her shoulder. Sweat slicked her palms. She had been a scout and had handled firearms before, but this time was different. The target was not human. It was a monster that even a shotgun could not halt. Through the earpiece, Lin Yuan's voice was frigid. Don't aim for the body. Aim for the head. Qin Yuma adjusted her breathing, settling the crosshairs on the back of the female mutant's head. She saw Bao weeping below, and she saw the monster open its maw. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the muzzle, and the heavy sniper rifle's recoil sent Qin Yuma's shoulder sinking. She heard a faint popping sound from the joints of her bones. This pain sent a strange, inexplicable thrill of pleasure through her body. The bullet instantly pierced through the back of the female mutant's head. Dark blood splattered all over Abao's face. The corpse collapsed heavily onto him. Abao froze completely. Crawling out from beneath the mutant's corpse, his first instinct was not gratitude, but reaching out to grab his gun. Bang! From a concealed loophole in Villa No. 13, Lu Yin fired a shot, blasting the shotgun out of his hand. Bang! The second shot pierced through his thigh. Abao shrieked in pain and collapsed to the ground. Mr. Lin, I submit. I really yield. The drone hovered above the plaza as Lin Yuan's voice broadcasted from it. Drag him under the streetlight. Fei Long led his men and charged forward. Riot shields held back the zombies lunging from nearby, and with the support of Lu Yan suppressing fire, they forcefully carved out a path. 2 lackeys dragged Abao to the lamppost. Zhang Qidong's corpse was still hanging, their blood having dripped into a small puddle. One was yesterday's Homeowners Association director. The other was the new king from just moments ago. Now one was hanging, and the other was kneeling. Through the drone, Lin Yuan spoke. Whoever wishes to be the second Zhang Qidong, keep your eyes on him. The plaza fell dead silent. No one shouted for resource sharing anymore, nor did anyone call out for Brother Bao. The remaining zombie horde was quickly suppressed. Fei Long led his men at the front line. Pin their necks. Don't fucking slash blindly. Smash their heads. Do you not understand? Smash their heads. Lu Yin and Tank were responsible for sniping elite targets, while the ordinary homeowners were forced to deliver the finishing blows. Kitchen knives chipped and dulled and golf clubs bent. Some vomited even as they swung down their clubs for a second strike. Others sat weeping on the ground after finishing their kills, their hands still tightly clutching a broken fire axe. Half an hour later, the plaza quieted down. 13 dead in the outer ring, 4 injured, and 52 zombies slain. Beneath Zhang Qidong's hanging corpse, another figure was added, Abao. Abao was still alive, but no one dared to help him up. A wealthy tycoon knelt on the ground. Mr. Lin, I am willing to give you my villa. My wife and children can do manual labor. Please just give us some food. Another woman knelt as well. I have medicine. My house still has insulin. Please take us in. More and more people fell to their knees. Before this expanse of dark blood, their net worth from the old world was not even worth a bag of dried noodles. Tiangong No. 1's doors remained shut, with only Su Xianwan's voice broadcasting through the speakers. The rules of the Yunding Outer Ring. First, the 50-meter radius around Tiangong No. 1, including Villa No. 12 and Villa No. 13, is designated as the Inner Ring. No approach is permitted. Second, possessing firearms in secret will result in immediate execution upon discovery. Third, the infected must be quarantined. Violators will be treated as enemies. Su Xianwan paused for half a second. She glanced at Lin Yuan, who remained silent. Reassured, she continued speaking. The order of the Outer Ring will be taken over by Fei Long. The injured will be quarantined. If they do not turn within 3 days, they will be released. Anyone suspected of being an awakened must be reported. Hearing the broadcast, Fei Long immediately straightened his back. Did you all hear that? From now on, Yunding Tiangong is under the command of Mr. Lin. He raised his axe, dark blood dripping down the blade. If anyone objects, you'll have to answer to my axe, Long Dabiao's axe. No one dared to talk back. Lu Yin and his men began clearing the corpses. Short blades sliced open the backs of the zombies' heads, and thumbnail-sized gray crystal nuclei, trailing bloody fibers, were dug out one by one. They were then placed into numbered sealed boxes that Lin Yuan had prepared in advance. The sight made the ordinary homeowners' stomachs churn. 10 minutes later, the sealed boxes, having undergone a second round of disinfection, were delivered into Tiangong No. 1. Lin Yuan put on gloves and stared at the pile of crystal nuclei through the transparent box. Among them, the C-rank crystal nuclei gleamed brighter than the ordinary ones, containing a faint ring of dark red patterns. Are these the crystal nuclei you mentioned? With Lu Cixi having fallen asleep from exhaustion, Su Muxue had returned. Lin Yuan spoke as he toyed with them. In the future they can strengthen the awakened and they can also be traded for weapons, medicine, or even lives. Tang Qiqi leaned in and whispered, "Is this like monsters dropping loot?" Lin Yuan stored the C-rank crystal nuclei into his space. Su Xiaonuan immediately created a new entry on her tablet: crystal nucleus trading currency, evolutionary resource, high priority control. By the time the corpse cremation quarantine of the injured and outer ring patrol lists were finalized, the dark night had already descended upon the mountaintop. Outside the master bedroom of Tiangong No. 1, Wang Yi stood at the doorway, still dressed in her training swimsuit with a bath towel draped over her shoulders. She had not yet fully recovered from her earlier water manipulation. "Mr. Lin, perhaps it's better to let Miss Su do it. I'm afraid I might infect you." After all, ever since she turned into a mutant, Lin Yuan had not let her enter the master bedroom again. Lin Yuan walked up to her. "Mutants are not contagious. Only zombies are." Wang Yi looked up. "Then what exactly am I now?" Lin Yuan reached out and pinched her chin. "My weapon." Wang Yi's breath hitched. She did not shrink back. Instead, she leaned half a step closer. "Then in the future, will you still use me?" Lin Yuan looked at her. "That depends on whether you are sharp enough." The grayish-white edges of Wang Yi's eyes brightened slightly. She murmured softly, "I will become sharp." Sudden hurried footsteps echoed outside. Bang! The door to the master bedroom was flung open. Tang Qiqi, wearing a pink rabbit-eared nightgown with her hair in a wild mess, stood barefoot on the carpet. "Demon King, save us. Something happened to Sister Yuma." Hearing these words, Wang Yi paused mid-step and quietly retreated into the shadow by the doorway. Her fingertips still clutched the bath towel, a flicker of disappointment flashing across her eyes before she remained silent. In Heavenly Palace 1, everything revolved around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned to Tang Qiqi. "Speak." Tang Qiqi bit her sleeve, her voice trembling. "She's been acting strange ever since she came down from the rooftop. At first she wouldn't talk, then her breathing grew heavier, her body ran hot, and she wouldn't make eye contact with anyone. I thought she was stressed and wanted to keep her company." Tang Qiqi hesitated, her face flushing red, then draining white. "She dragged me back to my room and said she wanted to fight." Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Tang Qiqi's tears spilled over. "It wasn't our usual training. Her strength was terrifying. I couldn't break free no matter what I did. I coaxed her, begged for mercy, cried. It didn't matter. She was burning up as if she couldn't hear a word we said." Tang Qiqi looked up, her voice hoarse. "Lin Yuan, is she going to die?" This was the first time Tang Qiqi had addressed him by his real name since meeting him. No titles. No playful teasing. Only fear remained. Lin Yuan turned and walked out. Elevated body temperature. Surging strength. Lingering consciousness. She's never come into contact with zombies. It's not an infection. That leaves only one possibility. Genetic rampage before awakening. Tang Qiqi jogged after him, bare feet, slapping against the carpet, her steps unsteady. "Can she be saved?" Lin Yuan didn't answer. Wang Yi stood at the doorway, watching Lin Yuan's retreating back, her fingers clutching the bath towel. Tonight's reward was gone, but she bore no resentment. If Qin Yumal were to come to harm Heavenly Palace, one would lose another blade. Tang Qiqi and Qin Yuma's bedroom door was already split open. Su Xiaonuan, Su Muxue, and Lin Modong all stood at the threshold. Su Xiaonuan instinctively pulled Lin Modong half a step behind her. They dared not venture in rashly. Heavy thuds echoed from inside, striking the wall. Bang! Bang! Each impact was devastating, as though some trapped beast had been caged within that room. Tang Qiqi stood behind Lin Yuan, her face growing paler. This is how she was just now. Lin Yuan didn't knock. He pushed the door open directly. The room was in shambles. The yoga mat torn in two. Bed sheets scattered across the floor. A dumbbell bar snapped in the corner. Qin Yuma stood barefoot in the shadows. Her crimson hair cascaded loose, her shoulders heaving, beastly light flickering in her eyes. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, her body dropped low. The next instant, she charged. Her speed far exceeded anything before. Tang Qiqi instinctively stepped back. Lin Yuan remained rooted, raising his hand to catch the punch. Crash! Fists met palms. The curtains shuddered from the force. Lin Yuan's wrist trembled. Qin Yuma's strength had already surpassed the boundary of ordinary humans. But she lacked an anchor. Her body was evolving while her reason was swallowed by instinct. Qin Yuma closed the distance and lunged straight for Lin Yuan's neck. This wasn't training. It was a trapped beast seeking escape. Lin Yuan reached out and gripped the back of her neck. Qin Yuma continued struggling, a sound tearing from her throat. I can't control it." Tang Qiqi stood at the doorway, watching Qin Yuma throw herself onto Lin Yuan, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to rush in. Lin Yuan glanced sideways at her. "Go outside." Tang Qiqi's feet remained planted. Lin Yuan's voice turned colder. "Close the door." Tang Qiqi's lips trembled. She didn't want to leave, but she dared not defy him. The door slowly clicked shut. Her last glimpse showed Lin Yuan pinning Qin Yuma's waist and back, forcing that feral crimson-haired beast back under control. The door sealed shut. Lin Yuan leaned down, his voice barely above a whisper against Qin Yuma's ear. "If you can't control it, then don't. Remember this." "Who subdued you?" Qin Yuma's body went rigid. The beastly fire in her eyes churned. Ding. Target Qin Yuma appearance score 85, emotional fluctuation reached its peak. Favorability critical hit 16. Current favorability 39. Outside the door. The others had already departed. Only Tang Chi-Chi remained crouched against the wall. She hugged her knees, biting her sleeve relentlessly. It's fine. Sister Yumo is fine. She repeated it over and over. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, but for the first time a thought bloomed in her heart. I'm too weak. So weak that even my jealousy feels like a joke. By dawn, the commotion inside the bedroom finally ceased. S-class ability wild resonance. Terrifying indeed. Qin Yuma lay in Lin Yuan's arms, her bangs drenched in sweat, her breathing gradually steadying. She looked up at him. Lin Yuan. What about Chi-Chi? Lin Yuan offered no comfort, gazing down at her. You owe me a victory. Don't let me down at the Ling Suzhen match. Qin Yuma propped herself up. Crimson hair fell over her shoulders, fire reigniting in her eyes. Then I'll owe you one more. Ding. Target Qin Yuma appearance, score 85, favorability 2. Current favorability 41. At 10 in the morning, the outer ring of Cloud Summit Heaven Palace erupted. Official supply convoys hadn't arrived. On the plaza, over 200 survivors pressed together in a tight crowd. Intermittent signals crackled through. First a handful of phones chimed. Then the remaining emergency broadcasts around the area began repeating the same notice. Jiangxing outer defense line has fallen. Official forces have temporarily retreated to the southern suburban military district. Citizens are advised to gather survival supplies and proceed to the nearest evacuation point on your own. The moment the message spread, the plaza descended into chaos. The military district has guns and cannons. It'll definitely be safer than here. Didn't you see the zombies last night? Going down that mountain is a death sentence. You want to stay here and serve as Lin Yuan's dogs. Being a dog beats being a corpse. Fat Dragon stood before the crowd, gripping a fire axe. Shut up. Anyone who keeps yapping, I'll crack their skull open first. Someone shrank back, but more eyes turned toward Heavenly Palace 1. A broadcast crackled to life. Su Xianwan's voice came through. Soft. Steady. Those who wish to leave may leave. Heavenly Palace 1 will not stop you. The plaza fell quiet. Su Xianwan held a tablet standing before the first-floor central control console. She was petite, her face pale, still looking like the same soft-spoken little secretary. But every word she spoke now carried weight no one dared ignore. However, those who leave will not be permitted to return. That sentence chilled deeper than any threat. Fat Dragon glanced at the surveillance camera, cursing inwardly. This Secretary Su is becoming more and more like the boss every day. Su Xianwan continued. Current survivor count in the Cloud Summit Outer Ring 217. Lu Yan's team 7 members. Fat Dragon's team 10 members. Outer Ring laborers, the injured and suspected infected, were all registered last night. Those who depart will be marked as having relinquished protection. A bespectacled man couldn't hold back. Who gave you the right to decide we can't come back? I have a home here. Fat Dragon kicked the bespectacled man over. The fact that you begged President Lin to save your lives yesterday, and the fact that you want to treat President Lin as a backup plan today. No one dared speak again. In the end, more than 30 still chose to leave. They lugged suitcases, pots and pans, compressed biscuits, gripping kitchen knives, and golf clubs. Some spat on the ground as they passed the cameras. How long can a rundown residential complex hold out? The military district is the legitimate authority. When we reach the southern suburbs and get a hot meal, don't you regret this? Fat Dragon wanted to curse on the monitor, but held back from opening the door for these ungrateful bastards. Su Xianwan stopped him via the intercom. The newly reinforced main gate slowly creaked open. The group trekked down the mountain path. Some looked back halfway, casting one last glance at Heavenly Palace 1. But the door had already sealed shut. The fog was thick. Soon it swallowed their silhouettes entirely. At the same time, outer perimeter of Fragrant Hill Villas. Shadow lay atop the unfinished building, his directional lens locked onto Shun Qingyue's villa. Day had just broken. A military helicopter swept in low overhead. Rotor wash sent garbage and rotting leaves swirling. 10 fully armed special forces operators rappelled down. Movement swift. Marksmanship steady. Several zombies that lunged from the surroundings were instantly headshot. Shadow pressed his earpiece. Official armed forces spotted at Fragrant Hill Villa. High classification level. The villa door opened. Shen Xingyue emerged in fresh, clean clothes, accompanied by He-Man Man. Her face had regained that haughty, elevated expression, as though the woman who had gone mad and smashed everything never existed. The Special Forces captain stepped forward. Miss Shen, Director Ling's order is to evacuate you to the southern suburban military district immediately. Shen Xingyue looked toward the helicopter. Stop at Cloud Summit Heaven Palace first. The captain frowned. Our mission is extraction, not detours. Shen Xingyue lifted her gaze. There is something I must retrieve at Cloud Summit Heaven Palace. The captain's expression darkened. Shen Xingyue added coolly, my mother is Ling Suzhen. You can contact her now to confirm. The captain stared at her for 2 seconds before raising his hand. He didn't want complications. Director Ling was currently occupied with far more pressing matters. Board the helicopter. He-Man trailed behind her, face pale. Xingyue, are we really going to find Lin Yuan? Shen Xingyue boarded the helicopter and fastened her seatbelt. She gazed toward Cloud Summit Heaven Palace, a smile curling her lips. In her past life's memories, Lin Yuan remained nothing but a C-rank waste until his dying breath. And he only awakened during the first red moon. In this life, I will never be dragged down by him again. If it weren't for Lin Yuan wasting resources on useless people, I would have become the most powerful queen of the apocalypse long ago. Those powerful ability users should all bow to me. As for those who waste food, unnecessary. The helicopter ascended. On the unfinished building, Shadow watched the flight path through his lens and tapped his earpiece. Shen Xingyue, accompanied by official armed forces, is en route to Cloud Summit Heaven Palace. Estimated arrival in 20 minutes. Ingzi's motorcycle weaved close along the side road. Jiangqing's main thoroughfare was already completely gridlocked. A bus lay sideways across the center of the road, its front crashed deep into the green belt. Ash-white faces crowded against the bus windows, their palms repeatedly slapping the glass. The rolling shutter of a convenience store had been smashed open. Its shelves were already half empty. Two people lay prone on the ground, the blood beneath them already turned black. Ingzi did not slow down. Static crackled through his earpiece. Over 70% of the urban area has fallen. He lowered his voice. The rescue system is essentially paralyzed. Villanelle. 13. Upon hearing the intelligence, Liu Yan's first reaction was to activate the air defense system. The system Lin Yuan had previously instructed him to install was far from just for show. Interceptor drones were hidden within the concealed slots on the roof. The kamikaze drones sent by Jiang Shaowan had also been integrated into the central control system. With just a press of his confirmation, that helicopter would never be able to enter the airspace above Yunding Tiangong. Liu Yan connected to Su Xianwan. Secretary Su Shun Qingwei has arrived, accompanied by 10 special forces operators. In a helicopter, before the central console in the living room, Su Xianwan was organizing the list of survivors from the outer perimeter. Hearing the words Shun Qingyue, official armed forces, and helicopter, her fingers froze over the keyboard. The anonymous message regarding the serum had been sent by her own hand. Shen Qingyue was not here to seek help. She was here to force their hand. Su Xianwan did not mobilize any personnel. She simply spoke. Conceal all heavy weaponry. Keep all weapons on standby. Do not fire without Mr. Lin's orders. Understood. Su Xianwan picked up her tablet and hurried upstairs. In the second-floor corridor, Tang Qiqi was still sitting by the door of the room. Her pink rabbit-eared nightgown was crumpled into a mess, her hair disheveled, and her eyes severely bloodshot. Hearing footsteps, she immediately looked up. Is the great demon king still inside? Su Xianwan did not reply. She knocked twice on the door. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's permission, she pushed the door open. Tang Qiqi hesitated for half a second before slipping inside as well. The room was dimly lit. Broken training gear and torn bedsheets lay scattered across the floor. Qin Yumo rested beside Lin Yuan, her red hair draped over the pillow, her breathing steady. Tang Qiqi froze in her tracks. She had known last night that this was a rescue. Yet seeing this scene with her own eyes still stung her sharply. Ding. Target Tang Qiqi Beauty 86 favorability -3. Current favorability 4. Tang Qiqi turned her face away and muttered softly. I knew it. For a character like the great demon king, his way of saving people is bound to be improper. She felt bitter, yet she didn't dare make a scene. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at her. Tang Qiqi shut her mouth instantly. Su Xianwan reported in a low voice. Mr. Lin Xingyue is on her way with official armed forces. The helicopter is estimated to arrive within 18 minutes. Lin Yuan took the tablet, his fingertip pausing on the flight route map for 2 seconds. Then he gently stroked Qin Yuma's hair. Go back to sleep. Qin Yuma opened her eyes. I can. No need. Lin Yuan stood up. Su Xianwan handed him his clothes. Lin Yuan put on a black shirt. She isn't here for revenge. She is using the eyes of the authorities to look at my hand. Su Xianwan nodded. Should we have Sister Wang Ye and Captain Lu show themselves to deter them? No. Lin Yuan fastened his cufflinks. Wang Ye is a mutant and she must not be seen by the authorities. Keep Liu Yan's men hidden as well. Shen Qingyue wants to see my hand. He let out a faint smile. I will show her a fake one. Su Xianwan understood immediately. Mr. Lin was going to put on a show, and people like Shen Qingyue fell for this trick the easiest. 3 minutes later, Tiangong 1 entered its disguised reception mode. The rooftop machine gun ports retracted into their concealed slots. The heavy drones slid back into the equipment bay. The exterior wall's infrared array dialed down its power. From the air, it appeared to be nothing more than a reinforced luxury mansion. Wang Yu was positioned in the basement. Liu Yan's squad slipped into the hidden embrasures of Villa No. 13. Qin Yumo remained on the second floor. Tang Qiqi was ushered into the living room by Su Xianwan. Don't wander around. Tang Qiqi hugged a throw pillow, puffing out her cheeks. I'm not a zombie. Su Xianwan glanced at her. You are more of a hassle than a zombie. Tang Qiqi. A heavy roar vibrated as the helicopter blades descended upon the roof. Dust and the misty residue of acid rain were swept up into the air. The military helicopter touched down. 10 special forces operators fanned out with their weapons drawn. Their movements were clean and precise. Their aims were steady. 2 of them immediately occupied the high ground on both sides of the roof. Though they did not aim directly at anyone, they completely cut off Lin Yuan's path of retreat. The special forces captain swept his gaze over Tiangong 1. Upon seeing the 2 men on the high ground give him a thumbs up, he shouted toward the cabin. Clear. Shen Qingyue stepped out of the cabin wearing a long trench coat. Her face carried a newly restored sense of superiority. Man shrank behind her white dress plastered against her legs by the wind, her face deathly pale. Lin Yuan appeared with only Su Xianwan by his side. Shen Qingyue's gaze lingered for a moment when she saw Su Xianwan standing beside Lin Yuan. She raised her chin. Stop pretending, Lin Yuan. Hand over the serum. Silence fell over the rooftop for a second. The Special Forces captain looked at Lin Yuan. Su Xianwan kept her eyes cast down though her fingertips twitched slightly. She knew that Mr. Lin was about to begin his performance. Lin Yuan's expression darkened slightly, looking as if his trump card had been exposed. How do you know about the serum? The lead on Xia Qingqiu. No one in this lifetime should know about it. You? Shen Qinghua laughed. It was the kind of laugh of someone who had finally drawn a winning hand at the card table. She even took half a step forward. Yet after her laughter subsided, a question cropped up in her mind. Who sent the message? Was there a third reincarnator besides her and Lin Yuan? The thought flashed only for an instant before being thoroughly crushed by her swelling sense of superiority. She took another 2 steps closer. In my past life, Lu Feng deceived me. But that wasn't my fault. Lin Yuan stared at her without saying a word. He looked as though he had not yet recovered from the shock of having his secret about the serum laid bare. Shen Qinghua spoke with growing confidence. This life is different. I have the memories of my past life. I have my mother. She paused. The smugness in her eyes was practically overflowing. And I have a system. Su Xianwan's eyelids twitched. A system? Lin Yuan lightly brushed his finger against the seam of his trousers. The movement was subtle. Shen Qinghua failed to notice it entirely. She assumed Lin Yuan was utterly stunned. And that was only natural. Rebirth. System. Official military backing. An ancient martial arts grandmaster mother. With all these cards stacked in her favor, how could she possibly lose? In the future, I will become the strongest woman in this apocalyptic world. I've even decided on my title. She raised her chin and pronounced each word deliberately. The Thorn Empress. Man stood behind her expression stiff. She wanted to warn Shen Qinghua not to say too much. But she did not dare. Ever since the night before last, Shen Qinghua seemed like a completely different person. Crazed. Obsessive. Shen Qinghua extended her hand. As if offering charity. You have some capability. But your vision is too narrow. You are only fit to be my soldier. Lin Yuan raised his head with difficulty. What do you want me to do? A gleam lit up in Shen Qingyue's eyes. Just as she thought. Lin Yuan was still the same Lin Yuan. Give him a way out and he would take it. This is the chance at a new life I am granting you. Pledge your allegiance to me. Produce the serum for me. I can overlook the trashy women you've been keeping lately. Standing behind Lin Yuan, Su Xianwan's expression became even more respectful. On her tablet, she had already created new tags for Shen Qingyue. Narcissistic. Brain dead. Delusionally confident. Suspected system holder priority investigation. The Special Forces captain glanced at the time. Miss Shen, we must evacuate now. Team Leader Ling's orders are absolute. We cannot delay. Shen Qingyue's face darkened. The Special Forces captain spoke again. Miss Shen. His tone grew heavier. Shen Qingyue took a deep breath. She naturally knew that Yunding Tiangong was the premier sanctuary in her past life. But in this life, the southern suburbs military district was her true starting point. She turned around to board the helicopter. Just as she reached the cabin door, she suddenly stopped. Then she forcefully shoved Man, who was also trying to board, back out. Man stumbled back a couple of steps, nearly falling over. Qingyue. Her voice trembled. Shen Qingyue looked at Lin Yuan. Man, you stay here for now. Keep an eye on Lin Yuan for me. Man's face turned deathly pale. Qingyue, I. She reached out to grab the edge of the cabin door. But Shen Qingyue had already averted her gaze. The cabin door slid shut. Thud. That dull thud felt heavier than a slap to the face. Man froze on the spot. Her hand remained frozen in its outstretched pose. The helicopter began to ascend. The downwash billowed her skirt and whipped her hair into a frenzy. Shen Qingyue stared down at Lin Yuan through the cabin window. Her gaze was like that of someone looking at an old possession destined to return to her hands sooner or later. Lin Yuan stood on the roof, making no move to stop her. The roar of the rotors faded into the distance. Man was left standing alone in the wind on the roof. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, her voice trembling. And Mr. Lin. Su Xianwan looked toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled. It seems she left you behind as a security deposit. The helicopter's roar faded into the distance. Only Man remained on the rooftop. A cold wind carrying the acrid scent of decay after the rain whipped her white dress to cling to her legs. Her arms around herself, her eyes quickly reddening. Lin Yuan, man's voice softened. Shen Qingyue was just too anxious. Lin Yuan looked at her. She remained silent. Man bit her lip, forcing out a faint smile. I'm Shen Qingyue's best friend. Ooh, I helped decorate your wedding suite when you two were married. You won't trouble me, will you? Su Xianwan stood behind Lin Yuan, a tablet already open. She looked down to record. Lin Yuan turned and headed downstairs. Keep up. She exhaled softly, thinking she had guessed right. Lin Yuan clearly still cherished old times. 5 minutes later, Tiangong No. 1 first floor living room. She forced herself to sit on the edge of the sofa, secretly surveying the surroundings. The climate control system. A clean carpet. Fresh fruit. In the distance, a large projection screen and a swimming pool. Outside, the undead roamed and gnawed, yet here felt like a showroom for an end-of-the-world mansion. Lin Yuan, you live here too well. I'm actually proud of you. A hint of greed rose in her eyes. Shen Qingwei had said Lin Yuan was only fit to be a soldier. Yet this soldier seemed wealthier than they had imagined. Footsteps sounded. Wang Yi carried a fruit platter out of the kitchen. She wore a black-blue skin-tight combat suit, her figure sharper than before. Her pale skin looked cold under the light. He-Man turned, and in the next moment a sharp scream tore from her throat. Zombies. She toppled from the sofa, crawling backward with her hands and feet. Her skirt quickly grew damp. A pale yellow liquid spread across the carpet. The living room grew quiet for half a second. Tang Chi-Chi hugged a pillow, peering out. There's leakage. Though she felt miserable, the venom in her words would not soften. Wang Yi lowered her head to glance at the fruit platter in her hand. She looked again at He-Man on the floor. She did not speak. She placed the fruit platter in front of Lin Yuan. Su Xianwan frowned. The cleaning robot come over. She trembled as she fumbled for her phone. She wanted to call Shen Qingwei. She wanted the helicopter to come back. But the screen showed only 3 characters. No service. He-Man's face turned pale. How could there be no signal? Su Xianwan's voice was steady. Tiangong, no. One has activated a military-grade EMP signal shield. Apart from authorized devices, all other electronics are disconnected. He-Man looked up. You are illegally detaining us. Yes. Su Xianwan looked at her. Yes. Tang Chi-Chi whispered, the version is outdated and update is recommended. He-Man crawled toward Lin Yuan. I truly didn't come to harm you. Shen Qingwei only asked me to stay and observe the situation. I know nothing. Su Xianwan lowered her head to look at the tablet. Mr. Lin, this woman has no value whatsoever. Waste of resources. Suggest locking her on B3. Wang Yi stood by silently watching. She had thought Lin Yuan might change his taste, but seeing He-Man on the floor reeking of urine, she felt she herself wouldn't even touch the strawberries on the plate. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa. The system scanned. Ding. The target's beauty is below 85. It is advised the host seek a higher tier beauty. Not even resources. He picked up the intercom. Fei Long. Mr. Lin, come this way. Throw this thing to the underground 3rd floor. Don't kill. He-Man trembled. You can't do this. Su Xianwan stepped back half a pace, avoiding the damp stain on the floor. A deposit, one must understand the cost of a deposit. 5 minutes later, Fei Long came with 2 subordinates. He scanned the carpet, then looked at He-Man again. This. Now watermarking is in fashion. He-Man screamed, trying to dodge. One of Fei Long's men seized an arm, each dragging her toward the elevator like a dragged corpse. The elevator descended. B3 level. Titanium alloy airtight cabins lined up in a row. A disinfectant smell hung in the air. Fei Long threw He-Man into the interrogation room. Tools hung on the wall, some still not cleaned. He-Man looked up just as she caught sight of a pair of pliers. Fei Long pulled it down. He-Man knelt. Thump, thump, thump. Her forehead struck the floor. I said, I will tell you everything. Don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Fei Long paused, glancing at a sidekick. I haven't even begun the procedure yet. The sidekick was silent. This deal is too easy. In less than 10 minutes, Su Xianwan returned to the living room with the tablet. Mr. Lin, the questions are answered. Lin Yuan was eating strawberries. Wang Yi brought a strawberry to his lips, the stem removed. Tang Chi-Chi fixed her gaze on the strawberry, her expression complex. Su Xianwan spoke. Shen Qingwei awakened the system. Its name is N times Mall System. Its function is to exchange crystal cores for supplies, medicines, and weapons. Lin Yuan bit into the strawberry. Continue. Ling Suzhen already knows the mall exists. The official emergency team believes Shen Qingwei has strategic value, so they dispatched a helicopter to take her to the South Suburban Military District. Lin Yuan laughed. Shen Qingwei is indeed a fool. With so many secrets in the system, she dares to reveal them. South Suburban Military District, Ling Suzhen Mall System. These 3 cards once aligned would spell trouble. At that moment, the intercom rang. The guards at Villa No. 12 reported, Lin Zone. Xia Qingqiu wants to see you. She says she wants to save the students. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa. Bring her. Basement of Villa No. 12. Xia Qingqiu sat at the edge of a folding bed. The mobile screen flickered on and off. Her parents' numbers were off. Friends' numbers, busy signals. In the school's colleagues group chat, the last message was at 3 in the morning. There are children in the gym. Then no one replied. She had always believed order would return. But now order felt like a kite with a broken string, and no one knew where it had flown. Her phone suddenly vibrated. A WeChat message popped up from a student in the class. Xia Laosher, we are in the gym. There are more than 20 classmates here. We're running out of food. Your boyfriend says you know the cafeteria, freezer, and warehouse passwords. Please tell us. Xia Qingqiu fixed her gaze on the word boyfriend. Zhou Zihao. After a few seconds, she rushed to the doorway. I want to see Lin Yuan. The guards did nothing. Xia Qingqiu knelt. Please. I beg you, let me see him. Tiangong, no. One hole. When Xia Qingqiu was brought in, her knees were torn. She knelt before Lin Yuan, her hair pressed to the side of her face. Mr. Lin, Stan school still has students. They are trapped. Please save them. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa scrolling his phone. Xia Laosher, the old debts haven't been settled yet. Before you stood me up on our appointment. Now you dare to beg me to save people. Xia Qingqiu's lips pale. She knew. Now is not the time for reasoning. As long as you agree to save them. Whatever you want I will give. She looked up, eyes full of tears. Lin Yuan laughed softly. I don't trust you. Xia Qingqiu's body trembled. She bit her lip, her hand on the carpet, crawling toward Lin Yuan. Then she raised her hand and undid the topmost button of her shirt. One button. Two buttons. The third remained. Beside her, Wang Yi stepped forward and gripped her hand. The touch was light. Xia Qingqiu finally saw the pale mark above Wang Yi's eye, and her eyes widened in fear. Xia Laosher, you are not yet qualified to serve Master Lin. Lin Yuan signaled Wang Yi to release. I can go to the school to check. Xia Qingqiu looked up suddenly. But if you breach again, I will kill you and your students together. Xia Qingqiu's tears fell. She lowered her head. Understood. Very well. Lin Yuan pressed the intercom. Qin Yuma. 2 floors up, footsteps came. Not fast but steady. Qin Yuma appeared at the stairway entrance, her red hair tied into a high ponytail, a black vest clinging to her shoulders and back. With every step she took, the air in the living room seemed to drop a notch. Tang Qiqi sat in the corner, hugging a pillow. When she saw her, her eyes lit up. But in the next moment, Qin Yuma walked to Lin Yuan, bowing her head. Master. Tang Qiqi's light faded. She bit a corner off her pillow. Sister Yuma, sounds too natural. This is not scientific. Lin Yuan looked at Qin Yuma. Target Qin Yuma, appearance 85, current favorability 41. Physique 24, 12, spirit 28, 14. Abilities S rank, beast resonance. Lin Yuan rose. Come with me to the Stan school. Help Xia Laosher check on those hiding in the gym. Qin Yuma looked up. Her eyes shone like a blade freshly drawn. Understood. Lin Yuan walked toward the door. Let me see. The Valkyries' first battle. Qin Yuma's smile lifted. I won't let you down. Tang Qiqi couldn't stay put. I'll go too. Lin Yuan looked back. You. Tang Qiqi hugged her pillow, gathering courage. I can cheer you on. Lin Yuan looked at the drop in her favorability score. Get in. Tang Qiqi sprang to her feet. Roger. At the same time at the Stan school gym, Zhou Zihao stood behind the door, clutching his phone. On the screen were Xia Qingqiu's last 2 words, wait for me. He smiled. Then he turned and looked at the more than 20 students huddled in the corner of the gym. Ms. Xia will come. Her heart is the softest. In the corner, a boy in a school uniform looked down. On the back of his hand, a thin black line crawled up along the veins. Tiangong no. 1B2 garage. Row after row of lights flickered to life. A black George Patton stood parked in the center. Welded to its front was a triangular armor-piercing ram. Explosion-proof mesh sealed the windows, and metal protective rings encased the outer tires. It did not resemble a car. It was more like a steel beast crouching upon the ground. Standing at the elevator entrance, Xia Qingqiu gaped in utter shock. She had seen luxury cars before. She had also seen the supercars driven by parents at the school gates. Yet in the presence of this vehicle, those machines felt like mere toys. Lin Yuan pulled open the driver's side door. Get in. Snapping back to reality, Xia Qingqiu immediately followed. Qin Yuma, already clad in a black combat suit, sat in the passenger seat. Her red hair was tied high, the contours of her shoulders and back tense. After sitting down, she did not fasten her seatbelt, but looked at Lin Yuan first. Master, I will handle close combat. Lin Yuan started the vehicle. No rush. Today you shall taste blood. A faint smirk played on the corner of Qin Yuma's lips. Tang Qiqi squeezed in from the back row, wrapping her arms around Qin Yuma's. Sister Yuma, don't push yourself too hard. Qin Yuma did not pull her arm away, merely whispering, Qiqi, hold on tight. Tang Qiqi puffed out her cheeks. Hold on tight. The thing she was least steady in right now was her state of mind. Tank and Shadow, each astride an off-road motorcycle, charged out from both sides of the garage. The heavy steel gate rose. The George Patton roared to life and surged forward. Sitting in the back seat, Xia Qingqiu stared at Lin Yuan's silhouette ahead. This man was not going to rescue anyone. It felt as though he was going to take over a territory. The convoy descended the mountain. Survivors on the outer perimeter of Yunding Tiangong kept a wide distance. Someone catching sight of the steel colossus muttered a curse under their breath. That thing. Even zombies would see it and say, pardon the intrusion. No one dared to laugh. The George Patton barreled into the city center. In the lockdown, Jiangxing, the traffic on the roads was not particularly dense. However, barricades, abandoned police tape, and overturned electric scooters littered the streets. Ahead, a scrapped sedan blocked the intersection. Xia Qingqiu was just about to shout a warning. Lin Yuan slammed on the accelerator. Boom. The triangular ram slammed into the side of the sedan. The entire car was flipped, hurtling into the green belt and snapping 2 small trees. Tang Qiqi bumped her head against Qin Yuma's shoulder. Whoa. Looking up, she immediately clung tighter to Qin Yuma's arm. Sister Yuma, I'm scared. Qin Yuma looked down at her. Before she could speak, Lin Yuan released his right hand from the steering wheel, letting it rest on Qin Yuma's thigh. Qin Yuma's body tensed momentarily, but she did not flinch away. Instead, she nudged her thigh half an inch closer into his palm. Tang Qiqi's face instantly darkened. She grabbed Qin Yuma's hands with both of hers. Sister Yuma. Sister Yuma. Sister Yuma, look at me. Qin Yuma. Xia Qingqiu had no mind to pay attention to them. The vehicle turned a corner past an old residential compound. Behind the security bars of a second-floor window, an elderly man was lowering a 5 or 6-year-old boy using tied bedsheets. The boy was trembling and weeping. Grandpa, I'm scared. The old man was drenched in sweat. Don't cry, hurry down and run outside. The next second the door inside was kicked open. The old man looked back. A grayish-white zombie pounced, dragging him back into the room. Blood splattered against the glass. The bedsheets slipped out of control. The boy hung suspended in midair, his cries growing shriller. 3 zombies below, drawn by the noise, reached their hands upward. Xia Qingqiu clamped her hand over her mouth. Stop the car. Lin Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror. His foot pressed down harder on the accelerator. The George Patton tore through the intersection. The boy's cries were left far behind. Xia Qingqiu instinctively went to push up her glasses with her middle finger, only to miss. Her lenses were entirely fogged up. For the first time she realized she did not even possess the courage to look clearly at that child. He is just a child. Lin Yuan did not look back. Then you go down and save him. Xia Qingqiu was speechless. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Teacher Xia, tears cannot kill zombies. And self-righteous compassion won't put food on the table. The interior of the car fell silent. Even Tang Qiqi stopped her antics. Staring out the window, she gripped Qin Yuma's arm with even greater force. 10 minutes later, the convoy passed an official temporary checkpoint. The sandbag barricades had been flattened. Riot shields lay scattered across the ground. Police uniforms were torn to shreds. Glittering brass shell casings littered the ground. Dozens of zombies swarmed around a stalled ambulance, clawing at it. Someone inside was tapping against the window. Thump, thump. It was impossible to tell if it was a living person or something that had already turned. Xia Qingqiu looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not slow down. The official rescue efforts are completely compromised. His tone was devoid of emotion. If you want to save your students, remember one thing. The lives of the living can only be seized by the living themselves. Xia Qingqiu lowered her head. She pushed up her glasses with her middle finger. Behind the lenses her eyes were red. Yet she did not beg Lin Yuan to stop the car again. Sidon International School soon came into view. The school gates were tightly shut. Several private cars were parked near the entrance, their doors left wide open, stained with blood. Lin Yuan turned the steering wheel. The George Patton lined up with the metal gates. Xia Qingqiu's face paled. Wait, the electronic lock can. Boom. The metal gates were smashed open. Half of the gate flew off, crashing into the security booth. The George Patton rolled down the campus avenue, heading straight for the gymnasium. Shadow and Tank split up. One headed for the side door. The other headed for the back door. Lin Yuan parked sideways in front of the main entrance of the gymnasium and killed the engine. The car fell silent for a second. Then a chaotic din of human voices echoed from inside the gymnasium. Curses, cries, and the sound of heavy objects being dragged. Inside the gymnasium, high jump mats, basketball hoops, and badminton nets were piled up behind the main doors. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and urine. Over 20 students huddled in a corner of the stands. Their designer jackets worth tens of thousands were smeared with dirt. 2 boys were scuffling over a torn, empty packet of spicy gluten. Only a trace of red chili oil remained on the packaging. Nearby, dozens of parents crouched on the floor. No one intervened. All eyes were fixed on the man standing in the center of the court, Zhou Zihao. He held a baseball bat in his hand. The tip of the bat was still stained with blood. A middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground, his nose broken, blood bubbling from his mouth. His daughter was cornered against the wall, her hands trembling. Zhou Zihao pressed the tip of the baseball bat against the girl's chin. Hand it over. The girl shook her head, weeping. I don't have anything left. Zhou Zihao smirked. You think I didn't see that half bar of chocolate hidden in your underwear? The girl's father struggled to climb to his feet. President Zhou. Bang. The baseball bat swung down. The man collapsed once more. Zhou Zihao swept his gaze across the room. Here, anyone who hoards food gets thrown out to feed the zombies. No one dared to argue. Several physical education teachers stood behind him. They were built large, holding iron rods and dumbbell shafts. This was why Zhou Zihao was the boss. Ruthless enough. And shameless enough. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the outside gate. Everyone in the gymnasium started. Zhou Zihao walked up to the second-floor stands and peered down through the window. First he saw the George Patton. His eyelid twitched. Then he saw Lin Yuan stepping out of the vehicle. And beside Lin Yuan stood Xia Qingqiu, Qin Yuma, and Tang Qiqi. No massive entourage of bodyguards. No armed squad. Only 3 women. Zhou Zihao laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder. Xia Qingqiu. Xia Qingqiu looked up. No wonder you wouldn't answer my calls. You ran off to be with some wild man. Zhou Zihao spat out a glob of thick phlegm. Splat. It landed on the hood of the George Patton. He pointed his baseball bat downward. Hey Lin, I bet your fancy high-end neighborhood has run out of food too. But the food in this school doesn't belong to a school trustee like you. The physical education teachers behind him erupted into jeers. One of them stared intently at Qin Yuma, licking his lips. Brother Zhou, that red-haired girl is top tier. Another stared at Tang Qiqi. The little one next to her is quite something too. Zhou Zihao's laughter grew even more maniacal. Lin Yuan, send those 3 women next to you inside. You can just stay outside and play the cuckold. Xia Qingqiu instinctively wanted to speak up to defend him. But the look in Zhou Zihao's eyes as he stared at Qin Yuma and Tang Qiqi made her swallow her words. That was not survival. It was pure lust and greed. A wave of laughter rippled through the gymnasium. Some parents hung their heads. Some students stole glances at Xia Qingqiu. Teacher Xia had arrived. But for the first time they wished she hadn't come inside. Lin Yuan stood by the car looking up at Zhou Zihao. His expression remained unchanged. Qin Yuma took a step forward. Tang Qiqi held her back. Sister Yumo. Qin Yuma looked back. Her eyes were bright, not with anger, but with excitement. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette. Teacher Xia. Xia Qingqiu's body shuddered. Look closely. Lin Yuan raised his hand, pointing at Zhou Zihao on the second floor. Among the people you wish to save there are students. And there are also creatures like this. Xia Qingqiu's lips parted, but no sound came out. Zhou Zihao laughed uproariously. Lin Yuan, what are you posing for? I know you used to be rich. What fucking use is money now? He patted the baseball bat in his hand. Right now whoever has the bigger fist is boss. Lin Yuan nodded. Well said. He looked at Qin Yuma. Go, show him just how big my fist is. Qin Yuma cracked her neck. Her joints popped sharply. She did not head for the door. Instead she took half a step back. The next second, her entire body lunged forward. Bang. She kicked open the gymnasium door with a single strike. Using the momentum, she leapt upward. Her fingers gripping the ledge of the second-floor window. She hoisted her body up. Her movements were so swift that the people inside only caught a flash of red shadow. The smirk on Zhou Zihao's face froze. Qin Yuma was already standing inside the window. She reached out, grabbing the face of the nearest physical education teacher, and slammed it into the wall. Thud! The wall cracked. Without even letting out a scream, the man's body went limp. Dead silence fell over the gymnasium. Qin Yuma turned her head, fixing her eyes on Zhou Zihao. I heard. You wanted to see. Whose fist is bigger? Zhou Zihao took a step back, the baseball bat in his hand, trembling slightly. Just then, in the corner of the stands, the male student who had his head lowered suddenly convulsed. The black veins on the back of his hand had already crawled up his neck. He raised his head. The whites of his eyes were turning gray. At his feet, the empty packet of spicy gluten inexplicably began to flutter despite the lack of wind. The boy beside him had only managed half a syllable of mom when a dark shadow flashed. A sharp cracking sound echoed. His throat was slashed open. Blood erupted more than 2 meters into the air, splattering across the faces of those nearby. The gymnasium fell deathly silent for 1 second. Zhou Zihao's mouth hung wide open. The next moment, a distorted scream tore from his throat. Aya! A pale yellow liquid trickled down his pant legs, dripping onto the bleacher steps. Xia Qingqiu stood at the doorway, her face draining of color. She recognized that student. Shenyu from class 3 grade 2. Quiet by nature, average in grades, with parents working far away year-round. She had even tutored him in mathematics twice. Lin Yuan gazed into the gymnasium. C class. Xia Qingqiu spun around sharply. How could a student be? Lin Yuan ignored her. His gaze fell upon the white line in the center of the gymnasium, rippling as though stirred by the wind. Wind element. Chaos erupted within the hall. Parents clutched their children and retreated backward. Several physical education teachers charged forward, wielding iron bars. The mutated entity wearing the school uniform raised a hand and swept it through the air. 3 semi-transparent wind blades swept through the space. The iron bars shattered into 2 pieces. One PE teacher's chest split open. He was launched backward, crashing into and overturning a basketball stand. Zhou Zihao tumbled and crawled desperately down the stairs. The mutated creature turned and locked onto him. Zhou Zihao's legs buckled beneath him. In desperation, he grabbed the girl he had just forced to hand over his chocolate. Block it. Before the girl could react, he shoved her forward. Zhou Zihao. Xia Qingqiu's voice changed. The girl crashed into the mutated creature's embrace. A blood-curdling scream erupted immediately. Zhou Zihao didn't even look back, scrambling on hands and feet toward the exit. The mutated creature tossed the girl aside and twitched its nostrils. It had caught the scent of stronger vital energy beyond the doorway. The mutated creature, covered in blood, dropped to all fours and lunged directly at Lin Yuan. Xia Qingqiu's legs gave out, and she sat hard on the ground. Tang Qiqi closed her eyes and gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. Lin Yuan didn't so much as raise his eyelids. He flicked the ash from his cigarette. Clear the area. Those 2 words fell like stone. Qin Yuma on the upper floor moved. The floor tiles beneath her feet cracked. She exploded forward, not running. She was launching herself like a projectile. Boom. Qin Yuma collided with the mutated creature. A shockwave of wind scattered dust and debris. Tang Qiqi's eyes snapped open, her mouth widening in astonishment. Sister Yuma. Her voice trembled. That was incredible. Xia Qingqiu watched transfixed. She had seen Lin Yuan's brutality before, but Qin Yuma was different. That red-haired woman was like a sword just drawn from its sheath. Qin Yuma raised her hand and precisely caught the mutated creature's swinging dual claws. Crack, crack. Both arms were brutally broken by sheer force. The mutated creature felt no pain. It opened its mouth and roared. At the severed arms, stumps wind spirals exploded outward. A blade of wind swept past Qin Yuma's shoulder. Her black combat suit split open. A thin line of blood appeared. Qin Yuma glanced down at it. She smiled. Again. The mutated creature gathered airflow beneath its feet, then suddenly reversed and circled to Qin Yuma's flank. The speed was terrifying. Ordinary people could only perceive afterimages. Its severed arms swung at bizarre angles. Wind pressure condensed into blades. 1, 2, 5. Wind blades sliced through from different directions. Qin Yuma did not retreat. She raised her knee and shattered the first wind blade, sidestepped the second, and grabbed a half-broken basketball stand, swinging it like a staff. Boom. The mutated creature was struck on the shoulder and sent flying sideways. But the instant it landed, Wind lifted it again. Qin Yuma pursued and threw a punch. The mutated creature somersaulted over her head. Wind blades tore 3 wounds across her back. Tang Chi-Chi grew frantic. Sister Yumo. Lin Yuan reached out and restrained her. Watch. Tang Chi-Chi's eyes reddened. She's bleeding. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. An S-class doesn't fear infection. She lacks control. Qin Yuma heard him. She didn't turn around. Her breathing slowed. The beastly ferocity in her eyes was gradually suppressed. The mutated creature lunged again. This time a gray wind ring swirled around its body. Glass shards, iron nails, and wood splinters on the ground were all swept upward. The gymnasium became like a meat-grinding fan. A voice came through the earpiece. Boss. 17 hostiles approaching outside the gymnasium. Lin Yuan watched the C-class mutated creature. It's calling its kind. Qin Yuma kicked the mutated creature away, but the wind ring absorbed most of the force. The mutated creature hit the ground and rose again. Lin Yuan pressed his cigarette out. He raised his hand. The fire sprinkler pipe at the gymnasium entrance suddenly burst. Water gushed outward. Each droplet hovered suspended in midair. The next second, the droplets stretched, transforming into thin blades. Qin Yuma seized the opening and punched through the mutated creature's knee. The mutated creature's body sank low. Lin Yuan's fingers descended. SHHK. Dozens of water blades cut through simultaneously. The wind ring was torn apart. The mutated creature froze in place. Its head rolled away. The body crashed to the ground. The wind ceased. All that remained in the hall was the sound of ragged breathing. Qin Yuma shook the black blood from her hands. She walked toward Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao sat in his own puddle of urine, pants soaked through his face, streaked with blood and mucus. Don't come over. I was just joking. Qin Yuma raised her leg. Her tall combat boot crushed down on his right knee. Crack. The knee collapsed inward. Zhou Zihao let out a piercing scream. Oh, my leg. Qin Yuma didn't even look at him. She turned and walked toward Lin Yuan. She knelt on one knee. Her red hair hung down. She raised her face. Master, mission complete. Ding. Target Qin Yuma appearance 85, favorability 3. Current favorability 44. Tang Chi-Chi stood behind, biting her sleeve. She wanted to scold her for being shameless. But she also thought Sister Yuma looked like she belonged in a game cutscene right now. It was over. More infuriating. Lin Yuan walked into the gymnasium. His leather shoes made creaking sounds on the floor. Each step was unhurried. Yet no one dared make a sound. Students slumped against the edge of the basketball court. Parents kept their heads bowed. The PE teacher who had egged on Zhou Zihao earlier had already shrunk into a corner. Lin Yuan stopped before Zhou Zihao. You said earlier, whoever has the bigger fist is the father. Zhou Zihao looked up, tears and snot mingling on his face. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I had a loose tongue. I'm not a decent person. Lin Yuan raised his foot and stepped on his intact left knee. He applied pressure slowly. Zhou Zihao's body convulsed. No, please. Crack. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Zhou Zihao screamed until his voice broke. Lin Yuan leaned down to look at him. Now, who calls whom father? Zhou Zihao trembled. Father, Master Lin, please spare me. Inside the gymnasium, someone knelt down in response. The first was the boy whose food Zhou Zihao had snatched earlier. He pounded his head against the ground. Mr. Lin, save us. I'll do any work. The second, the third. Soon more than 20 students and parents were kneeling on the floor. Mr. Lin, we'll obey you. Please take us in. Father, Master Lin. Tang Chi-Chi muttered softly at the doorway. This batch of students adapts to the meta quite quickly. Xia Qingxiu didn't smile. She was watching Zhou Zihao. This man had once worn a suit and promised her parents he would take care of her. Yet this same man had just pushed a student to their death. Now he was on the ground calling another man father. Zhou Zihao crawled toward her. Qingxiu, help me. You're the kindest person. You can't watch me die. Xia Qingxiu pushed up her glasses with her middle finger. She looked at the girl who had been pushed out. The girl was already gone. Xia Qingxiu squatted down and pulled her pant leg free from Zhou Zihao's grip. Zhou Zihao. I was blind before. Zhou Zihao froze. Xia Qingxiu stood up and looked toward Lin Yuan. She offered no further plea. Ding. Target Xia Qingxiu appearance 89, favorability 5. Current favorability 0. Lin Yuan swept his gaze across the gymnasium. Everyone line up. Students, parents, and staff will separate. Those who were bitten, have a fever, or show blackening wounds. Step forward yourselves. No one moved. Lin Yuan glanced at Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma stomped and crushed a floor tile. Crack. The next second, 3 people crawled out trembling. I only got a superficial scratch. I wasn't bitten. Lin Yuan didn't even look. Isolate them. Shadow entered from the side door. Boss, the 17 outside are cleared. Also, the kitchen cold storage is still locked. There's food inside. Xia Qingxiu spoke up immediately. I know the password. Lin Yuan looked at her. Xia Qingxiu lowered her head. I'll lead the way. Lin Yuan was about to speak when his phone vibrated. The screen lit up. Caller ID, Jiang Xiaowan. The moment the call connected, a piercing scream erupted from the other end. Amidst the blare of car alarms and the furious roars of men, Lin Yuan, Zhang Xiaowan's voice came through hushed and strained. This time, she did not even have the strength left to curse him in her mind. Jinjiang no. One is in trouble. Lin Yuan walked toward the gymnasium exit, stepping past the crowd, kneeling all over the floor. Go on. A riot broke out in the residential compound. Zhang Xiaowan caught her breath. The people living here are all core executives of the Jiang family and their relatives. Now that the authorities have withdrawn and my father is gone, they've all lost their minds. In the background, a man's voice bellowed. Miss Jiang, the supplies belong to all the residents. You can't hoard them for yourself. In the next second, a gunshot rang out. Silence blanketed the other end of the line for a brief moment, and Zhang Xiaowan's breathing grew noticeably heavier. I just saw your George Patton enter Sidon School through the Jiang family's city surveillance. The city's network is starting to fragment, with many areas going black. It's sheer luck that I was even able to get this call through. Lin Yuan looked down at the kneeling crowd in the gymnasium. Some were still stealthily kowtowing. Faintly, where did Zhang Xiong go? A half-second silence ensued on the other end. My father went to the city last week. Zhang Xiaowan's voice turned colder. When he was here, every single one of them groveled like cowards. Now that they think the backbone of the Jiang family is gone, they're starting to rear their heads. Someone just proposed that I should submit to collective management. At this, she let out a laugh. It was a brief, sharp sound. How novel. In my 20-plus years of life, this is the first time I've heard someone tell me, Zhang Xiaowan, to obey the property management. Lin Yuan said indifferently. Aren't you usually good at talking crazy? Curse them back. I did, Zhang Xiaowan replied. And then they cut the external power line to my villa. I only have 4 bodyguards with me, and our ammunition is running low. Lin Yuan did not reply. Zhang Xiaowan stopped beating around the bush. Let me go to Tiangong 1. Her words carried a hint of rigidity, yet were spoken in a low murmur. Like a proud young lady bending her knees halfway, yet refusing to kneel down completely. Lin Yuan smiled. Since you can see the road surveillance, you should know what it's like out there. Silence fell over the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Zhang Xiaowan spoke. That military independent communication network. I have the authorization to use it. Zhang Xiaowan's voice grew even lower. I can contact Jia City, the southern suburbs military district, and even some out-of-province nodes. In the gymnasium, Xia Qingxiu stared at Lin Yuan's back. She could not make out the conversation on the phone, but she could sense that Lin Yuan's aura had shifted. Lin Yuan gazed toward the distant school building. In the apocalypse, communication was more precious than gold. Whoever could foresee the direction of the zombie horde could save half their people from death. Whoever could intercept the military district's movements could feast before anyone else. If you can make it to Yunding Tiangong on your own, Lin Yuan spoke, I might consider opening the door for you. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaowan caught her breath. Fine. Her voice regained a touch of ruthless determination. Another gunshot echoed through the receiver. Immediately following, it was the roar of a bodyguard. Miss, the back door has been breached. With a burst of static, the connection went dead. Lin Yuan put away his phone. Zhang Xiaowan was no useless ornament. She held the keys to the Jiang family's city surveillance communication satellites and the connection with Jiangxiong. As long as she could reach Yunding Tiangong alive, she would be qualified to serve as an external intelligence node. If she couldn't make it, she was nothing but trash. Inside the gymnasium, most of the people remained on their knees. The severed head of the C-rank mutant, which Lin Yuan had just decapitated with a wave of his hand summoning a water blade, still rolled nearby. At the entrance, the ruptured fire hydrant pipe was still hissing and spraying water. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Qingxiu. Snapping out of her daze, Xia Qingxiu nodded immediately. The cafeteria was located behind the gymnasium. Along the way, 3 ordinary zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Qin Yuma, who snapped their necks with a casual twist. Tang Chichi followed behind, clutching a baseball bat she had swiped from the gymnasium. Watching Qin Yuma make her move, she mumbled under her breath. Sister Yuma doesn't even take damage when clearing trash mobs now. Xia Qingxiu keyed in the passcode. With a beep, the heavy cold storage door swung open, and a wave of frigid air rushed out. Inside, rows of shelves were packed with frozen meat, chicken drumsticks, quick frozen dumplings, vegetable packs, milk, and bottled mineral water. For a group of over 40 people, these provisions could last a long time if rationed carefully. Food. Water. There's water. A few people who had mustered the courage to follow behind tried to push their way inside. Qin Yuma raised her foot. Bang. A floor tile at the entrance of the cold storage cracked open. She swept a cold gaze across them. Get the hell outside. Silence enveloped the entire room. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Qingxiu. And then what? Xia Qingxiu froze. She had originally thought that simply opening the cold storage and ensuring the students had food would be enough. But Lin Yuan's single question dragged her back to reality. Having food did not equate to survival. There were still zombies outside. Food would inevitably attract other survivors. Moreover, the doors and windows of the gymnasium were already shattered. Among this crowd were children, the elderly, and terrified parents. Xia Qingxiu pushed up her glasses with her middle finger. They have no combat capability. Her voice was barely a whisper. The gymnasium cannot be defended. Sooner or later something will go wrong with the food. Lin Yuan stared at her. What is it, Teacher Xia? Are you planning to break our agreement again? At the entrance of the cold storage, the frigid air continued to spill out. Xia Qingqiu's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. This time she did not try to reason, nor did she speak of laws and responsibilities. Mr. Lin, I know I have no right to propose any more conditions. Xia Qingqiu's voice was tight. Just now that child was still asking me if we could go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight. I can't lie to him and I can't save him. Can you? Just stay for one night and teach them how to survive. She lowered her head. I will return to Tiangong. One has agreed. I won't run away. Lin Yuan looked down at her. This woman's bleeding heart savior complex was deeply annoying. He was tempted to abandon this blood bag altogether. However, as his gaze swept across the few people standing in the cafeteria, he paused twice. One was a fat man, in his 30s, trembling all over, muttering something under his breath. Lu Bin. In his past life, he was a C-rank Earth element user from the Sidon shelter. The other was a male student standing in the corner. He wasn't crying nor was he scrambling for food. He simply kept his eyes fixed on the cold storage door and the exits. Zhang Hao. In his past life, he was a C-rank perception element user. Both of them had clashed with Lin Yuan in his past life, when he came to seek the serum. They weren't exceptionally strong, but they were men of their word. If not for the two of them speaking up back then, Lin Yuan would never have been able to obtain the serum from Zhou Zihao. Lin Yuan suddenly changed his mind. This small shelter at Sidon School was weak, but it was highly effective at drawing fire. If he secured it in his hands early in this lifetime, it could divert many prying eyes in the dark from Tiangong. 1. Lin Yuan raised his hand and pointed at Lu Bin. You? Lu Bin shuddered in fear. Me? Mr. Lin, I'm just a supermarket owner. Lin Yuan then pointed at Zhang Hao. You? Zhang Hao looked up. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then at the cold storage, and walked over. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Bin. You are in charge of registering the food. Anyone who tries to snatch it gets their hand broken. Lu Bin's face turned pale green. I can't do this. Qin Yuma raised her foot and kicked the edge of a bolted dining table. Several expansion bolts were violently ripped out, and the entire table flipped over onto the ground. Then with her bare hands she tore off an L-shaped iron rod. Clang. The iron rod fell right at Lu Bin's feet. Qin Yuma spoke. If you don't break others' hands, then break your own. Lu Bin stared at the iron rod, then at Lin Yuan. His wife wept, clutching their child. He grit his teeth and picked up the iron rod. I'll do it. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Zhang Hao. You are in charge of the doors, windows, and patrols. Do a head count every 2 hours. Anyone with a fever, blackening wounds, or graying whites of their eyes must be isolated immediately. Zhang Hao nodded. Understood. Lin Yuan pressed his earpiece. Tank Shadow, you two stay behind for half a day. Teach them 3 things. First, how to smash a zombie's head. Second, how to isolate the wounded. Third, how to distribute food. Tank and Shadow acknowledged the order. If a zombie horde approaches. Lin Yuan's voice remained flat. Prioritize evacuation. His words were cold, but no one dared to argue. Xia Qingqiu looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes welling with tears. Ding. Target, Xia Qingqiu Beauty, 89 favorability 2. Current favorability 2. Just as she was about to speak again, Shadow's voice suddenly came through. Boss, there are vehicles approaching from the south. Shadow's voice grew more urgent. 2 police jeeps. Moving very fast. They are heading straight for the school. Xia Qingqiu's face lit up with hope. Police. In the distance, the roar of engines drew closer. Immediately after, a woman's hoarse voice boomed through a megaphone. Listen up, everyone inside. I am Han Shui, deputy captain of the Jiangxing Criminal Police Unit. Lay down your weapons immediately and prepare for requisition. Lin Yuan stepped out of the gymnasium. Lighting a cigarette, he raised his eyes to look at the dust and mist billowing from the direction of the school gates. Qin Yuma took half a step forward, standing by his left side. Her red hair was disheveled by the wind, her fingers curling slightly. 2 police jeeps charged into the campus, their tires screeching piercingly. The paint was riddled with bullet holes, one side mirror was snapped off, and several spiderweb cracks spidered across the edges of the windshield. 7 or 8 police officers alighted from the vehicles, dispersing with their firearms drawn. Their movements were reasonably professional, yet their footsteps were visibly disorganized. Several officers had dark circles under their eyes and chapped lips, the backs of their hands holding the guns covered in tiny bloody lacerations. The man at the very rear had a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his abdomen, the crimson fluid already seeping through the outermost layer of gauze. Han Shui walked at the forefront. Her gaze swept over the George Patton armored vehicle and across the mangled remains of the zombies scattered on the ground. Finally, her gaze came to rest on Lin Yuan's face. She had no time now to interrogate him about his presence here. The team entrusted to her by the authorities had a far more critical mission to execute. Scattered intelligence intercepted earlier indicated that Sidon School still held supplies, which was why Han Shui had risked taking this detour. She raised her hand, signaling her team members to lower their muzzles. Authorized under the Wartime Emergency Requisition Act. All supplies here are subject to official allocation. Everyone cooperate. The crowd inside the gymnasium fell silent. Upon seeing the police uniforms, Xia Qingqiu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She quickly walked around to stand before Han Shui. Officer, there are still students and parents inside. They need rescue. Having said that, she turned to look at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, perhaps they can take some of the people with them. As those words fell, the individuals who had just been kneeling and begging Lin Yuan for their lives quietly nudged their knees back half an inch. Police. Guns. Uniforms. A male parent was the first to speak up. Officer, it's him. He monopolized everything in the cold storage and won't let us touch a thing. Zhou Zihao's lackeys immediately chimed in. Yes. He even broke President Zhou's legs. They also practice bizarre sorcery. They might be a cult. A few students opened their mouths as if to speak, but lowered their heads in shame. As for the rest, the vast majority remained silent, playing dead. Tang Chi-Chi glared at the crowd, her cheeks puffing up in sheer anger. That is magic. You bunch of ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for Sister Yuma and the Great Demon King, you all would have been turned into a buffet for the monsters by now. Upon hearing the words, Great Demon King, two young officers behind Han Shui immediately raised their firearms and stepped forward. In an instant, Tang Chi-Chi shrank behind Qin Yuma, exposing only half of her head. Do you have any idea how many people have died out there? The young officer's expression was grim. Hoarding supplies here. What do you think you are doing? You had better behave yourselves. Qin Yuma took half a step forward. Lin Yuan reached out, placing his arm across her waist in a very gentle motion. Qin Yuma halted. Lin Yuan slid his hand, which had been brushing against the seam of his trousers, into his pocket. He displayed no anger, indeed, he seemed rather amused. As Xia Qingxiu listened to those accusations, her face gradually turned pale. She noticed the school uniform draping over the corpse in the corner. Beneath the cuff, half a finger peeked out, the fingernails packed with dirt from clawing at the ground. When that girl was pushed out by Zhou Zihao, she hadn't even had the chance to finish crying out, "Teacher!" Wait a moment, Xia Qingxiu said, stepping between Han Shui and the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned toward her. It was Mr. Lin who dealt with the monsters. He saved everyone here. Zhou Zihao stole the students' food and pushed a female student out to shield himself from the zombies. She pointed once more at the corpse in the corner covered by the school uniform. That girl was killed because of him. Han Shui frowned. She looked at the corpse, then turned her gaze to Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao immediately wailed. She's speaking up for Lin Yuan. She has been brainwashed by him. Officer, you have to save me. Han Shui looked at Lin Yuan. She had encountered cunning individuals, and she had met tough nuts to crack. The man before her resembled both, yet fit neither description perfectly. He was far too calm. Lin Yuan spread his hands. Officer, the cold storage is right in the back. We comply with authority. Take as much as you need, carry it out yourself. It was too compliant. So compliant that a chill ran down Han Shui's spine. Yet she had no alternative. Her team members had not had a proper meal for a day and a night. The wounded were still bleeding. Over the radio, the rescue points within the city districts were losing contact one after another. She had to secure supplies swiftly and proceed to the next evacuation point. Xiao Li, Xiao Chun, go to the cold storage. The two officers immediately rushed toward the cafeteria at the back. The cold storage door was pushed open and a wave of freezing air billowed out. The smell was right. The temperature was right. But the shelves were empty. Only a few bottles of mineral water remained. In the corner sat two empty cardboard boxes, and a slight grease stain was left on the floor. The two officers stood at the entrance, frozen in place. The students who had followed behind were the first to erupt. Impossible. It was completely packed just a moment ago. I saw it with my own eyes. The parents also began to clamor. He must have hidden it. Search the vehicles. Search the gymnasium. So many supplies couldn't have just vanished in a thin air. Han Shui's expression darkened. She stared at the vacant cold storage, then looked back at Lin Yuan. No matter how large the George Patton was, it could not carry away an entire cold storage facility. Nor could it be hidden within the gymnasium. Lin Yuan retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the backpack Tang Chi-Chi was wearing. He unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and then walked over to Han Shui, offering her the remaining portion of the bottle. Impulsive law enforcement easily leads to agitation. Officer Han, gather intelligence before staging a requisition next time. If you lack food, I can still spare a few packs of compressed biscuits for you. Don't let your comrades make a wasted trip. Han Shui did not take it. With her hands resting on her utility belt, her breathing remained steady. It wasn't that she lacked anger. She was suppressing it. Lin Yuan tossed the water back to Tang Chi-Chi and turned to leave. That hot-headed young officer stepped forward once more. How dare you speak like that? Do you even realize what the situation is right now? As a citizen, you have an obligation to assist the authorities. Lin Yuan halted his steps. He did not turn around. His voice was not loud. I gave you the cold storage. You went. What more do you want from me? The young officer was left speechless. Han Shui knew Lin Yuan was certainly harboring some secret, but she had no time to waste on him. Finding the next supply point was of paramount importance. Retreat. Captain Han. The young officer protested, unwilling. Han Shui's voice grew even colder. That is an order. Han Shui turned and boarded the vehicle. Though reluctant, the officers complied. The two jeeps started up. The crowd inside the gymnasium rushed out. Officers, you can't leave. You are supposed to save us. We are taxpayers. Take me with you. I have money. Han Shui did not roll down her window. The taillights of the jeeps vanished into the mist. Those expectant gazes turned first into despair and then into resentment. Now that the police had gone, they did not dare clamor against Lin Yuan or Qin Yuma. Ultimately, all of it fell back onto Xia Qingxiu. It's all because of you. If you hadn't refused to speak up for us, just now the police would have definitely taken us with them. Speak. Where did you hide that food? Xia Qingxiu looked at these people whom she had just tried to save, speechless. She suddenly felt as if something were choking her throat. It felt both sour and cold. Standing at the entrance of the gymnasium, Lin Yuan swept his gaze across everyone. From beside him, Qin Yuma handed over that L-shaped iron bar. Lin Yuan took it and pointed it at the crowd. The three who shouted the loudest just now. Step forward. No one moved. Lin Yuan looked toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao fell silent for half a second before pointing out three individuals, a middle-aged man, a woman, and the fat man, who had just chased after the police car door screaming, "I am a taxpayer." The legs of the three were trembling. The middle-aged man stubbornly insisted, "I was only telling the truth." The iron bar struck. Crack. His right wrist collapsed. A blood-curdling shriek erupted. The second blow fell, fracturing the woman's left arm. The third blow deformed the fat man's right arm. 3 snaps of breaking bone. 3 agonizing screams. The gymnasium fell silent once more. Lin Yuan tossed the iron bar to Lu Bin. Lu Bin caught it with both hands, trembling violently, but this time he did not drop it. Lin Yuan stepped into the empty cold storage. Qin Yuma kept the crowd in the gymnasium, allowing only Lu Bin and Jiang Hao to stand in the cafeteria. The next second, heavy thuds of objects hitting the ground echoed from inside the cold storage. Upon stepping out, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the two men. "Go inside." Lu Bin and Jiang Hao walked into the cold storage. Then both of their mouths fell open in unison. Food had materialized out of thin air upon the shelves: several cases of mineral water, 2 bags of frozen chicken drumsticks, and a box of compressed biscuits. There were also several packages of quick frozen dumplings. The quantity was modest, barely a tenth of what had been there originally. Lu Bin opened his mouth to ask, but in the next instant several thin blades of water hovered right before his face. The sharp edges were less than an inch from his eyeballs. Lu Bin shut his mouth immediately. Jiang Hao also averted his gaze from the shelves. He was highly intelligent. He understood that there were certain things one must pretend not to see, even if they had witnessed them. Lin Yuan kept his back turned to them. "This is enough to sustain you for a week. Behave, obey, and develop this place. Collect crystal cores. I will periodically send people to gather them and provide food. If you perform well, I shall bestow superpowers upon you." Lin Yuan knew that these two would highly likely follow the trajectory of their past lives and awaken their abilities in a month. Offering a carrot after a stick was always the most effective method of controlling people. Lu Bin swallowed hard. "Mr. Lin, can we also possess this kind of magic? And what are crystal cores?" Lin Yuan pointed toward the center of the distant gymnasium. Tank was currently extracting a dark red crystal from the ruptured skull of a Class C mutant. In Shadow's hand there were also several small gray crystal cores. The things inside the zombies' heads. "As for superpowers, that depends on your loyalty to me." Jiang Hao crouched down, touching the gray crystal core offered by Shadow with his fingertips. He looked up. "Understood." Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Xia Qingxiu. "Do you see clearly now? If you save them, they will thank the police. If you fail to save them, they will hate you. If I give them food, they will try to steal my pot." Xia Qingxiu stood at the entrance of the cold storage. Behind her lenses, her eyes were slightly red. She did not offer any rebuttal. Lin Yuan continued, "Teacher Xia, in the apocalypse, kindness is not a sin, but handing kindness over to beasts is." Ding. Target, Xia Qingxiu, Beauty, 89, Favorability 3. Current Favorability 5. Xia Qingxiu pushed up her glasses with her middle finger. This time she lowered her head. Tank and Shadow began to take control of the gymnasium, while Lu Bin started registering the food. Jiang Hao tallied the head count. The 3 individuals with broken arms were dragged to a corner. No one dared to cry out anymore. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to depart, an explosion resounded in the distance. Shadow pressed his earpiece, his expression shifting. "Boss, the Zhang family has patched in a distress signal via radio. It's coming from the direction of Jinjiang Yihao. Zhang Xiaowan's convoy has been blocked." Outside the cafeteria of Stan's school, the cold wind carrying the stench of blood swept into the corridor. Lin Yuan halted his steps. Xia Qingxiu looked toward him. Qin Yuma also raised her head, a hint of excitement still lingering in her eyes. Clutching her baseball bat, Tang Qiqi whispered, "That crazy long-legged sister." "President Lin, can you hear me?" Su Xiaowan's voice came abruptly through the earpiece. Originally, due to the distance, the signal from Tiangong, one could not transmit this far. Lin Yuan gave a grunt of acknowledgement. "We just received a set of authorization codes. Temporary access to the military's independent communication network has been granted." Lin Yuan's gaze paused for a fraction of a second. This move by Jiang Xiaowan was far too anomalous. When normal people plead for help, they raise the price, issue threats, and hold on to their bargaining chips until the very last second. Jiang Xiaowan did not. She surrendered her trump card first. Then she simply waited for him to decide whether or not to save her. That wretched woman. Lin Yuan could practically guess how Jiang Xiaowan was cursing him in her mind. Yet she chose the exact method he found acceptable. No extortion. No appeals to sentiment. First sacrifice value. Then gamble on his judgment. Lin Yuan let out a soft laugh. "Jiang Xiaowan, you know me so well. You had better not let me find out that you are a regressor too. Otherwise I will personally strip your flesh and tear your bones apart." Xia Qingxiu did not understand. Tang Qiqi, however, shrank her neck back. She always felt that when the great demon king smiled, it boded worse than a zombie. Lin Yuan pressed his earpiece. "Tank, Shadow, you two stay behind for half a day as planned." Tank replied, "Understood, boss." Shadow's voice was very low, received. Lin Yuan looked toward Lu Bin and Jiang Hao at the entrance of the cold storage. Lu Bin gripped his iron bar, his face still drenched in sweat. Jiang Hao stood exceptionally straight, his eyes constantly scanning the doors, windows, and corridor. Whether the school survives depends on the two of you. Lu Bin's throat bobbed, but he said nothing. Jiang Hao nodded. I will take roll call every 2 hours. Anyone with a fever, darkening wounds, or graying scara will be locked in the equipment room alone. Lin Yuan glanced at him. Dealing with smart people save trouble. Before leaving, Lin Yuan stopped at the entrance of the gymnasium. Zhou Zihao was still sprawling on the ground. Seeing Xia Qingxiu, he immediately crawled halfway up. Qingxiu, save me. Xia Qingxiu halted her steps. She pushed up her glasses with her middle finger. Behind the lenses there was still a struggle in her eyes. But she remained silent. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Zihao, his tone indifferent. Shadow, clean it up. Shadow stood in the darkness. Understood. Zhou Zihao's body froze. Qingxiu. Xia Qingxiu. You can't. Xia Qingxiu turned around and got into the vehicle. Zhou Zihao's outstretched fingers were a mere half-inch from touching the car door when Shadow's boot slammed down onto the back of his hand. The door shut. The sound severed the past. The Black George Patton surged out of Stan School. A brief, agonizing shriek echoed from the direction of the gymnasium. Xia Qingxiu's fingertips trembled, but she did not look back. Inside the vehicle, Qin Yuma sat in the passenger seat. Black blood still stained her tactical straps. She leaned against the seat, her breathing exceptionally steady, resembling a newly sharpened blade. Tang Qiqi sat in the back row, clutching her baseball bat. This magical girl can be considered to have gone on a mission today. Though she muttered under her breath, her eyes remained fixed on Qin Yuma's thighs and shoulders. Xia Qingxiu sat on the other side. Her knees still throbbed with pain, and her fingers gripped the armrest. Lin Yuan opened the offline map. Vast regions had already turned gray. The city's network was severed and the navigation had stopped updating. But Lin Yuan did not need it. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, the George Patton veered directly into an adjacent side road. In his past life, after Jiangsheng fell, he remembered which roads would be blocked, which alleys harbored hoards, and which overpasses would collapse. The urban area had already transformed. The glass of a nearby pharmacy lay shattered across the ground. Shelves were overturned and boxes of fever medication were trampled into the blood. In the middle of the road, several cars had rear-ended each other, their airbags deployed. In one driver's seat, a person with only half a face remaining was still held in place by the seatbelt. The George Patton did not slow down. The bull bar on its front shoved a white sedan aside. Boom. The sedan rolled and crashed into a fruit shop. Watermelons burst open, their red flesh mixing with black blood. Xia Qingxiu's face turned pale. When she had first arrived, she still harbored thoughts of saving whoever she could. Now she finally realized. After Han Shui's squad evacuated, the gunshots and sirens had drawn the entire horde. The density of zombies in this neighborhood had surged drastically compared to when they arrived. On the second floor of a convenience store, 4 or 5 survivors huddled by the window. A man waved a white towel. Help! Stop the car! A woman wept while clutching her child. Downstairs, over a dozen zombies were battering the roller shutter. Tang Qiqi instinctively looked at Lin Yuan. Xia Qingxiu's lips parted slightly. Yet she made no sound. Lin Yuan did not even spare a glance. Without easing off the accelerator, the George Patton drove straight past. Behind them, the cries for help grew fainter. Xia Qingxiu remained silent for a long time. What if it were your people? Lin Yuan stared ahead. My people would not stand at a window waiting for someone else to rescue them. Xia Qingxiu lowered her head. These words were cold, but they were also profoundly true. To save someone, one must first ensure they possess the capability to survive. Otherwise, it was merely delaying their inevitable demise. The George Patton rounded a street corner. Dense gunfire echoed from afar. Tang Qiqi pressed herself against the window. It's that Judy Hopps. Several streets away, Han Shui's 2 police jeeps were surrounded by the horde. The emergency lights on the roofs were still flashing. The red and blue glow scattered wildly through the fog like a piece of luminous flesh. Hundreds of ordinary zombies surrounded the convoy. Han Shui stood beside a vehicle holding her gun with both hands, firing as she retreated. Her police uniform had already been stained black with blood. An injured officer had his foot grabbed by a zombie. Captain Han, leave me. Han Shui gritted her teeth and fired. Bang. The zombies had exploded. But the gunfire only attracted more ash-gray figures. Lin Yuan watched for a mere 3 seconds. The gunshots continued to ring out. The horde kept pouring into that street. Rushing in now would not save anyone, it would only send themselves into the meat grinder. With a turn of the steering wheel, the George Patton took a detour. Xia Qingxiu's fingers twitched, but in the end she said nothing. The commercial backstreet was very narrow. The roller shutters of the shops on both sides were half open, the interiors too dark to see. The George Patton had just sped past the outer wall of a shopping mall. The glass above suddenly shattered. A dark green shadow pounced down. Bang! The roof sagged violently. Sharp claws scraped against the anti-explosion steel plating, emitting a piercing screech. Tang Qiqi's scalp tingled. A dog just grew on the roof. Xia Qingxiu's face turned pale. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up. She did not look back. Master, I will handle it. Lin Yuan nodded. Qin Yuma opened the sunroof. With a flip of her body, she leaped straight onto the roof. The wind rushed into the car, bringing with it a rancid stench. Tang Qiqi immediately hugged her baseball bat tightly. Sister Yuma, be careful. On the roof, a D-class elite zombie crouched on all fours, its body resembling a skinned hound. Its sharp claws dug into the steel plate, its maw splitting open as black blood dripped onto the windshield. Qin Yuma gripped the roof rack with one hand and kicked toward its skull with her other foot. Bang! The elite zombie's head tilted as half of its face caved in. Yet it did not fall off. Instead, it used the momentum to flip to the other side, its claws sweeping across. Qin Yuma leaned back to dodge, bracing her knees against the roof as she slid half a meter along the side of the car. In the next split second, she grabbed the zombie's hind leg. With a twist. Crack. Bone fractured. The elite zombie roared, its neck twisting at an unnatural angle as it snapped back at Qin Yuma's arm. Qin Yuma raised her hand to clamp its jaw shut, exerting force with both arms. Snap. Its neck was violently snapped. Tang Chi-Chi had just breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Yuan's voice came from the driver's seat. It's not dead. On the roof, the elite zombie with the broken neck suddenly convulsed. Its chest cavity swelled violently. Its claws extended one last time. Slash. Qin Yuma's outer thigh was sliced open. Blood splattered onto the edge of the window. Tang Chi-Chi's eyes instantly welled with tears. Sister Yuma. Qin Yuma frowned. Grabbing the zombie's head with one hand, she slammed it brutally against the edge of the roof. Bang. Bang. On the third strike, the skull cracked open. A white crystal core rolled out along with black blood. Qin Yuma kicked the corpse away. On the road behind them, black blood splattered. Clutching the crystal core, she flipped back into the car through the sunroof. Blood dripped down her combat trousers. Lin Yuan said coldly, "Let me see the wound." Qin Yuma did not hesitate. She propped her leg beside the seat. Lin Yuan steered with one hand, tearing open the torn fabric with his other. The tear widened. The wound was deep, the muscle tense. He pressed his fingers along the edges of the cut, confirming that no black lines were spreading. There was no zombie toxin. It was merely a laceration. Qin Yuma's body tensed. Yet she did not flinch. A minor injury. It won't affect my combat capability. Lin Yuan raised his eyes. Next time, crush the head first. Qin Yuma's eyes shone even brighter. Understood, master. In the back row, Tang Chi-Chi's eyes were still red, her fingers clawing tightly at her baseball bat. But seeing that Lin Yuan's hand had yet to pull back, she could not help but mutter sourly. Does examining a wound really require touching it for this long? Xia Qingxiu forced herself to look away. She felt she shouldn't look. Yet she couldn't help but feel that the relationships inside this vehicle had completely broken away from the rules of the old world. Lin Yuan retrieved a hemostatic bandage from his spatial storage and threw it to Tang Chi-Chi. Bandage her. Tang Chi-Chi was taken aback. Me, aren't you the cheerleader? Tang Chi-Chi immediately sat up straight. This magical girl works part-time as a healer. She lunged forward, still muttering under her breath. Sister Yuma, don't move. I'll wrap it much more gently than the great demon king. Lin Yuan continued driving. The fog ahead grew increasingly dense. From the earpiece, Su Xiaowan's voice came through. President Lin Jiang Xiaowan's coordinates have remained in the same spot for over 5 minutes. It's impossible to determine if she is still alive. The commercial street outside Jinjiangno. One had degenerated into complete chaos. Only half of the bubble tea shop sign remained dangling precariously from the second-floor exterior wall, swaying back and forth. A zombie dragging a broken high heel wandered in circles near the escalator. Tang Chi-Chi pressed herself against the rear window, took a quick glance, and immediately recoiled. So the wealthy district is still secretly open for business. She murmured, clutching her baseball bat tightly. Even with the apocalypse here, they're still buying luxury bags. Xia Qingxiu offered no response. She spotted a woman collapsed at the entrance of a jewelry store, 5 or 6 gold bracelets adorning her wrist, though her abdomen had been completely hollowed out. Price tags from the old world still clung to the display window. Lin Yuan turned the steering wheel sharply, and the George Patton ground past the curb, its bull bar forcefully shoving aside a sports car parked sideways. At that very moment, inside the Jinjiangno One Sales Center, Jiang Xiaowan leaned against a pillar in the lobby. In her hand, she clutched a small pink pistol, its barrel trembling violently. Her hair was disheveled, and her coat had been torn open. Her slender legs were stained with dust and flecks of blood. Only 2 bodyguards remained in front of her. One had his shoulder slashed open, yet he still gritted his teeth and stood as a shield. The other had been stabbed in the chest, the baton in his hand, already bent and deformed. Jiang Xiaowan had originally intended to use the convoy to draw attention, allowing her to slip through the sales center's emergency exit to her backup vehicle. But the plan had failed before it even truly began. This gang had long since laid spike strips along the only route her convoy could take. Wang Pengzi stood beneath the crystal chandelier. A gold chain plundered from a resident hung around his thick, fleshy neck. He was originally the security captain of Jinjiangno One. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't even dare to stand up straight in front of Jiang Xiaowan. Now, however, he rested a machete on his shoulder with over a dozen security guards and residents standing behind him. Miss Jiang. Wang Pengzi wiped the sweat from his face, a greasy grin spreading across his fleshy features. Your bodyguards are just about all dead. One must learn to accept their fate. Jiang Xiaowan gritted her teeth. Wang Pengzi, when my father returns, he will skin you alive. Wang Pengzi's laughter grew louder. Jiang Xiong. It's highly debatable whether he's even alive right now. He took a step forward. From this day on you must learn how to serve a man. In the future you'll be my little secretary kneeling and calling me President Wang. What do you think? The men beside him burst into lewd laughter clamoring to share the spoils with President Wang. A flicker of terror flashed deep within Jiang Xiaowan's eyes. She raised her gun. Bang! The bullet struck a thug's shoulder. The man shrieked and recoiled. The recoil, leaving her wrist completely numb. Wang Pengzi's expression darkened. Ungrateful bitch. Grab her. We'll all have our fun with her later. Several thugs rushed forward. The two bodyguards intercepted them desperately. A baton shattered one thug's nose. The next second 3 steel pipes came crashing down simultaneously, forcing the bodyguard to his knees. The other bodyguard took another knife wound to the chest, yet he still stood as a shield in front of Jiang Xiaowan. Miss, run. Wang Pengzi kicked him to the ground. Run where? He reached out to grab Jiang Xiaowan. My precious Miss Jiang, you usually act so provocative. Let's see how good you are in bed. Jiang Xiaowan's back slammed against the pillar. She raised her gun only to find the magazine empty. For the first time she realized that her status as a member of the Jiang family was utterly useless. Wang Pengzi's grin widened. The next second, boom. The wall of the convenience store adjacent to the sales center exploded violently. Shelves, bricks, and billboards flew into the garden. The two thugs keeping watch outside had barely turned their heads before being crushed against the base of the wall by the car's bull bar. They didn't even manage to utter a sound. The black George Patton surged into the garden, smashed through the wrought iron fence, and finally ground to a halt right before the main entrance. Everyone in the lobby froze in shock. The car door opened. Lin Yuan stepped out. His black shirt sleeves were slightly rolled up, and his leather shoes crunched over the shattered glass. He swept his gaze over Jiang Xiaowan. Torn coat, trembling fingers, a thin line of blood on her neck. But she was still alive. Jiang Xiaowan stared back at him. Her lips quivered. You bastard, why did you take so long to get here? After speaking, she froze, realizing she had accidentally blurted out her internal nickname for him. Lin Yuan did not answer. Qin Yuma stepped down from the passenger seat. The bandage on her thigh was still seeping blood. Yet she stood incredibly steady. Her red hair caught the wind, her eyes shining with an excessive feverish intensity. Wang Pengzi's throat bobbed. He recognized Lin Yuan, the madman who had smashed through the gates of the Xinhui group. But as he glanced at the dozen or so men behind him, and then at Lin Yuan, who was accompanied only by a few beautiful women, his courage returned. President Lin. This is internal business of Xinjiang. No. 1. Don't poke your nose into. Lin Yuan spoke. Except for the leader. Kill them all. Qin Yuma's lips curled upward. Understood, master. Tang Qiqi, who had just poked her head out from behind the car, felt her face darken even further upon hearing the word master. She's calling him that more and more naturally now. The next second, Qin Yuma lunged into the lobby. Far from hindering her movements, the pain in her thigh only seemed to fuel her excitement. The first thug raised his blade and slashed at her. Qin Yuma merely tilted her body half an inch to the side, letting the blade scrape against the armor plating on her shoulder and back, leaving only a faint scratch. Then she unleashed a punch. The man's chest collapsed, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into a wine cabinet. As the glass shattered, a second man turned to flee, only for her to seize his wrist. Crack! His wrist was snapped backward. Qin Yuma swung him like a rag doll, slamming him onto a glass coffee table. Bang! The table shattered into 1,000 pieces. A third man fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Sister, I was Ro. Qin Yuma snatched up a broken table leg and pinned him directly to the wall. His agonizing shriek drowned out the collective breathing of everyone in the room. Before the Valkyrie, ordinary humans were worse than zombies. Zombies did not feel fear, but these men would wet their pants and push their companions forward to shield themselves from blows. They would cry out for their mothers. Qin Yuma did not stop, snapping wrists, shattering knees, and delivering brutal elbow strikes. Someone dragged their broken leg, trying to crawl toward the exit. Without even looking, Qin Yuma flicked her toe to kick up a machete. The blade spun through the air, pinning the crawler's neck to the floor. The sound of crawling ceased instantly. Leaning against the pillar, Jiang Xiaowan watched the bodies strewn across the floor, her breathing gradually growing erratic. When did the fitness trainer beside this bastard become so incredibly powerful? Wang Pengzi's face went pale. He lunged toward Jiang Xiaowan, grabbing her by the hair and pressing the blade against her throat. Stay back! He shrieked, his voice turning shrill. Come any closer, and I'll kill her. The blade pressed down, causing blood to seep from Jiang Xiaowan's neck. Her body froze. Fear had finally conquered her pride. Lin Yuan didn't even look at Wang Pengzi's face. He raised his right hand. Inside the garden fountain, the water's surface erupted. A torrent of water shot into the sky, stretching in midair into dozens of razor-thin blades. Wang Pengzi's pupils contracted. A flash of blue light. Squelch! 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 His limbs were pierced simultaneously by the water blades. The machete clattered to the floor. Wang Pengzi collapsed to his knees like a torn sack of grain, letting out a shriek like a slaughtered pig. Deprived of support, Jiang Xiaowan stumbled backward. Lin Yuan did not offer a hand to steady her. He walked over to Wang Pengzi, looking down. You were saying? About poking my nose into your business. Wang Pengzi's teeth chattered violently. President Lin, I was wrong. I didn't know she was yours. Slap. Lin Yuan delivered a brutal backhand slap. Half of the man's teeth flew out. Blood splattered across the marble floor. Wang Pengzi's head jerked violently to the side, his entire body convulsing. Lin Yuan had only used 5% of his strength. Otherwise, with his current physical attributes, he could have easily torn the man's head off. Wang Pengzi's crotch was completely soaked. Don't kill me. I know where the Jinjiang No. 1 warehouses. I know who participated in the rebellion. I'm still useful. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Jiang Shaowan. Is he of any use? Jiang Shaowan clutched her empty gun, her voice slightly hoarse. The access rights to the warehouse are in my hands. She paused for a moment. Don't kill him yet. Return him to his master. A glimmer of hope had just surfaced in Wang Pengzi's eyes. When Lin Yuan raised his hand, 2 water needles pierced into his crotch. Crack. Wang Pengzi collapsed onto the ground, his voice cracking from the excruciating pain. Keeping him alive doesn't mean keeping him whole. Lin Yuan stood up and walked toward Jiang Shaowan. Jiang Shaowan's clothes were disheveled strands of hair clinging to her face. She wanted to adjust her coat to maintain some of her usual poise, but her hands shook so badly she couldn't even fasten the buttons. Lin Yuan took off his black trench coat and tossed it over her. The oversized coat draped over her upper body, but failed to hide her long legs. Jiang Shaowan's body stiffened slightly. The trench coat carried Lin Yuan's scent. A faint blush crept up the tips of her ears. Lin Yuan spoke. The deal is still on. From now on you are mine. Jiang Shaowan looked up. She saw the bodies covering the floor, the crippled Wang Pengzi and Qin Yuma standing behind Lin Yuan, wiping away blood. She detested the feeling of having her ownership proclaimed. But what was even more terrifying was that she found herself unwilling to object. Because in that fleeting moment, she had truly come close to dying at the hands of Wang Pengzi. Ding. Target Jiang Shaowan Beauty 92 Affection 4. Current Affection 3. Lin Yuan's gaze paused for half a second. Her affection rating fluctuated. This proved she was not a reincarnator. As for Shen Xingyue, the system had ceased to provide any useful feedback. Jiang Shaowan still possessed value. Moreover, she was untainted. Tang Qiqi poked her head out from behind the car, her lips twitching as she looked at Jiang Shaowan draped in Lin Yuan's coat. He's brought back yet another long-legged young lady. Sister Yuma, aren't you jealous? Qin Yuma wiped the blood from the back of her hand. She is useful. Tang Qiqi pouted. Of course you'd speak up for him now. You're already calling him master. Qin Yuma spared her a glance. You can call him that too. Qiqi, let me tell you the taste of a man. Tang Qiqi's face flushed crimson, and she quickly covered Qin Yuma's mouth. Xia Qingxiu stood by the car gazing at the bodies strewn across the floor. She merely pushed up her glasses. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Su Xianwan's voice cut through his earpiece. President Lin. Han Shui's side isn't dead yet. Lin Yuan raised his eyes. Su Xianwan spoke rapidly. They are currently retreating toward Jinjiang No. 1. Furthermore, judging by the intercepted communications, it seems someone among them has awakened. Su Xianwan's voice crackled through the earpiece, brisk and precise. Additionally, intercepted communications suggest their mission this round is rather ill-advised. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette. The flame flickered. Proceed. A municipal VIP. Li Wenhui. Su Xianwan hesitated. The official channel claims Li Wenhui is a man of unwavering principle and exceptional leader who demands priority evacuation. Squad Han Shui started with 8. For already dead. The youngest among them was only 23. The reason is Li Wenhui demanded they secure his office safe first. Smoke and words drifted from Lin Yuan's lips. At once, what's inside that safe? Su Xianwan continued. During the transmission when old Zhou was wounded and called for extraction, Li Wenhui claimed the safe held classified documents. But young Li later found out it was filled with gold bars and 2 bottles of vintage Maodai. Lin Yuan flicked the cigarette, but away and ground it out beneath his heel. A loyal squad risking their lives in a fallen zone. All to salvage a dog wearing leather shoes afraid of getting mud on them. Jiang Shaowan stood beside him draped in his black trench coat. The coat swallowed her frame, the sleeves draping to her fingertips. She glanced down, catching the tobacco and a faint metallic tang of blood on the collar. Her trembling hands slowly stilled. Hand me one. Lin Yuan glanced at her and tossed the pack. Jiang Shaowan caught it, drew out a cigarette, and hooked it between her lips. She was accustomed to slim import brands, not this. The first drag of the Zhonghua sent her into a hacking cough. Tang Qiqi leaned in. Mrs. Posturing failed. Deduct a point. Jiang Shaowan's eyes watered, tinged red at the corners, yet she stubbornly kept the cigarette clamped between her fingers. She leaned close to Lin Yuan, her voice dropping to a whisper. Fat Wang is just a rabid dog snapping at everything. The one who truly wants to use this chaos to put me 6 feet under is Li Wenhui. Lin Yuan's hand stilled. Evidence. Jiang Shaowan met his gaze. Spike strips and longhua aren't something mere wealth can procure. The external power grid at Jinjiang No. 1 was cut. The blind spots in our surveillance were charted beforehand. My bodyguard's patrol routes were leaked. As she spoke, a nub of ash drifted onto her fingertip. She didn't flinch, only drawing the cigarette away once her skin reddened from the burn. Only personnel with high-level clearance could orchestrate this. Lin Yuan noticed her forearm trembling. Not from the cold, but from the creeping dread of what she'd survived. Take me to the vault. Jiang Shaowan nodded. As she turned, the hem of the trench coat grazed her calves. The fresh scabs and smeared blood lent her a fragile, shattered beauty. The group moved through the abandoned sales center. A few homeowners cowered by the roadside. When they saw Qin Yuma dragging Fat Wang by the ankles, leaving a thick crimson streak across the pavement, they scrambled back into the shadows. Who's that man? Has Miss Jiang fallen under his thumb as well? Fat Wang is finished. What about directorly? There weren't many zombies in Jinjiang, no. 1. Before the uprising, the residents had already organized sweeps to cull the horde. They could put down the infected, yet they dared not meet Lin Yuan's gaze. Jiang Shaoan led the group toward her villa. Her steps faltered for a fraction of a second as she passed a fallen bodyguard. Just days prior, this same man had ridden shotgun to Yunding Tiangong, pinning Zhou Zihao against the hood. Now only half a face remained pressed against the flagstones. In the rear garden stood a manicured rockery. Jiang Shaoan pressed her palm to its side, then keyed in 3 separate codes. A soft click echoed. The stone facade slid inward, revealing a climate-controlled subterranean corridor. Overhead lights flickered on. Inside, the vast underground vault, row upon row of industrial shelving stretched into the gloom. The wall of medical freezers alone could sustain a small clinic for weeks. In the corner, stacks of infant formula sat dormant. A single can would command a life on the black market come the end times. Rows of high-calorie military rations lined the deeper shelves. Jiang Shaoan finally felt a fraction of her footing return. She gathered the slipping trench coat, exposing the line of her shoulder. I didn't buy from you before because I lacked stockpiles. I merely wanted to diversify my reserves. A person can't subsist on hardtack and MREs forever. She met Lin Yuan's eyes. Now you see I'm not merely decorative, do you? Have you considered employing a security detail to guard me and my reserves? These were stockpiled for my father's private security detail, though I never understood why he's been detained in Just City so long. Should you agree to protect me, I'll offer you a 20% share. Lin Yuan offered no reply. He simply lifted a hand and snapped his fingers. In the next breath, the smile on Jiang Shaoan's face froze. The foremost row of shelving vanished into thin air. Then the second row, then the third. Crates of pharmaceuticals, drums of purified water, deep freeze units, dried beef ration biscuits. All evaporated without a sound. She had witnessed his hydro knife and understood his unnatural nature, which is why she'd sought his protection. Yet she never imagined he possessed a power like this. Less than 30 seconds elapsed. The vault was hollowed out. The floor lay bare save for a thin layer of dust. Even the secret cache of chocolate she'd stashed in the corner had vanished. This. Lin Yuan, are you performing sleight of hand? Jiang Shaoan's fingers dug into her coat cuff. Her primal instinct screamed at her to step back. Yet before she could retreat, the blood-caked toe of Qin Yuma's boot blocked the exit's threshold. A sudden clarity struck her. This was no longer her domain. Lin Yuan hadn't revealed this to boast. He was sending a message: now that you've seen it, there is no going back. Either submit or die. Jiang Shaoan's throat worked. Her instinct was to remind him that the Jiang family's communication clearances still rested in her palm. But the words died on her tongue. Because she suddenly recalled it was she who had surrendered those clearances, first begging for rescue. Now even her final trump card lay in this man's hands. Jiang Shaoan cursed him 1,000 curses in her mind. Yet her body betrayed her pride, leaning in before her resolve could catch up. She pressed herself against Lin Yuan's arm. Though initially stiff, she slowly let herself yield, pressing her weight flush against him. From this moment on, I place my life in your hands. She hesitated, then borrowed the cold, commanding cadence of the killer she stood beside. Satisfied, master. Ding. Target Jiang Shaoan, rating 92. Affection 1. Current affection 4. Tang Qiqi's fur immediately stood on end. Long legs, you're copying Sister Yuma now. Did the version update drop this quickly? Qin Yuma cast a sideways glance at Tang Qiqi. Her imitation leaves much to be desired. Jiang Shaoan whipped her head around. And what if it does? Tang Qiqi gripped her baseball bat tighter. TCH, shameless long legs. Lin Yuan watched the negligible 1% rise in affection, then lightly backhanded Jiang Shaoan's cheek. Not sincere enough. Jiang Shaoan's breath caught. She bowed her head. I'll learn. Lin Yuan turned on his heel. Move out. The group made their way back to the surface. They had barely reached the George Patton when the roar of engines echoed from the intersection. 2 police jeeps tore into Jinjiang No. 1. Their chassis scarred and dented from impact. One of the doors was completely torn off. Han Shui vaulted from the lead jeep. Her uniform was reduced to bloody rags, a coarse bandage tightly bound around her outer thigh. 8 started this mission. Her crawled back. Every single one bore wounds. Every one except Young Li. The rookie who had publicly challenged Lin Yuan at the academy wore tattered clothing, yet despite the lack of blood, a faint golden aura shimmered around him. Lin Yuan gave him a measured look. C-rank metal attribute. An impressive awakening speed. A pity men like him rarely survive long within the official faction. A full sense of justice makes the sharpest tool for others to wield. A party approached from the villa district, led by the most conspicuous figure, a middle-aged man. His suit was immaculate. His leather shoes bore scarcely a speck of mud. 2 bodyguards in black flanked him, also entirely unscathed. Standing beside the blood-soaked officers, they looked like businessmen stepping out of a VIP lounge. Upon spotting him, Jiang Shaoan's nails bit into her palms. Li Wenhui. Li Wenhui also spotted Jiang Shaoan. He first glanced over Wang Pengzi lying on the ground, then looked at Lin Yuan. A smile instantly broke across his face. Shaoan, thank goodness you're all right. Those lowlives like Wang Pengzi have seen nothing of the world. To think a minor misunderstanding could escalate into this. Now that the world is in chaos, respectable people like us should stick together all the more. As he spoke, he did not spare Wang Pengzi another glance. It was as if the man were not a dog that had just bitten someone on his behalf, but merely a splash of mud that had accidentally soiled the edge of his leather shoes. On the ground, Wang Pengzi was not yet dead. Hearing this, his eyes widened. Li Wenhui, you were clearly the one who ordered me to lay hands on Miss Jiang. You said Jiang Xiong wouldn't make it back, and that as long as I subdued her, Jin Jiang Yihao would be mine to run. You even said you'd make me the Jiang family's son-in-law. Li Wenhui's expression remained unchanged. Nonsense. In times of crisis, it is perfectly normal for some people to lose their minds. He turned his gaze toward Han Shui. Captain Han, people who spread rumors and disrupt solidarity like this should be detained first. Several homeowners of Jinjiang Yihao had clearly heard him, yet they all lowered their heads one by one. Someone even nodded in agreement. Uncle Li is right. Jiang Shaoan let out a faint laugh, though her fingertips clenched until they turned white. A misunderstanding, is it? There's bound to be a time when it gets resolved. Though polite in speech, her body shrank back half a step behind Lin Yuan. Witnessing this, Tang Chi-Chi's fiery temper flared up. She sprang out from behind Qin Yuma, pointing her baseball bat directly at Li Wenhui. What's a scheming old bastard like you playing nice for? Li Wenhui frowned. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you cannot say whatever you please. We are currently in a state of war. I can have you dealt with for disrupting the rescue order. Tang Chi-Chi immediately bristled. Having witnessed Sister Yuma slicing through enemies like vegetables, she felt herself to be invincible. Wang Pengzi is exactly the dog you unleashed. A person like you is 100 times worse than our Demon King. At least the Demon King robs people in broad daylight, while you shift the blame so shamelessly that it doesn't even leave a trace. Lin Yuan spared her a glance. This girl's cursing was becoming increasingly down to earth. The smile on Li Wenhui's face finally crumbled. He looked over toward Lin Yuan's side. One man, several women. For Wang Pengzi to fail in handling even a situation like this, he indeed deserved nothing more than to be a dog. He shot a glance at his two bodyguards. Both men reached for their lower backs simultaneously. Beside them, Han Shui instinctively reached for her gun as well. She knew that as long as she pretended not to see, Li Wenhui would continue to give her squad the green light. Perhaps Lao Zhou, who was severely injured, could receive priority treatment. Before the two bodyguards could even level their guns, Han Shui moved. Dragging her injured leg, she delivered a side kick that sent one of the handguns flying. In the next split second, the butt of her gun slammed into the bodyguard's chin. Bang! The bodyguard fell backward onto the ground. On the other side, Xiao Li spun around. His metallized hand clamped down onto the second bodyguard's wrist. Crack! The bone snapped. The handgun clattered to the ground. The bodyguard shrieked in agony. Li Wenhui's face turned livid. Han Shui, do you have any idea what you are doing? Han Shui pointed her blood-stained muzzle right at his feet. Our mission is to execute an emergency evacuation. She took a sharp breath. Protecting the people is and always will be our primary creed. Li Wenhui's lip twitched. The medical resources of the southern suburbs military district aren't prepared for just any ordinary police officer either. Without my special authorization, they won't give you any antibiotics. As of this moment, your squad's priority treatment status is revoked. He glared at Officer Lao Zhou, who lay behind Han Shui with an abdominal wound. Remember, you are the one who killed him. Xiao Li instinctively wanted to charge forward, but Han Shui held him back. She said nothing, but the sheer fury on her face was unmistakable. Captain Han, don't worry about me. To have followed such a wonderful boss like you. In the next life, I still want to serve under you. Watching this unfold from the side, Lin Yuan walked up behind Tang Chi-Chi. Reaching into the backpack she carried, which was actually his spatial pocket, he pulled out a bottle of antibiotics and tossed it to Han Shui. Consider it alone. Han Shui caught the bottle, her knuckles turning slightly white. For the first time, the hand holding her gun trembled. The very system she had risked her life to uphold seemed so utterly cheap in the face of this single bottle of medicine. Li Wenhui was utterly dumbfounded. These were drugs he had personally ordered to be strictly controlled a month ago. Where on earth did this man get them? At this moment, his power of special authorization felt as though it had been publicly stripped away, leaving him completely exposed and humiliated. Li Wenhui's lips trembled, but he did not speak again. He still needed these few police officers to escort him to the safe zone. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Lin Yuan, however, suddenly spoke to Jiang Shaoan. He's treated you like this, and you're not going to beat him up. Hearing these words, Jiang Shaoan felt as if she had received an imperial decree. The pretense on her face vanished instantly. Remembering her deceased bodyguard and the trauma she had endured, she took 2 strides forward. Li Wenhui frowned. Shaoan, I am teaching you on behalf of your father. Jiang Shaoan did not even wait for him to finish. Her first punch smashed squarely into the bridge of Li Wenhui's nose. Her second punch knocked his glasses askew. With her third move, she stomped her high heel directly onto the back of his hand. Uncle Li. She smiled, her eyes rimmed with red. Now this is what you call a misunderstanding. Li Wenhui's bodyguards tried to intervene, but Lin Yuan sent them flying with a kick each. Qin Yuma looked over at Han Shui, and the two shared a tacit silence. Tang Chi-Chi looked at Han Shui, her eyes brightening slightly. Hey Judy Hops. Han Shui frowned. Tang Chi-Chi hoisted the baseball bat onto her shoulder. If you guys ever find yourselves unable to survive in the official shelter, come to Tiangong Yihao and look for our Demon King. Food and lodging are covered. When the time comes, I'll treat you to potato chips. Xiaoli glanced at her, then looked at Lin Yuan. He remained silent. Han Shui did not answer either. Having vented her anger, Jiang Shaowan stood up, calming her heaving chest as she accepted the water Lin Yuan handed her. Ding. Target Jiang Shaowan Beauty, rating 92, favorability 2. Current favorability 6. Li Wenhui slowly got to his feet, adjusted his crooked glasses, and said coldly, "Let's go." The two police jeeps roared back to life. Before getting into the car, Han Shui cast a backward glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held a cigarette between his fingers. With his other hand, he slowly brushed along the seam of his trousers. This Li Wenhui clearly did not seem like a decent sort. Lin Yuan had originally intended to execute him on the spot with a water jet. Just then Su Xianwan's voice came through his earpiece. "President Lin, there is new information on the military channel. The Southern Suburbs Military District has issued a red alert. They plan to launch a counteroffensive on the city tomorrow afternoon. The one leading the operation is Shen Qinghua." Lin Yuan's hand brushing against his trouser seam paused for half a second. Then he looked toward Li Wenhui, who had already climbed into the jeep. A corrupt bureaucrat. A reborn fool. An ancient martial arts grandmaster. If the official faction were a monolithic entity, it would not bode well for him. Let them tear into each other first. That would be far more interesting. The two parties parted ways at the intersection strewn with severed corpses. The jeeps drove toward the north gate. The George Patton armored vehicle headed toward the south gate. In Jiangcheng, after the acid rain, the fog carried a metallic tang of rust. The George Patton rammed through two abandoned cars and surged up the winding mountain road. The outer perimeter of Yunding Tiangong had already entered wartime martial law. A few residents who had attempted to venture out retreated meekly back into their homes after taking 2 heavy blows from Fei Long's club. Behind the gunports of Villa No. 13 gun barrels slowly protruded. Drones hovered above the perimeter walls of Tiangong No. 1. Lu Qiqi confirmed that there were no threats around Yunding Tiangong. The alloy gates opened in successive layers. Seated in the back row and draped in Lin Yuan's black trench coat, Jiang Shaowan swept her gaze across the machine gun nest searchlights and steel-spiked barricades inside the gates. Behind the curtains of several distant villas, eyes watched through the curtain of rain as the George Patton drove into Tiangong No. 1. Those gazes did not resemble neighbors looking at one another, but rather survivors watching the last ship depart from the shore. "How did you turn this place into a literal tortoise shell?" Her words sounded tough. Yet her hands tightly gripped the cuffs of the trench coat. Tang Chi-Chi, cradling a baseball bat, poked her head out to look at her. "Hey Longlegs, is this your testimonial for checking in?" Jiang Shaowan glanced askance at her. "Shut it, kiddo." Tang Chi-Chi immediately puffed up her cheeks and proudly thrust out her moderately shapely chest. "This magical girl is an adult." The George Patton rolled into the B2 garage. The heavy hydraulic valves emitted a piercing screech. The massive gates sealed shut behind them. Click. With the final sound of the lock engaging, the acidic fog outside was completely shut out. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, the automated machine guns on the garage walls pivoted in unison. Only when Lin Yuan raised his hand did the red targeting lasers extinguish one by one. Only then did Jiang Shaowan realize that if she hadn't been inside this vehicle, she would have been riddled with bullets. The group entered the elevator and arrived at 1F. The elevator doors slid open. Lin Yuan stepped out first. The moment Jiang Shaowan set foot in the first-floor lobby, she paused. The lighting in the lobby was steady and constant. The floor was spotless. The air was devoid of the stench of decay, carrying instead a faint scent of jasmine. Her people stood by the entrance. Su Xianwan, dressed in a black and white maid uniform, had her hands folded as she calmly lowered her head. Wang Yu wore the same uniform, carrying a tray of hot tea. Her pale grayish skin gleamed coldly under the lights. Lin Modong stood right behind her. Su Mushua, draped in a white lab coat and wearing medical gloves, held a bottle of disinfectant spray. Jiang Shaowan barely managed to maintain her composure as a high-class lady. "You guys certainly have a sense of ceremony." Tang Chi-Chi popped up from behind her. "I bought those uniforms. Pretty, aren't they?" Su Xianwan looked toward Lin Yuan. "President Lin, welcome back." Wang Yu offered the tea. "Mr. Lin." Lin Yuan took the tea and took a sip. Su Mushua stepped forward, aiming the spray at them. "Decontamination." Jiang Shaowan took half a step back. "Are you treating me like incoming cargo?" Su Mushua cast a glance at her. "You can also choose to be quarantined in B3 for 12 hours. Jiang Shaowan shut her mouth. Once the decontamination was complete, Wang Yu approached her with the tea. Jiang Shaowan's throat tightened. She had met Wang Yu before. Last time she was like a delicate, clinging vine. Now she resembled something dangerous. Grayish-white skin. White pupils. Jiang Shaowan looked at Lin Yuan. "Why does she look like a zombie?" Lin Modong, who was speaking with Xia Qingxiu, suddenly turned to glare at her, clenching her fists. "Miss Jiang, please watch your language." Su Xianwan frowned. "Sister Wang Yu is a follower of President Lin." Wang Yu's voice was very soft. "Whatever, Mr. Lin gives, it always gets better." Jiang Shaowan's hand trembled. A zombie could actually speak. Xia Qingxiu heard this as well. Behind her lenses, her gaze visibly faltered. Jiang Shaowan observed Wang Yu as she walked back to fetch water. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but hadn't Wang Yi grown a size larger? Moreover, beneath her clothes, did she seem to be wearing nothing underneath? This scoundrel actually likes this kind of taste. Sensing her gaze, Tang Chi immediately twisted the knife. Stop staring. Even if you keep looking, they won't grow on you. Zhang Xiaowan's ears flushed red as she raised her teacup. I am merely evaluating the quality of your provisions. Tang Chi let out a huff. A stubborn mouth is also an illness. I suggest letting Dr. Su perform surgery on you. Su Muxue, I do not treat that. Zhang Xiaowan. How is everyone in this place crazier than the last? She sipped her tea, finally reclaiming a bit of her aristocratic poise. Zhang Xiaowan deliberately nudged Lin Yuan's shin with her foot. I've handed over all the military communication clearance and supplies to you. Based on their value, asking for a private suite and a personal maid isn't asking for too much, is it? Zhang Xiaowan swept her eyes over Su Xianwan's height and maid uniform. To snub her for telling her to watch her language. Earlier, she teased playfully. Secretary Su, are you currently in charge of the villa's logistics, or are you in charge of Lin Yuan's bed? Su Xianwan opened her tablet. She temporarily couldn't gauge President Lin's attitude toward Zhang Xiaowan, so she refrained from overstepping her bounds. President Lin. Lin Yuan swatted Zhang Xiaowan's leg away. He pointed at Zhang Xiaowan and Xia Qingxiu. Let them share a room. Zhang Xiaowan looked up. Me and her. Xia Qingxiu was also taken aback. From Lin Yuan's perspective, both of them had single-digit favorability ratings, so keeping them together would allow them to monitor each other. Zhang Xiaowan stood up and turned to Su Xianwan. Secretary Su, we've known each other for quite a while now. You could at least say a fair word for me. I contributed a lot when you set up the mobile intensive care pods and stockpiled drones, didn't I? There are at least a dozen rooms upstairs. Arranging a single room for me shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Having said that, she paused and pulled out her phone, which displayed no network. And now that I've given you my clearance, why have I been kicked out? You can't just kill the donkey after it's done grinding the grain. Su Xianwan looked up. At 155 centimeters tall, she seemed diminutive standing before the 173-centimeter tall Zhang Xiaowan. Yet her voice lacked even a hint of softness. Miss Zhang, President Lin's willingness to take you in is a grace. You may bring value, but you do not dictate terms. Furthermore, both President Lin's bed and the logistics are managed by me. Your current status is temporary personnel. You are not allowed to step outside without permission. The machine gun turrets outside are automated. Don't blame me for not warning you if you get turned into a sieve. In truth, the villa had no official designation for temporary personnel. Su Xianwan simply could not stand how this woman, who clearly hadn't earned President Lin's favor, dared to speak so arrogantly here. Did she still think she was the pampered young mistress of the past? Lin Yuan grabbed a can of cola from the freezer beside the sofa and looked at Zhang Xiaowan. You made a fortune on crude oil futures. Those numbers should still be visible offline. As for the supplies you mentioned, they belong to me now. If you don't wish to stay here, I can have you sent to the villas outside. I recall Villa No. 8 of Yunding Tiangong is yours, isn't it? In her heart, Zhang Xiaowan cursed the bastard 10 times over. On her face, however, a slight smile curved. Understood. I'll do as you say. Lin Yuan said to Su Xianwan. Take her to the 3rd floor. Calibrate the military communication network. She is more experienced than you, so master it completely as soon as possible. Su Xianwan nodded. Understood. Zhang Xiaowan pointed at herself. Can I take a shower first? Lin Yuan looked at her. Shall I wash you? Zhang Xiaowan instantly turned around. Secretary Su, lead the way. Tang Chi giggled behind them. Longlegs has successfully adapted to the new environment. Zhang Xiaowan looked back. Kiddo, you're going to get beaten by me sooner or later. At the same time, the outer checkpoint of the Nanjiao military region. 2 police jeeps crashed through the barbed wire fencing, smoke billowing from their hoods. Several armed soldiers immediately surrounded them. Han Shui leaped down from the vehicle, her injured leg buckling as she nearly fell to her knees. Supporting herself against the car door, she roared, "Medic! Save Lao Zhou first." The rear door swung open, and Lao Zhou, wounded in the abdomen, was carried down. The blood-soaked bandages had already turned black, and his face was pale and sickly. Xiaoli followed closely beside him, a faint metallic sheen still lingering on his right arm. Li Wenwei stepped down from the other vehicle. His suit remained pristine. When his soul stepped into the bloody water, he knit his brows. How unlucky. A nearby staff member immediately came forward to greet him. Director Li, the decontamination area is ready. Li Wenwei nodded. In the temporary medical area, Lao Zhou lay on a hospital bed, his body convulsing. The military doctor cut open the bandages, took one look at the wound, and his expression darkened. The infection has spread. Although there are no signs of zombification, yet too much time has passed. We need antibiotics. Han Shui immediately produced the medicine bottle Lin Yuan had given her. I have some here. Just as the military doctor reached out, a voice rang out. Hold on. Li Wenwei walked in while wiping his hands, his hair still damp with moisture. Does this item have authorization? No one spoke. Li Wenwei turned to the surrounding soldiers and medical staff. Han Shui's squad has made contact with a dangerous civilian armed leader. Who knows what is inside that? He pointed at the medicine bottle. If she has been compromised and intends to contaminate the entire military region, who will bear the responsibility for security? Individual sacrifices are regrettable, but we cannot gamble with the safety of the military region. Captain Han, surely you don't lack even this basic sense of the bigger picture. The medical area fell silent. Several soldiers lowered their muzzles, but did not put their weapons away completely. Han Shue's chest heaved. She hadn't slept for a day and a night, and 4 of her team members had died. She had escorted this man back only to be met with such words. On the hospital bed, Lao Zhou's lips quivered. Captain Han, leave me be. On Xiao Li's youthful face, anger flared. He took a step forward. His right arm metallicized, reflecting a cold gleam under the lights. Leader Li, 4 of our brothers died just to save you. Li Wenwei's face darkened. What are you trying to rebel? Xiao Li did not back down. All I know is that Lao Zhou needs medicine. One by one, Han Shue's fingers tightened around the medicine bottle, squeezing the plastic until it deformed. Looking at Li Wenwei, she felt for the first time that the police badge at her waist burned with a painful heat. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Several guards parted the crowd as Shun Qingwei walked in. She wore a white windbreaker with a short blade hanging at her waist. Someone held an umbrella for her from behind its canopy, still dripping with acid rain. She cast a glance at Xiao Li. Well said. Li Wenwei's expression stiffened. Who are you? This is an internal disciplinary matter of the military region. Shin Qingwei did not even spare him a glance. She walked up to Xiao Li, her gaze landing on his metallic arm. C-class metal type. Not bad. Xiao Li was stunned. Shin Qingwei turned her head to the military doctor. Administer the medicine. The military doctor hesitated. But Director Li sighed. Shin Qingwei's voice turned cold. A politician like him who only knows how to flap his gums is nothing but a joke to me. The medical area fell silent once more. Li Wenwei stared at Shin Qingwei for a few seconds before finally offering a smile and turning to leave. Perhaps a trace of hidden malice lingered deep within his eyes. Xiao Li stood in place as his metallic arm slowly reverted to normal. Shin Qingwei's tone softened. Xiao Li nodded. Li Cheng, go rest tonight. They will provide you with the best supplies. Tomorrow afternoon we launch a counteroffensive on Jiangxing. You are coming with me. Xiao Li looked at Han Shui. Han Shui hadn't spoken yet. Shin Qingwei had already turned toward her. Han Shui, I heard you've met Lin Yuan. Han Shui looked up. I have. Shin Qingwei's eyes flashed with coldness. He is merely a dog I raised. Tomorrow you will go to the front lines as well. Han Shui's hand holding the medicine bottle froze. Shin Qingwei looked up toward the horizon, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. Lin Yuan, this time I'm bringing an entire army to fetch you. Late at night. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor of Tiangong No. 1. When Qin Yuma pushed the door open and entered, she had changed into a tank top and athletic shorts. With bandages wrapped around her outer thigh, she walked without the slightest impediment. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, holding a tablet. The footage captured by the drone was frozen. On the screen, Qin Yuma stood atop a George Patton vehicle, snapping the neck of a D-class elite zombie with a single hand. Lin Yuan raised his eyes. Kneel. Qin Yuma did not ask why. She dropped to one knee. Her crimson hair draped over her shoulder. There was no resentment in her eyes, but rather a glimmer of light. Lin Yuan set the tablet aside. Today you took 13 seconds to deal with that D-class elite zombie. Qin Yuma lowered her head. Master, it was my blunder. It was not a blunder. Lin Yuan stood up and walked over to her. You were venting. Qin Yuma's breath hitched. Lin Yuan reached out and pressed down on her shoulder. In the next second, thud, Qin Yuma was forced onto both knees. A dull thud echoed from the floor. She did not resist. Lin Yuan's voice was flat. Relying on your immunity to infection, you chose the crudest way to meet force with force. That is how a mad dog fights. Next time you might face an intelligent mutant, or even worse, humans. Will you still fight like this? Qin Yuma looked up. A faint smirk actually played at the corner of her lips. Lin Yuan stared at her. Since her awakening, the wildness in this woman's bones had been completely unleashed. In her past life, Qin Yuma's ability to survive as one of the 3 S-class powerhouses did not rely on sheer recklessness. It was her combat instinct under extreme conditions. Lin Yuan raised his hand. A stream of water glided out from the bathroom, transforming into 36 water needles in midair. The water needles hovered around Qin Yuma. Close your eyes. Qin Yuma closed her eyes. Swoosh. The first water needle grazed her arm, without piercing through, leaving only a shallow trail of blood. Qin Yuma's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Lin Yuan demanded coldly, identify the direction. Top left. Swoosh. The second one. Right ribs. The third one. Behind. The water needles grew faster and faster. Though kneeling, Qin Yuma began to make minute adjustments with her body. It was not evasion, but perception. The pain gradually awakened the wild resonance within her. Half an hour later, Qin Yuma, with her eyes still closed, flawlessly evaded the water needles coming from 3 directions. That's enough for today. Lin Yuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Qin Yuma's forehead was drenched in sweat, and blood seeped through her bandages once more. She opened her eyes, the chaotic, wild animality in her gaze finally suppressed a notch. Lin Yuan retracted the water needles. Remember, pain is fuel, not the steering wheel. Qin Yuma leaned forward, pressing her forehead against Lin Yuan's leg. Her gaze was dazed. Master, I will remember. Ding. Target Qin Yuma Beauty 85 favorability 2. Current favorability 46. In the adjacent room, Tang Qiqi hugged her pillow, tossing and turning for the 5th time in bed. She kicked off the blanket only to pull it back again. The Great Demon King, calling Sister Yumo over in the middle of the night. He is definitely up to no good. She perked up her ears. The hallway was dead silent. The quieter it was, the angrier she became. Her mind alternated between the image of Qin Yuma calling him master and the memory of Lin Yuan's hand examining Qin Yuma's wound in the car. After a sudden shiver, Tang Qiqi bolted upright. Her face was incredibly flushed. No, that's not right. I'm just worried about Sister Yumo. It's not like I'm thinking about that dog of a man. She grabbed the REM body pillow by her bedside and punched it hard twice. Once this magical girl awakens her lightning superpower, the first thing I'll do is blast that Great Demon King with 100,000 volts. Having said that, she shrank back under the blanket. A few seconds later, she muttered softly, maybe just a light shock. Lest Sister Yuma get struck too. Ding. Target Tang Qiqi Beauty 86 favorability 2. Current favorability 6. The next morning, Lin Yuan stepped out of the master bedroom. Qin Yuma followed behind him, her crimson hair tied up, her gaze far steadier than the previous night. Su Xiaonuan was already waiting at the door. Dressed in a maid uniform, she held a tablet in her arms. A faint scent of jasmine lingered. Mr. Lin. The military channel just broadcasted the latest movements of the southern suburbs military district. Lin Yuan took the tablet she handed over. On the screen was the intercepted text communication. Southern suburbs military district temporary counteroffensive plan. Target Jiangxing University. Su Xiaonuan said in a low voice, they are operating under the banner of liberating survivors and recruiting elite talents. The expedition team includes an awakened squad as well as a military armed force. In the hall, breakfast had already been laid out. Wang Yu was busy serving dishes by the dining table. Su Muxue, Jiang Xiaowan, and Lin Madong took their seats one after another. With dark circles under her eyes, Tang Qiqi huddled next to Qin Yuma, clutching her pillow, looking like a sleepy little rabbit. Jiang Xiaowan, having no clothes of her own, had to borrow a white shirt from Su Muxue for the time being. The shirt did not fit perfectly, which instead accentuated her long legs. Hearing Su Xiaonuan's words, she scoffed. Xinqingwei certainly knows how to choose a spot. There must still be many survivors at Jiangxing University, and they have all the laboratory equipment. Securing that place will replenish Xinqingwei with a batch of technical talents. Lin Yuan tossed the tablet back to Su Xiaonuan. She isn't going for the technical talents. Su Xiaonuan looked up. Then Lin Yuan took the head seat and picked up a slice of bread. Chew foam. Tang Qiqi was startled. The instant noodle guy? Lin Yuan spread peanut butter on his bread. In his past life, there were 3 S-class powerhouses in Jiangxing. Qin Yuma was here with him. Su Muxue was also here with him. Unable to find either of them, Xinqingwei could only gamble on the last one. The sun god Chu Feng. But that man was as stubborn as he was broke. And he loathed nothing more than the arrogant posturing of the elite. For Xinqingwei to recruit him with troops, systems, and propaganda slogans is equivalent to stepping on a landmine in high heels. Lin Yuan smiled. We aren't going. Let's watch the show first. Su Xiaonuan nodded. Understood. Jiang Xiaowan glanced at him. Are you that certain? Lin Yuan said indifferently. Xinqingwei might treat talents like dogs, but Chu Feng will only treat her as firewood. Tang Qiqi slapped her pillow. Is the instant noodle guy about to unleash his ultimate? Just then Tang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Boss. We're back. He paused. The defensive line at Stone School has been established. Lu Bin is in charge of food, and Jiang Hao is screening the people. 3 guys tried to steal food, so we hung them from the basketball hoops. One of them was the parent, who cursed at teacher Xia the loudest yesterday. Once he was strung up, nobody down there dared to shout anymore. Shadow added, the back door of the gymnasium has been welded shut and the equipment room has been converted into an isolation ward. Also, we brought back 8 gray crystal nuclei common and 1 white, 1 elite. Tank said in a booming voice. As for the rest, whether they live or die depends on their own luck. Lin Yuan looked at Qin Yuma. Take the white crystal nuclei with you later. Those things can quickly restore your energy when you're exhausted. They are essentially mana potions. Su Xiaonuan immediately took note. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up. Restoring physical energy. Did that mean she wouldn't be dominated and beaten so miserably by Lin Yuan tonight? Just then, the sound of a shattering cup came from nearby. Smash. Xia Qingqiu stood by the dining table. Her expression was off, and her glasses fogged up. In the next second, she collapsed forward. Su Muxue reacted the fastest, reaching out to press her fingers against the side of Xia Qingqiu's neck. Her body temperature is extremely high. Lin Yuan walked over and knelt down. Xia Qingqiu's glasses were askew, and her breathing was ragged. A faint green light flickered in her palm. Su Muxue's expression shifted. This is somewhat similar to Lu Cici's case. An awakening. Lin Yuan nodded. Take her to the medical room on the 2nd floor. Xia Qingqiu briefly regained consciousness. Seeing Lin Yuan, she murmured weakly. Am I infected? Lin Yuan did not answer, but continued speaking to Su Muxue. Mix her blood with antibiotics and crystal nuclei. Xia Qingqiu's body shuddered. She had been terrified of drawing blood since childhood. Lin Yuan paid no heed to her. I want to see an antiviral serum within 24 hours. Su Muxue did not hesitate. I will need her blood samples, bone marrow samples, saliva, sweat, as well as data on her ability release under crystal nucleus stimulation. Xia Qingxiu looked up. Behind her lenses her eyes were filled with fear. Can I refuse? Lin Yuan looked at her. No. Xia Qingxiu's eyes shone with humiliation, yet she dared not say a word. Wang Ye walked over and helped Su Muxue support Xia Qingxiu's arms. Teacher Xia, you have always wanted to save people. Now you have the qualification. Xia Qingxiu's lips parted. She wanted to say she was not a tool, but she swallowed the words back down. If her blood was truly useful. She lowered her head. Okay, ding. Target, Xia Qingxiu Beauty, 89 favorability 1. Current favorability 6. Su Muxue helped her up. Come with me. Wang Ye picked up the cleaning tools and silently swept up the shattered cup on the floor. Watching Xia Qingxiu's retreating figure, Lin Modong murmured, teacher has finally become a useful person too. Tang Qiqi shuddered. Little queen, why does that sound even more terrifying than the great demon king? Lin Modong tilted her head. Wasn't it a compliment? Tang Qiqi shut her mouth. Communication connected. An electronic voice rang out. The main screen in the hall actually lit up on its own, as a string of encrypted code flashed across it. Then a communication request popped up. Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiaowan rushed to the screen in a few steps, her voice trembling. Dad. The video feed had not fully stabilized yet. The man's steady voice came through the communicator first. Xiaowan. It's good to know you're safe. Zhang Xiaowan's eyes welled with tears. I am at the Hentang Palace. Lin Yuan saved me. Silence fell on the other end for a second. Then Zhang Xiong's voice dropped low. Put that guy named Lin on the line. If he dares to touch a single hair on my daughter's head. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan had already walked up behind Zhang Xiaowan, his shadow looming over her shoulder. He took the communicator from Zhang Xiaowan's hand. His tone was calm. Zhang Xiong, your daughter is now mine from her hair down to her ankles. How would you like me to touch her for you to see? On the other end of the screen, the breathing stopped for half a second. The next moment, Zhang Xiong's voice was as cold as iron. Lin Yuan, you are courting death. Zhang Xiaowan stood before the screen still wearing Su Muxue's white shirt. The hem barely reached the tops of her thighs. Her long legs were fully exposed under the lobby's bright lights. A moment where this young lady of privilege should have been in her element, commanding the room with her usual poise. Yet Lin Yuan did not even spare her a glance. He turned his gaze towards Su Xianwan. Was this communication patched in by you? Su Xianwan's face turned deathly pale. She immediately lowered her head to operate her tablet. 3 seconds later, her fingertips froze. Mr. Lin, it wasn't me. Su Xianwan quickly pulled up the communication logs for the 3rd floor. A row of crimson records flashed onto the screen. Yesterday, 2341 temporary video port opened. Authorized by Zhang Xiaowan. The main living room screen has been added to the personal remote communication list. The lobby fell into an instant dead silence. Even Tang Qiqi did not dare to utter a single word. With a heavy thud, Su Xianwan fell directly to her knees while clutching her tablet. Mr. Lin, it was my failure in oversight. Please punish me. Zhang Xiaowan's expression shifted as well. Last night after taking a shower she had stared at her signal-less phone for a long time. She feared that Zhang Xiong was already dead. She also feared that she had truly become nothing more than an unclaimed object within this fortress. So while configuring the communication network, she had secretly left a private port accessible only to the Jiang family. Wait, I only left a port to contact my father. She hurriedly looked at Lin Yuan. I didn't leak any of Tiangong1's data. Besides, I gave you access to the military communication network. Aren't we business partners? Do I not even have the freedom to contact my own family? Without me, you wouldn't even be able to access the military channels. Lin Yuan walked up to her. With a swift motion, he slapped the bowl and chopsticks right out of her hands. Crash! The porcelain bowl shattered against the floor. The bamboo chopsticks bounced twice before rolling to the foot of the sofa. Lin Yuan's voice was deceptively soft. Business partners. You eat my food, live in my place, and beg for my protection. Yet you bypass my authority to contact outsiders. He looked down at Zhang Xiaowan. And you call this a partnership? Zhang Xiaowan's lips parted slightly. She wanted to argue back, but the words caught in her throat. Lin Yuan didn't lose his temper. He didn't even knit his brows. Yet it was this very serenity that sent a creeping chill down her spine. On the screen, Zhang Xiong spoke in a cold, stern voice. Lin Yuan, you had better think this through. The Jiang family still has connections and armed forces. If you dare touch Xiaowan, the Jiang family will never let you get away with it. Lin Yuan finally raised his eyes. He looked toward the screen. You can't even extract your own daughter right now. And yet you talk to me of retaliation. Zhang Xiong's face darkened. How dare you? Lin Yuan cut him off. Zhang Xiaowan, turn around. Zhang Xiaowan's body froze. Lin Yuan, don't go too far. Qin Yuma took half a step forward. Still kneeling on the floor, Su Xianwan did not rise, but looked up to cast a glance at her. That look was incredibly quiet, as if reminding her that this was not Jin Zhangyao. Zhang Xiaowan bit her lip and did not budge. In the next second, Qin Yuma lunged forward, pressing down on her neck to force her onto the sofa. Slap! A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the lobby. Zhang Xiaowan shuddered violently. It wasn't from pain, but from sheer disbelief that Lin Yuan actually dared to strike her. On the screen, Zhang Xiong sprang to his feet. Lin Yuan, slap. The second strike fell. Jiang Xiaowan's eyes welled with tears. She gritted her teeth, fiercely forcing herself to remain silent. Slap. The third strike landed. Unable to hold out any longer, she braced herself against the back of the sofa. Tang Qiqi clutched her throw pillow, shrinking into the corner. Usually the most talkative of them all, she now held her breath. Lin Yuan stared at the screen. Remember, it wasn't your daughter who contacted you. It was I who permitted you to look at her. He paid no further attention to Jiang Xiao. Su Xianwan. Reclaim the permissions. Su Xianwan stood up immediately. Understood. Her fingers flew across the tablet. 3 warnings flashed across the main screen in the living room. Illegal port locked. Personal communication list cleared. Permissions reset. Jiang Xiong's voice was still roaring. Lin Yuan, you will regret. Click. The screen went black, and silence once again enveloped the lobby. Qin Yumo released her grip. Jiang Xiaowan stood by the sofa, her eyes burning red. Yet she still stubbornly held her ground. Are you satisfied now? All I did was contact my father. Lin Yuan, I acknowledge that you saved me, but I am not your dog. No one has ever dared to treat me, Jiang Xiaowan, this way in my entire life. You humiliate me like this today, if I ever get the chance in the future. Her voice faltered, because Lin Yuan had narrowed his eyes, slowly rubbing the seam of his trousers. Su Xianwan's body stiffened. Qin Yuma's gaze shifted as well. Wang Ye, holding a tray, stopped dead in her tracks at the dining room entrance. Lin Modong remained seated at the dining table, tilting her head slightly. Lin Yuan stared at Jiang Xiaowan. I don't think you realize you're wrong. I think you realize you're about to die. Every drop of color drained from Jiang Xiaowan's face. What? What do you mean? Watching the man slowly clench his fist, she was suddenly reminded of the sales office at Jinjiang Yihao, and the blood-curdling screams of Wang Pengzi as his limbs were pierced through by high-pressure water jets. This was the exact look Lin Yuan had in his eyes when he targeted someone. This man wasn't bluffing. He would truly kill, not out of anger, but because she had become a liability. Jiang Xiaowan's knees buckled, and she sank to the floor. I was wrong. She whimpered, her voice trembling. I shouldn't have left a back door without permission. I was just scared. I was afraid you would throw me out one day and my father wouldn't be able to find me. Lin Yuan, I truly didn't leak anything of yours. Please give me another chance, okay? Jiang Xiaowan began to babble incoherently. We get along quite well, don't we? You don't even have to pay me the remaining balance for Tiangong. Want to consider it my gift to you? Su Xianwan stood nearby with her head lowered. She did not plead for mercy, because had she been in Lin Yuan's position, she too would have condemned Jiang Xiaowan to death. Today Jiang Xiaowan had contacted Jiang Xiao. But what if it had been Shen Qinghua? What if it had been a military channel with even higher clearance? A single exposed coordinate, a volley of artillery fire, or even a tactical weapon. And everyone inside Tiangong, one would be buried alive. Footsteps echoed from the second floor as Su Mushua walked down. Having just settled Xia Qingxiu, the cuffs of her white lab coat were still stained with a trace of a blood sample. She saw Jiang Xiaowan kneeling on the floor, then looked over at Su Xianwan and Qin Yumo. What happened? Su Xianwan's voice was steady. Miss Jiang installed a communication backdoor without permission. She did not inform anyone. She even added the main screen in the living room to her personal communication list. Su Mushua fell silent for a couple of seconds. She looked at Jiang Xiaowan. Are you truly this foolish? Jiang Xiaowan kept her head bowed, not uttering a word of retort this time. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across everyone in the lobby. From now on, anyone who contacts external forces without authorization, regardless of whether it leads to consequences, will be treated as a traitor. No one objected. Tang Qiqi clutched her pillow even tighter. Qin Yumo kept her eyes lowered, as if engraving the rule into her very bones. Lin Modong nodded gently. She was quite fond of this rule. Su Mushua walked over to stand before Jiang Xiaowan. She made no move to help her up. She made a mistake, but she did put in a significant effort regarding Lu Cici's mobile monitoring pod. Without that equipment, Lu Cici might not have survived until her awakening. Su Mushua looked at Lin Yuan. I am not trying to absolve her of her crime. I am only speaking of her contribution. Can this contribution be traded for a chance at her survival? Lin Yuan gazed at Su Mushua. Su Mushua did not retreat. She spoke with calm resolve. In her philosophy, a life was not bartered for tears. It was exchanged for value. Jiang Xiaowan finally crumbled. Tears spilled down her face. She knelt and crept forward half a step, her fingertips digging into the carpet fibers. I accept my punishment. Lin Yuan, from this day forward, I won't invoke the Jiang family or any cooperation. I'm simply afraid of dying. I'm foolish. I'll obey everything you say from now on. Su Mushua looked down at her. If you wish to live, swear an oath. Jiang Xiaowan lifted her head. Tears clung to her cheeks. She had once despised such scenes the most. Kneeling to beg for mercy, swearing curses and oaths, like the lowborn throwing themselves in piteous supplication. Now she, the young miss of the Jiang family, was kneeling here herself, begging only for a chance to survive. I, Jiang Xiaowan, swear. From this day forward, my life belongs to Lin Yuan. My mouth belongs to Lin Yuan. My hands and feet belong to Lin Yuan. I will not touch any communication devices, will not pass messages, will not meet outsiders privately. If I ever dare to betray again, may I be dragged out by the horde and devoured bite by bite. Her throat tightened. Even if my father witnessed it himself, he could not save me. The hall fell silent save for the low hum of the ventilation system. Tang Chi-Chi muttered softly. That oath is rather ruthless. Qin Yuma shot her a glance. Tang Chi-Chi immediately embraced her pillow and fell silent. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. He turned to Su Xianwan. Fetch her a servant's uniform. Move her quarters to the storage room. From today onward her permitted area is limited to the living room and the storage room. Without authorization she is not to ascend to the third floor. She is not to touch any communication equipment. Jiang Xiaowan's body trembled. The storage room. A servant's uniform. Access rights erased. This was far crueler than striking her. It was yanking her from the pedestal of the Jiang family's beloved daughter and driving her down into the mud. Lin Yuan looked down at her. Should you harbor rebellious thoughts again, I will kill you directly. Do not ask how I judge. I require no evidence. As long as I suspect you, you must die. Jiang Xiaowan bowed her head. I understand. Su Xianwan immediately began adjusting the permissions. Her complexion was still pale, but her hands had steadied. Convert the third-floor communications room to dual authentication protocol. Install facial recognition on the second floor. Set the living room screens to closed mode. All external communications must be manually activated by Mr. Lin or myself. Having spoken, she turned her gaze back to the logs. The logs from last night on the third floor revealed traces of external scanning. The source address was scrubbed. I will continue the investigation. Lin Yuan cast her a look. Find it out. Su Xianwan bowed her head. Understood. Jiang Xiaowan was taken by Wang Yu to change clothes. 10 minutes later she returned to the hall. The black and white servant uniform draped her figure, the hem failing to conceal her long legs. Her eyes were still reddened, but this time she dared not put on airs. She approached Su Muxue and lowered her head. Thank you. Su Muxue adjusted her gloves. Do not thank me. Next time I will personally sign your death certificate. Jiang Xiaowan bit her lip. I understand. Tang Chi-Chi poked half her head out from behind. The long-legged variant has been updated to the maid DLC. Jiang Xiaowan's fingers twitched. In the past, she could have fired off a dozen retorts at Tang Chi-Chi. Now she merely kept her head bowed. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan appearance 92, favorability 1. Current favorability 7. It had risen, meaning she was not utterly foolish. If it had dropped just now she would already be a corpse. Su Xianwan zoomed in on the log data. The scrubbed source address left only a trailing fragment of code. YDGX. The internal network format of Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Su Xianwan continued scrolling, her face growing even paler. Mr. Lin. The scan time coincides with the moment Miss Jiang exploited the backdoor. In other words, the attacker did not stumble upon it by chance. They were waiting for this breach. Southern Suburbs Military District. The acid rain had just ceased, and black water still pooled across the parade ground. Shen Xingyue stood before an armored vehicle in a brand-new snow-white combat uniform. Behind her stood a temporarily assembled Esper squad. Li Cheng, a sea-level metal-type Esper, stood the straightest. The other three were a fire-type, a wind-type, and an enhancement type. The soldiers gazed at Shen Xingyue with reverence in their eyes. Yesterday she had silenced Li Wenhui with a single word, saving old Zhou. Today she had personally led the counterattack on Jiangxing. To many she was no longer merely the Shen family's young miss. She was the queen of the new order. An old veteran crouched by the vehicle took a bite of compressed biscuit and scrunched his face. I'd give that to a dog and the dog would think twice. Someone nearby chuckled. Shen Xingyue had heard it. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she produced 3 white crystal cores. A shopping interface materialized, visible to her alone. White crystal core 3 can exchange for single-person hot pot set. Shen Xingyue cast a glance. Exchange. The next instant a steaming copper pot rolls of marbled beef, tripe, duck blood, and sour plum juice appeared out of thin air, filling a folding table. The parade ground fell silent for a heartbeat. Then cheers erupted. Captain Shun is legendary. Holy hell, hot pot. Now that's what I call an apocalypse queen. Li Cheng looked at Shen Xingyue, his eyes shining brighter. If Lin Yuan were here, he would have cursed her a fool. 3 gray crystal cores would have been sufficient to power a family of 3 for 3 days. A white crystal core contained 10 times the energy of a gray one. Shen Xingyue had traded a month's electricity for a single hot pot meal. But no one knew. The soldiers only knew that following Shen Xingyue meant having meat to eat. In the distance, Li Wenhui stood on the second floor of the temporary command building, thermos in hand. Watching the cheers on the parade ground, he smiled. His confidant whispered beside him, Director, her popularity is rising too rapidly. Li Wenhui took a sip of water. Popularity is fire. When it consumes others, it is called prestige. When it consumes oneself, it is called an accident. He watched Shen Xingyue. Let her burn first. Notify supply convoy no. 3 to delay departure. I need to discuss a matter with the leadership. The confidant bowed his head. Understood. On the parade ground, Shen Xingyue opened the map. First target, Jiangxing University. Satellites indicate laboratories, technical personnel, and a large survivor population there. She paused. Afterward, make a detour to Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Han Shui stood behind the crowd looking up at her. Shen Xingyue smiled. My best friend is over there. She's helping me keep watch over a very useful dog. The convoy set out. 6 armored vehicles, 2 supply trucks, 1 command vehicle. 1 supply truck remained, reportedly experiencing mechanical issues and undeployed. Shen Qingyue paid it no mind. Along the route they passed a high-end department store. Shen Qingyue ordered a sweep. The zombie count was low. The Esper squad moved in gunfire coordinated, and the perimeter was cleared swiftly. Soldiers rushed into the mall. Inside shelves still held red wine, cigarettes, beverages, and luxury goods. Shen Qingyue, clutching the 24 or so crystal cores she had just gathered, was in excellent spirits. Take whatever you can carry. No one who follows me on this mission will go empty-handed. The soldiers broke into cheers once more. Some discarded medical packs to make room for cases of baijiu. Others removed spare magazine boxes to stuff in bottles of soft drinks. Still others hauled out designer handbags. Shen Qingyue herself selected 2. One for her. One she intended to toss to He-Man. Han Shui could no longer contain herself. Captain Shun, ammunition and medical supplies cannot be abandoned. We are entering urban territory. Routes are uncharted. Zombie densities are unknown. Shen Qingyue cast her a glance. I'll just manifest them when the time comes. Han Shui suppressed her anger. Crystal cores are not infinite. Shen Qingyue's voice turned cold. Han Shui, are you the commander, or am I? Han Shui did not argue. She looked at the medical pack abandoned beside the shelf and bent to retrieve it. But Li Cheng, carrying the faint scent of hot pot, beat her to it and pressed a case of drinks atop the pack. Captain Han, Captain Shen said we have enough. Han Shui's hand froze in midair. A young man's blind devotion was harder to dismantle than any weapon. At that same moment, Li Wenhui's encrypted telegram was transmitted to the military district high command. Comrade Shen Qingyue possesses a unique Esper ability, yet demonstrates serious extravagance and waste. Recommends suspending routine supply support. Accelerate the practical combat application of her Esper abilities. Reduce inventory pressure on the military district. He personally typed the final line. Should the operation fail, Comrade Shen Qingyue shall bear full responsibility for individual command errors. Having sent the encrypted message, he posted one more line to Shen Qingyue's channel. Captain Shen, stay safe. The military district takes pride in you. At the same time, deep beneath the Jiangxing University library in utter darkness, a slender clawed hand slowly emerged from a drainage grate. The convoy pressed onward. Fully laden with liquor, cigarettes, and luxury bags, these goods occupied half the space within the vehicles. Along the way, they encountered several scattered groups of zombies. Shen Qingyue sat inside the command vehicle, not even bothering to open the door. She raised her hand. Boxes of ammunition and grenades materialized, falling one after another. The soldiers rushed down and swiftly cleared them out. A young soldier dug out a gray crystal nucleus, presenting it to her with both hands. Captain Shen, a crystal nucleus. Shen Qingyue did not take it. She merely wiped her fingertips with a wet wipe, saying indifferently, be faster next time. The soldier's face flushed red, as if he had been personally praised by a queen. The way several soldiers looked at her completely changed. In the apocalypse, whoever could conjure ammunition was akin to a god. A young soldier lowered his voice. Supply truck, no. 3 still hasn't arrived. It's truly strange. A slightly older soldier beside him smacked the back of his head. Why are you worrying about that? Following Captain Shun is safer than relying on a supply depot. In the past, warfare depended on ammunition, now it depends on a single wave of Captain Shen's hand. As he spoke, he patted the LV box cradled in his arms. See this? It's for my girlfriend. Han Shui stared at the items inside the vehicle. She found it utterly absurd. At 2 in the afternoon, the convoy arrived at Jiangxing University. On the school gate, a banner reading, Welcome Freshmen, was half smeared with blood. As the wind blew, the fabric clung to the iron gate, making a wet, slapping sound. The campus was dead silent. So quiet that it seemed devoid of any living soul. Something is wrong here. Han Shui spoke up. There are no corpses at the entrance, yet there are visible drag marks. In the past, the most you ever did was catch a few petty thieves. This is the apocalypse now. If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut. Stand back and learn. Shen Qingyue bypassed her directly and walked to the school entrance. Clear out the trash. And while you're at it, see if there are any flowers worth picking. The one she truly wanted to find was Chu Feng, the sun god. She remembered his name, the location, and how incredibly powerful he was. The number of zombies inside the academic building far exceeded their estimates. When the first wave surged out, their formation was nearly torn apart. Gunfire erupted. A soldier pulled the trigger only to hear the hollow click of an empty chamber. He instinctively reached for a spare magazine, but his hand grasped a bottle of red wine instead. He froze in disbelief. In the very next second, a zombie lunged right in front of him. A nearby comrade blew the zombie's head off with a single shot and dragged him backward. Shen Qingyue frowned. Pepper spray exchange. Boxes of spray materialized out of thin air. She ordered her men to toss the sprays into the stairwell. A pungent, irritating odor burst forth. The mutated zombies suffered from degraded vision, but their sense of smell was sharper than a dog's. Assaulted by the choking stench, the zombies in the stairwell were forced out into the lobby. Grenades. Boom, boom. Flesh and severed limbs splattered everywhere. Shen Qingyue had seen Lin Yuan's people use this exact tactic in her past life. However, Lin Yuan had utilized industrial stockpiles, strategic terrain positioning, and structured fire echelons. She had merely copied the loud display. The original was called tactics. The counterfeit was called pay to win. In just over 10 minutes, more than half of their hundreds of crystal nuclei were consumed. The sounds of battle pushed all the way to the library plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a half-collapsed fountain. Narrow cracks fractured the ground. Just as Shen Qingyue was about to order a search of the library, boom, the ground beneath the fountain suddenly caved in. A black monster erupted from underground. Its limbs were slender and elongated with outward-facing bone spurs protruding from its back. The soldiers immediately opened fire. But before the bullets could even get close, they were deflected as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer embedding diagonally into the ground. Shen Qingyue's pupils dilated. It wasn't that its hide was too tough. Its surrounding gravity field was warping the trajectories of the bullets. 3 words from Lin Yuan's notebook flashed through her mind. Spinebreaker, a branch of the B-grade, Earth-type mutants. Enveloped in a gravity field, its limbs were elongated to maintain balance. The outward-facing bone spurs on its back were actually the result of its spine being forced to burst and grow outward when it could no longer bear the vertical pressure. Lin Yuan had only ever said one thing about it back then. This thing is highly troublesome. Do not let it get into the crowd. Now it was right in the middle of her troops. Assault rifles fired. Bullets struck the monster's skin, kicking up nothing but sparks. The spinebreaker swept its claw. 3 soldiers were instantly severed in half. An old veteran with only half his body remaining murmured, "Hot pot. If only it had been a magazine instead." Before he could finish, his life completely faded away. After the 3 fell, a temporary vacuum opened on the field, and 2 grenades were hurled. Yet the spinebreaker, unlike ordinary zombies, actually dodged the explosion sideways and turned to plunge into the crowd. Boom, boom. The 2 explosions blasted nothing but empty air. The zombie horde was also drawn back by the noise, pinched from both front and rear. The formation collapsed instantly. Han Shui roared into the channel. "Where's supply truck no? 3. Get over here now. We need ammunition replenishment." The channel went silent for 2 seconds. Then came the authorized reply from Li Wenhui. "Captain Shun possesses divine skills. Please resolve this on site to reduce unnecessary waste of military district resources." Han Shui gripped the walkie-talkie, her jaw clenched tight. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyue's face contorted with rage. "Li Wenhui, how dare you plot against me?" The spinebreaker lunged once more. In a panic, Shen Qingyue dumped all her remaining crystal nuclei into the system store. But there were far too many items in the store. She had no idea what to purchase to save her own life. Grenades, ammunition boxes, flashbangs, fishing nets, silk stockings, condoms. A chaotic pile of items materialized at her feet. Chaos. Utter chaos. She reached for a grenade but tripped over a fishing net. The command vehicle was smashed to pieces by a single swipe of the spinebreaker's claw. The resulting shockwave knocked her off her feet. Her pristine white combat uniform rolled into the muddy water. She looked up. The monster's claws were already raised high. In that split second, she suddenly remembered Lin Yuan standing before the zombie tide, calmly deploying his forces, while she had sat safely in the rear waiting for the results. She used to despise the heavy scent of blood on Lin Yuan. Now that she finally stood in Lin Yuan's position, she realized she couldn't even hold out for a single minute. She was no queen. She was merely a woman who didn't even know how to fight without Lin Yuan. "Captain Shun!" Li Cheng roared as he charged forward. His right arm metallicized, transforming into a shield. Bang! The spinebreaker's claw slammed down. The metal shield fractured. Li Cheng fell to one knee, fresh blood from his severed arm trickling down along the cracks in the metal. His first instinct was not to cry out in pain, but to look back at Shen Qingyue. "Captain Shun, run!" Yet Shen Qingyue merely stumbled backward, her gaze passing right over him to stare at the spinebreaker. She didn't even ask about his injury. In her eyes, wasn't it only natural for her subordinates to die for her? The spinebreaker raised its claw once more. Right at that moment, a burst of fire erupted from the roof of the library. A voice thundered down from above. "Get the hell away from her, you hideous monster." A spear of flame descended from the heavens. Boom. The spear impaled the spinebreaker's massive claw, pinning it firmly to the ground. At the same time, the grenades at Shen Qingyue's feet were detonated by the intense heat. The explosion blasted dirt into the air. Flames swallowed half the plaza. A figure leaped down from the rooftop, wreathed in blazing fire. Any approaching zombies were instantly incinerated into ash. Behind him was a squad of survivors. A youth wielding a rapier pierced a zombie's eye socket. A ponytail-wearing girl with a compound bow executed rapid, precise kills. A tall, lean man threw a javelin, pinning an elite zombie's knee. They did not shout. They did not panic. Every single person knew exactly where they should stand. Chu Feng landed, grabbing the spinebreaker's bone spurs with both hands. Flames surged along his arms, burning into the beast. The spinebreaker shrieked. Chu Feng was bleeding as well, yet he did not retreat a single step. "Stay back, everyone. This one is mine." He withstood a claw strike with his shoulder, then shoved his flaming hand directly into the monster's mouth. Boom. Half of the spinebreaker's head blew apart. Finally, he locked his arms around the monster's neck and exerted all his strength. Crack. The bone snapped. The plaza fell silent. Chu Feng knelt upon the monster's corpse and dug out a yellow crystal nucleus. "B-grade." He did not spare a glance for Shen Qingyue. Instead, he walked over to Li Cheng first. "Your arm is ruined, but your life is intact." Chu Feng pulled some herbs from his tattered backpack and pressed them onto the severed arm. "Bite on this." Li Cheng stared at him, his lips trembling. Chu Feng slapped him across the face. Stop acting like a coward. If you want to live, bite down. Li Cheng bit hard on the strip of cloth. As the herbs were pressed down, he trembled violently from the pain, but did not make another sound. Shen Xingyue stood up. She wiped the mud from her face and adjusted her torn combat uniform. She could not lose face, especially not in front of Chu Feng. She walked up to him. I am Shen Xingyue, from the Southern Suburb Military District. Your strength is decent. I will allow you to join my squad. The girl with the ponytail burst out laughing on the spot. Join you. To be cannon fodder. She pointed her compound bow at the wounded soldiers scattered across the ground, hiding in the back, conjuring useless trash, while letting others die in your stead. Do you even deserve to be a leader? If it weren't for your reckless commands, we would have already surrounded and wiped out these zombies. Shen Xingyue's face darkened. Do you have any idea who I am? The girl with the ponytail laughed heartily. I do. The white-clothed queen, who was almost slapped to death by a monster. Several survivors burst into laughter. Shen Xingyue's chest heaved with anger. She could not understand. Shouldn't these evolved humans yearn for the military district's protection? Shouldn't they bow down to her? In her past life, her sanctuary also housed dozens of evolved humans. She had never realized that those people had never come for her. It was Lin Yuan who had carried people back from the zombie tides time and time again, distributed food to the fighters time and time again, and stood at the very front line time and time again. Chu Feng stood up. He wiped his face with a blood-stained hand. I protect my comrades. You exploit your subordinates. We are not of the same kind. He stared at Shen Xingyue. Take your people and get the hell out of my territory. In the main hall, Su Xiaowan projected the fragmented code onto the main screen. YDTGX. Jiang Xiaowan, dressed in a maid uniform, knelt by the edge of the carpet, wiping the floor. Hearing the string of code, her hands paused momentarily. This is the internal network format of Yunding Tiangong. She looked up, her voice dropping significantly lower. In the past, every villa in Yunding Tiangong had an independent smart butler system. YEX stands for the External Expansion Interface. Su Xiaowan's expression grew even darker. In other words, someone in the residential area has been keeping their eyes on Tiangong. 1. Qin Yuma cracked her wrists. Master, I will go and smash their doors down one by one. Su Muxue adjusted her gloves. 2. Inefficient. Since they dare to keep watch, they must have some hidden means. Lin Yuan did not speak immediately. He slowly rubbed the pad of his finger along the seam of his trousers. He walked over to the holographic broadcasting console in the main hall. Su Xiaowan's heart clenched upon seeing his movement. Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan pressed the red button. District-wide broadcast mode initiated. In the next second, his voice reverberated through every single villa in Yunding Tiangong. Last night, someone inside Yunding Tiangong unauthorizedly accessed the communication port. 10 minutes. Hand this person over. Otherwise, all water and electricity supplies to the outer sectors will be cut off. The broadcast paused for a second. Lin Yuan added, do not doubt whether I can do it. I couldn't care less if anyone lives here or not. The entire Yunding Tiangong erupted into chaos. In one of the villas, an elderly man was preparing milk powder. Hearing the threat of the water cut, his hand trembled, spilling the powder all over the floor. Madman. Lin Yuan is an absolute madman. Another middle-aged woman who had previously clamored for resource sharing in the homeowners chat group rushed to her balcony and screamed at her neighbor. Is it that college student of yours? He's always holding a computer. Bullshit. Wasn't your husband in network administration before? Some even pushed their nephew who knew how to repair computers out the door, crying, it wasn't me, it was him. He's the one who knows this stuff. The chain of trust was shattered. The apocalypse drove people to band together. Yet with a single sentence, Lin Yuan tore them apart into a pack of dogs biting at one another. At the outer intersection, Fei Long was leading his men to blockade the road. Holding a flamethrower in his hand, his face creased into a menacing grin. The boss said 10 minutes. If there's no result when the time is up, the water goes first. Anyone who tries to force their way through, I'll treat them to a charcoal-grilled family bucket. These words were more effective than a horde of zombies. The entire residential area dissolved into a cacophony of curses, weeping, and pleas for mercy. At the 6th minute, a shrill male voice suddenly cut into the channel. I know who it is. The main screen flashed to the camera feed of Villa No. 21. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the doorway, facing the security camera, his face drenched in sweat. It's Lu Qing from Villa No. 22. She's a computer expert. She even helped me fix my generator a couple of days ago. She also took a vial of insulin from me, promising to return double in 2 days. Her parents are on the verge of death. She'd definitely dare to do anything. Mr. Lin, if you want to kill someone, kill her entire family. Just don't let it drag us down. In the main hall, Jiang Xiaowan looked up. Lu Qing. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Jiang Xiaowan immediately spoke up. She once hacked into the Jiang Corporation's core database and almost exposed my father's money laundering accounts. Later, my father didn't report her to the police, but instead specially approved her to live in Yunding Tiangong. She is no ordinary computer expert. She ranks in the top 3 of the domestic hacker community. Assuming the other 2 haven't turned into zombies yet. Su Xiaowan's eyes flickered. If it's her, she indeed could have caught my port vulnerability last night. Lin Yuan stared at the gold-rimmed glasses man on the screen. Fei Long. A voice immediately responded in his earpiece. Boss, I'm here. Go to No. 22. Invite her over. Fei Long grinned. Got it. A polite invitation. 5 minutes later, the door of Villa No. 22 was kicked open with a loud crash. The camera shook slightly. There was no resistance inside the house. A frail woman sat on the living room floor, her hair messy and knotted in several places, her face abnormally pale. In her arms she cradled a man running a high fever. On a nearby bed lay an elderly woman with extremely weak breathing. The air was thick with the smell of medicine and sweat. Fei Long frowned. Lu Qing. The woman looked up. Wearing thick glasses, her voice was very soft. It's me. I was the one who connected to the port last night. My dad is infected. My mom has diabetes and ran out of insulin. I wanted to contact the outside world to trade for medicine. She paused. I didn't send out any information regarding Tiangong 1. The scan only reached the outer broadcast permissions. Behind Fei Long, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses squeezed in. He pointed at Lu Qing. See, I told you it was her. Mr. Lin is wise. Brother Fei Long, about my reward for reporting. Fei Long backhanded him across the face. The gold-rimmed glasses man crashed into the wall, his glasses shattering all over the floor. She helped you fix your generator, and you turn around and sell her out. Fei Long spat. Even a thug like me finds you disgusting. The man clutched his face. No. Brother, if I didn't report her, all of us would have our water and power cut off. She did wrong. I'm just placing justice before family. Fei Long raised his foot and stomped on the back of the man's hand. Keep whining, and I'll send you to explain your justice to the zombies face to face. The man shut his mouth instantly. Just then, a drone flew in through the broken window. With a soft thud, a small medical kit dropped right at Lu Qing's feet. Inside was a box of antibiotics, a vial of insulin, and 2 bags of high-calorie liquid food. Lin Yuan's voice came through the drone. The medicine is yours. Looking at the medical kit, Lu Qing's hands began to tremble. She didn't touch it. Instead, she first looked at the camera. Lin Yuan's voice continued to transmit. Your parents can live. But starting from today, Lin Yuan paused. Your eyes will watch the network for me, and your hands will lock the gates for me. Whoever dares to reach their hands into Tiangong 1, you must be the first to detect them. If you can do it, then come over. Lu Qing did not hesitate. She picked up the insulin, her hands shaking violently as she pushed the needle toward her mother's skin. She missed on the first attempt. Biting her lip, she only succeeded on the second try. Beads of blood welled up, but she seemed not to notice, keeping her eyes locked onto her mother's gradually stabilizing breath. Then she fed the antibiotics to her father. Seeing her father's fever recede slightly after swallowing the medicine, Lu Qing's eyes turned red behind her glasses. Having finished everything, she stood up. I can do it. Ding. Target Lu Qing Beauty 85. Emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Favorability critical hit 6. Current favorability 6. Lin Yuan's brow twitched slightly. Beauty score of 85. This disheveled shut-in. He looked towards Su Xianwan. Relocate her parents to the nearest villa. Assign 2 people to guard them. Arrange basic food and medicine. Put Lu Qing on B1 together with Jiang Xiaowan. Su Xianwan nodded. Understood. Jiang Xiaowan lowered her head and continued wiping the floor. She knew exactly what Lin Yuan meant by this move. Saving the parents, yet keeping them hostage. Offering hope, yet forging chains. What a heartless bastard. Yet ironically, this heartlessness was precisely what worked best right now. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing was brought into Tiangong 1. Su Muxue performed the decontamination. Lu Qing stood at the entrance of the main hall holding a keyboard, her hair obscuring half of her face, wearing a slightly faded hoodie. Tang Chi-Chi circled around her. You're the legendary hacker. How do you look like a shut-in who hasn't stepped outside in 3 days? Lu Qing lowered her head. I haven't stepped outside in 7 days. Tang Chi-Chi choked on her words. You win. Su Xianwan handed her an access card. B1 server room, temporary access. All of your operations will be monitored by me in real time. Lu Qing took the card. Okay. Lin Yuan looked at her. First task. Find out who was waiting for Jiang Xiaowan to open the breach last night. Lu Qing pushed up her thick glasses. It wasn't me. I was only the second person to get in. An instant of silence fell over the main hall. Su Xianwan raised her eyes. What did you say? Lu Qing's voice remained very quiet. Last night the port opened at 2341. At 234109 a probe entered first. It disguised itself as a Yunding Tiangong EX node. I followed behind it. But it retreated very quickly. Lin Yuan's hand, which had been rubbing the seam of his trousers, stopped. Can you find out who it was? Lu Qing shook her head. Not right now. But it left a handshake signature. She looked up. It's in a military format. B1 data center. Lu Qing sits before 3 screens, her hair casually piled up with a chopstick. Her fingers tap rapidly. Jiang Xiaowan wearing a stands nearby holding a cup of coffee. Her task now is simple: deliver water. Deliver coffee. Tang Chi-Chi lies at the doorway watching for a long moment and muttering under her breath. The tall-legged DLC has become a network administrator girl. Jiang Xiaowan gnashes her teeth, not daring to retort. Lin Yuan walks into the data center. Su Xianwan follows behind, cradling a tablet. Lin Yuan looks at the screens. Where did you find it? Lu Qing pushes up her thick glasses. The access level is very high as if it were an internal node inside the military district command center. But I've reinforced the firewall again. From now on no one with higher privileges will be able to get in. Su Xiaowan adds. In other words, the person who waited for Miss Jiang to speak last night might not have been Shen Xinhua. Lin Yuan did not look at Jiang Xiaowan. Jiang Xiaowan lowered her head. Lin Yuan says calmly, continue. Lu Qing opens another file. This is the full military communique they just sent with the keyword, you gave me Shen Xinhua. Red characters flash on the screen. South Suburban Military District counterattack against Jiangxing University failed. Casualties among personnel exceed half. The supply truck is missing. Commander Shen Xinhua. Tang Qiqi suddenly perks up. Has the White Queen messed up? Qin Yuma stands by the door with arms folded. She doesn't understand warfare. Tang Qiqi asks curiously, why would she dare lead a team into a university? Lin Yuan smiles faintly. Because she thinks she has a system. Having a system doesn't mean you have a brain. Tang Qiqi immediately thumbs up. The Great Demon King's critique recommended for posting. Lu Qing continues to pull up audio. A fragment of a transmission crackles through the room. Shen Xinhua's voice is sharp. Li Wenhui. How dare you cut off my supply? My mother is Ling Suzhen. Do you know who she is? Moments later Li Wenhui's voice comes through. Steady. Clean. Captain Shen military discipline is as firm as a mountain. You abandoned medical supplies and ammunition causing the operation to fail. South Suburban Military District will not continue to fund resources for personal command mistakes. Shen Xinhua snaps. This is vendetta against me. Li Wenhui smiles. Please choose your words carefully, Captain Shen. If you manage to come back alive you can write a formal statement. If you do not come back I will write your obituary with decorum. They died because of your heroic leadership. The transmission cuts off. The server room falls silent for a moment. Jiang Xiaowan holds her coffee, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. She has her day too. After saying it she quickly glances at Lin Yuan. Confirming Lin Yuan remains unmoved, she continues. My father used to say this: two politicians kill people, the knife remains clean. Lin Yuan looks toward Lu Qing. Can you locate Shen Xinhua's current location? Lu Qing taps a few keys. The last signal is 3 kilometers southwest of Jiangxing University. Gas station. Give me a minute. Lu Qing's fingers fly across the keyboard in less than 10 seconds. A shot lights up on the screen. Shen Xinhua leans against the shelves of the gas station's convenience store, her white combat suit smeared with mud and blood. Only 2 people remain by her side, Xiao Li and Han Shui. Rabbit Judy. Tang Qiqi screams. Lin Yuan rubs the seam of his pants. Han Shui, this line still has value. When the old order collapses, it makes for the best specimen. Lin Yuan turns. Bring He Man out. Su Xiaowan looks up. Director Lin, you want to see her? Give her a bath. Change her dress. The brightest one you have. Tang Qiqi blinks. Great Demon King, are you throwing a ball? Lin Yuan walks toward the elevator. Not a ball. It's a welcoming ceremony. He pauses, his tone level. The queen has become a mangy dog and still wants to swagger back into my den. Let me think. What kind of collar should we use to greet her? Tianqing Southwest. Abandoned gas station. The canopy collapses halfway. The gas station's glass door lies shattered on the ground. Shen Xinhua leans against the shelves, her white combat suit smeared with mud and blood. She clutches a gray crystal core in her hand. Redeemable drinking water X1, compressed rations X1. She stares at the interface for 3 seconds. She confirms the exchange. A bottle of water and a ration drop to the ground. Shen Xinhua watches the water, a muscle twitching in her face. Yesterday she traded 3 white crystal cores for hot pot. Today a single gray crystal core is barely enough to obtain this. Han Shui sits at the doorway. Her leg wound opens again. Xiao Li lies by the wall. His right arm is ruined below the elbow. The metallic ability persists, but the meridians are torn, leaving him unable to fight for a while. Shen Xinhua picks up the water, twists off the cap. She takes a sip. Then she splits the ration in half and hands half to Xiao Li. Eat. Xiao Li glances at her. He does not say thank you. Shen Xinhua frowns. What is that look in your eye? Xiao Li whispers, many people died. Shen Xinhua scoffs. In battle there are always dead. They are soldiers, of protecting me is my duty. Han Shui looks up. They didn't die to protect you. They died because you swapped the ammo space for wine and bags. Shen Xinghua's face grows cold. Han Shui, don't forget. If not for me your old Zhou would have died last night. Han Shui stands. The medicine was given by